The precocious Afro has bound herself to a freshly manufactured plot-altering system. By a twist of fate, she has been granted a second chance at life. Due to her unfamiliarity with the process, they find themselves transported into the world of Harry Potter. Upon learning of the final mission and her lack of funds for purchasing props, Afro declares, "I'm the one chosen by Merlin, destined to confront Voldemort in a battle to the death. I have meticulously crafted a plan. Grant me 50, and I shall divulge the details. Draco, I have acquired a manor. Harry, I have received the blessing of the protagonist. Cedric, I have obtained the aura of a top scholar. Fred George, we have secured the proprietress of the joke shop. Wood, I have acquired a quaffle. Theodore, I have gained an exclusive night. Ron, I have obtained a chicken leg." Years later, on a day when the weather was as sharp as a knife, Voldemort gazes at Hogwarts, adorned with Italian cannons at the entrance, while accompanied by his minions, who prance about with delicate fingers, lost in contemplation. Afro, here he comes, the villain who could not even conquer a single school. Voldemort. Chapter 1, A New Beginning. Lifu has perished, yet she has been reborn. Now, she lies in a cradle, her parents a pair of young, blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners. These parents are not ordinary individuals. They are wizards, not the kind who paint their faces and engage in bizarre rituals, nor the type who hide indoors crafting voodoo dolls and playing with insects. They are the sort who ride broomsticks, wielding wands. But what relevance does this have to her? The system in her mind had clearly informed her that they were destined for a world of domineering CEOs. How could she awaken to find the script altered? Indeed, Lifu possesses the essential golden finger comment to all time travelers, a system. Alas, her system is rather dim-witted. Host, since you are here, you might as well settle in. Would you like to peruse the world's plot? The newly minted system, upon its debut, fortuitously encountered the hapless Lifu and impulsively bound itself to her. Little did it know that during their temporal leap, its mishandling would lead them to a new world. Even the main system cannot be contacted. Who knows why the training materials differ from what exists in the system space? Hundreds of buttons. Who knows what they do? Is the protagonist a boy named Harry? The system perused the world's data and found it to be, as Lifu had stated. Host, how do you know this? Oomph. I was once a person who devoured all 8 novels and 7 films. It's 7 novels and 8 films. Lifu, when retrieving documents, it was discovered that the magical realm had experienced a brief intersection with Lifu's world. Consequently, there have been related novels and films that surfaced in the realm of reality. Yet, in her infantile form, Lifu is utterly powerless, and the narrative has yet to commence. Thus, in her ennui, she can only engage in conversation with System 23 each day. 2333. How are the benefits of your company? Are there 5 insurances in one fund? Do you have weekends off and public holidays? System 23. None of that exists. Have you ever read the labor law? Let me tell you, one of my former roommates dated 3 boyfriends simultaneously, and the most astonishing part is that all 3 were acquainted with one another, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that their girlfriend was the same person. The most outrageous part is that 2 of these boyfriends had previously been involved with. Bored, Lifu incessantly pesters System 23, either lamenting the unreasonable work policies or discussing gossip from her previous life. After lying in her crib for several days, Lifu, oh no, she is now known as Afro Albert Campbell, not only spent her time idly chatting with the system, but also clandestinely gathered some information. Although she had never passed the CET-4 in her previous life, she could still comprehend some simple, commonly used vocabulary. For instance, her parents, despite being wizards, hail from Muggle families. Her father's Campbell lineage is an ancient aristocracy in the Muggle world of England, while her mother belongs to the Devonshire family, one of the French nobility. Putting aside other matters, these 2 identities alone are enough to confer a significant prestige. If only she were an ordinary person. What is the state of affairs outside? Upon awakening once more, Afro suddenly recalled her responsibilities and, for the first time, took the initiative to inquire about the development of the plot. Snape has already revealed the prophecy to Voldemort. TSK Tisk. Upon hearing this, Afro emitted an indistinct sound in her mind. Alas, who can overcome the trials of love? System 23. Silence is indeed my native tongue. The predecessors were right. One must never sift through the refuse to find a host. Host. Once Voldemort is vanquished, I will enter a dormant state until the narrative commences. The energy of System 23 can no longer sustain it being perpetually online. Had it not feared that Afro might struggle alone in this unfamiliar world, it would have long since succumbed to slumber. You ought to sleep. Attend to your rest. Afro nonchalantly wiggled her toes, yet a tinge of bitterness welled up within her. Indeed, she still cared about such trivial matters. It is better to remain indifferent, for indifference spares one from sorrow. 2333. Where will I go after the mission is complete? The host may go wherever she wishes, whether to remain here or return to her original world. System 23 paused for a moment before continuing. Alternatively, you may sign a contract with us and continue as a tasker indefinitely. Afro closed her eyes, the events of her previous life flashing before her. Return? What is there worth yearning for? Stay? It seems she lacks a compelling reason to linger here. Become a tasker? To engage in endless missions without freedom. Can I opt for reincarnation? Certainly. Though newly activated, System 23 had overheard many things during its training. Some hosts, in pursuit of immortality, chose to become taskers and ultimately lost themselves in one world after another. Others, enamored with the warmth of friendships in the task worlds, refused to depart. Still, others longed to return to the real world to alter their destinies. However, it is rare to hear of hosts opting for a fresh start. Thus, they generally assume only 3 choices exist. 2333, do you know? System 23. I do not know. How did this come up again? System 23 was again compelled to endure a hefty serving of gossip. I truly wish I could open your head and see what is inside. Eventually, no one acknowledged the child as their own, and in the end, a hopeless romantic willingly took responsibility, winning the heart of the beauty. System 23. It was mistaken. It should never have sought out this host. It is still young. It cannot bear such gossip. Afro was born into the affluent Campbell family, and the 3 of them resided in a grand manor. The tumult of the wizarding world seemed to have no impact on their lives. Afro enjoyed her daily meals, drank as she pleased, and when boredom struck, she amused herself by teasing the system. Her life was indeed comfortable. Chapter 2. The Unruly Owl. Although Mr. Campbell differs from the other members of his family, these 2 ancient lineages continue to provide them with a life of privilege. The grand estate before them once belonged to the first Duke of Campbell. In the garden, resplendent with blooming crimson roses, a little girl clad in a white dress sits amidst the blossoms. Afro, come to mama. Unsteady on her feet, Afro wobbles as she approaches Mrs. Campbell, who stands half a meter away. Mrs. Campbell embraces her child, the fragrance of roses enveloping Afro's senses. Both Mr. and Mrs. Campbell possess beautiful golden hair. However, Mrs. Campbell's eyes are a striking blue, while Mr. Campbell's are a radiant gold. Gazing at her extraordinarily attractive parents, Afro muses blissfully that in this life, she must surely be a great beauty. What is little Afro thinking? Mrs. Campbell inquires, producing a silk handkerchief to wipe the drool from her daughter's mouth. With a toothless grin, Afro plants a kiss on Mrs. Campbell's fair cheek. Now let Daddy hold you. The handsome Mr. Campbell strides into the small garden, scooping Afro into his arms and affectionately rubbing his prominent nose against her soft little one. Afro bursts into peals of laughter. So handsome, so handsome. Slurp, slurp. Little Afro is drooling again. Mr. Campbell tenderly retrieves the handkerchief, gently dabbing at her drool. The Campbell couple carries Afro back to her room, placing her in her small bed. Upon seeing her close her eyes, they softly discuss the recent turmoil in the wizarding world. Do not worry, everything will be all right, Mr. Campbell reassures his wife, wrapping an arm around her. Were it not for their family in the Muggle world, the Dark Lord, seeking greater funding, would not have left them in peace to hide within their estate. Once this matter has passed, we shall take Afro out for a stroll. We can visit the Potters and the Diggories. Although the Campbells were students of Ravenclaw, their superior lineage and fine upbringing enabled them to forge numerous friendships during their time at school, pretending to be fast asleep. Little Afro listens intently as her parents converse about the outside situation. As far as she knows, everything will come to a close this October. She wonders if she will have the chance to see the childhood savior. The sheer white curtains sway gently in the breeze, sunlight spilling onto the pale blue bedspread. Hiding beneath the covers, Afro plugs her ears with her hands, yet she cannot silence the voices echoing in her mind. Say bye-bye to all worries, and hi-hi to all joys. Afro tosses a cushion against the wall, covering her head with a pillow. The dark mountains connect to the mountains beyond. Moonlight cascades over the rippling waters. Host, you have awakened. The cheerful little orb, 23, hops up and down. No, my mind merely reacted subconsciously. Afro replies with her eyes closed. Host, happy birthday. 23 cranks up the volume, determined to rouse her today. No response comes. I shall feign ignorance to your performance. I'm up. Afro, her hair resembling a bird's nest, props herself up on her little hands, gradually sitting up. 23 silences the music and produces a small gong, striking it lightly. Ding. In an instant, Afro's mind whirls like a kaleidoscope, spinning and twisting. The time is now 6:00 a.m. on June 1st, 1991, in London, with 2 months and 18 hours remaining until the narrative commences. With a thud, Afro flops back onto her bed. Unbeknownst to her, she has lived in this world for 11 years. Throughout this time, the Campbell couple has adhered to an educational philosophy that emphasizes learning through enjoyment. Perhaps because they hail from a Muggle family. The trio delights in excursions to the Muggle world, even equipping Campbell Manor with internet access. The Campbells do not believe that being wizards necessitates renouncing Muggle knowledge. While many wizarding families have begun teaching their children magic, Mr. Campbell enrolled his child in a Muggle school. As the offspring of wizarding families began to learn simple spells, Mr. Campbell sent Afro to summer camp. While other wizard children chanted Reparo, Afro recited hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron. Of course, Mr. Campbell did not neglect to teach her spells. He simply believed that a proper exposure to the Muggle world would benefit her mental and physical development. However, Afro had never encountered Harry in the Muggle realm. Despite her understanding of the storyline, Afro was not particularly eager to meet the savior. After the narrative begins, she would inevitably cross paths with him. After all, it is her mission. Host, you must rise. 23 leaps about in the system space. 11 years. Do you know how I have spent these 11 years? Darling, it's time to get up. Mrs. Campbell gently pushes open her bedroom door, lightly patting Afro, who remains nestled in her bed. Today, the Hogwarts owl will arrive. She thoughtfully prepares clothes for Afro, warning her that if the sleepyhead does not rise, she may miss out. When she first encountered magic, Afro was astonished by its wonders. Who among us has not harbored a childhood dream of saving the world? Wielding a wand, uttering incantations, saving the world. In her youth, she adored watching Balala and Magical Girl, often playing little fairy games with her friends. Upon learning that mastering spells required not only proficiency in English, but also knowledge of ancient languages like Latin and intricate gestures, she reconsidered the allure of being an ordinary person. Good morning, Daddy. Afro cheerfully bounds down the stairs, planting a kiss on Mr. Campbell's face as he peruses the newspaper. Mrs. Campbell sets breakfast before her, warm waffles as always. Afro yearns for the delicacies of her past life. Buns, fried dough sticks, and wontons. Where does little Afro wish to play today? Mr. Campbell inquires, putting down his newspaper, eyeing Afro as she grapples with her waffles. I want to open presents first. Afro gazes at the mountain of gifts amassed in the living room, her eyes sparkling with desire, eliciting a chuckle from Mr. Campbell. Of course, today, Princess Afro's wishes shall be honored. Mrs. Campbell playfully pinches her daughter's cherubic cheeks, which still bear a hint of baby fat. Mama. Afro protests this action, and Mrs. Campbell laughs, tousling her golden curls before taking a seat opposite her. After a delightful breakfast, the trio settles on the living room carpet to unwrap the gifts. The mountain of presents, arriving from around the globe, is a yearly tradition. Mostly jewelry, clothing, and other trinkets. After unwrapping a few, Afro grows somewhat bored. She places her favorites on the sofa and discards the rest on the floor, knowing professionals will handle them later. As Afro holds a sapphire to the sunlight, its brilliance refracts a spectrum of colors. At that moment, a brown owl, clutching a letter in its beak, swoops in through the open window. It releases the letter and swiftly seizes the gem from Afro's hand. This owl, recently trained, leaves several red marks on Afro's tender little hand with its sharp beak and flapping wings. Chapter 3, System Task. Mama. Daddy. Afro extended her arms and waved them about haphazardly as the expelled owl flapped its wings in a panic, its hooked talons entangled in her hair. With each flap, her hair, along with her scalp, was painfully tugged. Hearing Afro's cries, Mr. and Mrs. Campbell hurried over. One brandished a newspaper to drive away the owl, while the other assisted Afro in freeing her hair. Feeling wronged, Afro buried her head in Mrs. Campbell's embrace, rubbing her small head against her mother's chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Fear not, little Afro. Father has already chased away the wicked owl. Mr. Campbell gently wiped her tears away, tenderly patting her back to soothe his precious child's fragile spirit. Meanwhile, Mrs. Campbell, while caressing her, picked up the letter from the floor and handed it to the tearful Afro. Darling, this is your acceptance letter to Hogwarts. The fright from the owl had left Afro devoid of any joy, yet she understood that attending Hogwarts was her destined path. as her mission was to alter the narrative. Ding. Midterm task initiated. Successfully enroll in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Time limit: 3 months. Reward: 5 system coins. The system's notification interrupted Afro's fairy-like tears, causing her to momentarily forget her sobbing, replaced by a fit of hiccups. Midterm task? Are there also short-term and long-term ones? Host, the first task. A dazzling display of fireworks erupted in her mind. Hiccuping, she clutched her chest as Mrs. Campbell handed her a glass of water. Afro gulped down a large sip, finally suppressing the strange sensation. Woo-woo, after 11 years, we can finally commence our tasks. 23 exclaimed joyfully, producing a tiny handkerchief to wipe non-existent tears. Afro gazed at the image of the handkerchief in her mind, which appeared larger than any shining star, and curiously asked, 2333, do you have eyes? 23, unilaterally cutting contact with the host for 10 minutes. Afro calmly accepted the Hogwarts acceptance letter, placing it on the nearby tea table. Sitting on the ground, she silently began to sort her belongings, seemingly indifferent to the letter from Hogwarts. Mrs. Campbell exchanged worried glances with Mr. Campbell, noticing their daughter's lack of interest in the envelope. Sometimes, she felt as though her daughter was separated from this world by a barrier, as if she did not belong here. Mrs. Campbell chuckled softly to herself, realizing she might be overthinking it. She had witnessed Afro's birth into this world. How could she not belong? Nevertheless, Afro had always been independent, capable of taking care of herself and even her elders, never demanding unreasonable requests or harboring strange notions. While parents often cherished obedient children, as a mother, Mrs. Campbell yearned for her daughter to experience greater happiness. She hoped that Hogwarts would provide her with the opportunity to forge friendships. Since the incident with the owl pulling her hair, Afro had developed a fear of such creatures. She opened the drawer and retrieved the Hogwarts letter from deep within. Flipping through the contents, she noticed the back of the letter read, Living Room, Campbell Manor. For Afro Albert Campbell. Inside the envelope were 2 sheets of parchment. One was the acceptance letter, and the other an item list. Afro took up her quill and penned a response, expressing her delight at receiving the Hogwarts acceptance letter and confirming her timely arrival. A rose-patterned seal was affixed to the flap of the envelope, and she shook the letter twice to ensure it wouldn't fall. 2333. Here's the dilemma. Who will fetch the owl? 23. With no other choice, Afro donned protective goggles and a baseball helmet, attaching the letter to a flying broomstick. From a distance, she extended her arm, raising the broomstick to the owl's beak. The owl, with its tiny eyes like green peas, glanced at the broomstick beside its mouth. Subsequently, it grasped the letter and flapped its wings, soaring out of Campbell Manor. It definitely just rolled its eyes at me, Afro exclaimed, removing her goggles and venting to 23. 23, not inclined to respond. As the start of term approached, the homebody Afro finally had no excuse to avoid stepping outside, reluctantly accompanying Mr. and Mrs. Campbell to Diagon Alley. Why must I come? She silently questioned 23, inadvertently voicing her thoughts. Because the wand can only be chosen by its master, Mr. Campbell replied, affectionately ruffling her hair adorned with a bow. The new term was upon them, and Diagon Alley buzzed with students and parents alike. To enhance shopping efficiency, the Campbell family decided that Afro would handle her own purchases while they attended to other trivial items. Mr. and Mrs. Campbell escorted her to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, instructing her to wait there after purchasing her robes. Although she nodded obediently, once her parents had left, she dashed to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor to indulge in a vanilla ice cream. Ding. Short-term task 1. Befriend the main characters of the plot. Time limit: 2 hours. Reward: 10 system coins. Ding. Long-term task 1. Befriend the secondary characters of the plot. Time limit: infinite. Reward: 10 system coins. The simultaneous notifications from the system dulled the flavor of the ice cream in Afro's hands. She opened the panel with her mind, a blue light projecting a 3D display before her eyes. To an outsider, she merely appeared to be in a trance. 2333. What are system coins? Upon seeing 3 ongoing tasks with rewards of system coins, she inquired. Host, system coins are the currency used for transactions within the system's marketplace. They cannot be withdrawn, exchanged, or recharged. 23 eyed the ice cream in Afro's hand, swallowing hard. It looks so delicious. Afro searched the panel thoroughly, but could not find an entrance to the system marketplace. Where is the system marketplace? The host currently lacks the authorization to access the marketplace. Please diligently complete your tasks. 23 quietly opened the manual, reviewing the usage methods for the system marketplace. Every item purchased in the marketplace earns the system a 3 commission. 23 sparkled with excitement, rubbing its hands eagerly. I must ensure the host buys plenty of items in the marketplace. Didn't you say we could alter the plot? Why is it all about system coins? Afro shrugged off her concerns regarding the marketplace, reasoning that with her current funds, she couldn't afford anything anyway. Host. The difficulty levels of tasks vary, and so do their rewards. 23 remained lost in dreams of imminent wealth. A platinum-haired boy clad in a small suit stood behind Afro, his eyes fixed disdainfully upon the girl blocking the entrance. Step aside. You're obstructing my path. Chapter 4. The God of Wealth. Afro snapped back to reality, realizing she had been lingering at the entrance of Madame Malkin's for quite some time, unwittingly blocking the doorway. My apologies, she offered with a slight smile, shifting aside to reveal the entrance. Draco, hearing her soft and sweet voice, felt his pale cheeks flush slightly. It seemed he wanted to say something more, moving his lips, but ultimately chose silence. He swiftly pushed open the door and entered the shop, while Afro discarded her empty cone, wiped her hands clean, and followed him inside. Before them stood a slightly stout witch adorned in a delicate lavender robe. My dear, is this the esteemed Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? As Afro began to speak, Madame Malkin interjected, you will find many of the items you require here. Madame Malkin instructed them to stand upon benches, where two enchanted measuring tapes commenced their meticulous task of taking measurements. Draco observed a little girl with golden locks akin to his own, her eyes closed and arms outstretched, surrendering willingly to Madame Malkin's ministrations. Hello, are you also a student at Hogwarts? Draco ventured, shattering the silence. Afro, engaged in conversation with 23, turned to the source of the voice, her eyes fluttering open in confusion as she regarded the boy beside her. Noticing her dazed expression, Draco couldn't help but smile. I am Draco Malfoy. Ding. You have encountered the secondary character, Draco Malfoy. Afro was jolted back to awareness by the system's alert. Greetings, Malfoy. I am Afro Albert Campbell. Ding. Task updated. Long-term task 1. Befriend secondary characters. Deadline. Indefinite. Reward. 10 system coins. Draco frowned upon hearing her name, uncertain whether it was the length of her name or something else that troubled him. You may call me Campbell, Afro playfully suggested, her tone rising at the end, as Madame Malkin draped a robe over her head, beginning to tailor it to the appropriate length. As the creation of the robe required some time, Madame Malkin asked them to sit aside and wait for a few moments. Draco contemplated, realizing he had never heard of the Campbell family. The girl seemed not to hail from a lineage of purebloods. He gazed at the elegant and beautiful girl, feeling a pang of disappointment. Yet, he was still eager to get to know her, drawn by her shimmering golden hair. Do you possess your own broomstick? Draco inquired further. Afro, having completed her task, felt a wave of lethargy wash over her and leaned back against the sofa, shutting her eyes. When she did not respond, Draco sat quietly beside her. Stealing glances at Afro's sunlit visage, he felt his breath quicken. Have you ever played Quidditch? Afro remained unresponsive, resembling a slumbering beauty. Draco, feeling dejected, lowered his gaze. And just as he was about to organize his thoughts, Madame Malkin announced that his robe was complete. With no reason to linger, Draco turned to the meditative Afro and uttered his final words. I look forward to seeing you at Hogwarts. Ding. Task reminder. Short-term task ends in 1 hour. Afro appeared oblivious, asking Madame Malkin, can I have a rose pattern embroidered on my robe? Oh, dear, the robe style is prescribed, Madame Malkin informed her, emphasizing the requirement for a plain robe on the list. Disappointed for not having read the list carefully, Afro cradled her finished robe while waiting for the Campbells to fetch her. 23:33. What happens if the task remains unfulfilled? Afro summoned the panel to review her tasks once more. Befriending the main characters must refer to Harry, Ron, and Hermione, the 3 protagonists. But in such a vast Diagon Alley, how could she possibly encounter them? Moreover, with her parents accompanying her, she could not venture alone. 23 located the task distribution guidelines, flipping through several pages until reaching the section on penalties. Host, upon task failure, the corresponding system coins will be deducted. Afro glanced at her pristine system funds, reflecting on the implications of having no money. What if I am broke? Then you shall owe it. Afro mused. You're quite the character. Harry, where are you? I want you. A sense of urgency gripped Afro for the first time as the countdown persisted. She began to reminisce about Harry's activities in the first movie while in Diagon Alley. Wands. Yes, he was purchasing a wand. Mother, I must go buy a wand. Afro exclaimed anxiously to her parents, who had come looking for her. Mrs. Campbell pondered the sudden enthusiasm of her usually quiet daughter, who had never before shown interest in wands. Mother, hurry, Afro urged, imploring her mother to take her to Ollivanders. Ollivanders was a crowded, narrow, and dilapidated shop, with a single wand displayed on a faded purple cushion in the window. Upon the Campbell family's arrival at Ollivanders, Afro spotted a little boy with tousled dark hair selecting his wand inside, a few rebellious strands sticking out from the back of his head. Impatiently, she pushed open the shop door, the bell ringing and interrupting the actions of the two inside. "Ah, Miss Campbell," Ollivander greeted from behind the counter. Harry turned to the girl who had just entered, sunlight illuminating her golden hair and casting a halo around her. Meeting her vibrant green eyes, he felt a warmth in his heart, prompting him to smooth out the wrinkles in his clothing. "Hello, I'm Campbell." Harry, captivated by her sweet smile, dazedly took her outstretched hand. "I am Harry Potter." Ding. You have befriended the main character, Harry Potter. Ding. Short-term task 1. Befriend main characters. Deadline: 2 hours. Reward: 10 system coins. Task completed. Ding. 10 system coins have been credited to the host's system funds. Ding. Conditions for opening the system mall have been met. A series of system notifications made Afro's smile radiate even brighter. To her, Harry suddenly felt like a treasure. She vigorously shook their clasped hands. Harry gazed at her with a dazed expression. The girl's smile was truly enchanting. "Harry, try this one." Ollivander produced another wand from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Harry. After completing her task, Afro felt no urgency to purchase immediately, opting instead to wait for Harry to finish selecting his wand before choosing her own. Harry had already tried 3 wands, yet he had not found one that suited him. Leaving the little shop in disarray, the owner of the azure green eyes cautiously glanced at Afro, who was lost in thought against the wall. Slowly accepting the wand handed by Ollivander, Harry felt a surge of warmth course through his fingers upon grasping it. He raised the wand high above his head, and a burst of red flames seemed to erupt from one end, showering sparks against the surrounding walls. She truly was his lucky charm, Harry mused. Ever since she entered, he had found the most fitting wand. "The wand chooses the wizard, my boy," Ollivander remarked, observing Harry with an enigmatic gaze. Chapter 5. The System Mall and the Wand. A sudden sharp sensation pricked at the back of Harry's neck, and before he could speak, Hagrid knocked on the glass of the window, holding a massive birdcage in his hands. Inside was a stunning snow-white owl, its head buried deep within its wings, soundly asleep. Harry's heart swelled with genuine joy. Nothing could diminish his spirits after living with the Dursleys. Before departing, he cast one last glance at the beautiful Afro, who seemed so out of place in the little shop. Surely, they would meet again, wouldn't they, Miss Campbell? After Harry's departure, Ollivander roused the slumbering Afro who had dozed off in a chair. In truth, with her eyes closed, Afro was engrossed in the System Mall of 23. This marketplace was a veritable cornucopia, offering everything imaginable, from humble embroidery needles and toilet paper to gum, and grander items like Gatling guns, Italian cannons, and rocket launchers. Intrigued, Afro clicked on the introduction for the embroidery needle displayed on the first page. The favorite embroidery needle of the palace seamstresses. Legend has it that this needle once belonged to the chief seamstress of the imperial wardrobe. Regardless of your skill level, the quality of the fabric, or the aesthetics of your design, possessing this needle grants you the ability to navigate the fashion world with ease. Priced at 100 system coins, it bore no attributes. Its function? To enhance design talent by 5 and facilitate the threading of garments. She gazed at the rather mundane needle displayed on the panel, incredulous that it could command a price of 100 coins, and it possessed not a shred of offensive capability. Who on earth would purchase such a thing? Clutching her meager 10 system coins tightly in her pocket, she clicked on the introduction for the Italian cannon. The Italian cannon of Second Lieutenant. At times, when faced with fierce enemy assaults, we require more formidable weapons to retaliate. The creator advises that when used in conjunction with the Second Lieutenant, your Italian cannon will yield unexpected results. Priced at a staggering 100,000,000 system coins. It was classified under physical attack, capable of increasing one's physical damage rate by 10 for 1 turn. Afro meticulously counted the zeros following the numeral 1. Robbery. As a person of modest means, she could afford only a roll of toilet paper from the System Mall. Yes, the most ordinary toilet paper. Its description read, provides you with the warmest assistance during the most embarrassing moments. No attributes, no functions, priced at 10 system coins. A scam, a swindler. Fuming, Afro closed the System Mall and opened her eyes at Ollivander's call. He led her to the counter and produced a long ruler marked with silver from his pocket. "Which hand do you prefer?" "My right hand, Mr. Ollivander," Afro replied, extending her right arm. He measured from her shoulder to the tips of her fingers, from her wrist to her elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and even her entire head. As he measured, he remarked, "I recall your father's wand, Hollywood. Unicorn tail hair. It was a stunning wand. Your father had a remarkable talent for healing." After recording her measurements, he retreated to a small room behind the counter to search for a wand suitable for Afro. "I can vividly recall your mother visiting here to purchase a wand." As if it were yesterday, Ollivander presented her with an 11-inch wand made of holly and dragon heartstring. "Give it a try." Afro grasped the wand and, under Ollivander's guidance, waved it. Bang! A vase shattered. Startled, Afro nervously curled her fingers and returned it to its box. No, that won't do. Ollivander approached a cabinet on the left and withdrew a long box. I believe this will be the one. He opened the box to reveal a deep brown wand. Crafted from birch wood and unicorn hair, measuring 10.5 inches and possessing a certain elasticity. As Afro held the wand, a gentle breeze emanated from its tip, tousling her hair. Birch wood, a rather enigmatic wand, Miss Campbell. Ollivander's eyes sparkled with an eerie silver glint. 7 galleons, please. After paying Ollivander, Afro exited the shop with her very own wand. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a wand. The system presents you with a gift. 23 fittingly conjured a dazzling array of fireworks in her mind, causing her a headache. Your system is quite humane. She caressed her wand, unable to believe she would one day delve into the magical realm and become a witch. Feeling guilty, 23 hastily concealed the starter package as a reward and swiftly tossed it into the system space. Upon her arrival in this world, it had forgotten to issue her the starter package, but thankfully, the host was blissfully unaware. Afro strolled along the streets of Diagon Alley towards Potage's cauldron shop, her attention fully captivated by the small box in the system space. The square gift box radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, resting quietly on the floor of the system space. A gentle thought brushed against it, and the gift box emitted a soft white light, releasing 3 items, a red and white capsule, a tattered blanket riddled with holes, and a doll missing a leg. 2333. Is your company a recycling center? 23 shook off the little light dots and voluntarily severed its connection with Afro. The Campbells had already been waiting at the entrance of the Potage's cauldron shop for quite some time. Mrs. Campbell occasionally stood to glance down the path they had taken. Isla, do not fret. Little Afro will find her way, Mr. Campbell comforted his wife, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. Dad. Afro spotted her handsome father and beautiful mother, oblivious to the world as they shared tender moments on the street. Look, my wand. Afro raised her wand, showcasing it proudly to them. The strikingly attractive family drew the attention of passers-by, but the Campbells remained composed as they entered the cauldron shop. Beautiful young lady, how may I assist you? I would like a cauldron in a vibrant shade of black. Size 2. Chapter 6. The first encounter with the twins. Ultimately, Afro did not acquire the coveted vibrant black cauldron, as Hogwarts required one made of pewter. With a dejected expression, she returned to the estate with the pewter cauldron in hand alongside the Campbells. On September 1st, the Campbells drove Afro to King's Cross Station. The couple preferred the feeling of a Muggle car over that of Floo powder, thus keeping several Muggle vehicles hidden at their estate. Perhaps due to their lack of employment within the Ministry of Magic, no one pointed fingers at the family for traveling by car. Dad, which house will I be placed in? Mr. Campbell glanced at Afro in the rearview mirror. Sweetheart, each of the 4 houses has its strengths and weaknesses. As the green light illuminated, Mr. Campbell started the car. What if I end up in Slytherin? Having not reread the original text for years, Afro had forgotten some details about Hogwarts, only vaguely recalling that her peers had not favored Slytherin. Darling, even Slytherin has produced great wizards, Mrs. Campbell gently replied. Turning to face her, Afro gazed out the window at the bustling pedestrians, silently setting her sights on Hufflepuff, feeling it was the house closest to the kitchens. At King's Cross Station, Fred and George leaned against the handles of a luggage trolley, watching their mother engage in conversation with a small boy. I bet he's going to Hufflepuff, Fred remarked, noticing the ill-fitting clothes on the boy. I've spotted an even cuter little angel. George's gaze drifted past the boy, landing on a distant figure bouncing joyfully. In her every smile and frown, he saw a likeness to the little goddess from ancient Greek art. Following George's gaze, Fred spotted a golden-haired girl in a brown cloak dress not far away. I wager she is a new student at Hogwarts, George said with a smile, raising an eyebrow at his beloved brother. His brother Fred gazed at the little girl with a look brimming with intrigue. The soft, delicate creature was undoubtedly more entertaining than their mischievous younger sibling. Fred, keep up, Mrs. Weasley instructed the young boy after guiding him on how to reach the platform, beckoning the two planning to approach the little girl to follow Percy through the wall. Mom, he's Fred. My apologies, George, Mrs. Weasley corrected herself, her voice tinged with guilt. Just kidding, I am Fred. With a cheeky grin, Fred, mistaken for George, playfully nudged the small cart as they ventured into the wall. Not long after the Weasley family passed through, Afro and her parents also traversed the concealed barrier to the hidden platform 9 3/4. She beheld a vibrant crimson steam train stationed on the platform, its front emblazoned with the bold inscription, Hogwarts Express, departing at 11. As the minute hand pointed to 11, the train's whistle echoed throughout the station. Students hurried by, clutching suitcases, while first years clung to their cats, hand in hand with their parents. My dear, remember, regardless of which house you join, you are the finest little witch. Mrs. Campbell embraced Afro, tenderly stroking her hair. Mr. Campbell enveloped his two cherished treasures in his arms. Little Afro, take care of yourself, and be sure to write home often. Dad, you seem to have forgotten that your daughter is afraid of owls. Mr. Campbell placed a gentle kiss on Afro's forehead, wistfully caressing her cherubic face. Mrs. Campbell turned slightly, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Yet when she turned back, her face remained adorned with a gentle smile. For the first time, as she departed from home, Afro stifled her emotions and the prickling sensation in her nose, leaning out of the train window to wave goodbye to her parents. The steam train emitted puffs of white smoke as it whistled, while Afro struggled to drag her heavy suitcase, navigating the crowded train in search of an empty compartment. 2333. Please help me find a seat. Afro sat atop her oversized suitcase, panting heavily. Host, 2333 does not possess this capability. 23 had ceased to contest Afro's chosen name, accepting it with remarkable candor. Then what can you do? Afro fanned her flushed cheeks with one hand, the feeble breeze doing little to alleviate her discomfort. 23 perused the system manual for a while, discovering a feature that might be of assistance to Afro. As she boredly observed the bustling crowd, she suddenly noticed small frames floating above everyone's heads. What is this? Afro saw another student pass by, similarly adorned with a frame. Hey, this lovely little angel seems to be in need of help. A pair of identical boys appeared from nowhere, leaping to her side, one tugging at her arm and lifting her off the suitcase. Afro's eyes widened in shock, nearly uttering their names. She gently wriggled free from their grasp. Her calves pressed tightly against the suitcase, resembling a startled rabbit. I am Fred Weasley, and this is George Weasley. As they spoke, the frames above their heads displayed their names, albeit in a manner that contradicted their words. Are you certain that is your correct name? Fred and George exchanged glances, mischief glimmering in their eyes. Of course. Fred pulled Afro closer while George hoisted her suitcase. With the boys' assistance, Afro swiftly located a new compartment, where they placed her suitcase on the luggage rack. Thank you, Fred, George. Afro observed the two boys lingering at the door of her compartment, showing no intention of leaving, each leaning against the doorframe, wearing identical grins as they gazed at her. We have aided a beautiful lady, yet received no reward. Chapter 7, Meeting Ron. Reluctantly, Afro rummaged through her skirt pocket, finding nothing. She glanced up at Fred and George, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Their smiles widened. It seems this fair maiden has no reward for us. Resigned, Afro plopped down onto a seat, lifting her petite face, her clear doe-like eyes shimmering as she regarded them. What do you gentlemen desire? Fred and George mysteriously closed the compartment door, squeezing into a seat beside her. Their similar features adorned with playful smirks as they fixed their gaze upon her, their tone teasing. Let us play a game. What game? Guess who is Fred? They lounged against the back of the seat, arms casually draped behind Afro, exuding a charmingly roguish air. Stealing a glance at the names floating above their heads, Afro confidently extended her slender finger toward the boy on her right, turning to the left with assuredness as she declared, You are Fred. He is George. The twins exchanged incredulous looks, astonished by her insight. They had initially intended to mislead her with their names, yet she had identified the correct one. This must be a coincidence. Fred whispered to George. I suspect these gentlemen devised a plan. If I had stated the order you provided, or the correct order, you would have claimed I was mistaken. The twins marveled at the girl's cleverness, acknowledging that their scheme had indeed unfolded as she suggested. Well, it appears that this lovely lady possesses great intelligence. Perhaps you shall be sorted into Ravenclaw. Fred and George feigned disappointment, lowering their heads as they placed a sweet in each of her hands. This is our humble apology. Seizing the opportunity, Fred gently scratched her palm, sending tingles coursing through Afro's fingers. They hopped to the compartment door, playfully smiling at her. Please forgive our foolish antics. Once in the corridor, Fred and George exchanged knowing smiles, this term's commencement distinctly different from any before. Fred handed George a silver sickle. They had wagered on whether Afro would emerge victorious in the game before assisting her. I told you, she is quite clever. Oh no, I forgot to ask her name. They slapped their foreheads in frustration, exchanging playful jabs of blame for not remembering. After Fred and George departed, Afro placed the two sweets into her system space. She dared not consume anything given by strangers, especially not from the notorious prankster kings of Harry Potter. Upon hearing their names, Afro recalled the few plot lines she was familiar with that involved them. Wasn't there a tale where one of the twins perished in the end? 23. Noticing the candies stored in Afro's system space, salivated profusely, swallowing hard. Stealing a glance at the oblivious Afro, it stealthily sampled a piece, hoping it would be harmless. Unaware of the implications, Afro turned her face toward the window, accessing the system panel. 2 tasks remained in progress. Her vibrant emerald eyes skimmed the panel before settling on the long-term task. Long-term task 1. Forge connections with secondary characters in the storyline, deadline, unlimited, reward, 10 system coins. The completion of the task seems a distant prospect. 2333. What are those boxes hovering above everyone's heads? The new feature discovered by 2333, Suckle, reveals the names of all individuals the host has befriended. 2333. What are you eating? Afro seems to be chewing on something while listening to the system's voice. Nothing. Suckle replies. Afro, could you swallow what's in your mouth before speaking? May I sit here? Afro casually shuts the panel and turns to glance at the timid little boy crouched by the carriage door. It's the god of wealth. Of course. Afro warmly invites Harry inside. We met in Diagon Alley. Harry awkwardly brushes a few errant strands of hair from the back of his head and smiles shyly at Afro. He certainly remembers this enchanting girl. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entered this compartment. Long time no see, Campbell. In fact, only 2 days have passed since their encounter in Diagon Alley. Long time no see, Harry. Afro beams a sincere smile at her savior, whom she regards as a god of wealth. Just call me Afro. Harry once again finds himself captivated by her radiant smile, a memory that would linger in his heart for years to come. Observing Harry's somewhat bewildered expression, Afro muses on how adorably charming her youthful savior is. Campbell is my surname. I am Afro Campbell. Afro clarifies, having only had time to exchange surnames with Harry in her haste to complete her task that day. All right, Afro. It's evident that Harry is not accustomed to being alone with a girl. He can discern from Afro's exquisite attire and graceful posture that she hails from a privileged background. At the Dursleys, he often heard Uncle Vernon's voice blaring from the television, where the name Campbell frequently appeared alongside the Prime Minister and the royal family. Afro, may I sit here? All the other seats are occupied. The voice of a red-haired boy from outside the carriage accompanies Harry's. Afro had worried that sitting with Harry might disrupt the narrative. But it seems Ron is just as he is in the original story, finding his good mate. She enthusiastically invites Ron inside as well. Ron glances at the seats on either side and chooses to sit near Harry. I'm Ron Weasley. Afro Campbell. Ron shyly smiles at Afro, blushing as he looks at the small boy seated beside him, someone they had encountered previously on the platform. Harry Potter. Afro feels a surge of excitement in her heart as she witnesses the successful reunion of the iconic trio. Is the story finally about to commence? Chapter 8. The iconic scene of the trio. Would you children like to purchase anything? A cheerful vendor, whose smile reveals dimples, pushes open the compartment door. No, thank you. I've brought my own. Ron, his ears flushed, raises the sandwich in his hand and swallows hard at the sight of the snacks on the trolley. We'll take everything. Observant Harry notices his new friend's eager gaze and produces a handful of coins from his pocket. Ron's eyes widen. He has never seen such a sum of money. Meanwhile, Afro finally locates the small purse her mother had packed for her in her suitcase. She pulls out some of her pocket money to join Harry in purchasing various treats. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, chocolate frogs, and pumpkin pasties soon fill their seats. Ron pulls out a plump, sleeping gray rat from his jacket. This is my pet, Scabbers. He used to belong to Percy. Just as Afro is about to pop a pumpkin pie into her mouth, a faint electrical sound echoes in her mind. 2333. However, this time, 23 does not respond immediately. Afro, are your parents wizards? Ron inquires, noticing Afro sitting there as quietly as a portrait. If she were indeed a painting, she would undoubtedly be the most exquisite masterpiece crafted by the artist's hand. Ron gazes at her intricately sculpted visage, pondering silently. They are both students of Ravenclaw. Afro nods. Harry's bright, sea-green eyes, sparkling like stars, remain fixed on her as he listens to her recount tales of her family. He has never known his own parents. To be truthful, he only recently discovered that they were remarkable wizards. Seeing the innocent gaze of Harry, like that of a young cub, Afro's beautiful eyes crinkle into a smile as she replies, they once knew yours. Knock knock. A voice calls from outside the compartment. Belonging to a girl clad in a pristine Hogwarts robe, her tousled brown hair cascading down her back. Has anyone seen a toad? She commands. No. Ron shakes his head. Yet the girl seems oblivious to the answer, fixated on Afro, who is silently screaming with excitement for having participated in such an iconic scene. Meanwhile, she overlooks the subtle sounds emitted by 23 in her mind. The trio? The trio? She is here. Hermione, the academic prodigy, has arrived. Hello. Hermione strides into the carriage and plops down right beside Afro. Hi. Afro's clear eyes brim with confusion. This isn't part of the narrative. I'm Hermione Granger. Afro Campbell. She naturally takes Hermione's extended hand. Who could refuse such a charming young lady? However, Hermione seems even more delighted, refusing to release her grip. By Merlin's bacon soda, she exclaims, her eyes sparkling with an enchanting light, as if she were a fairy from a tale. And you? Hermione continues to hold Afro's hand, while turning to question the two boys, her nose scrunching in curiosity. Harry and Ron introduce themselves in turn, but Hermione shows little interest in them. Pleasure, she murmurs, recalling that she needs to assist Neville in locating his toad, reluctantly releasing her grip from the little fairy's hand. You here. Hermione turns back to point at her own nose, reminding Ron that his face is smudged with dirt. Ron, much like in the original story, appears somewhat displeased with Hermione's current haughty demeanor. Afro hopes that this encounter with the academic star will bestow upon her a touch of that scholarly brilliance. At Hogwarts, she aspires not to stand out, but merely to avoid failing her classes. Host 23 interjects weakly during a lull in the conversation. 2333, what's wrong? Hearing the system's unusual tone, a look of concern crosses Afro's face. To her, 23 is like family in this unfamiliar world, and at least for now. It is the only entity she is willing to trust wholeheartedly, whether one calls her naive or foolish. Afro feels a profound gratitude towards the system that has granted her a second chance at life, though she must endure its control and fulfill various tasks. I think I've been poisoned, the static-laden voice of 23 suggests, making it difficult for Afro to comprehend. Poisoned? What did you eat? Afro dispersed a fragment of her attention within the confines of the compartment, realizing that one of the sweets gifted by Fred and George was mysteriously absent. The tantalizing confection fizzled enticingly. To dare indulge in the treats of Fred and George, one must possess true audacity. Yet, Afro pondered, I am not adept at repairing computers. Perhaps the system operates similarly to a computer? A simple reboot might suffice. When the silence enveloped them, Afro conjectured that 23 had possibly embarked on a restart. We should don our robes, Ron remarked, observing the encroaching darkness outside the window, indicating their imminent arrival at Hogwarts. The two boys gallantly vacated the compartment for Afro's comfort. As night descended, the distant outline of sprawling mountains and dense woodlands emerged, and the Hogwarts Express gradually came to a halt at Hogsmeade Station. A formal voice resonated through the carriage, instructing the first-year students not to carry their own luggage. Afro concealed the satchel prepared by Madame Campbell beneath her robe, which housed her wand. She noticed Ron's freckled face pale, and she stepped forward to reassure and comfort him. Do not fret, Ron. Afro clasped his hands tightly, imparting courage. Her soft, delicate hands rested on Ron's dry palms, and the once anxious boy was momentarily captivated by this peculiar sensation. His heart inexplicably quickened, a warmth swelling within him. The corridor bustled with students engaged in animated conversation, jostling forward as they squeezed through the narrow train door. Once disembarked, Afro spotted the giant Hagrid, overwhelmed yet diligently instructing the newcomers to refrain from running amok. Obediently, Afro followed Hagrid's guidance, stumbling slightly as she descended a narrow and steep path. Harry firmly grasped the fabric of Afro's robe to prevent her from being swept away by the throng, while Ron tugged at the other side. I can walk by myself. Afro protested internally, feeling somewhat insulted by their treatment, as if she were a mere child. After all, in her 2 lifetimes, she ought to be the elder sibling. Afro, be careful. Ron and Harry tactfully disregarded her minor objections, continuing to pull her along as they endeavored to keep pace with the larger group. Chapter 9. A Reunion with Draco. The narrow path opened into a breathtaking vista, revealing a vast black lake and a magnificent castle, adorned with numerous turrets and towers. Nestled between 2 towering peaks, its windows glimmering under the starlit sky, Afro gazed in awe at the castle, strikingly reminiscent of its cinematic portrayal. Marveling once more at the imagination of Ms. Rowling. Each boat can accommodate 4 individuals, Hagrid announced, gesturing towards the small vessels moored at the shore. Afro, Ron, and Harry settled into one boat, yet they were still one short. Just then, Hermione dashed over, joyfully embracing her beloved elf. Afro also held a fondness for Hermione, not solely due to her character in the story, but because it was delightful for beautiful girls to stick together. They laughed, clasping hands as they took their seats, leaving Ron and Harry squeezed together on one side, their legs brushing against one another as they listened to the girls' gossip about the wizarding world and the Muggle realm. The boat glided past the cliffs, navigating through a curtain of ivy that obscured the entrance, traversing a dark waterway that snaked beneath the ancient castle. Afro, you are from the esteemed Campbell family, Hermione remarked. That is my grandfather's lineage. Initially shocked, Hermione's mouth fell agape before she lowered her voice, her gaze flickering as she added, so you, like me, hail from Muggle origins. Not at all. Ron interjected loudly. Afro's parents graduated from Ravenclaw. Students from nearby boats turned to glance at them. A blush spread across Hermione's cheeks, reaching her ears, while Afro shot Ron a reproachful look, gently assuring Hermione. My parents were also of Muggle descent. It is nothing to be ashamed of. Ron, realizing his blunder, felt disgruntled by Hermione's haughty demeanor, akin to a proud swan. Throughout the remainder of the journey, Ron seemed poised to speak, yet was repeatedly silenced by Afro. Upon disembarking the boat, they began their ascent along a rocky path strewn with pebbles, eventually halting before a grand entrance hall. Afro, how wonderful it is to encounter you at Hogwarts. A platinum-haired boy emerged from the crowd, as others parted to make way for him. Afro recognized him as the boy she had encountered at Madame Malkin's. "Hello, Malfoy," she replied somewhat coolly, recalling that this young lad seemed to embody the role of a villain in the narrative. Ron, perplexed, wondered how Malfoy knew Afro. Displeased by her tone, Draco was about to retort when another individual captured his attention. "Is it true that Harry Potter has arrived at Hogwarts? Then you must be Harry." Upon hearing this, other students whispered and cast furtive glances at Harry. Harry scrutinized the newcomers, noting the two shorter, stockier boys beside Malfoy. "This is Goyle and Crabbe," Harry said coolly, nodding. "I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." He stepped past Afro to address Harry directly. His platinum locks held high in a haughty manner that seemed to amuse Ron. Ron cleared his throat discreetly, and Draco shot him a sidelong glance before continuing his conversation with Harry. Afro noticed Professor McGonagall emerging from the entrance hall and instinctively grasped Draco's arm. Startled by her sudden movement, Draco's meticulously styled hair fell slightly askew. The soft sensation of her touch sent a shiver through him. A faint flush crept onto Draco's pale cheeks. He did not resist Afro's gentle grasp, perhaps secretly wishing she would hold on a moment longer. Professor McGonagall cast a stern glance at him, silencing his words. Soon, Afro relinquished her hold, and Draco instinctively reached out as if to grasp her departing hand. Yet his fingers only brushed against her robe as it flowed past him like water. Professor McGonagall led the group of first years through the grand entrance into the bustling Great Hall. Afro gazed in wonder at the famed Hogwarts landmark. Just as depicted in the books and films, countless candles floated in midair, and tables adorned with gleaming golden goblets filled the hall. The long tables for the four houses were arranged in a row down the center. Fred and George, spotting Afro safe and sound, could hardly contain their astonishment. "She didn't eat our sweets after all." They exchanged knowing smiles. Hermione, surveying the floating candles and the shifting weather on the ceiling, proudly informed Afro. "The night sky is an illusion created by magic. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." After Hermione's enlightening exposition, Afro resolved to cling to the scholarly prodigy. For her future assignments would surely find a reliable ally. Professor McGonagall led the first years to the elevated platform, arranging them in a neat line. Behind her, the enchanted hat perched upon a stool began to sing in a loud, melodious voice, its brim parting as if it had a mouth. "You may perceive me as lacking in beauty, yet I implore you not to judge by mere appearances. Should you uncover a hat more exquisite than I would willingly consume myself. Come, adorn yourself with me. Fear not. Do not succumb to panic. In my presence, you are unequivocally secure. For I am a thinking magical hat. It appears that we merely need to don that hat." Ron whispered to Afro, cursing Fred, for he was the one eager to wrestle a troll. Afro stifled a laugh, knowing Fred and George were perpetually digging pits for their younger brother. And she quietly turned her head, quickly spotting them among the throng of students. They were making faces at her from below the platform, their mischievous antics prompting Afro to laugh aloud, drawing a quizzical glance from Professor McGonagall. Instantly, Afro stifled her smile, straightened her face, and stood there with an air of solemnity. Chapter 10, The Ultimate Task. The ever-graceful Professor McGonagall approached slowly, holding a long scroll of parchment, and began to call out names. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with two braids, stepped forward, donned a hat so large it obscured her eyes, and quietly took her seat. Moments later, the hat bellowed, "Hufflepuff." The students from Hufflepuff, seated on the far right, erupted into applause. After hearing several names, Afro deduced that the order was arranged alphabetically by surname. The sorting ceremony felt interminable to Afro, akin to a roll call at university. She counted the initials of her name, realizing it was not too far off, yet uncertain how many more would proceed before her. She noticed the proud young master, who had recently confronted Harry, swaggering onto the stool, and as the hat barely touched his platinum hair, he eagerly shouted, "Slytherin." Draco left the platform with a satisfied air. Afro felt her ears prick with tension, her stomach churning, and her heart racing. Professor McGonagall glanced at the parchment and called out the next name. "Afro Campbell." Afro silently encouraged herself to remain calm, taking deep breaths. The scene, once rebooted, left her breathless. Seated on the stool, her face concealed by the hat, it perfectly masked her rigid expression. "Where shall I place you? Hufflepuff, perhaps?" Afro thought to herself, yearning to join Hufflepuff. "Hufflepuff? No, you lack the requisite perseverance." Afro pondered her aversion to trouble, realizing she might not embody the qualities expected of any of the four houses. Was she destined for Azkaban? Well, perhaps you should. Gryffindor. Ding. Midterm task. Successfully enroll in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Deadline. 3 months. Reward. 5 system coins. Task completed. Ding. 5 system coins have been credited to the host system funds. Host data has been updated. Congratulations, host. The scene in the system space transformed into a flurry of blossoms. Afro embraced her freshly minted 5 system coins and threw herself into the arms of Gryffindor. Harry and Ron stood among the first years, clapping enthusiastically. And a resounding cheer erupted from the Gryffindor table. Draco, filled with anticipation, sulked at Afro's allocation to Gryffindor, pouting in frustration as he overturned plates and goblets on the table. After a considerable time, Hermione was also called forth. She nervously approached and uneasily sat on the stool. After a brief silence, Gryffindor. Ron immediately felt dejected, having recently expressed a desire not to share a house with Hermione. Yet now she had joined the very house she longed for. Afro had already saved a seat for Hermione beside her, before she could even reach. Fred and George ambushed Hermione's little elf. You too. Hermione watched helplessly as Afro was wedged between the twins. Good to see you again, little angel. One threw an arm around her shoulders, while the other pinched her baby fat. Thank you for your compliments, gentlemen, Afro retorted playfully, swatting George's hand away from her face. The sorting ceremony continued, and Afro noticed several students glancing curiously in their direction. She struggled to rise from between the two. Fred, accustomed to Quidditch practice, applied gentle pressure, firmly anchoring her in her seat. What about the candy we promised you? Are you certain that candy is edible? Of course. Fred and George exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling into smiles. It merely will make your tongue tingle. They chuckled heartily. Afro vehemently condemned their antics, clenching her fists, determined to impart a memorable lesson. Hello. I am Percy, the head boy of Gryffindor. Welcome to Gryffindor. Percy's voice was like a timely downpour, rescuing her from the twins' grasp, allowing Fred and George to narrowly evade a reprimand. Thank goodness. Finally, someone came to her rescue. Afro gratefully looked at the newcomer, while Fred relaxed his grip, granting her an opportunity to escape. Harry Potter. Just as Afro settled back beside Hermione, Harry from the new students' line was called to the platform. A momentary hush fell, quickly replaced by the sound of others repeating Harry's name. Like everyone else, she focused on the platform. The large hat obscured much of Harry's face. The prolonged wait made the students below somewhat restless, their murmurs growing louder, even the professors at the staff table straightening in their seats. Ultimately, Harry was sorted into Gryffindor as he wished. Ron, who was last in line, undoubtedly followed suit, as their entire family belonged to Gryffindor. Ron slumped beside Harry, looking as though he had just fought a troll. After the last 3 students were sorted, Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and departed with the sorting hat. Once the tension subsided, Afro stared at her now empty plate, suddenly feeling ravenous. I could devour an entire cow. Ron, having survived the sorting ceremony, teased her. If you truly could eat a cow, Dumbledore might just award you the house cup outright. Nearby, Harry and Hermione chuckled as well, with Hermione ruffling Afro's hair, reassuring her that dinner was imminent. Albus Dumbledore rose, gazing upon the students below with warmth in his eyes, and opened his arms wide. Welcome, he declared. Welcome to Hogwarts. Before the feast, I have but a few words to say. Tatter, crybaby, twister, dimwit. Thank you all. With that, Dumbledore sat down, and applause echoed throughout the hall. Afro watched in excitement as her plate filled with food. She took a little of everything, and soon her plate was overflowing. Fred and George squeezed in beside her with their plates, making the already snug seat feel even tighter with 2 nearly full-grown boys joining her. Hermione was tightly squeezed against the student to her left. Similarly feeling cramped, Afro protested with dissatisfaction. Gentlemen, you are disturbing my meal. Harry, wishing to assist Afro, found himself hindered by a table laden with food between them. Unable to help, he gazed longingly in Afro's direction, as though he were the one being squished. Noticing the glistening in Harry's eyes, Afro gently shook her head in reassurance. Ding. The system detects the commencement of the world's storyline and issues the ultimate task. Chapter 11. Draco's Great Feast. Afro's hand paused mid-cutting of the steak, a fleeting shadow flickering in her gaze, as the perfectly sliced steak appeared on Fred's fork. Yet, she found herself devoid of energy to dwell on this occurrence. All of Afro's attention was captivated by the system's mission. 2333. What constitutes the ultimate task? Host. The ultimate task is the final undertaking that must be completed before the storyline concludes. You never mentioned this before. It is the host who failed to inquire. 23. Playing with her fingers in the system space, or a nonchalant expression. Afro, inexplicably burdened with this heavy responsibility, tightened her grip on her knife and fork. So it's my fault for not asking? What is the ultimate task? Afro continued her slicing of the steak with an appearance of calm. while her mind engaged in a dialogue with 23. Blast the big villain. What nonsense is this? What do you mean by blasting? What villain? 2333. Do you remember we are in a magical world? Indeed. Tell me, how does one use a wand to blast a villain? Afro seethed internally, her knife clattering noisily against the plate. Nearby, George, slicing his own steak, placed his neatly cut portions onto her plate. Harry, who had intended to offer Afro some bacon, hesitated momentarily before deftly tossing it onto Ron's plate instead. Host, there are items available in the system mall. She was well aware of the items in the mall. Given the meager resources she had earned over the past 3 months, she doubted she could accumulate enough system currency to purchase a cannon before her life concluded. Host, as time progresses, the rewards in system currency increase. 23, sensing Afro's thoughts, attempted to comfort her, yet she remained unmoved by the reassurance. Thank you. With ample time remaining before the ultimate task, Afro resolved to cast aside her worries. Refocusing her attention, she smiled at the steak on her plate and expressed her gratitude to George. The sweetness of her smile seemed to fill George with a delightful warmth, akin to savoring a piece of candy. Little rascal, the pudding was brought to you by me. Fred's large hand rested on Afro's shoulder, firmly turning her towards him, gesturing with his chin towards the pudding beside her plate. Thank you, Fred. Afro, caught amid the playful rivalry of the two boys, adopted a tone of gentle affection, soothing Fred as one would comfort a child seeking recognition. Fred could hardly believe his ears. Once again, Afro had recognized them both. Throughout the years, no one had triumphed in the game of identifying who was Fred. Yet, Afro's calm and assured tone conveyed that this was no mere coincidence. She possessed the magic to distinguish between them. I thought you would join Ravenclaw. After all, little Afro is quite clever. At that moment, a grayish-white head suddenly emerged from the pile of chicken legs before Afro. Ron gasped in fright, accidentally flinging his chicken leg onto Hermione's plate across the table. Hermione disdainfully pushed it away with the back of her knife. Meanwhile, Afro had been captivated by the small, fire-spouting prop in George's hand the instant the ghost appeared. I know who you are. Ron, having regained his composure, pointed at the ghost adorned with a floral wreath. You are nearly headless Nick. I would prefer you call me Sir Nicholas, he replied, removing his hat and placing it over his heart. Nearly headless? Afro gazed at Nicholas, who appeared just like any other person, her eyes filled with confusion. Exactly. Nicholas tugged at his ear to demonstrate what it meant to be nearly headless. However, Afro did not look. At the moment Nicholas raised his hand, her vision abruptly darkened. The unique aura of youth, accompanied by the scent of sun-warmed green apples, flooded her nostrils. A dry hand covered her eyes. Malfoy? Fred and George followed the arm to find the small boy who was not supposed to be there, their eyes aflame with barely contained fury, returning from the restroom. Draco had intended to pass by the Gryffindor table, but unexpectedly stumbled upon nearly headless Nick's performance. He waited until Nick's act concluded before casually lowering his hand. The tips of his fingers unconsciously rubbed against each other, as if still relishing the sensation from moments ago. The sudden brightness caused Afro's emerald eyes to well with moisture, resembling a beautiful gem submerged in water. A small gap appeared amidst the bustling Gryffindor long table. Yet aside from a few observant individuals, no one noticed a small snake had mingled among the lions. Draco cast a deep glance at Afro before turning back towards the Slytherin table. Fred seized a handkerchief, ready to wipe Afro's delicate cheek. As she dodged his playful grasp, her body leaned backward inadvertently, tumbling into George's broad embrace, the warmth igniting a flutter within her heart. Once the majority of the students had satisfied their hunger, Dumbledore raised his wand with a gentle flourish. Afro noticed that the older students and professors instantly wore dazed expressions, tinged with a hint of resignation. Everyone, choose your favorite tune, Dumbledore cheerfully announced. A sheet of music complete with lyrics appeared before each individual, revealing it to be the Hogwarts school song. Opting to remain silent, Afro decided to refrain from singing, intending to blend into the background during this entire affair. However, the system was not so easily deterred. Ding. Extra task triggered. Please sing the Hogwarts school song to the tune of Luck Be a Lady. Reward, 10 system coins. Sing. She must sing. Even if it meant using the tune from the viral coffin dance meme, she would have to sing. Rising to her feet, she adjusted her robes, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, a smile blooming on her lips, as if eager to showcase her voice. The generous offer was simply too enticing. Fred and George watched her with bated breath, eager to hear Afro's melody. Thus, Fred, George, Harry, Hermione, and Ron soon found themselves enveloped in a cacophony reminiscent of 100 quacking ducks in a 3D surround sound experience. Upon the conclusion of the song, Afro noted that her companions looked as though they had been struck by lightning, their faces painted with expressions of sheer terror. Sweetheart, promise us you won't sing again, Fred said, rubbing his goosebumps and then affectionately tousling her hair. Chapter 12. Percy enters the track. After the commencement ceremony concluded, a contented Afro stood hand in hand with Hermione among the new students. Fred and George had already departed the hall. The four houses were chattering animatedly, squeezed into the somewhat narrow corridor. "Young master, where did you go just now?" Crabbe inquired, having noticed Draco linger near the Gryffindor table for a moment. Goyle snatched the small cake from Crabbe's hands and delivered a sharp smack to his head. "Foolish. The young master must surely be giving that overconfident savior a reality check." "Oh dear." Draco paid no heed to these two dimwits. His thoughts drifted back to the moment when he covered the girl's eyes. He couldn't fathom why he had acted that way. It was merely instinct. The delicate, soft sensation lingered at his fingertips. Her emerald eyes, as beautiful as their owners, drew one into a world of enchantment. Unbeknownst to anyone, a subtle smile crept upon Draco's lips. His demeanor visibly brightened. School life was finally not so dreary and mundane. Meanwhile, the master whom Draco held in his thoughts was still engaged in a negotiation with the system in her mind. "We've known each other for quite some time. How about a friendly discount? A significant markdown, perhaps?" 23's tone was exceedingly cold, as if they were strangers. "You can't even offer a discount. What other merits do you possess?" "I won't switch to TB." Afro was momentarily at a loss for words, recalling her previous life when any attempt to open a mobile app would redirect her to shopping websites. "Very well, you win." Having gained no advantage, Afro resolved to tell 23 one thing tonight. She was but a little dog. Percy stood at the stair platform, cautiously advising the small first years that this was the quickest route to the school. The little ones gazed in awe at the stairs, which transformed intermittently, their faces alight with excitement. However, heed these stairs, for they change at any moment. Percy's tone brimmed with resignation and bewilderment. Even after years of schooling, he remained subject to the stairs' tricks. Afro, possessing only a rudimentary understanding of the Harry Potter world, was well aware of the peculiarities of Hogwarts staircases. On their first day of classes, the savior Harry and Ron had been transported elsewhere by the moving stairs. A crucial clue from the first book had also been inadvertently revealed through these stairs. "Miss Campbell, please keep up." Percy turned back to find the girl, who had garnered considerable attention since her arrival, lagging behind. He stepped back to her side, bending down to peer into her verdant gaze. Percy's voice interrupted Afro's reverie. She realized she had strayed from the group. "My apologies, Senior Weasley." Afro lowered her head, a hint of embarrassment tinting her cheeks. Percy regarded her, a chuckle escaping his throat. "Keep up, Miss Campbell." Percy returned to the front of the line, leading the little ones back to Gryffindor Tower. As they turned the corner, Percy noticed Afro trailing diligently at the rear. This obedient demeanor elicited a flicker of joy in Percy, who had grown weary of guiding the newcomers. Percy halted before a grand portrait of a plump woman adorned in lavish attire. "The password?" the fat lady inquired with a smile. "Dragon dung." Afro's inner thoughts coincided with Percy's voice. Despite her vague familiarity with the original story, she had watched these iconic scenes countless times at the behest of friends. The fat lady lifted her skirt, revealing the door behind her. One by one, Percy and the others passed through the doorway into the Gryffindor common room. A cozy circular space, furnished with soft armchairs, featuring two spiral staircases leading to the boys' and girls' dormitories. Percy gestured toward the stairs, stating that their belongings had already been delivered to their respective dorms by house elves. Afro hesitated for a moment, then decided to remind Harry. "Harry." At the sound of her voice, he looked up, confusion etched on his face. "Rise early tomorrow. It's easy to get lost on the stairs when you're new." Upon hearing Afro's kind warning, Harry beamed widely, his eyes sparkling like they were filled with stars. "Thank you, Afro." She waved her hand dismissively, unbothered. She simply couldn't bear the thought of the savior with his rosy lips and white teeth being reprimanded the next day. Counting the door numbers, Afro found her dormitory, only to discover that she was roommates with Miss Know-It-All. Hermione was equally excited. She genuinely adored Afro. "We are truly fated," Hermione exclaimed, throwing her arms around Afro, who stood dazed at the doorway. Indeed, this wretched sense of destiny. Also sharing the dormitory were Ron's future first love, Lavender Brown, and the Indian girl Padma Patil. These two girls were not as exuberant as Hermione, merely nodding in acknowledgement toward Afro. Afro's belongings were placed on a bed by the window. The four girls tidied up briefly before drawing their curtains, embarking on their first night at Hogwarts. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the room, Afro, lying in bed, heard only the sound of breathing. She quietly summoned the system panel. Skipping past the initial series of values, her gaze fell directly on the balance. System currency, 15. Who knows when she would be able to afford any items? With a huff of frustration, Afro closed the system panel, rolling over and turning her head toward the window. In the morning, a beam of sunlight filtered through the red and yellow curtains, falling upon Afro's tightly shut eyes. Instinctively, she pulled the blanket over her head. After a short while, the alarm clock on her bedside rang. A few minutes later, soft sounds emerged from the bed next to her. Afro, it's time to get up. Hermione gently drew back the curtain, softly urging Afro to rise. Hearing her voice, Afro furrowed her brow slightly, mumbling a few incoherent words. Hermione nudged her arm, prompting Afro to struggle to lift her eyelids. With disheveled golden hair and bleary eyes, the girl yawned widely, displaying a most unladylike demeanor. Early mornings are torturous. Lavender and Padma had already left, and Afro slowly shuffled out of the dormitory door, following Hermione to the Transfiguration classroom. They arrived relatively early, with only a few clusters of students occupying various corners of the classroom. A tabby cat perched on the lectern, watching each student who entered. Afro recognized this to be Professor McGonagall. She dared not act recklessly and, after sitting down with Hermione, sprawled her textbooks before her. "Remind me when class starts." Hermione nodded, even helping Afro adjust her position for greater comfort. Unfortunately, despite Afro's extensive reminders the previous night, neither Harry nor Ron managed to avoid being late. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall was absent. Chapter 13, The Task of Modifying Permissions. Harry and Ron rushed into the classroom, disheveled and flustered, to find it filled with Gryffindor and Slytherin students. While the lectern remained empty, Ron patted his chest in relief, exhaling deeply, while Harry felt a flicker of hidden joy that they had not been discovered. He waved cheerfully at Afro, hoping to squeeze between her and Hermione. However, Afro subtly shook her head, pointing toward the lectern. Confusion clouded Harry's damp eyes, and Afro realized he had not grasped her hint. She sighed inwardly in exasperation. Just then, the tabby cat leaped from the lectern, morphing midair into the form of Professor McGonagall. Truly remarkable. Ron gaped at Professor McGonagall beside him, swallowing hard. Though Professor McGonagall regarded the two students who were late on their first day with little warmth, her tone remained flat, betraying no anger. "Thank you for your feedback, Mr. Weasley. Perhaps I should transform Mr. Potter and yourself into a pocket watch. At least one of you would then adhere to the notion of time." Laughter echoed between the desks, and as Afro turned around, her gaze met Draco's eyes. She momentarily paused, then bestowed upon him a sweet smile. Unbeknownst to Afro, her polite smile had stirred turmoil within the young boy's heart. Ron averted his eyes, too timid to meet Professor McGonagall's gaze, while Harry, aware of the inappropriateness of their tardiness, attempted to exonerate them both. "We got lost. Then become a map. Surely finding your seat shouldn't require a map." McGonagall, weary of their antics, urged them to return to their seats promptly to avoid further delaying the lesson. Ron and Harry sheepishly gathered their books, heads bowed as they sought the nearest available seats. Hermione was thoroughly displeased with the two who were late on their very first day. It was a blatant disrespect to both the professor and the lesson. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall refrained from deducting points from their house. Otherwise, she would have surely tossed the pair into the Black Lake. Professor McGonagall commenced the first lesson, serious yet insightful, seated behind the lectern. With a gentle flick of her wand, a piece of chalk and some books levitated into the air. Afro opened her notebook. Sitting upright with the demeanor of a diligent student, though in reality, she was engaged in a conversation with 23. "I recall that today's lesson involves transforming a matchstick into a needle." 23 spat out the gum it had pilfered from 22 and perused the World S information. "Indeed. Little Afro, is there any shortcut provided by the system?" Afro gazed at the words in her book, feeling a headache brewing. It seemed she lacked any magical prowess. During her time at Campbell Manor, Mr. Campbell had not imposed high expectations upon her. She could learn if she wished, or play instead. "None, little Afro. You must rely on yourself." 23 understood its host well, somewhat lazy and disinclined towards mental exertion. But this was the magical realm, and hosts were wizards. What wizard exists who cannot perform spells? Afro, disheartened, turned the page and jotted down the key points from the blackboard. Professor McGonagall had just demonstrated the marvels of the transfiguration spell by turning the lectern into a pig. Everyone in the classroom was taken aback by this spectacle, eager to showcase their own extraordinary talents. However, midway through the lesson, Professor McGonagall distributed a matchstick to each student. "Your task today is to transform this matchstick into a needle. Let the practice commence." After announcing this, Professor McGonagall descended from the podium to observe the class, occasionally offering guidance. Upon receiving her matchstick, Afro did not exert the same fervor as her peers. Instead, the matchstick twirled on her fingertips, eliciting gasps from those around her. "Miss Campbell, it appears you have grasped the concept." Professor McGonagall had approached her unnoticed, startling Hermione, who had been engrossed in her practice. Afro was well aware of her own capabilities, and in the narrative, Only Hermione had succeeded just before the class concluded. Thus, she humbly acknowledged her limitations, hoping Professor McGonagall might let her off the hook. Yet, for reasons unknown, Professor McGonagall insisted on having her demonstrate. The classroom fell silent. All wands were lowered as every eye turned toward Afro, while several young boys among the spectators felt their hearts leap in trepidation. Afro glanced up at the students and the professor, her wings like eyelashes fluttering, revealing the tumult of her emotions. Her 10.5-inch white birch wand pointed toward the matchstick on the desk, trembling slightly as it emanated a soft white glow. As the light gradually faded, a delicate needle emerged before her eyes. Excellent, Miss Campbell. 2 points for Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall's tone was noticeably more cheerful as she cast an appreciative glance at Afro before continuing her inspection of the other students. The previously anxious young boys redirected their focus to the matchsticks before them. Little Afro, how did you achieve that? Hermione gazed at her with an insatiable curiosity, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Regrettably, Afro could not offer assistance, for she replied, Hermione, I do not know. I merely envisioned the needle in my mind. Had it not been for 23's explicit statement that the system had provided no aid, Afro might have believed it was some enchanted artifact. Was it possible that she was, in fact, an invisible genius? Before long, the first transfiguration class drew to a close. Aside from Afro, only Hermione had succeeded, just as the narrative had foretold. However, with Afro's exemplary performance as a precedent, Professor McGonagall only awarded Hermione a single point. The first-year curriculum was quite rigorous, having just concluded transfiguration. The young students hurriedly made their way to the dungeons. During the brief intermission, Afro took a moment to address a personal matter, while Hermione opted to assist the 2 boys in securing their seats. The interval was fleeting, and as it was Afro's first time traversing Hogwarts staircases alone, she marveled at the castle's enchantments. Hogwarts was truly remarkable. At times one could see a door only to discover it was a wall cleverly disguised. The moving staircases constantly shifted, even vanishing unexpectedly, compelling one to leap to ascend. Afro silently prayed that the stairs would not play tricks at this moment, as she had no desire to encounter Professor Snape's ire. Safely descending the stairs, Afro hurried along, inadvertently colliding with an upperclassman. A refreshing aura enveloped her senses. Quite pleasant indeed. However, pressed for time, she hastily uttered an apology. In her rush, she failed to notice the boy in the earth-toned house robes clutching his chest where they had collided, a knowing smile gracing his lips. As the class bell rang, Afro pushed open the door to the potions classroom, a chime echoing in her mind. Short-term task: earn Professor Snape's praise in potions class. Time limit: 1 hour. Reward: 1 modification privilege, 10 system coins. Penalty for failing to complete the task: deduction of 10 system coins. Chapter 14: Potions class. Cedric himself was uncertain why he found himself retracing his steps. He merely knew that upon spotting the hurried young girl on the stairs, he instinctively turned back towards his previous route. When the girl, imbued with the scent of roses, collided with him, it felt akin to a star plummeting into his heart. Cedric had noticed Afro during the opening ceremony. Her striking golden curls and radiant visage were impossible to overlook. During the sorting ceremony, he had even harbored a faint hope that she might be sorted into Hufflepuff, yet alas, she was placed in Gryffindor. Pondering how he might encounter her again, he never expected that today would be graced by Merlin's favor. Yet they had not exchanged words. The future was long, and they would surely meet in due time. Cedric rubbed his chest where they had bumped, gathering his parchment before departing down the corridor he had traversed earlier. Meanwhile, Afro, shaken by the task at hand, floated ghost-like to her seat. Who could possibly accomplish such a challenge? Even Draco, as the professor's son, had never received praise from Snape. To merely escape reprimand would be a considerable achievement. Perhaps only if Lily were to return could she be salvaged. Afro's beautiful eyes lost their usual luster, her delicate face scrunching into a frown, prompting Hermione to reach out and pinch her cheek. 2333. Do you think I should perform a duet, or perhaps a bamboo stick routine? 23. This is potions class, not a talent show. Harry noticed that Afra's mood had suddenly plummeted. Just as he was about to offer her some words of comfort, a thunderous noise interrupted his thoughts. Bang! The classroom door was forcefully flung open, and Severus Snape, clad in a billowing black robe and sporting greasy hair, strode in with a furrowed brow and an air of irritation. He shook off the fine dust from a piece of parchment, cleared his throat, and began to call the roll in a voice that was both deep and chilling. The already eerie atmosphere of the classroom, combined with Snape's voice, made Afra feel as though they were in a live-action escape room from a past life. This lesson doesn't require you to utter incantations. I can teach you how to confuse the mind, Snape intoned slowly, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the students seated below the podium. Draco displayed a proud smile, confidently meeting Snape's eyes. Snape glanced at him before his attention settled on Harry, who was dutifully taking notes with his head bowed. Afro was suddenly reminded of the first lesson Harry had with Snape, during which he had been put in a difficult position. The 3 questions Snape had posed were, in fact, his way of expressing affection for Lily through her identical emerald eyes. She discreetly nudged Harry with her elbow, prompting him to instantly set down his quill and sit upright, facing forward with a serious demeanor. Harry Potter, Snape said, wrapping his robe tightly around himself. His eyes filled with a complex emotion that Harry could not decipher. Crabbe and Goyle stifled their laughter behind hands, and Afra shot them a glare. They were startled by her sudden movement, like ducks caught by the throat, a scene both comical and absurd. Draco rolled his eyes in exasperation at his bumbling companions. A young Slytherin boy sitting behind Draco observed the farce in silence, yet his gaze frequently drifted to the back of a golden-haired girl among the Gryffindors. Beside him, another boy with charmingly slanted eyes snickered a few times, finding it amusing. Whether he referred to the savior or those 2 fools was uncertain, perhaps neither. The antics of this group of boys unfolded in mere seconds as Snape approached Harry, fixing him with an intense stare that locked onto his blue-green eyes. Afra understood that he was reminiscing about Lily. Harry Potter, our school's new celebrity. Snape's cold voice evoked the image of some slick creature. Tell me, what happens if I add daffodil root powder to wormwood infusion? What powder? What infusion? Harry had never heard of such things. He cast a pleading glance at Afra, while Hermione desperately raised her hand high. Without any hint, Harry slightly shook his head at Snape. You don't know? Snape chuckled darkly, completely ignoring Hermione. It seems that fame isn't all it's cracked up to be. If I asked you to find a piece of dung, do you know where to look? I don't know, Professor, Harry replied quietly. Don't you prepare before class, Potter? Snape pressed. Harry struggled to meet the icy black eyes of his professor. While Afra felt a surge of protectiveness for him, Snape's questions were far beyond what a first-year student could answer, save for the scholarly Hermione. Harry placed a hand on Afra, attempting to prevent her from rising in his defense. He couldn't allow her to be punished because of him. This action only deepened Snape's smirk, his cold gaze taking on a hint of amusement. Yet he continued to press Harry. What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane? I don't know, Professor. Snape's displeasure was palpable. He reprimanded Hermione to lower her hand, which was nearly raised to the ceiling, and sat in front of Harry to provide the answers to the questions one by one. His voice was low, almost a whisper, yet every student could hear him distinctly. Why aren't you writing this down? The classroom erupted into chaos as everyone retrieved their quills and parchment to note the knowledge Snape had just imparted. Snape's broad cloak traced an arc as he looked up, already at the podium, pulling out a piece of parchment. Due to Potter's insolence towards the professor, Gryffindor will lose 5 points. The Slytherin students nearly burst into laughter at the misfortune, and with half the lesson gone. Afra had yet to find an opportunity to complete her system task. She feared she might truly have to pay the system, reverting to square one. She had only earned 25 system coins. Who else worked a job while in debt like she did? As the class neared its conclusion, Snape instructed them to grind snake fangs in preparation for the next lesson. His derisive remarks echoed in every corner of the room, while Afra tuned out the outside world, focusing intently on grinding the snake fangs in the mortar. Perhaps due to her previous position beside Draco, Snape, in an unusual show of favor, cast a benevolent glance in Afra's direction, though he said nothing. This alone was enough to astonish the students in the classroom, and Hermione puffed out her chest proudly. Yet Afra had more significant matters at hand if she wished to earn Snape's praise. As the end of the class approached, Afra steeled herself, closed her eyes, and seized Snape's robe. Professor, might I receive a 3-fold commendation before you leave? The room fell silent in shock. Hermione was bewildered by Afra's audacity, while Harry nearly dropped his mortar in fright. What did Miss Campbell just say? Snape's expression darkened as he yanked his robe from her grasp. This is my only one. Don't ruin it. A commendation for me, Professor? Afra repeated her request, determined to press her luck. What exactly does Miss Campbell wish for me to commend you on? Snape, as though he had heard a jest, let out a cold laugh. Hermione frantically tugged at Afra's arm beneath the table, and Draco incessantly shot her warning glances from behind Snape. But Afra remained unfazed, even smiling as she complimented Snape on the quality of the ground snake fangs. Commend you on your snake fangs? Snape echoed, astonished to see a student bold enough to make a request in his class. Ding. Task completed. At the moment Snape repeated himself, the system deemed the task a success. Afra mused, so that is how you interpret praise, system? Hee. If the professor is unwilling, it's all right. Since Miss Campbell has made her request, the old professor will surely oblige. Snape examined the powder on Afra's desk closely. It was indeed perfect. Miss Campbell has done well. Snape unusually praised a student outside of Slytherin, but then abruptly shifted his tone, The remaining snake fangs shall be entrusted to Miss Campbell. Afro, now in possession of the entire class S snake fangs, thought, no worries. Smile through life. After potions class, the first years enjoyed a brief respite. Harry's mood had plummeted to new depths. Ever since Hagrid revealed details about his origins, he had felt an odd sense of being different from everyone else. They called him the Savior, but how could a Savior lose points after just one class? He couldn't even manage to transform a match into a needle in the first transfiguration lesson. What sort of Savior was he? Harry let out a silent, self-deprecating laugh. Raising a cup filled with pumpkin juice to his lips, nearly choking on it, Afro noticed that something was amiss with Harry's demeanor. She took the initiative to sit beside him, plucking a grape. Instead of immediately popping it into her mouth, she twirled it in her palm. Harry. Upon hearing Afro's voice, Harry lifted his gaze towards her. The reflection of her figure shimmered in his aquamarine eyes, as if they were the only two souls in existence. Under the candlelight, a glimmer of moisture flickered within those eyes. Afro, captivated by his gaze, felt her heart soften. The disparity between Harry, raised in the Muggle world and encountering magic for the first time, and the young wizards educated in the ways of sorcery from childhood, was indeed vast. Yet, this chasm was not insurmountable. Harry's later ability to teach his fellow students attested to his unparalleled talent in magic. Harry, you must gather your spirits. Afro's lips curled into a gentle smile, sunlight illuminating her fair skin, akin to an angel descended upon the earth. Harry's eyes remained fixed upon her, a flutter of emotion causing his lashes to tremble momentarily. He struggled to divert his gaze, only to notice a tiny mole beneath Afro's eye. He lowered his gaze to the open book before him, his fingers idly playing with grapes, which made his hand appear delicate and smooth against the backdrop of the green fruit. He cast his eyes downward, concealing the complex and restrained emotions swirling within him. Unaware of Harry's unusual demeanor, Afro continued her efforts to console the beleaguered savior. Snape has always held a disdain for Gryffindor. It's nothing new. Even Fred and George often find themselves losing points. Ron nodded in agreement, wishing for his newfound friend to regain his spirits. Afro, I'm fine now, thank you. Harry thoughtfully offered her a glass of water, just as she mentioned feeling somewhat parched. She smiled gratefully at Harry, accepting the cup and draining it in one go. The adorable savior of her childhood was simply irresistible. Harry's obedient nature ignited Afro's maternal instincts, and she resolved to protect him fiercely, ensuring he would not suffer further tribulations. Once their heartfelt exchange concluded, everyone returned to their respective assignments. Afro opened a book, resting her head upon it, her eyes fluttering shut. Observing her, Harry removed his outer robe and gently draped it over her shoulders. In truth, the seemingly slumbering Afro was accessing her system. Item, modification card. With a thought, she activated the golden red card, and a manual-like document appeared in her mind. Modification card grants the ability to alter a single word in any narrative segment, including but not limited to quantifiers, onomatopoeias, verbs, and nouns. After much contemplation, she realized she could only modify one word. How do I use this item? Hide the snacks obtained from 20 at 23. Wipe your mouth, and when the host wishes to use it, simply press and hold. Following the instructions, Afro closed the manual and pressed the card with her mind, revealing a transparent dialog box. Use item modification card, confirm or cancel. Without hesitation, Afro selected the green box to confirm, and in an instant, the text within the transparent box changed, simultaneously. Everyone in the great hall froze as if time itself had paused. Afro sifted through the text box, locating the narrative describing their current scene. Harry and Ron were discussing why Seamus had transformed water into wine when, suddenly, a plume of white smoke emanated from Seamus's goblet, and with a loud bang, he was left covered in soot. Afro meticulously read the segment multiple times until she identified the word she could modify. Are you sure, host? 23 inquired hesitantly as Afro circled the word. A mischievous smile crept onto her lips as she exercised her newfound power. The great hall erupted into noise once more. As if no one had noticed the previous stillness, Afro heard the incantation Seamus was casting and couldn't help but giggle, burying her face in her arm. Suddenly, a loud explosion startled Hermione, who was seated next to Seamus. Ha! Everyone turned to see Seamus's face adorned with colorful marks, red, green, and white, as if he had overturned a pot of dye rather than failed a spell. Meanwhile, in the system space, 23 observed as Afro transformed Seamus's soot-covered visage into a vibrant tapestry of colors. Afro was pleasantly surprised by the item's capabilities. Yet she understood that the words she could modify could be ambiguous, broad in meaning. In this light, the system was not entirely useless after all. Amidst the laughter, the sounds of owls could be heard from outside the window, and in an instant, dozens of owls of varying colors swooped into the hall. Watching the owls flit about, Afro felt a shiver run down her spine, recalling the days when owls had tugged at her hair. Fred and George squeezed in beside her, chuckling as they presented their latest invention, a candy that would swell to enormous proportions once consumed. Little Afro, what do you think would happen if we slipped this into Snape's cup? George teased, waggling his tongue lazily at Fred, who leaned against Afro with a carefree grin, his red hair gleaming like gold in the sunlight. Do you two wish to be expelled? Afro said, her face adopting a serious demeanor. The two brothers leaned against her, exuding the same reckless charm. Having observed Afro's pale countenance and trembling form upon the arrival of the owls, they felt an instinctual urge to envelop her in their embrace. Ignoring the antics of the mischievous lions, Afro joyfully opened a package sent by her father, revealing her favorite snacks, the latest jewelry designed by her mother, and a weighty letter. In the letter, the Campbells expressed their understanding of Afro's aversion to owls, assuring her that she need not frequently write home. They had prepared an abundance of snacks and jewelry for her to choose from and share with her friends. At Hogwarts, Afro felt no need to strive for the favor of noble families. The confidence of the Campbell family was her foundation. Finally, Mr. Campbell mentioned having learned from a friend that Afro had successfully been sorted into Gryffindor. While he expressed some regret over her not being placed in Ravenclaw, he emphasized that her happiness was paramount. Mr. Campbell declared, "My daughter is the brightest. Your loss for not placing her in Ravenclaw." Chapter 16, An Unexpected Incident in Flying Class. Afro felt immense gratitude for having encountered such open-minded parents in her lifetime. They did not demand extraordinary accomplishments from her. They simply wished for her to do her best and be happy. She opened the velvet box containing the jewelry, the gems and diamonds reflecting light like stars. At first glance, she was captivated by an aquamarine bracelet, the largest stone fashioned into a pear shape dangling gracefully from it. The bracelet's fresh elegance matched perfectly with her dear friend Hermione, who adored immersing herself in the ocean of knowledge. Afro carefully tucked away the bracelet, intending to present it to her upon returning to the dormitory. She had also noticed a small snake-shaped brooch, its emerald eyes vividly lifelike, coiling in a manner reminiscent of a certain proud little rascal. However, she resolved to wait until Christmas to gift it to him. Afro then distributed the delectable treats to those around her, and the sweet, sticky pastries received unanimous praise. Of course, these delicacies were crafted by a chef sourced from Buckingham Palace at great expense. Fred couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Afro puffing out her chest with pride. Resembling a little kitten with an adorable tail, he gently ruffled her small head, causing the little feline to bristle in surprise. Meanwhile, Gwazi 23 watched with envy, drooling at the scene. After the lunch break, the afternoon classes still consisted of Gryffindor and Slytherin sharing the same lessons. The rivalry between these two houses was well known. Yet the scheduling professor seemed to have ulterior motives by always pairing them together. Afro exclaimed, "Dee-dee-dee," as she and 23 lamented the tumultuous relationship between Gryffindor and Slytherin, even as they were destined to attend classes together for 7 years. If the scheduling professor claimed to be impartial, she must be upside down washing her hair. The first class of the afternoon was flying lessons, and Afro recalled that this was the moment when Harry joined the Quidditch team, though the specifics eluded her memory. Draco, accompanied by his entourage, pushed Hermione away from Afro's side, occupying the space beside her amidst a chorus of gasps and jealousy. "Afro, can you ride a broomstick?" Draco's gaze rested on her face, his eyes sparkling with delight, his tone unconsciously rising. It was evident that Draco greatly enjoyed flying lessons. "No," Afro replied softly. Mr. Campbell had taught her how to handle a broomstick when she was younger, but her family collectively deemed broomsticks too uncomfortable, and once she grasped the basics, the Campbells promptly decided to forego this course. Upon hearing Afro's answer, Draco felt a flicker of disappointment, quickly replaced by another emotion. "That's all right, I can teach you. I've dodged Muggle airplanes on my broomstick before." He proudly lifted his platinum head, although Afro only half believed his boast. "Thank you, Draco," she responded with a radiant smile, akin to a rose blooming in the heart of the boy, stirring something within him. Draco quickly averted his gaze, unable to meet her eyes, while the tips of his ears, hidden beneath his hair, betrayed his fluttering heart. Harry and Ron, overhearing Draco's braggadocio, exchanged incredulous glances. "I don't believe it," Ron exclaimed loudly. Looking utterly comical, Harry chuckled, his shoulders shaking with laughter, and tugged at Ron's sleeve, urging him to temper his enthusiasm. When Draco was near Afro, he appeared somewhat amiable, shooting Ron a glare before catching up with Afro as she bounced along, selecting a broomstick that appeared less worn and standing proudly among the Gryffindor team. "Good afternoon, students," Madame Hooch announced as she glided through the crowd, donning her gloves. The students ceased their laughter, obediently lining up on either side to greet her. "Everyone, stand to the left of your brooms." The lawn buzzed with activity as students stepped forward to comply with Madame Hooch's instructions. Place your right hand on the broomstick and say up. With her delicate, porcelain-like hand poised above the broom, Afro lazily intoned, up. The moment her voice faded, the broom obediently leapt into her grasp, leaving the surrounding students in disbelief. Afro was the first to successfully grasp her broomstick. Afro herself was taken aback by the spectacle, and Madame Hooch's loud praise of her talent echoed in her ears. Could it be that I truly am a genius? She mused inwardly, as she held the broom. Uncertain of what to do next, she noticed Hermione repeatedly failing to summon her broom, and felt a surge of sympathy for her friend's predicament. Draco, true to his word, swiftly seized his broomstick, while Harry was among the few who succeeded with one command, whereas Ron received a bump on the forehead from his broomstick. Once everyone had their brooms, Madame Hooch commenced teaching them how to take off. Before she could finish her instructions, Neville, in a fit of nerves, made a sudden movement, causing his broom to soar into the air. Longbottom, ding. Short-term task, rescue your classmate in distress. Go, young lady. Demonstrate your compassion and kindness. Time limit, 30 minutes. Reward, modification card, 10 system coins. Failure penalty, deduction of 10 system coins. Afro 23, who issued this task? How utterly juvenile. Afro gazed at Neville's ascending figure, thinking, this task has come at quite the opportune moment. Does Neville have a relative in the system? As Neville's broom began to wobble perilously in the air, Madame Hooch brandished her wand, preparing to intervene. Meanwhile, Neville, suspended in the air, was drenched in sweat, struggling to maintain his grip on the broom. Without a moment to lose, Afro mounted her broom and, amidst Hermione's cries of alarm, flew towards Neville. Miss Campbell? A gust of wind ruffled their hair, and Draco, witnessing Afro's reckless act and recalling her earlier claim of being unskilled, felt a surge of concern. Consequently, he too mounted his broom, pursuing her. Harry and Draco, both startled by Afro's audacity, simultaneously took to the air. Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Potter, get down at once. Madame Hooch's exasperation rose as she watched her disobedient students, standing among the onlookers, not wish to assist, but his frail body was ill-suited for the vigorous activity of flying. He clenched his fist against his mouth, coughing lightly. Blaise eyed him disdainfully, muttering, someone like him should have been eliminated long ago. Meanwhile, Afro, catching up to Neville, leaned forward on her broom, extending her arm in an attempt to grasp him. Neville, grab my hand. In a state of heightened tension, Neville could only hear Afro call his name, but the latter part of her sentence was lost on him. Flying alongside him, Afro struggled to draw nearer. Draco and Harry, watching her daring actions from behind, felt their blood run cold. Afro, hold on to your broom, Draco shouted, his voice filled with concern. Be careful. Falling from here is no trivial matter. Chapter 17, A Close Call. The speed of the broom was exhilarating, and Afro noticed a castle tower looming ahead. With a surge of determination, she grasped Neville's sleeve, and a chime rang in her mind. Draco and Harry nearly had a heart attack at her bold maneuver. They hastened to close the distance between them and Afro. Perhaps buoyed by Afro's support, Neville relaxed momentarily, but inadvertently lost his grip on the broom. As inertia took over, Neville's broom spiraled backward towards Harry. Harry had no choice but to pivot and dodge in front of a window, while Afro was abruptly yanked downward by gravity, plummeting several meters. Afro, hold on. Draco rushed to catch up with her, grabbing onto Neville's other sleeve to lessen her burden. The four of them landed safely on the ground amidst cheers from the other students, who rushed over to form a jubilant circle around them, celebrating their dramatic descent from the sky. The freshmen from the two colleges have come to a newfound understanding that Afro is not merely a decorative figure adorned with a prestigious surname. Well done, Afro. Absolutely splendid. However, as Neville's feet touched the ground, he rolled his eyes and fainted. Madame Hooch had no time to reprimand the children for their reckless behavior. She swiftly scooped up Neville and rushed towards the infirmary, urgently instructing everyone to refrain from flying unsupervised. As Hooch and Neville departed, Draco and Harry immediately surrounded Afro. Afro, are you injured? Draco inquired, directly examining her arm with meticulous scrutiny. Aside from a slight strain in the arm that had pulled Neville, there were no other visible injuries. A wave of relief washed over him. He had almost been terrified. How could anyone so recklessly endanger their own life for the sake of a classmate? Afro, you acted so rashly. Harry echoed, still shaken. This was the first time he had witnessed anger on the face of the savior. Host, you're truly going to scare 2,333 to death. 23's voice was tinged with a hint of sobbing, having nearly malfunctioned several times due to Afro's earlier actions, almost scrambling its code. It genuinely liked Afro and was reluctant to change hosts. Aware of her fault, Afro contemplated that the system would not allow her, its host, to perish. It would undoubtedly provide some degree of protection. Thus, she had disregarded her own safety, fixated solely on completing her task. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to worry everyone. Afro lowered her head, her voice heavy with remorse. She had forgotten that this time she was not alone. Here were her parents, friends, and the elusive presence of 23 in her mind. She should not have acted so recklessly, relying on the system. Observing Afro's expression of guilt, Harry wished to reassure her that it was all right, that he would not let her be harmed. Unfortunately, before he could voice his thoughts, he was abruptly called away by Professor McGonagall. Harry Potter. As Afro watched the two depart, she fell into contemplation. Even so, Harry had been discovered to possess a talent for Quidditch by Professor McGonagall. Was the plot truly irreversible? What, then, was the purpose of all her efforts? Suddenly, a warm touch enveloped her hand, snapping Afro back to reality, where she found herself gazing into the fiery red hair of Ron. Noticing the chill in the air outside and recalling that Afro had just finished exercising, he was concerned she might catch a cold. Thus, he tentatively reached out to check if her hand was cold. I'm fine, Ron. Afro was oblivious to his intentions, but holding hands with a boy in public made her cheeks flush with warmth. Draco glared at the entwined hands of Ron and Afro, a blaze of anger igniting in his eyes. He stepped forward, grasping Afro's wrist and pulling her behind him. Do you want to fight, Malfoy? Ron had long held a disdain for Draco and was now incensed at his audacity to snatch her away. Although he couldn't quite articulate why he felt disgruntled watching Afro being pulled away, he attributed it to not wanting to see a classmate fall into enemy hands. Let us do this. Draco seized Ron by the collar, raising his fist as if ready to strike his face. Students from Slytherin and Gryffindor formed a circle, cheering on the impending clash. This was tension they had bottled up for far too long. Witnessing the situation spiral out of control, Afro squeezed between the two, forcefully separating them. Calm down. This lesson has already been chaotic enough. I hope Madame Hooch's heart and blood pressure are stable. Should I prepare some heart medication in advance? Fortunately, Madame Hooch arrived just in time, successfully halting the farce. When Afro encountered Harry again, his face was adorned with a broad smile. What good news do you have? Afro already knew the answer, but feigned confusion. How did you know, Afro? Harry's excitement grew upon hearing her mention good news. I've been selected as a Quidditch player. Merlin's beard. They never recruit first-year students. Ron exclaimed incredulously, followed by a swell of pride. His mate was now a Quidditch player, the youngest recruit, no less. Ron and Afro eagerly bombarded Harry with questions about his encounter with Professor McGonagall. Hermione, meanwhile, had her ears covered, lost in a sea of knowledge. Afro noticed their volume was excessive. Shoo, let us keep our voices down. Ron scoffed at Hermione, who was constantly immersed in her studies. He believed this was precisely why no one wanted to play with her. What a weirdo. No wonder. Afro playfully patted Ron on the back, silencing him and causing him to swallow the rest of his sentence. Did you hear? Harry is Gryffindor's newest seeker. The resident ghost of Gryffindor, nearly headless Nick, was boasting to a graceful lady clad in a vintage gown. I told you he would excel. Harry's achievement as seeker thrilled the group, and for several days, they discussed it at every opportunity. Fred and George, spotting Afro with Harry and Ron, exchanged glances and grinned, squeezing into their midst. One snatched the book from Afro's hands while the other ruffled her golden hair. Well done, Harry. Wood told us. Wood? Afro recalled him as the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, renowned for his obsession with the sport. This thought made Afro smile involuntarily. Harry, who had been covertly watching her from the corner of his eye, found himself momentarily lost in her radiant smile. It was a beaming expression, akin to the brilliance of summer blooms, rendering everything around them dim in comparison. Meanwhile, the boy seated on the stone bench was left breathless by the warmth of her smile that ignited a tremor in his heart. Chapter 18. Charms Class. Fred and George were also part of the team. They were the beaters. Ron explained to Afro and Harry. He was practically bursting with pride. His brothers and best mates were on the Quidditch team. It was the happiest news imaginable. Our job is to protect you from getting hit too badly. George mischievously threatened Harry, demonstrating just how brutal Quidditch could be. But we can't guarantee anything. Quidditch is quite savage. It's been years since anyone died, but some do go missing after the matches. Fred chimed in, continuing to intimidate Harry. Fred and George shared an extraordinary rapport when it came to pranks. Afro gently nudged the two, urging them to tone it down so as not to frighten Harry. However, Harry took their banter in stride, still caught up in his excitement. George, using Afro's push as leverage, leaned dramatically against her shoulder, as if she had exerted tremendous force. Even brothers shouldn't exploit such tactics to gain a girl's favor, especially if it might crush her. Fred discreetly kicked George's backside and blamed it on Ron. Little Ronnie, you're getting bolder. George, clutching his sore rear, retaliated by swinging Afro's book down onto Ron's head. Ouch! Afro stifled her laughter at the brotherly antics, and Harry chuckled as they continued onward. Amidst the excitement, Harry still worried about embarrassing himself, particularly in front of Afro. What if he made a fool of himself? Harry hesitated for a moment before deciding to seek assistance from Aurora. You certainly won't embarrass yourself. You possess a familial talent. Aurora recalled that in the storyline. Harry's father had also been a seeker. Harry was bewildered as to why Aurora seemed so well-informed about his parents, staring at her with wide eyes. Curious about the origins of this familial legacy, Aurora led Harry, Ron, and the trailing Hermione towards the trophy room. The gleaming array of trophies and medals, encased in glass cabinets, showcased the honors of Hogwarts. Aurora pointed out a shield-shaped medal to Harry, who recognized the name inscribed upon it. A wave of warmth flooding his heart. The continuation of his family appeared before him in a remarkable manner. Seeker James Potter. Wow, Ron exclaimed. Harry, you never mentioned your father was also a seeker. A radiant smile spread across Harry's youthful face, imbued with a hint of pride as he replied, I had no idea. Aurora explained as she ascended a step, turning to Harry, your parents were good friends with mine during their school days. It was quite peculiar for Harry to hear about his parents from someone else, particularly a girl of his own age. When I was younger, my dad often told me how Uncle James caused quite a headache for the professors at school. At this, both Aurora and Harry erupted into laughter. In this regard, it seemed Harry had inherited a characteristic of the Potter family. The Charms class was under the tutelage of Professor Flitwick, who also directed the Hogwarts choir. He was diminutive in stature and required a stack of books to stand upon during lessons. When he called out names for attendance, Harry's name was announced, only for him to vanish from sight. The laughter from Slytherin nearly shook the ceiling. Aurora covered her ears, utterly perplexed by such behavior. 2 Slytherin students were seated behind her. She recognized one as Blaise Zabini, who had been the last student sorted during the sorting ceremony. His deep, almond-shaped eyes and handsome visage inadvertently captured the attention of most girls in the classroom. The frequent glances from the girls made Aurora feel quite uncomfortable. The other boy was a stranger to her, though he paled in comparison to Blaise's striking features. His complexion hinted at some underlying ailment, and while a smile often graced his lips, his eyes betrayed no joy, revealing an unsettling maturity beyond his years. He exuded an aura of fragility and coldness, resembling a delicate beauty that could be easily swept away by a gentle breeze. One of the fundamental skills for a wizard was levitation. Professor Flitwick, with great difficulty, climbed atop the stack of books and began his enthusiastic instruction. You have all acquired your feathers, I trust? Hermione raised her white feather, shaking it, while Aurora noticed Ron rolling his eyes at her action. Ever since Aurora had prevented Ron from making a fool of himself last time, he had been increasingly critical of Hermione. Merlin's beard. Does she not realize that as your future wife? Aurora sighed internally, finding Ron's lack of emotional intelligence utterly exasperating. Excellent. Do not forget the wrist motion we have been practicing. Flitwick withdrew his wand from the folds of his robe, demonstrating the correct wand movement for the spell. The students followed suit, waving their wands in unison, chanting, Wingardium Leviosa, practice now. Various voices echoed throughout the classroom as they recited the incantation, and Aurora merely blended in with the chorus. This time, she did not sit with the academic prodigy Hermione, who always occupied the front row. Accustomed to lounging in the back during university lectures, Aurora found herself alone in the area designated for less studious students. There's a little lion not practicing properly. A deep, melodious voice resonated from behind Aurora, possessing a magnetic quality that seemed to tug at the heartstrings. Blaise. Another voice chimed in with a slightly ascending intonation, its clean and gentle tone tinged with a hint of coolness. All right, not. Blaise's tone held a touch of subtle mockery, barely perceptible if one did not listen closely. It seems Gryffindor is rather underwhelming. Seated below them, Aurora clenched her wand, finding herself capable, yet unwilling to speak on behalf of her house. With a delicate flick of her wrist, she pronounced, Wingardium Leviosa. The white feather on her desk quivered and began to rise under her magical influence, drifting gracefully above her head, ascending ever higher. Professor Flitwick gasped in astonishment, and the other students ceased their practice, turning to discover who had succeeded first. Miss Campbell. Splendid work. I shall award Gryffindor 2 points. Flitwick noted on a piece of parchment. Miss Campbell, your brilliance is on par with that of your parents. Aurora puffed out her chest proudly, raising her chin as the feather gracefully descended back onto the table under her control. Little Aurora is magnificent. Little Aurora is the best. Cheered the system in the background, who dared to claim she was incapable. Blaise observed the scene, raising an eyebrow at Not, who did not spare him a glance and continued to organize his notes. By the conclusion of Charms class, only 3 students had successfully levitated their feathers, Aurora, Hermione, and the explosive genius Seamus, who had blown his feather to pieces. Ron and Hermione's notable antics remained unaltered by Avrora's involvement. As she witnessed Ron spend the remainder of the class with his head buried in his desk, in a state of despair. During dinner, Ron continued to bemoan Hermione's class conduct to Harry and Avrora, while Hermione did not join them for the meal, concerned that Hermione might be hungry. Avrora packed several chicken sandwiches in a paper bag, intending to bring them back as a late-night snack. "It's Leviosa, not Leviosa," Ron exclaimed, exaggerating his mouth movements. "She is utterly insufferable." The other Gryffindor students seated nearby laughed, perplexed by the exchange. "Ron, Hermione is merely trying to help you correct your mistakes. You shouldn't be mocking her behind her back." Avrora could no longer contain herself and intervened to halt Ron's hurtful remarks, yet he paid her no heed. With a resigned shake of her head, Avrora acknowledged that Ron's initial impression of Hermione was far too rigid. Perhaps time would mend their relationship, considering they were destined to be family in the future. "Are you enjoying your last supper?" Draco sauntered over, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, first scrutinizing Avrora's delicate features before casting a derisive comment at Harry. "When will you return to the Muggle world?" After Professor McGonagall had summoned Harry during flying lessons, everyone had believed he might be expelled. Though several days had passed, students like Draco stubbornly held on to the notion that Harry would not continue at Hogwarts. "What do you bring your entourage for? Looking for a fight?" Harry retorted coldly, as the news of his selection for the Quidditch team had yet to be announced. Thus, only a few were aware that he was now the new seeker for Gryffindor. Upon hearing this, Draco instinctively glanced at Avrora. Afro did not pay heed to their quarrel. Throughout the novel, these two had bickered since childhood, resembling playful adversaries. Upon noticing that Afro failed to bestow upon him the desired attention, Draco stubbornly redirected his gaze towards the savior. A flicker of grievance passed through his eyes, unnoticed by anyone except for the ever-observant 23. Of course, 23 would not remind Afro, as that was a task for the strategy system, not their concern. Harry regarded Draco with indifference, and Draco reciprocated this sentiment. Given that Afro and several professors were present in the Great Hall, they refrained from engaging in a physical altercation, instead opting to crack their knuckles and furrow their brows at one another. "I am ever ready." Draco observed that since his arrival, Afro had not lifted her head, and he lowered his eyelids to mask the disappointment in his gaze. Yet, his tone remained provocatively charged, suggesting, "How about tonight? Let us engage in a duel between wizards, strictly using wands." A duel? Afro had never heard of such a thing, and her curiosity piqued. She abruptly raised her head to look at Draco and Harry. Seeing Afro's sudden movement, Draco swiftly altered his original statement about not allowing assistance to one permitting the selection of allies. "I will assist him." Ron unexpectedly volunteered for the role of supporter. "What about your own ally? That imbecile?" Draco felt exasperated by the red-haired lion. His intention was for Harry to bring Afro, allowing her to witness how he would best the savior. However, with this new development, Draco's mind began to churn with fresh plans. "I shall bring Crabbe. Remember, midnight in the trophy room." After speaking, Draco cast a glance at Harry and Ron, who stood together, then turned away, a smirk gracing his lips. He wondered who else might come to aid this wretched hero. Why the trophy room? Afro truly could not recall this particular plot point, as she was not well versed in the novel or film, only aware of a few notable scenes. She understood that the doors would not be locked at night. Watching Draco return to his Slytherin seat and commence his dinner with a nonchalant air, she sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. Could there be a trick involved? Afro uneasily posed this question, leading Ron into deep contemplation. The Malfoy family was notoriously cunning, and he could not ascertain if there was a hidden scheme at play. "I will accompany you tonight." "No way." Harry vehemently opposed the idea of Afro joining them. Primarily, this was a duel between him and Draco, and he feared for Afro's safety should she be harmed. Secondly, venturing out at such an hour violated school rules, and if Filch caught them, it would be even more inappropriate for a young girl like Afro to be involved. Harry resolutely forbade Afro from accompanying them until, at midnight. As he and Ron descended the spiral staircase from their dormitory, they spotted two figures waiting for them in the dim glow of the embers in the common room. It was Afro and Hermione, leaning against each other in anticipation. "Didn't we say you couldn't come?" Harry remarked, though his tone bore no trace of reproach. Rather, he secretly hoped that Afro would indeed join them. How contradictory. "I couldn't help but worry. I thought I should come and see." Dressed in a cream-colored coral fleece pajamas, Afro stifled a delicate yawn, her cerulean eyes glistening with moisture. Her slightly nasal voice fell like raindrops into the hearts of the two boys. And how they felt about it, only they knew. This was merely one reason. Initially, under Harry's insistence, Afro had not desired to come. But then the system issued a nighttime exploration task. 15 system coins. Gritting her teeth, she climbed out of bed, determined to go that night. "Hermione." concerned that Harry and Ron might lead Afro into mischief, decided to follow suit. Meanwhile, Harry, who remained silent, noticed that Afro's pajamas were adorned with 2 long rabbit ears and fluffy pom-poms at the hem. The innocent little savior felt a rush of embarrassment upon unintentionally glimpsing the girl's charming embellishments, his face turning crimson as he hastily averted his gaze. "You dare defy school rules," Hermione exclaimed angrily, frowning, and included Afro in her outburst, fearing that their loud voices might attract attention. Afro tugged gently at Hermione's pink pajamas to quell their dispute. Ignoring Hermione's commotion, Harry pushed aside the fat lady's portrait and climbed out. Afro hurried after him, anxious that he might leave her behind. Hermione, unwilling to let Afro and Harry slip away so easily, followed them into the passage, determined to protect Afro. "Shoo! I hear something." Harry suddenly halted, detecting a heavy, nasal breathing. "Is that Filch?" Afro thought to herself that one should not be so unfortunate. Chapter 20, Night Exploration. Surely not, to be caught the moment they stepped outside. They pushed through the portrait, finding Neville curled up in a corner, fast asleep. "Neville?" Afro crouched beside him, unsure how long he had been lying outside, his exposed skin turning cold. Neville awoke at Afro's calling, rubbing his eyes and slowly sitting up. "What a relief. You finally found me." His excitement surged upon seeing Afro and Harry. "I completely forgot the password." With their assistance, Neville stood up, exclaiming, "The new password is Pig Snout." Afro lowered her voice, leaning in to whisper the new password in Neville's ear. "Thank you, Campbell." Neville expressed his gratitude for Afro's help, recalling how she had saved him during their last flying lesson. Otherwise, he would still be lying in the infirmary. "Just call me Afro." Afro patted Neville's shoulder. But Harry suddenly stepped between them, grasping Afro's wrist to separate them. "We should go." With that, Harry led Afro to the forefront, while Neville, seeing the others departing, hurriedly followed, not wanting to be left alone again, especially after his encounter with the Bloody Baron. He quickened his pace, tugging at the other sleeve of Afro's outfit, keeping pace with her and Harry. Among the 4 of them, only Afro and Harry provided him with a sense of security. Ron felt as if his head might explode. How blind could Filch be to miss this whole procession? He rubbed his forehead, glancing impatiently at his watch, thinking it was quite troublesome. They had wasted considerable time, and the moonlight streamed through the tall windows, casting mottled shadows along the corridor. The 5 of them cautiously turned corner after corner, fortunate enough not to encounter Filch or his cat, and they made it to the trophy room without incident. Unlike during the day, the trophies sparkled within their glass cases at night, glimmering under the moonlight. Harry had already drawn his wand, prepared for a surprise attack from Draco. "What are we doing here?" Time ticked away, and Afro and Neville stifled numerous yawns, their eyes growing heavy with fatigue. "P.S. late. That coward." Ron muttered under his breath, having checked the display room several times with Harry and finding no sign of Draco or Crabbe. "Is it possible that you've been duped?" Afro reluctantly voiced this absurd conjecture, crouching beside Neville in an attempt to conserve warmth. This marked the first occasion that Neville found himself in close proximity to a girl, and he felt the skin they touched become fervently warm. Stealing a covert glance at Aphrodite's exquisite profile, he promptly lowered his gaze. Just one glance sent his heart racing uncontrollably. The memory of that day when Aphrodite stretched out her hand towards him, with the sunlight and white clouds dimming in her wake, resurfaced in his mind. It was as though a deity had descended from the heavens, grasping a humble mortal on the precipice of despair. Only the warmth radiating from her arm and her radiant visage were indelibly etched in his heart. Neville silently dropped his eyelids. What right did someone as clumsy and foolish as he possessed to harbor such thoughts about her? Even contemplating it in his mind felt like a sacrilege against her. The sun has always been impartial, casting its light equally upon all. Yet it never lingers for any one soul. In a secluded corner, a bitter smile crept onto Neville's face. Ultimately, Harry had to concede that he had been outmaneuvered by Draco. He and Ron trailed behind Aphrodite and the others like 2 defeated lions, their spirits visibly diminished. The few rebellious strands of hair at the back of Harry's head drooped in response to his low spirits. Hermione, walking at the rear, sensed something amiss and glanced back. Witnessing the stairs they had traversed begin to stretch and contort, an ominous premonition washing over her. Before she could voice a warning, the stairs beneath the 5 began to shift. Harry, quick on his feet, leaped up 2 steps, reaching Aphrodite's side to embrace her, steadying her against the sudden movement. Ron clung desperately to the marble railing, bewildered by the turn of events. The stairs shifted direction, leading them into an unknown corridor. "These stairs can change. Do you remember?" Aphrodite found her leg wedged against the edge of a step, losing all sensation in it. Timid Neville trembled as he helped her up, with half of her weight resting upon him. A waft of rose fragrance floated by, soothing his unease, and he felt that perhaps this ordeal was not so terrifying after all. In an instant, The stairs came to a halt, revealing a tightly locked wooden door before them. We must go this way. Otherwise, the stairs will move again. Harry fervently waved his arms, urging the others to follow him. Creak. A dark, dust-laden abandoned corridor materialized before the four of them, and the moment they stepped into it, Aphrodite felt a sense of suffocation. The silence of the corridor echoed with the sound of their footsteps, enveloped in impenetrable darkness. Fear seemed to shroud her mind, leaving her only aware of the frantic beating of her own heart. In a fleeting moment, thoughts of Sadako invaded her mind. Perhaps sensing her trepidation, 23 began to replay the ditty about digging in the little garden in her head. Aphrodite, thank you, it suddenly cut off. Does anyone else feel we ought not to be here? Ron seemed equally frightened, his trembling voice betraying his anxiety. Peeves emerged from the far end of the corridor, ready to call out. Harry and Ron implored Peeves to remain silent, but he cackled with glee, dancing joyfully before them. Students are out and about at night, Peeves exclaimed. The mere mention sent everyone into a frenzy, as though Filch were lurking nearby. Harry grasped the person trailing behind him, bending low to scurry beneath Peeves. And at the end of the corridor stood a closed door. Alohomora. Hermione waved her wand, and the door creaked open gently, allowing them to rush inside and swiftly close it behind them. They panted heavily, their hearts racing. It was only when they felt secure that Harry released his grip. All right. Aphrodite. Wait, where is she? Harry suddenly realized in his panic that he had pulled Neville along instead of Aphrodite. Throughout the ordeal, Neville had been dragged along by Harry. Utterly exhausted and unaware. Harry, we can't go out. Ron prevented Harry from attempting to open the door. The thought of Aphrodite facing Peeves alone, or even the malicious Filch, sent chills down his spine, his limbs turning numb with fear. He pushed Ron's hand aside, just as Neville leaned closer. I think you all should take a look at this. The three turned to follow Neville's pointing finger, and a ferocious three-headed dog came into view. Its 3 drooling mouths and 6 unblinking eyes fixed upon them. An involuntary gasp of dread escaped the group. Harry stealthily fumbled with the doorknob, twisting it with all his might, and the 4 tumbled out. They hastily locked the door behind them and ran, all the while searching for Aphrodite along the way. Chapter 21, the first hellish scene. The Aphrodite whom everyone was concerned for had, in fact, been abducted by 2 malevolent dragons. While 23 played music, Aphrodite was too preoccupied with bantering to notice she had fallen behind. When she finally lifted her gaze, the corridor was devoid of the 4 figures. She ventured forward alone, only to be seized at a corner by a pair of large hands that covered her mouth and nose, her arms trapped by 2 assailants. Aphrodite struggled desperately, her small feet kicking wildly in the air, leaving marks on her captors. One of the kidnappers maliciously flicked the little tail on her waist, causing the small fluffball to tremble. Shoo! Fred leaned down close to Aphrodite's face, their proximity so intimate that she could feel his breath against her skin. Look what we've caught. A little Miss Rabbit. George placed a rabbit-eared hat atop Aphrodite's head, obscuring much of her face. With the pink and white long ears drooping behind her, the cramped stairwell was filled with the 3 of them, with the 2 boys being taller than usual for their age due to their regular Quidditch practice, making the already tight space feel even smaller. Aphrodite found herself pressed tightly against Fred's chest, her back against George's embrace. She could distinctly smell the scent of sunshine-dried grass mixed with the fresh air that clung to Fred and George. The heartbeat echoing in her ears was so loud she could hardly discern whose it was. Little Rabbit, out for a midnight stroll? George toyed with one of the rabbit ears in his hand, bending it into various shapes. Aphrodite's head bobbed back and forth as she rescued her poor ears from the villain's grasp, pouting, "Can't you let her ears be? Everyone else is out for a nighttime adventure too." Just as she freed her rabbit ear from George's clutches, Fred grasped it tightly. "We are certainly not like a certain disobedient little rabbit." George and Fred exchanged glances, and while one distracted her, the other stealthily pinched the little fluffball. Aphrodite pushed the plush hat aside, revealing her bright, animated eyes, her brows slightly raised. What mischief were the 2 little rascals up to? Fred and George were notorious pranksters. There couldn't be anything good about their nighttime escapades. Whether it was Filch who would bear the brunt of their mischief or Peeves who would be tormented, Tom would tell. By now, Harry and the others must have noticed her absence, she thought, struggling to break free. Yet the 2 who had provoked Filch had her ensnared between them. "You need to move aside. Harry can't see me." "What? Harry? Did Harry lose you?" Afro said, feeling compelled to clarify that she had voluntarily accompanied them, concealing the provocation from Draco and their deception. This incident made them appear rather foolish. Not a thought to bring it up. Fred retrieved a pocket watch from his pajamas, glancing at the time. "It was getting late. We ought to return." "Indeed. Or Miss Rabbit might not grow any taller." The teasing tone made Afro clench her fists, assessing the height difference between them. She could barely reach their chins. "Just wait. One day, my long legs will frighten you all." Fred draped his arm around Afro's waist, while George nestled against her neck. The trio scuttling sideways like crabs as they exited. Are we being a bit too conspicuous? Afro voiced her concern. Filch isn't blind. How could he possibly miss such a sizable group? Fred pulled out a piece of parchment from his pocket, raising an eyebrow at Afro. The corners of his eyes crinkling with mirth, his handsome features unable to mask his pride. The Marauder's map. Afro instantly recognized the parchment. Surprised that Fred and George had acquired it so early. This map also showcased Harry's father's exceptional magical talent. The moon hung low, casting a silvery sheen over everything in the room, while the unburnt firewood in the hearth crackled softly. We must inform Professor McGonagall. Hermione suddenly raised her voice, her high-pitched and trembling tone drawing furrowed brows. Ron mimicked her actions, even covering his ears. Merlin's socks. Silence her powers. Hermione rolled her eyes at his reaction. No. Harry interjected firmly, darkness shrouding his expression, yet his tightly clenched fists betrayed the remorse and guilt within. It was all his fault. Had he been able to endure Draco's taunts at that moment, none of this would have transpired. He would not have lost Afro. We've searched countless times. Afro could be in grave danger. Hermione's mind was solely occupied with the safety of her dear friend. Although they had breached school rules first, Afro's safety was paramount. She would gladly accept detention. Neville curled up in a corner of the sofa, clutching a cushion, filled with guilt. If only he had paid closer attention and safeguarded Afro. This calamity could have been averted. The common room fell silent. Even Ron, typically lacking in emotional intelligence, felt tumultuous inside. The weight of self-reproach burned fiercely in Harry's heart, nearly pushing him to the brink of despair. He awkwardly turned to leave, intent on searching for Afro once more. Just as his hand reached for the portrait, it swung open from the outside. A sprightly young girl stood at the threshold, her ethereal eyes twinkling like stars, her lashes fluttering softly. Afro. As Afro landed on the ground, Harry dashed towards her like a cannonball, enveloping her in his embrace. The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear as he tightened his grip, as if she were a precious treasure regained. Ron, what are you doing here? George stepped forward, a frown on his face, prying the savior away from Afro, yet his inquiry was directed at Ron. At your age? Why are you always diving into the arms of young ladies? Ron jolted at George's words, desperately hoping his brothers would blurt this incident out to their mother. He truly feared her feather duster. Harry disapproved of George's actions, taking Afro's hand to examine her for injuries. How did you end up together? Afro simply stated that after getting lost with Harry, she had fortuitously encountered them and returned with their assistance. She did not intentionally conceal George and Fred's abduction from her. Rather, an instinct told her that it was best not to reveal this matter just yet. Although she could not quite comprehend why, Afro chose to trust her intuition. Chapter 22. Snape's Blacklist. Harry gripped Afro's hand tightly, as if it were a chain binding her to him. Fred and George stood side by side, their similar gazes fixed on the clasped hands of Harry and Afro. Fred, lounging with his arms crossed on the armrest of the sofa. Couldn't he help but chuckle when Afro mentioned that he and George had kindly escorted her home. In that case, what reward does little Afro receive? The sudden voice interrupted Afro's words, prompting her to raise her gaze toward its source. His deep-set eyes glinted with playful amusement, his stare piercing into her. Noticing her focus, Fred's lips curled into a slight smile, his prominent fingers gesturing behind his back. Afro recalled the little tail of her pajamas and immediately understood. Her cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson. Thankfully, the dim light of the common room concealed it, or everyone would have noticed. In a fluster, Afro averted her gaze, casting a pleading look towards Hermione. It's already 2 o'clock. Everyone should head back to rest. Hermione seized on Afro's silent plea, promptly suggesting the idea. She reclaimed Afro from Harry's grasp, guiding her down the spiral staircase back to the girls' dormitory. Harry, who had been closest to Afro, did not divert his eyes from her upon her entrance. Naturally, he witnessed her bashful moment. After the 2 girls departed, a shadow flickered in his eyes. He abruptly lifted his head, fixing a steely gaze on Fred and George, his expression starkly contrasting that of the pitiful savior they usually perceived. Oh, hiding quite well, aren't we? George's eyes narrowed, curiosity evident in his gaze. Thank you for bringing Afro back. We're all from the same house, and besides, we're happy to look after little Afro. Harry clenched his fists, the term little Afro seemingly highlighting their intimacy. Aren't you all going to sleep? Neville, already battling fatigue, remained only to ensure Afro returned safely. He couldn't comprehend why these individuals were still chattering away. Ron keenly sensed the chill in the room deepen after Neville's remark. Fred and George dismissed Harry entirely. Who mattered was inconsequential. It was only vital to claim a place in her heart. Moreover, Afro was deserving of their affection. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting golden rays across Hogwarts grounds amidst the morning mist. Even the sunniest day outside could not warm the dungeons. In this lesson, Snape instructed the students to brew a potion for treating scabies in pairs while he strode around in his voluminous robes. After several potions classes, Harry had grown adept at ignoring Snape's provocations with remarkable composure. He could not fathom what had irked Professor Snape, if it were merely due to their first class. How long ago had that been? Surely, he was being overly petty. As Harry measured the potion's ingredients on the brass scales, he couldn't help but scoff inwardly. He even speculated that one day Snape might deduct points from Gryffindor for the absurdest of reasons, such as his heavy breathing or stepping through the door with his right foot first. Neville, paired with Harry, fought to keep his eyes open, struggling to shake off his drowsiness. He had stayed up far too late the previous night, nearly arriving late today. Draco, while skillfully administering the potion, cast a furtive glance at Afro, who, seizing the moment when Snape turned away, discreetly stifled a yawn with her hand. Her small demeanor resembled that of a sneaky little kitten. Amused by his own thoughts, Draco chuckled softly. But his laughter was abruptly stifled as a sudden realization creased his attractive brow. How could she be so fatigued? Could it be? Damn that wretched Potter. He had always suspected that associating too closely with the so-called savior would bring nothing but trouble. If Afro were in Slytherin, he would never allow this. You should all witness how Malfoy conducts himself, Snape boomed, lauding Draco as he observed the cauldron emitting caustic green fumes. Meanwhile, Afro, sitting 2 tables away, was covertly taking advantage of Hermione's distraction. Recognizing that Afro appeared quite unwell, Hermione took it upon herself to tackle the potion-making task, while Afro merely ground the potion ingredients and passed tools. As Snape made his rounds in the classroom, nearly every student received a scolding. Afro felt herself on the verge of slumber. Indeed, a single sleepless night demanded countless days of restitution. She lowered her head, allowing her cascading golden hair to shield her eyes, attempting to steal a brief moment of rest. Is Miss Campbell intending to have Miss Granger take your examination for you? Snape, arms crossed, loomed over their table, his somber voice jolting Afro from her drowsiness. Professor Snape, Afro is unwell today, so unwell? Snape scrutinized Afro with a cold smirk. I dare say Miss Campbell appears to be in fine health. Points deducted for Gryffindor. Suddenly, a loud crash seized everyone's attention, and Snape's face darkened as he furrowed his brow towards the source of the white smoke. Fool! Snape waved his wand, restoring the potion remnants that Neville had strewn across the floor. Did you not throw a porcupine quill into the cauldron before lifting it from the fire? The potion spilled across the floor, scorching the students' shoes with small holes. In an instant, the students scrambled onto their desks, and Neville was thoroughly awakened. Small blisters forming on his nose from the caustic potion. Snape's gaze shifted to Harry, who was partnered with Neville. Potter, why did you not alert Longbottom? That's not fair. Harry was about to retort when he caught sight of Afro, standing atop her desk, shaking her head at him. Snape hoisted Neville and carried him to the infirmary, stating before he departed, 2 points deducted from Gryffindor. The remaining students were instructed to continue their potion making, and Afro sighed heavily, feeling utterly drained. She suspected that if Professor Snape maintained a blacklist, both she and Neville would undoubtedly be on it. An hour later, they exited the dungeons. Harry was still mulling over what he had witnessed in the third-floor corridor the previous day. It was clear that the 3-headed dog was guarding something. Could it be something Hagrid had retrieved from Gringotts Vault 713? He also recalled Hagrid's letter inviting him to visit. It seemed a good time to pay Hagrid a call. So delightful to see you again at Hogwarts. Draco, accompanied by his 2 lackeys, rushed towards Harry, seeking attention. In truth, Draco merely seized the opportunity to mock Harry while stealing glances at Afro. That fool should have approached him. How could he miss such an obvious setup yesterday, yet still blunder in? What a fool. How unfortunate. Your scheme has failed. In matters concerning Harry, Ron was not particularly dim, and upon reflection, he swiftly deduced Draco's motivations. Draco disregarded the fool, having only come to ascertain if Afro was truly unharmed. Having seen what he desired, why should he concern himself with the flailing fool? Chapter 23, Quidditch Practice. Draco and his entourage departed as swiftly as they had arrived. Afro pondered, what was his purpose in coming here? Was it merely to converse with Harry? How absurd. The first Quidditch match was scheduled for after Halloween, and Harry, the secret weapon of Gryffindor, was being relentlessly pressed by Wood. With less than a month remaining until the match, Wood was eager for Harry to expedite his training, as they had been under Slytherin's thumb for far too long. Even Professor McGonagall had grown weary of Snape's smug demeanor in her presence. On that day, Harry invited Afro to watch his practice. Hello, Campbell. Wood spotted Harry approaching with a girl from a distance. She was one of the school's notable figures. The girl wore a shirt with lace sleeves, embroidered with 2 small roses at the collar, paired with slightly flared jeans with a slit. Good day, Senior Wood. Her voice was soft and delicate, like a feather brushing against a young man's heart, causing a delightful tickle. Wood's cheeks flushed slightly as his hands fumbled together awkwardly. He rarely interacted with such delicate girls. The few females on the team were more like tomboys. He couldn't help but think to himself how charmingly soft and lovely girls could be. A few paces behind, Harry positioned himself by a box on the ground, asserting his presence by standing in front of Afro, blocking Wood's view. "Shall we begin?" "Oh yes, of course." Wood seemed to awaken from a stupor, immediately crouching to open the wooden box. Afro chose not to interrupt their training and settled herself in a nearby spot. "I remember the plot is approaching Halloween, isn't it?" "Indeed. My dear, speak properly." Afro rubbed her goosebumps, contemplating the events surrounding Halloween. She recalled Hermione encountering the troll in the girls' bathroom, with Harry and Ron coming to her rescue, leading to the formation of their trio. "I hope I'm not involved in any of this," Afro thought, her imagination running wild with visions of the various candies featured in the Halloween scenes from the film, her mouth watering at the mere thought. She hesitated to imagine how delicious those treats would be. In the system space, 23 checked the pending tasks, reluctant to disturb Afra's good spirits. "Oh, let her revel in her happiness for a few more days." Not far away, Wood stole a glance at the girl sitting on the grass, only to be caught by her gaze. Afra smiled and greeted him, prompting Wood to quickly turn away, feigning seriousness as he instructed Harry on his movements, his heart racing. After a few breaths, Wood felt this was rather impolite. Thus, he turned back, intending to respond, only to find the girl smiling radiantly. His heart raced even faster, and Wood hurriedly lowered his gaze, fixating on the quaffle attempting to escape from the box. "This senior is quite intriguing." Afra rested her chin on her hand, recalling Wood's bashful demeanor, her lips curving upward involuntarily. 23 glanced at the two boys training nearby, and then at her charming host, sighing, "Ah," unaware of the allure she possesses, leaving a pool of spring water disturbed among the young men. What a transgression. At that moment, Harry gripped his broom tightly, hovering beside Wood, fixated on the bludger. Wood released the bludger from its confinement. That troublesome little creature. The liberated bludger soared into the air, heading straight for Harry. "Watch out, it's coming back." Harry swung the bat in a wide arc, striking the bludger with force, sending it soaring past the statue. "Harry, your batting skills are impressive," shouted Afra, cupping her hands around her mouth to amplify her voice. Harry's cheeks flushed crimson, and he averted his gaze from Afra, pretending to watch Wood catch the bludger. The savior felt a wave of shyness wash over him, prompting Afra to stifle a laugh, her beautiful eyes shimmering like crescent moons. "Campbell, would you like to give it a try?" Wood called out, diving to the ground to secure the bludger, his eyes inadvertently locking onto Afra's emerald gaze. Whatever thoughts crossed Wood's mind slipped from his lips, only to be regretted moments later. Quidditch and that delicate girl should never be compared. "Really? I'll give it a go," Afra exclaimed, trotting over to seize the bat from Harry's hands, raising it to her ear with an eager expression. She regarded the bludger in Wood's grasp as if it were a formidable opponent. Having previously only played baseball with Mr. Campbell at the estate, she hoped the two sports would be similar enough. The bludger, released from Wood's control, hurtled toward Afra, and Harry clenched his broom tightly. While Wood's gaze remained fixed on the bat in Afra's hands, his body slightly leaning forward. He was prepared to leap into action at the slightest hint of danger to protect the girl. The sound of the ball slicing through the air grew closer, and Afra tightened her grip. With a resounding crack, Afra swung hard, sending the bludger soaring through the circular hoop of the statue's hand. "Oh, splendid," Wood exclaimed, clapping enthusiastically. His eyes filled with admiration. He could hardly contain his joy. "Campbell, you simply must join the Quidditch team. Honestly, I've never encountered a player with such innate talent." Afra blushed at the compliment and waved her hand dismissively, claiming it was merely luck. Wood, animatedly discussing Quidditch, radiated charisma and vigor through his vivid descriptions. Afra envisioned a young man tactically maneuvering on the field. Golden sunlight bathed him as he executed a flawless arc with his broom, skillfully blocking an opponent's throw. In that moment, Afra felt a burgeoning affection for the sport of Quidditch. "Little Afra, if you're keen, you can try out next year," suggested 23. "It's just that I can't stand these boys trying to charm their way into the hearts of girls." "Wood, can I try out in my second year?" The stunned Wood was momentarily speechless, a flicker of uncontainable excitement crossing his face. "Of course. Just call me Oliver." Wood's bright eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy. "It would be an honor for Gryffindor to have you." "Thank you, Oliver." Afra expressed her gratitude for Wood's regard. In truth, she felt exceedingly fortunate to have struck the bludger so effortlessly. "You may also call me Afra," she offered, reciprocating his preference for informality to avoid appearing too distant. While Afra and Wood engaged in lively conversation, Harry's eyelashes fluttered down, his gaze fixed on the golden snitch in his hands, a faint frown surfacing on his otherwise serene face. Chapter 24. The Quirky Lady of Halloween. The trio continued their playful antics for a while longer, mainly with Harry practicing his pursuit of the golden snitch, while Afro took several more swings at the bludger. The excitement mounted. Afro was eagerly anticipating the possibility of joining the Quidditch team. Wood stood patiently behind her, meticulously explaining each movement, already treating her as a member of his team. On Halloween morning, the scent of pumpkins wafted through the corridors, and Afro found it impossible to concentrate in class, her thoughts solely consumed by the upcoming Halloween feast. Days prior, Mrs. Campbell had delivered the outfit Afro had eagerly requested. Upon receiving her letter, Mrs. Campbell had been perplexed, wondering what her daughter was thinking. Thankfully, Professor Flitwick understood the sentiments of these children, allowing them to practice the levitation charm that day. Afro demonstrated how to use the charm to make Neville's toad float around the classroom. Well done, Miss Campbell, Professor Flitwick praised, genuinely fond of Afro, whose magical prowess was indeed remarkable. Few in her first year could rival her abilities. He recalled only Cedric from Hufflepuff achieving similar feats in his first year. If only Campbell would pay more attention in class. Unfortunately for Ron, he found himself paired with Hermione again. Both were irritable, having spoken little since their nighttime escapade, and any conversation between them was laced with tension. This left room for Afra, who enjoyed their bickering, though sometimes she felt Ron was unworthy of Hermione, yet they were. After all, the official pairing. After the spell class, the students of Hogwarts were granted a half-day holiday. As soon as the bell rang, Afra dashed back to her dormitory, changing into the costume she had prepared in advance. Afra, what are you dressed as? Parvati asked, circling around the adorned Afra. A Chinese zombie? Upon hearing this, Afra playfully leaped towards Parvati, arms stretched out. Don't come any closer. Parvati feigned fear, dodging Afra's advances. In reality, Afra had chosen to embody a character from a wildly popular drama, the Imperial Harem, from her previous life. Traditionally, the Campbell family adhered to the royal customs of donning intricate court gowns. However, this was Afra's first time celebrating a festival, and she intended to be as comfortable as possible, were it not for the absence of the Imperial Harem in the magical world. Afra would have loved to kneel in the courtyard of Hogwarts and recite those iconic lines. Understanding Afra's sentiments, 23 silently rejoiced that this world lacked that television series. It still wished to maintain its dignity. Whereas Hermione, after a moment of fussing with her costume, Afra suddenly realized Hermione was missing from the dormitory. Parvati shook her head, glancing around before whispering to Afra, I heard crying coming from the second-floor restroom. Although Afra was aware of this narrative, Hermione was now her friend. A living person, not merely a character from a book or movie. I'll go check. Afra thanked Parvati before stepping out of the girls' dormitory in her quirky shoes. Along the way, her unusual attire attracted the attention of everyone around, not just because of her eccentric outfit, but also due to her nearly flawless beauty. Excuse me, please. Thank you. Afra struggled to navigate through the throng, having never encountered so many students in the school corridors. After turning down the advances of the fifth student to approach her, she finally reached the staircase. Afra! A sudden shout startled her, and in her precarious shoes, she lost her balance and twisted her ankle. She squeezed her eyes shut, arms flailing in a desperate attempt to catch something. Please, don't let me fall on my face. This was the sole thought racing through her mind as she began to topple. A gentle scent of aquatic wood wafted to her nostrils, refreshing and warm. Afra's face landed against a sturdy chest, and as she regained her senses, she looked up to see who had caught her. Thank you. Afro, buoyed by the strength of the boy, straightened herself. This boy appeared vaguely familiar to her, yet she could not recall where she had encountered him before. Are you all right? Afro, Draco, who felt guilty for inadvertently causing her to twist her ankle, rushed over with a look of remorse. He had merely intended to greet her, never imagining that he would almost cause her harm. If Afro were to fall, he feared he could never forgive himself. Thank you, Senior Diggory. Draco expressed his gratitude towards Cedric, who had timely offered his assistance. It was rare for Draco to refrain from hurling insults at someone he had only heard of before entering school. So this is Cedric, the illustrious child of someone else's household, renowned in the magical world. What a pity, he met an untimely end later on. Cedric noticed the glimmer of pity in Afro's eyes upon hearing his name. Why does it feel so chilly on my back? He pondered. Afro, are you okay? He inquired. His brows furrowed, his voice as crisp as a mountain stream. Afro was unsure how Cedric had learned her name, but she shook her head in response to the esteemed senior's concern. What is it that you are wearing? Draco, feeling a surge of jealousy, sought to redirect the conversation. Unwilling to share Afro's attention with anyone else, he darkly wished that her gaze would linger solely upon him. Afro twirled before the two boys, arms outstretched. Isn't it unappealing? The hem of her dress traced a graceful arc through the air, touching the hearts of both boys. Draco was utterly mesmerized. The already beautiful Afro appeared even more radiant when adorned. He harbored a sudden desire to conceal her away. Cedric, suppressing his own thoughts, continued to shower Afro with compliments. "You look splendid, Afro." Draco clenched his fists, observing the cascade of praise Cedric lavished upon her. What was happening to him? Draco discreetly maneuvered Afro behind him. "The banquet is about to commence. We should head to the hall. Senior Diggory." Noticing Draco's protective gesture, Cedric's eyes narrowed slightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Are we not waiting for Afro to join us?" Afro, caught off guard by the sudden inquiry, intended to mention that she was seeking Hermione, but Draco interjected. "Afro and I have matters to attend to." The atmosphere grew tense at Draco's declaration. Cedric masked his amusement, his gaze cooling. Perhaps we should allow Afro to make her own decision? Cedric was determined not to let Draco disrupt this rare encounter with Afro. After a brief silence, both Draco and Cedric turned their heads toward Afro, who felt as if she were being scrutinized. With an awkward chuckle, she managed to extricate herself from Draco's grasp. Unbeknownst to her, as she withdrew her hand, a shadow of concern crossed Draco's features, while Cedric regarded her intently, his eyes ablaze. "I am actually here to find a friend," she asserted. "I can go with you." Cedric stepped closer, his demeanor exuding warmth, which naturally put others at ease. "This will save time," he added. Afro knew where Hermione was located. Truthfully, Cedric could not assist her. Nevertheless, she appreciated Cedric's kindness, for he was indeed as gentle as the legends foretold. "Thank you, Cedric, but is there a problem?" Just as Afro was about to nod, Draco once again preempted her. "She has already asked for my help. There's no need to trouble Senior Diggory." His tone was sharp. "And Cedric, why the familiarity? You've only just met." Cedric ignored Draco's outburst, his focus solely on Afro. "Can you not see that she appears troubled?" he thought, bemused by Draco's childishness. Being a few years older, Cedric possessed a keen understanding of human interaction, effortlessly creating a sense of comfort. This time, Afro did not side with Draco. She firmly halted his advance to assist her. They had lingered at the staircase for quite some time, and more students were casting curious glances their way. Draco's loud protests would only draw more attention. Moreover, the troll was about to make its entrance. She needed to see if the plot could unfold. "Cedric, I can manage on my own." Cedric once again positioned himself protectively around Afro, shielding her from the throng. "I am merely heading in the same direction." While there was indeed a quicker route to the hall, Cedric chose the path that included Afro. "Senior, it seems you know me quite well." Afro found it puzzling that Cedric so effortlessly called her name, for she was certain they had never crossed paths in everyday life. Cedric chuckled lightly, guiding Afro carefully. "Have you never considered that you might be quite famous?" Afro abruptly halted, her emerald eyes widening in realization. She had never imagined she would become a figure of intrigue within the school. "More captivating than you might think," Cedric remarked, noticing her bewildered expression. He could not resist reaching out to tousle her hair, which was styled in a unique manner he had never seen before. At the entrance of the girls' restroom on the second floor, Afro and Cedric waved their goodbyes. Ding. Long-term task. Acquaintance with secondary characters complete. Task rewards have been credited to the host's system funds. Ding. Temporary task. Defeat the troll. Reward. Title of troll's nemesis, modification card, and 100 system coins. Task failure. All system coins will be cleared. Your system is a money grabber, she exclaimed, having diligently completed her tasks. Her newly acquired system coins had barely warmed in her possession before they were threatened to be seized. Furthermore, the troll had Harry and Ron. What did it have to do with her? How was she to combat it? Main Silver, the system mall, is at your service. Afro pondered her current level of magical ability, then counted her assets before decisively accessing the system mall. This amount of money would inevitably dwindle. It was wiser to exchange it for something that might prove useful. Do you have any recommendations? After filtering through a selection, the system presented her with 3 items, all of which possessed offensive capabilities and were within her budget. Upon reviewing the descriptions of the 3 items, Afro gasped in astonishment. These are merely disposable items, and the expenditure is likely based on her current assets. Host, the troll has already vacated the dungeon. 23, bring up the system surveillance. It reveals that Quirrell has dashed into the hall to commence his performance. Afra, after comparing the 3 items, tapped one to exchange it, and the item materialized within her system's space. Hermione, once prepared, Afra slowed her pace and stepped into the restroom. The empty lavatory echoed with faint sobs from deep within. Following the sound, Afra arrived at the stall door. Hermione, I know you're distressed, but there are more pressing matters at hand. The voice from within the stall diminished, granting Afra the opportunity to relay the unfolding events. The troll has arrived at the school. We must hasten our departure. Upon hearing of the troll's presence outside, Hermione wiped her face, her eyes red as she flung open the door. But it was already too late. A putrid stench wafted towards Afra from behind. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground shook Afra and Hermione about. Merlin's beard. How did it arrive so swiftly? Afra urged Hermione back into the stall. They crouched inside, holding their breath, as beads of cold sweat emerged on Afra's palms. The foul odor assaulted their nostrils. Far worse than the scent of an unkempt elder in the subway from Afra's past life. Heavy footsteps halted before the stall door where Afra and Hermione were hiding. Afra's heart raced to her throat as she silently prayed for divine intervention to subdue the troll. Through the crack of the door, Hermione glimpsed a pair of broad, flat, green feet, seemingly festooned with pus-filled blisters. Crash! The troll swung a wooden club, demolishing the stall where Afra and Hermione sought refuge. Though Hermione was astute, she was still a child. She screamed loudly and crawled between the troll's legs. Hermione, its legs are a blind spot. Afra observed that as they drew near the troll's legs, it became oblivious to their presence. Yet the stench was utterly unbearable. Ugh! Unable to suppress herself, Afra retched. Little Afra, use the item. 23 urged in her mind, anxiously bouncing about. The task's rewards were substantial, but survival was paramount. Only then did Afra remember she possessed an item. With a flick of her wrist, a tool materialized in her hand. Chapter 26, A Brief Harmony. Hermione, hidden beneath the sink, did not witness this bizarre spectacle. Otherwise, Afra would be at a loss to explain her sudden conjuring skills. Afra, run! Harry burst into the restroom. Witnessing Afra brandishing a chainsaw towards the troll, his heart nearly stopped in fright. Afra ducked to evade the troll's club, seizing the moment to glance at the reinforcements. Goodness, there were quite a few. Where did Cedric and Draco spring from? Be careful. Draco grasped Afra's waist, lifting her off the ground as they retreated. Cedric, as a senior, reacted swiftly, drawing his wand and aiming it at the troll. Let me. Even with her flowerpot shoes, Afra charged to the forefront, wielding the buzzing chainsaw. Her blood boiling with fury, the troll's tough hide rendered ordinary physical attacks ineffective, akin to a mere scratch. Although Afra had the item S enhancement, it was still insufficient. Ron. The sudden call of his name drew Ron's attention. He looked at Afra, bewildered as to why she summoned him now. Use the levitation charm to strike it. The troll towered high, and the petite Afra could only saw at its legs. How long would it take to sever a leg? Allow me. Afra, Cedric suggested, as the levitation charm was quite simple for older students. Afra spun around, placing herself between Cedric and Draco, urging them to retreat to safety, this time. Let Ron handle it. For goodness sake, he is the protagonist, the one with the halo. The levitation charm wielded by anyone else paled in comparison to its power in Ron's hands. Observing the chaotic scene, especially Afra, who was the strongest contributor, Ron adhered to her directive and promptly drew his wand, reciting the incantation as Hermione had instructed. Wingardium Leviosa. The club in the troll's hand suddenly floated in the air. The troll, resembling a coconut-headed giant, looked up at the club. The club then swung downwards with tremendous force onto the troll's head. Boom. The troll collapsed to the ground. And Afra once more brandished the chainsaw, charging forward. Perhaps the troll's neck was its weak point. As Afra made an incision, the system deemed the task a success. The group, panting heavily, gradually approached. Is it dead? Hermione crawled out from beneath the sink, while Draco and Cedric gathered around the fallen troll. I think so. Afra shut off the chainsaw, wiping the sweat from her brow. This is more exhausting than running 800 meters. Harry pushed past Draco, taking position beside Afra. Are you hurt? I'm fine. Afra was merely disheveled from the exertion, but otherwise unharmed. My Merlin. Professors McGonagall and several others hurried in, upon seeing the scene. McGonagall leaned against the doorframe, dizzy. At the moment Professor McGonagall entered, Afra's legs buckled, and she knelt solidly on the ground. Snape raised an eyebrow, casting a mocking glance at her. Embarrassed, Afra, in a moment of heat, blurted out the classic line, I shall report. Before she could finish, Draco covered her mouth. Although no one understood her words, they discerned it was likely in Mandarin. Cedric quickly bent down, alongside Draco, to help her stand. The attentive Cedric even brushed the dust off her skirt. You all better explain yourselves. Professor McGonagall shot a stern glare at the lively Afra, her expression grave. Lips slightly pale with anger. This matter is my fault. It was the troll that invaded the girls' restroom. 3 voices echoed, 3 reasons. Professor McGonagall crossed her arms, her gaze growing even more fearsome. Afra stepped forward, standing in front of everyone. Hermione and I were in the restroom. And as soon as we opened the door, the troll appeared. She refrained from elaborating further. It was evident that thanks to the 4 boys who rushed in to help, they had all united to defeat the troll. Snape, who had remained silent, regarded the item in Afra's hand with a knowing smile. Upon hearing Afra's account, Professor McGonagall began to counsel the students. Yet Afra's gaze fell upon Quirrell, trembling and hiding at the back. Were it not for him, would Hermione have had to endure all this? You are fortunate to have defeated a troll in your first year. Professor McGonagall paused suddenly upon seeing Cedric among the crowd. Due to your valiant actions, each of you will receive 5 points. With that, Professor McGonagall swished her robes and departed. Thank you for your timely arrival. The 6 of them walked side by side down the empty corridor, the once spacious area now feeling somewhat cramped. Afro, promise me, next time such an incident occurs, keep your distance, all right? Draco was at a loss whether to commend her bravery or criticize her foolishness. In such circumstances, instead of prioritizing her safety, she had charged to the forefront. Malfoy, what do you mean by that? Ron pushed Draco, indignant. Courage is the hallmark of Gryffindor. What do cowardly wretches know of heroism? Even though they had recently fought side by side, Ron still held disdain for Draco, simply because he belonged to Slytherin, a house with a long-standing rivalry against Gryffindor. Moreover, the Malfoys had once served under that infamous individual. Do you want to fight, Weasley? Bring it on. As if I fear you. Draco and Ron suddenly halted, standing in the middle of the ground, preparing to exchange blows, while the other 4 continued on their way. The perceptive Hermione sensed the brewing tension and took a half-step back. A floor, I believe Malfoy has a point, Harry said, gazing intently at a floor, his tone earnest. In truth, bravery mattered little to Harry. His sole wish was for a floor to prioritize her own safety above all else. I understand, Harry. I will take care of myself. A floor nodded emphatically, as if the force of her gesture could convey the depth of her sincerity. Cedric's gray eyes sparkled with amusement, his slender fingers gently tucking a stray lock of a floor's hair behind her ear, exuding an endless tenderness. Upon noticing Cedric's gesture, Harry's expression darkened, emotions roiling within him unseen. He caught sight of a floor's thin attire and promptly removed his own robe, draping it over her shoulders. A floor. What were you saying when you were kneeling on the ground? Ron interjected, sporting a bruise around his eye, oblivious to the shift in atmosphere. A floor's smile faltered, warmed by Harry's sweetly angelic gesture. Chapter 27. The Midnight Exploration of the Astronomy Tower. The well-mannered Cedric couldn't help but roll his eyes internally at Ron's words. Oblivious. Ron continued to pester a floor with his questions, failing to grasp the change in mood. Nothing much, just wishing you all an early Happy New Year, a floor said, flicking her hair, and hurriedly ran off. Hermione, having inadvertently overheard the unfolding drama, placed a hand on her slightly distended belly and followed a floor's lead. What does she mean? Ron looked at his friends, bewildered. With the floor gone, Cedric chose not to engage with the younger boys, merely wishing them a happy Halloween before departing. Idiot. Draco bluntly scolded Ron. The flames of Ron's anger reignited. What, you want to fight? Draco shot him a glare, covering his puffy cheek, and then scurried away. He needed to find Madame Pomfrey for a potion. He couldn't afford any blemishes on his handsome face, especially with a floor likely to see him the next day. Ron, read more, Harry suggested, patting him on the shoulder. A floor and Hermione approached the fat lady's portrait, uttering the password before climbing inside. The common room was lively, with Fred and George having raided the kitchen for an abundance of food, everyone cheerfully indulging. Hey, Miss Rabbit. Fred and George spotted the disheveled floor as she descended from the passage, crowding around her with matching grins. The difference lay in George's mischievous smile, while Fred's bore a more roguish charm. Is there anything to eat? A floor, having worked tirelessly all night, was famished. She gently shoved aside the 2 obstacles in her path and weakly made her way to the sofa. Fred and George shooed away a few other students from the sofa and squeezed in beside a floor. Here, we've saved this for you. Fred presented the food they had stashed away, distinct from what the others were eating, specifically reserved for a floor. Starving. A floor didn't care about the pranks the twins were known for. All she craved was to fill her belly. Fred and George exchanged knowing glances, their amusement deepening at a floor's trust. Just as a floor took a few bites of her steak, Ron and Harry returned, Ron looking even more disheveled. Did our brother fight a troll? George lazily rested his chin on a floor's shoulder, his warm breath brushing against her ear. News of a floor and the others battling the troll had spread throughout Hogwarts, and everyone knew of their daring exploits. Noticing the goosebumps rising on a floor's neck, George mischievously blew into her ear, sending a shiver down her spine, causing her to involuntarily shrug. He fought with Draco. A floor swallowed her food and recounted the altercation. If we're brothers, let's all mock him together. Just as a floor anticipated, Fred and George burst into laughter at their brother's expense, causing Ron's face to flush as he chased after his 2 older siblings around the common room. Following this incident, Ron had fully accepted Hermione, having shared in their trials together. Thank you, a floor, Hermione sincerely expressed once they returned to their dormitory that night. Hermione, you can talk to me, a floor said, gently ruffling Hermione's fluffy hair. We are friends, are we not? A floor pulled Hermione onto her bed, initiating a night of sisterly chatter. Hermione poured out her grievances, while Afro served as a silent, understanding listener. When Hermione grew weary and gradually drifted off to sleep, Afro tucked her in and turned to close her eyes and access the system. The system displayed tonight's task, and she clicked on the title within the reward section. 2333. What is the purpose of this title? Upon flipping through the FAQ section, Afro learned that the titles issued by the system would provide various bonuses to the host once equipped. Curious, she opened the description for the title Enemy of the Troll, which displayed before her. Title, Enemy of the Troll. You have defeated a troll once. Do you wish to challenge its entire kin? Trolls hold grudges. Attributes. Wearing this title grants a 5 attack bonus for all your attacks and reduces enemy damage by 50 when encountering trolls again. The creator warns that this title can be gifted, and the recipient will attract all the boss's ire. Use with caution. Afro considered the title's reward to be of little use to her, preferring the practicality of system coins instead. Look, 100 system coins. As the morning mist lifted, Hogwarts was enveloped in a chill. The winter sun was no longer blinding, beckoning one to reach out and grasp its warmth. Afro, have you completed the assignment from the last astronomy class? Ron asked, fiddling with a stack of small cards while inquiring of Afro, who was engrossed in her studies. Afro's quill, which had been dancing across the parchment, came to a halt. Blast it. I completely forgot about the assignment. Oh, Hermione, my little angel. Afro pouted, her voice slow, her emerald eyes pleading as they gazed at Hermione. Hermione, unable to bear her pitiful expression, averted her gaze, knowing it would be hard to refuse. No way, Afro. Hermione, Hermione. Afro blinked her eyes, gently shaking her arm, trying to soften her resolve. You can't, little Afro. Hermione withdrew her arm, once again rejecting her. Seeing that her attempts at feigning vulnerability and coaxing had failed to soften Hermione's resolve, Afro resigned herself to the fact that she would have to complete the assignment on her own. The pallid moonlight streamed through the window, casting shadows on her figure as she quietly made her way to the astronomy tower, clutching her parchment and quill. Why can't Hogwarts distinguish between the arts and sciences? As Afro ascended the staircase, she grumbled internally to 23. In a short span of 20 minutes, she had climbed and descended 2 towers, exhausted to the point of not wanting to lift a single finger. Host, what was your field of study before? 23 had bound itself to Afro when she had already passed away, and it had never inquired into her previous life. Senior 12318 had advised that giving the host personal space was essential for longevity. In essence, the greatest risk in venture capital lies within oneself. Afro recalled the foolish major she had pursued in her past life, wishing she could punish her former self. At the end of the staircase, just around the corner, lay the astronomy tower's platform. The night was dark and windy. Surely she was alone, right? Huh, who is that? System data, items, 2 modification cards. Title, The Enemy of Trolls, System Funds, 100. Chapter 28, Encounter with the Ailing Beauty. Perched in the observatory was a young man in thinly tailored pajamas, tall and slender. His face was pale to the point of appearing sickly, and his beautiful brows and eyes were laden with an impenetrable sorrow. Afro recognized him. He was a Slytherin student, closely associated with Blaise Zabini. He remained silent, and Afro chose to ignore him, instead approaching a telescope to begin her search for materials for her astronomy assignment. In truth, from the moment Afro stepped onto the staircase, Nott had sensed someone's presence. The heavy footsteps and labored breathing were impossible to overlook. He had intended to send the intruder away, never anticipating it would be her. Look at her. It seems she hasn't completed her astronomy assignment. With class tomorrow, indeed. Time was of the essence. Nott propped his chin on one hand, watching Afro with a bemused expression as she sighed in frustration. Doesn't her studious friend assist her? What is this? How can one even discern a constellation from that? In truth, combining both her lives, it was Afro's first encounter with astronomy, and she lacked proficiency in the subject. 23 glanced at the direction Afro was observing and sighed internally. Is it possible that it simply isn't the constellation she thinks it is? Little Afro, you are looking in the wrong direction. The constellation Draco is to your left. Afro. Nott could not hear the exchange between Afro and the system, only observing as she initially focused earnestly on one direction, scribbling on her parchment, only to suddenly pivot in panic. Laughter erupted in the silent observatory, and Afro turned to see someone else present besides herself. What are you laughing at? Afro shot him an indignant glare, which only elicited more laughter. It's cold. You should head back to sleep. She retorted irritably at the boy mocking her. Her incomplete assignment was already exasperating enough. Nott replied, what? I am Theodore Nott. Afro was well aware of his name, as he often sat behind her with Blaise. Oh, Afro Campbell. Upon saying this, she switched to another telescope, distancing herself further from Nott. You seem troubled. Do you require my assistance? Not observed her move away and took the initiative to approach her side. No, thank you. Not, Afro replied without a second thought, dismissing him outright. Not. Undeterred by Afra's refusal, casually picked up the parchment she had set aside, jotted down a few notes, and then returned it. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Miss Campbell. He bowed slightly, one hand behind his back while the other took hold of Afra's right hand. She felt a chill and softness envelop her hand, causing her to twist her wrist and withdraw her hand from his grasp. Not did not appear offended by her rudeness. Instead, he smiled gently, as if offering those words as a gift to Miss Campbell. Afro watched Not's retreating figure under the silvery moonlight, his silhouette appearing forlorn and solitary, as if he carried the coldness of the moonlight with him. How strange. Afro picked up the parchment Not had written on, and to her astonishment, it contained the very constellation diagrams she required. 2333. I misjudged him. He is a good person. With these illustrations, Afro was relieved to know she wouldn't have to endure the chill of the astronomy tower for an entire night. Not did not return to Slytherin. Instead, he found a new spot on the 8th floor. It's nothing. I simply miss my mother tonight. Not acknowledged his father's profound love for his mother. However, beneath that unwavering affection lay a palpable indifference towards his own son. Old Not often lamented that his birth had driven his beloved away. Theodore, what a beautiful name. Too bad no one would ever call it with the same tenderness as his mother. The cold moonlight cast its glow on the lonely boy, rendering everything fragmented. That boy named Not seems somewhat isolated, Afro mused as she continued sketching the patterns while conversing with 23. Host, you should finish your assignment swiftly, 23 urged, reminding Afro to focus on her immediate tasks before concerning herself with others. After another hour, Afro finally completed her astronomy assignment. Stretching lazily, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the spot where Not had sat earlier. Not calculated the timing and ensured Afro had left the astronomy tower before returning to his secret hideaway. In the spot where he usually sat, he discovered several pink paper roses, accompanied by a card that read, "To the kind-hearted Not." He lifted the roses to his nose, inhaling their scent, and, for a moment, a joyful laugh escaped his throat, his pallid, melancholic features softening into a more elegant demeanor. Mother, look. There is someone in the world who still sends me roses, just like you. The following morning, a weary Afro sat at the Gryffindor table, listlessly poking at the waffle on her plate. Since arriving at Hogwarts, she had scarcely enjoyed a restful night's sleep. At this rate, she would become unattractive. 23. Harry noticed Afra's lack of appetite and worried she might go hungry. Have some milk, he offered, placing the milk he had prepared beside her. Its temperature just right, warm but not too hot. Little Afra, would you care to join us on an adventure? Fred and George immediately crowded around her, like conjoined twins. What adventure? Afra's eyes widened, her expression eager, which amused them greatly. You shouldn't always drag Afra into mischief. Hermione disapproved, shaking her head. She believed anything involving Fred and George was bound to be trouble. Fred waved her off nonchalantly, his charming eyes fixed intently on Afra. Wait for me at the door. Afra felt a flutter at his gaze and reached out to tousle Fred's hair. George, seeing this, placed Afra's other hand atop his head, his eyes seemingly pleading. Hurry. Pet me. Afro laughed as she playfully tousled George's hair, instantly eliciting wagging tails from the two puppies. Little Afro, over here. After finishing breakfast, Afro quietly slipped away from the hall. Just outside the door, she spotted two heads peeking from a corner not far away. Where are we going? Fred and George each hooked an arm around her, steering her toward a familiar direction. A sense of foreboding surged within her. Surely they weren't going to seek out Chapter 29, the Quidditch match. They traversed through the entrance hall on the first floor, ascending the marble staircase to the dungeons. The dimly lit basement exuded an eerie atmosphere, with the circular door handle resembling the gaping maw of an abyss. Holding the dung bomb that Fred had just given her, Afro weighed it in her hand, a mischievous grin flitting across her lips. Fred and George raised their wands, aiming at the door lock. Little Afro, throw it and run. Got it. Fred reminded her once more, to which she nodded, mimicking the throwing motion. Bang! The explosion of the dung bomb coincided with Snape's curses. Fred swiftly wrapped his arm around Afro's slender waist, guiding her off their predetermined path. Snape hurried to his office door, glancing around only to catch a glimpse of the red and gold arc. Realizing the situation, he flicked his wand, leaving his office immaculate. Returning to his desk, he scribbled down a note indicating a 10-point deduction for Gryffindor. Ha! Indeed, pranks bring such joy. Afro leaned against George, laughing until her stomach ached. We should have seen Snape's expression. Fred's finger gently brushed the corner of Afro's eye, wiping away her tears of laughter. Little Afro, would you care to join us? George helped the girl, who was leaning against him, to sit upright. Lowering his head, his tousled bangs partially obscured his brows, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Afro. Afro straightened up at George's urging, blinking her eyes, which sparkled like the Milky Way. Oh yes. Yay. Life as a student will never be dull again. Fred and George's faces radiated uncontainable joy. They had long wished to involve her in their antics. We thought you didn't like us, George said slowly, his tone drawn out. Eyes filled with feigned sorrow, looking utterly pitiful. Why? Afro asked, puzzled. Because we're the bad kids. Fred bent down to meet Afro's gaze. A rebellious grin revealing a different charm. Too close. Afro pushed against Fred's chest. Nonsense. It's quite cool, she retorted, raising a tiny fist as if defending them. Fred and George fell silent, merely ruffling her hair as they playfully escorted her to the history of magic classroom. George tidied Afro's hair and produced a pearl hairpin, securing it by her ear. All set, Miss Bunny. Off to class you go. Next time, we'll take you to play with Professor Quirrell. Fred and George jointly propelled Afro into the classroom. Now it's time for us, gentlemen. Fred blew a kiss to Afro as she turned back to look at them. Chapter 23. I'm so infuriated. What should I do if someone tempts my girl right in front of me? Waiting online. Urgent. System 23 posted a help message in the group chat. However, the conversation took a comical turn. Congratulations. Congratulations to Senior 23 on his newfound fortune. When's the celebration feast? Who's the lucky one? As the Quidditch match approached, Wood's training for Harry became increasingly intense, and Afro often saw Harry returning home each night with fresh injuries. Notably, a few days ago, Professor McGonagall had gifted Harry a new Nimbus 2000 broomstick, the latest model. Ron was utterly envious, as if he were the one receiving the broom. Unable to part with it. Hang on, it hurts a bit. Afro applied some ointment to the cut at the corner of Harry's mouth, which she had received from Madame Pomfrey. Little Afro, you don't need to fuss. Boys are like this. The culprit, George, couldn't stand Harry's pitiful demeanor, which always made the girl's heart soften. Yet he had to admit, this tactic was infallible. Just be gentler next time. Afro pouted, gently blowing on his wound to ease the pain. The scent of roses wafted from her actions, making Harry feel unusually warm. Harry, why is your face so red? Afro looked up again, only to find Harry's face as flushed as a monkey's backside, worry prompting her to touch his forehead. Don't tell me you're coming down with a fever. Harry lowered his gaze, tugging at his shirt hem, unable to meet Afro's eyes. Fred, who understood Harry's situation best, nudged Afro back toward their dormitory. We'll take care of him. It's not suitable for a girl to be here. Afro recalled a certain way to cool down, realizing it indeed wouldn't be appropriate for her to stay. All right, you all take care of Harry. And don't forget his medicine. Rest assured, we'll look after him well. George emphasized the words look after with a bit of a growl. Afro found their demeanor odd, yet couldn't quite articulate why. However, she thought there was nothing to worry about. After all, they were teammates. So, she offered Harry a reassuring smile before taking her leave. The day before the match, Harry held the book Quidditch Through the Ages, which Afro had sought for him. It was precisely to his liking, and he was engrossed in it. Why did you lend Harry your homework and not let me see it? Ron exclaimed, demanding to copy Hermione's assignment, which she was reluctant to share. Harry needs to practice Quidditch. What about you? Hermione snatched her assignment back, packing her bag to leave the library. Merlin's toilet. Only we would choose to be friends with her. Ron begrudgingly settled down to complete the history of magic homework on the greatest wizards of the 17th century. Snape limped over, seemingly looking for an excuse to reprimand them. What are you doing? Writing homework. Reading Quidditch Through the Ages. Harry and Ron exchanged incredulous glances. Brother, what is going on with you? For the first time, Snape refrained from his usual sardonic remarks, simply wishing Harry good luck with a direct look into his eyes. How peculiar. What is wrong with his leg? Afro recalled that Snape had seemed fine the last time she encountered him at his office door. Clearly, Afro and Ron were focused on different aspects. Harry squinted at Snape's limping back. On the day of the Quidditch match, the entire campus buzzed with excitement. The match scheduled for 11 in the morning. Afro, Harry called out, broomstick in hand, just before leaving. Afro smiled at Harry, clad in his red and gold robes. May I give you a hug? Just hoping for the best for you. Before Harry could finish his sentence, he was enveloped in the fragrance of roses. His lucky charm was embracing him. This match was bound to be a success, he thought. You will succeed, Harry. Afro released him and patted his wrist. I'll be watching from the stands. Chapter 30. A Lesson for Quirrell. Madame Hooch served as the referee for this match, hovering on her broomstick at the center of the field. Awaiting the entrance of the two teams, Afro and Hermione stood beside Hagrid, and it was thanks to Hagrid that they secured an exceptionally advantageous vantage point. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the Quidditch match at Hogwarts. Today's competition features the Slytherin team against the Gryffindor team. As Lee Jordan's voice echoed, the crowd erupted in cheers. Gryffindor students waved their flags and banners, shouting fervently, "Victory to Gryffindor! Victory to Gryffindor!" The Slytherin house, not to be outdone, shouted just as passionately. With a sharp whistle from Madame Hooch, 15 brooms soared into the air. Peanuts, sunflower seeds, drinks, bottled water. Afro rummaged through her backpack, distributing various snacks to her fellow students. Hagrid, holding a bag of sunflower seeds, fell into deep contemplation. Now, please refrain from littering. Here, take this garbage bag. While Afro busied herself with the litter issue below, Angelina from Gryffindor scored the first goal. Ding! Gryffindor earned 10 points. The Gryffindor section erupted in jubilant cheers, while Hagrid lifted the binoculars hanging around his neck, tracking Harry's movements. Watching live is truly different from seeing it on the screen, Hagrid exclaimed, grabbing another handful of sunflower seeds. These tend to scratch the throat, he remarked to Afro. You need to shell them before eating, she noted, glancing at Hagrid's brick-like hands. Oh well, let him eat however he pleases. All these treats were exchanged by Afro in the system's marketplace. After the Halloween update, the system had added numerous inconsequential features, diversifying the items available, although prices remained unchanged. How's Harry doing? Hagrid peered through his binoculars, focusing on the small black that was Harry in the sky. Harry was gliding, squinting as he searched for the golden snitch. This was part of a strategy he devised with Wood. Upon hearing Ron mention their plan, Afro suddenly slapped her forehead. How could I forget about that? The force of her slap left a glaring red mark on her fair skin. Ron frowned, placing his hand on her forehead gently to soothe it. Why did you hit yourself? He asked, pulling down Afro's hand. I forgot. She chuckled awkwardly, recollecting herself. Hagrid, may I borrow your binoculars? As she spoke, Gryffindor scored several more goals, and the situation appeared promising. With the binoculars in hand, Afro began searching for Quirrell's location, when the system's voice echoed in her mind once again. Main quest. Utilize the plot modification card to save the protagonist Harry. Reward. 1 modification card and 150 system coins. Penalty for non-completion. Deduction of 150 system coins. Time limit. 30 minutes. Honestly, are you really not related to Harry? With the system's incentive, Afro became increasingly diligent in her search for Quirrell. Sure enough, she spotted the sneaky, mumbling spy lurking behind Snape. On the pitch, Harry had finally located the golden snitch and was locked in a duel with Slytherin's seeker. Suddenly, Harry's broom began to tilt violently, threatening to throw him off. He wanted to call for Wood to pause the match, but no one noticed his predicament. Lee Jordan was narrating the match, while Harry completely lost control of his broom, swaying precariously in the air. The crowd gasped as they watched Harry being flung off the uncontrollable broom, now hanging on with just one hand. Now is the moment. Afro swiftly activated her item, freezing time. Harry remained suspended midair, and everyone's expressions were frozen in place. Only Afro could discern the scene clearly. Snape sat in the opposite stands, his eyes locked on Harry, murmuring something. Meanwhile, Quirrell, seated behind him, was mumbling even faster. Afro pointed in the void, and the world returned to its normal pace. However, this time, everyone's attention was not on Harry but rather on Quirrell, who was inexplicably floating in the air. Oh no, I should say levitating. It turned out, Afro had modified the scene from sitting to floating. Help! Quirrell's face turned ghostly pale, utterly bewildered as to why he had suddenly ascended. Just a moment ago, he had been seated. Concurrently, Afro spent 20 system coins to exchange for a small item, the broomstick star blessing. Farewell, Professor Quirrell. Dumbledore calmly rose, extending a hand to cast a spell without a wand. Quirrell was finally brought down, and without Quirrell to impede him, Harry quickly descended to the ground, clutching his stomach. Was he unwell? Hagrid, ever vigilant with his binoculars, was the first to notice Harry's discomfort. Harry dismounted the broom, retching a few times before expelling a golden object from his mouth. It was the golden snitch. He had caught the golden snitch. Gryffindor triumphed. Announcer Lee Jordan promptly declared the match concluded. Gryffindor erupted in exuberant cheers, many students throwing their flags and banners into the air. Harry proudly displayed the golden snitch in his hand as Gryffindor players rushed down to tousle his hair. Afro noticed Dumbledore, standing with a look of satisfaction on his face. Indeed, Harry was Dumbledore's most cherished student. Spotting Afro lost in thought at the edge of the pitch, Harry dashed over and spun her around in joyous celebration. I knew Lady Luck was on my side. Afro felt slightly dizzy from the spin, quickly patting Harry's shoulder to signal him to set her down. Afro, I am so incredibly happy. After releasing her, Harry did not let go but continued to embrace her. The warmth of his body seeped through the fabric at her waist, and the gentle warmth of his breath danced around her neck as she felt his chin brush against the top of her head. All right, Fred interjected, pulling the two apart, with him and George standing between them. Afro missed the moment when Harry shot a defiant glance at Fred and George as he was separated. Fred's fingers cracked as he squeezed them. George elbowed him, reminding him, the girl is still here, don't reveal too much. Afro, thank you for the lucky hug during the match. Harry tossed another bombshell, inciting Fred to leap up in frustration. It's nothing. I told you would definitely succeed. After the Quidditch match, Harry and his friends brought Afro to Hagrid's hut. System data, items, 2 modification cards, title, Enemy of the Troll, funds, 225. Chapter 31, The Blabbermouth Hagrid. Hagrid resided in a small wooden cabin on the edge of the forest. With a slingshot and a pair of rubber boots placed at the door, Harry approached and knocked on Hagrid's door. Inside, there was a cacophony of terrifying barking and Hagrid's low reprimands. Hagrid opened the door a crack, addressing the 4 small heads outside. Wait a moment. Hey, Fawn. Back to your bed. After a few minutes, Hagrid invited them inside. Hagrid's home resembled the depiction in the films quite closely. The room was exceedingly modest, with a colossal bed strewn haphazardly with a patchwork quilt. A copper kettle hung over the stove, emitting a soft whistling sound. Make yourselves comfortable. Hagrid beckoned them to sit on a few sofas that revealed their worn-out sponge interiors. The girl was named Afro, and she introduced herself as Hermione, while that was Ron. Harry introduced his companions to Hagrid, who was preoccupied with brewing tea, as a multitude of guests had arrived, prompting him to search for where he had left his cups. Oh, I recognize you, a child of the Weasley family, Hagrid remarked, glancing at Ron's red hair and freckled face, recalling the numerous Weasley children that had attended the school. He rummaged through the bottom of the cupboard and found several dust-covered porcelain cups. After cleaning them, he poured each of them a cup of red tea. Do try my homemade treats. Hagrid offered a plate of light brown biscuits. Having perused the novels, Afro was well aware that Hagrid's rock cakes could cause one to lose a tooth. You are the child of Othete and Irabisha? Hagrid inquired, casting a glance at Afro, who was elegantly seated in the corner of the sofa. Her refined attire and lovely countenance seemed at odds with the dilapidated little cottage. Upon hearing Hagrid mention her parents' names, Afro nodded slightly. They were indeed renowned for their exceptional intellect during their time at school. Hagrid appeared quite nostalgic as he reminisced about Afro's parents' life at school. Harry and Ron set down their treats and began to recount their experiences since the start of term. It seems Snape has taken a disliking to me. Nonsense. Hagrid interrupted Harry. Why would he dislike you? Harry explained how Snape was always picking on him in potions class, finding various ways to deduct points from Gryffindor. Currently, the scorekeeper funnel showed Gryffindor with the least points. How is your brother Charlie? Hagrid suddenly changed the subject. I quite like him. Both Afro and Harry discerned that Hagrid was reluctant to discuss Snape. Could it be that he intends to steal something? Harry suddenly exclaimed, causing Afro to choke on her tea in surprise. Cough, cough, steal what? Cough, cough. It's Snape. He wants to steal something from the corridor on the 4th floor. Harry stood up, gesticulating animatedly toward Hagrid. The 4th floor? How do you know about the leeway? Leeway. He has a name. Ron grimaced as if he had heard something revolting. What 4th floor? What are they talking about? Afro had not seen the 3-headed dog after getting lost during the last night's escapade. Thus, she decided to show Afro the footage from that evening. I missed it. Afro lamented, distressed that she had overlooked such a significant moment. Oh, of course. It's mine. Hagrid raised an eyebrow proudly. I lent it to Dumbledore for safekeeping. What? Harry inquired again. Realizing he had divulged too much, Hagrid raised his voice defensively. No more questions. I shan't say another word. This is top secret. But Snape intends to steal it, Hagrid. He certainly would not. He is also one of the professors in charge of guarding it. This is a secret between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Upon finishing, he ushered the 4 children out the door, not forgetting to stuff their bags with rock cakes. On the way back, Harry kept murmuring about Nicholas Flamel. Who is Nicholas Flamel? Ron asked Hermione, who was the most knowledgeable among them. It was Hermione's first time hearing the name, and she shook her head in disappointment. How could there be a wizard she did not know? She must not be reading enough. However, Afro was well aware of who Nicholas Flamel was, but she could not reveal it. After the Quidditch match, the students returned to their normal lives. In the evening, Hermione was checking on Harry, Ron, and Afro's progress in their charms class. She would never allow them to copy her homework, but would check their work and inform them of the correct answers. Among them, only Ron and Harry genuinely struggled, while Afro simply lacked the desire to study diligently. Hermione rubbed her aching forehead, sighing as she set down Afro's paper, which resembled a dog's breakfast. Afro, you clearly know about the spells of the 18th century. Why not write about it? Afro rested her chin on her hand, spinning her pen with the other. I'm lazy. I don't want to write. Hermione nearly hurled the parchment at Afro's head. This all impacts your final grades, Afro. All right, I'll revise it. Please don't be angry. Dear Hermione. Afro quickly backtracked, her attitude sincere, but ultimately superficial. This was because Afro believed that as long as her grades were passable, it sufficed, as she could live like the Campbells without the need for employment, merely overseeing a vast estate. Besides, she might return to her own world someday. What use was magic to her? Hermione was well aware of Afro's temperament and knew she preferred to coast along, yet for the sake of her dear friend's future, She took on the responsibility of teaching. Afro, someone is looking for you. Simon returned from outside, his face filled with anxiety, and addressed Afro, who was seated in the corner. Simon, what is the matter? Afro noticed Simon looked somewhat pale, sweat glistening on his forehead. I'm fine. You should head out quickly. Simon hastily uttered a couple of sentences before rushing back to the boys' dormitory. Afro, puzzled, crawled out of the passage. Who could be looking for her at such a late hour, to frighten Simon so? Who do you think is looking for Afro? Ron paused his writing, leaning in with a conspiratorial whisper. Hermione raised a thick tome titled Basic Spells for Beginners and aimed it at Ron. Ron let out a pained groan, clutching the spot where he had been struck, grimacing. Harry's mind was consumed with thoughts of Nicholas Flamel. They had searched high and low throughout the library, but had found no trace of this individual. After yet another bout of frustration, Ron drew a frizzy stick figure on the paper, captioning it as "This is Granger." Coincidentally, Hermione spotted it, and Ron was swiftly smacked again, this time on the head. Meanwhile, Afro, who had been called outside, pushed aside the fat lady's portrait. In the moonlight stood a young man clad in a white shirt, hands tucked into his pockets, with his back turned to her. Draco? Upon hearing her voice, Draco turned and walked toward her. It was not yet curfew, and many students were moving in and out of Gryffindor's entrance. They regarded the Slytherin student with trepidation, especially as they saw one of their own younger classmates approaching the little serpent. Gryffindor students deemed it prudent to convene a meeting on personal safety to ensure the naive young girl was not deceived by the serpent. Shall we step outside to talk? Afro noticed Draco's discomfort and proposed a stroll. The two, illuminated by the moonlight, made their way to the Hogwarts courtyard, seeking a quieter spot to sit. What did you want to discuss? Draco, noticing Afro's thin attire, draped his coat over her shoulders. The earnestness in his gaze made it seem as though he was handling a precious treasure. I'm returning home for the Christmas holidays. Afro replied bewilderedly. So what? You're just going home. Why boast about it as if I cannot return? Draco observed that Afro did not grasp his meaning and silently muttered to himself. What a fool. A gift? Draco was well aware that he ought not to harbor high expectations regarding Afro's emotional intelligence, so he directly extended his hand before her. Who demands gifts in such a manner? Suddenly, Afro comprehended Draco's intent, although her present lay in the dormitory, originally intended for delivery on the day of the holiday. You haven't prepared anything, have you? How do you know? Afro feigned surprise, her head snapping up in a fluster. Draco sensed that her reaction was genuine, and a wave of grievance washed over him, a bittersweet sensation swelling in his nose. Never mind, I have something prepared for you. His typically haughty voice trembled, as if he bore an immense injustice. I will present it to you on Christmas Day. Draco, with his head bowed, stood up without glancing at her and prepared to depart. Afro seized his wrist. Are you upset? The mirth in her tone was barely contained. She shook Draco's arm playfully, her voice a sweet, soft melody. I was only teasing. The gift is in the dormitory. Who told you to suddenly demand one from me? Joy surged back into Draco's limbs, as if he were a traveler yanked back from the precipice of despair. Really? Afro nodded under Draco's gaze. At least you have a conscience. Your letter. Draco's spirits lifted once more, and even the grass beneath his feet seemed to radiate delight, especially as Afro clasped his arm. Draco knew he would never relinquish her hand. He resolved to inquire with his father about what it would take to wed the daughter of the Campbell family. Even if Malfoy Manor were to be renamed Campbell Manor, so be it. Afro accepted the letter, discovering it was penned by her parents. Where did you find this? Why did Draco possess her letter? I picked it up while passing by the Ollery. Afro did not open the letter immediately. She waited until she and Draco parted ways, returning to the Gryffindor common room before she began to read. It was from Mrs. Campbell, informing Afro that she and Mr. Campbell would be spending Christmas with the Dervin family and could not come to fetch her. Afro expressed her utter disdain for French cuisine. The snow fell thickly, blanketing every corner of Hogwarts. Hagrid had risen early to select a perfect pine tree from the Forbidden Forest to place in the Great Hall. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were in charge of decorating the corridors. What mischief have you been up to? Afro noticed Fred and George trailing behind Filch as they cleared the snow from the courtyard. Fred spotted Afro beneath the eaves, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he tilted his chin toward her. We built a little Afro, only to have it knocked down by Filch. Their tone and demeanor appeared immensely aggrieved, but unfortunately, they were confronting the icy-hearted Afro. Afro revealed a knowing smile. Indeed, those frolicking in the wintry outdoors deserved to be reprimanded. In that case, gentlemen, enjoy your winter escapade. Afro lifted her books and flashed a sweet smile at the two snow-clearing boys. A loose snowball struck Afro's back, sending a chill through her thick clothing, and she tightened her grip on the spine of her book. Very well. Afro drew her wand, swiftly turning around, her lips curling into a smirk, revealing pearly teeth. Yet her words dripped with malice. Prepare to meet your doom. Accio obliviate. A large mass of snow cascaded from the castle eaves, burying the two boys standing below. A cloud of white smoke enveloped the area. Upon inspection, two life-size snowmen stood where the boys had been, their exposed eyes twinkling. Afro bounced back into the castle. Her spirits buoyed, leaving behind the two pitiable boys buried in snow. Afro, aren't you going to pack? Upon returning to the dormitory, the floor was strewn with belongings, making it difficult to navigate. Afro stepped over various articles of clothing, tiptoeing to her bed. My parents are away. I want to be going home this year. Afro busied herself arranging her bedding while observing Hermione bustling about with her large trunk. Even with Christmas break approaching, classes still needed to be attended. Merlin's underpants. Can't Snape have a fireplace in the dungeons? The frosty air left Afro's breath clouded with mist as she inched closer to the simmering cauldron. Rubbing her nearly frozen fingers together, she no longer wished to endure Snape's classes during winter. Draco, closest to Afro, discreetly handed her a glass bottle filled with warm water. Here, warm your hands. Afro accepted it without hesitation, tucking it into the pocket of her robes. The scorching heat coursed through her bloodstream, alleviating her stiff limbs. Draco noted the pallor of Afro's face returning to a healthy hue, and he provocatively cast a sidelong glance at Harry. Some of us are left behind by our families to spend the holidays at school. Harry ignored Draco, focused intently on measuring lionfish spine powder. Ever since Slytherin's defeat in the Quidditch match, Draco had been seeking every opportunity to ridicule him. Malfoy, are you implying that I too have been abandoned by my family? Afro's soft voice rang out from behind Draco. The snickering of Goyle and Crabbe nearby nearly choked them. They wisely retreated from the battlefield. Draco stiffened, frozen in place. He had not anticipated that Afro would also choose to stay at Hogwarts. His throat felt parched, and his pale complexion turned even whiter. He struggled to speak. His voice hoarse, Afro. Afro did not wait for Draco's response. Instead, she placed the warm water bottle on the corner of the table and resumed brewing her potion. Suddenly, Theodore, lurking in the corner, radiated joy, causing his fellow Slytherin classmates to retreat in fear. Chapter 33, Christmas. The day before Christmas. The great hall transformed into a splendid spectacle, adorned with an array of wreaths and mistletoe bedecked with red berries. The largest pine tree that Hagrid had procured stood majestically in the center of the hall, its branches decorated with magically enhanced candles and icicles. Ron was teaching Harry and Afro how to play wizard's chess. Afro, your knight can move here. Harry instructed Afro on how to thwart Ron's attack. Obediently, Afro placed her knight on e5, and upon seeing their choice, Ron's lips curled into a triumphant grin. He clasped his hands together, amusement dancing in his eyes. The queen moves to e5. The queen piece glided across the board to land on e5, lifting its chair to smash down upon the white knight. Afro and Harry's eyes widened. They had already lost numerous pieces, and together they could not best Ron. This is utterly barbaric. Why haven't you packed yet? The train is about to depart. Hermione noticed Ron still sitting there, engrossed in his chess game, reminding him that time was running out. They had agreed to travel together on the Hogwarts Express. Plans have changed. My parents decided to visit Charlie in Romania. Ron continued orchestrating his pieces with ruthless abandon. Hearing this, Hermione was left to manage her enormous trunk alone. Afro helped Hermione adjust her scarf, and the two girls embraced tightly. Merry Christmas, Hermione. You too. Hermione straightened her attire and suddenly lifted her head. You can find information about Nicholas Flamel in the library. Find. We've searched 100 times. Ron looked at Hermione in disbelief. They had already managed to anger Madame Pants, and any further mischief would surely result in their expulsion. There is still a place we haven't searched. Harry instantly grasped Hermione's implication and nodded, planning to seize the opportunity to investigate. After Hermione departed, Ron leaned over and whispered to Abe Flo. I can't shake the feeling that we've led her astray. No need to feel that way. It's true. Abe Flo cast a long glance at Harry, who was still engrossed in his chess game, uncertain if she would ever have the chance to touch the invisibility cloak. In the early morning, a vibrant orange sun gradually ascended from the horizon. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the cozy room, casting dappled patterns on the curtains. A silent display of the Tyndall effect. A small foot, peeking out from under the covers, twitched as it felt the gentle caress of the sun. Quickly retreating back beneath the blanket. Little Abe Flo, Merry Christmas. She had been vigilantly waiting since dawn, eager to be the first to wish Abe Flo joy. Merry Christmas, 2333. Abe Flo yawned, rubbed her eyes, and slowly sat up. The dormitory was empty except for her. The other students had returned home, so she spoke freely. Let me see how many gifts I have. Dressed in a light peach-pink nightgown, Abe Flo scampered into the common room in her fluffy slippers. Merry Christmas, Abe Flo. Harry, still bleary-eyed, approached her. He had just been roused by Ron and hadn't fully shaken off his slumber. Merlin's lace gown. Ron noted that the pile of gifts belonging to Abe Flo was greater than the combined total of his and Harry's. Abe Flo picked up the topmost package. Wrapped in red and green paper, a large square parcel. Quick, open it and see what it is, Ron urged, his anticipation bubbling over. Harry stood backlit, his turquoise eyes sparkling like stars, fixated on Abe Flo. Sitting beneath the Christmas tree, Abe Flo unwrapped the parcel, revealing a black and gold card atop a beautiful rose from Campbell Manor. Wow, it's stunning, Ron exclaimed, captivated by the rose's beauty. He had never seen such a magnificent bloom. Each petal appeared to be a perfect replica. Even the curve of its bloom was identical. The deep crimson hue seemed as if it had been painted on with dye. Seeing Ron's admiration, Abe Flo decided to gift it to him. There's a whole field of roses like this at Campbell Manor. She opened the card, which was pinned by the Campbells, wishing their precious princess a Merry Christmas. The gift was a set of jewelry cut from pink diamonds. As Abe Flo gazed at the card and the gift, a warm wave of affection washed over her. Indeed, she was a child cherished by her parents. With Harry and Ron's assistance, Abe Flo took half an hour to unwrap all her presents. Hermione gifted her a beautifully bound book titled How to Utilize Your Talents. Oh no, I've been subtly criticized again. Draco had sent a deep green silk gown, embellished with small pearls at the waist and collar. Harry clicked his tongue, acknowledging that Malfoy knew well a Befflo's penchant for lovely dresses. Not. The boy she had briefly met in the astronomy tower also sent a gift, a book about celestial bodies and constellations. Wonderful, I've been criticized again. Abe Flo discovered a rose-shaped brooch from Cedric and a rabbit plush dressed in a princess gown from Gemini. The senior from the Wood House, true to his name, gifted her a book about Quidditch. Most surprisingly, Blaise Zabini also sent a Christmas gift, a necklace adorned with a Christmas tree pendant. The remaining gifts were typical, such as feather quills, candies, and notebooks, which Abe Flo had also prepared for her classmates. What about yours, Harry and Ron? Abe Flo rummaged through the remnants of wrapping paper, but found no gifts from them. I didn't get the chance to put mine in. Ron sheepishly scratched his head. He had intended to place it there that morning, but had overslept. No worries. Harry then sat on the sofa and began to unwrap his gifts. Compared to a Befflo's, this seemed rather insignificant, just a few small packages huddled together, hardly noticeable. Yet this was the first time he had received gifts. Harry was overwhelmed with joy. This would be the happiest Christmas he had ever experienced. Hagrid had gifted him a rough wooden flute, and the Dursleys had sent a 50-pence coin. Harry promptly handed it to Ron, who was fascinated by the Muggle currency. Abe Flo gifted Harry a complete care kit for his broomstick and wand. Ron and Hermione had sent him candies. What's this? Ron picked up the last gift, light and seemingly empty. Upon seeing the package, Abe Flo clenched her fists in excitement. It's here. It's here. It's the invisibility cloak. Harry took it, unwrapped it, and a silvery, smooth garment fell out, shimmering on the floor. I know what it is, Ron exclaimed, abandoning his half-unwrapped gift to come over and touch it. Is it a cloak? Quickly, try it on, Abe Flo suggested, urging Harry to drape it over himself. Harry nodded and put it on over his pajamas. In the eyes of Ron and Abe Flo, he appeared as though only his head floated in the air. Wow, it's the invisibility cloak. This is simply invaluable. Chapter 34. The Queen's Mirror. Abe Flo knelt beside Harry, reaching out to feel the invisibility cloak. It was smooth and slightly cool to the touch. So cool. Ron picked up the note attached to the package, asking, "Who sent this?" The three of them leaned in closer. The note simply stated that this was left by Harry's father before his demise, with the hope that Harry would make good use of it. There was no signature. Ron flipped the note several times, confirming that no information was overlooked. How strange. Harry nodded in agreement, and they hurried to Ron's pile of gifts to begin unwrapping. From the parcel sent by Mrs. Weasley, Ron unearthed 3 hand-knitted sweaters. Harry, this one's yours. Ron matched the note with an emerald green sweater and a box of candies, handing them to Harry. This is yours, Abe Flo. Then, Ron pulled out a dusty pink sweater and held it up before Abe Flo. You'd look lovely in this. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley. Abe Flo accepted the sweater and slipped it over her nightgown. The dusty pink sweater had a large golden letter embroidered on it. Your mother is so kind. Harry reached for a piece of candy and offered it to Abe Flo. She opened her mouth, and the pink confection swirled away from Harry's fingers. The moist tip of her tongue brushed against his fingertip, sending a shiver of exhilaration through him. For a brief moment, Harry considered placing his finger in his own mouth. His hands, resting at his sides, clenched tightly together, afraid he might lose control. After they tidied up the paper scraps on the floor, they donned their new clothes and headed to the Great Hall. Did Miss Rabbit receive her little bunny? Fred, clad in a blue sweater emblazoned with a large yellow letter F, inquired. Abe Flo swatted away the mischievous hands above her head and glanced at George's attire. I feel as though we have transformed into sentient letters of the alphabet. Afra's whimsical remark elicited hearty laughter from the crowd, while Percy, rubbing his eyes, plopped down beside Ron. Percy, why aren't you wearing your sweater? I simply don't want to. Percy recalled the lumps and loose threads on the sweater his mother had knit for him, and glanced at Afra's sweater, which was undoubtedly more refined than that of his entire family. Sincerely, he remarked, yours looks splendid. Your mother possesses remarkable skills. Afra gently stroked the tightly knitted fabric of her sweater, crafted from sturdy material, which enveloped her in warmth. My mother possesses a practical spellbook containing a charm that can automatically knit sweaters. George, seizing the opportunity while Mrs. Weasley was far away in Romania and unable to reprimand him, ruthlessly undermined Percy. George. Percy hissed angrily at him. George merely scoffed, nonchalantly placing a piece of turkey on Afra's plate from the long table. Thank you for the gift. I truly adore it. Afra beamed at Percy, recalling the reindeer headband he had gifted her. Upon hearing her express her fondness, a blush crept to Percy's ears, thankfully concealed by his long hair, which masked the youthful turmoil within him. I'm glad to hear that. The moment Percy had first laid eyes on the headband, Afra's quirky visage had danced in his mind. She would look utterly adorable wearing it. This singular thought had occupied his mind during the transaction. Why don't you express your appreciation for the gifts we gave you? Fred teased, gripping Afra's chin and turning her face toward him. Observing the boys squabbling over such trivial matters, Afra could not help but chuckle inwardly. It felt akin to caring for a gaggle of jealous cats and dogs. In her quest to secure a delightful meal, the caretaker Afra resolved to be fair and balanced. I like them. I like them all. After dinner, the tradition of pulling Christmas crackers commenced. Everyone sat in a row, tugging at the ends of the festive crackers. With a bang, the cracker burst open, spilling forth a plethora of small trinkets. By the time they exited the hall, Afra's pockets were brimming with treasures. Fred and George stuffed all their acquired goodies into Afra's hands. Noticing this, Harry also deposited his potions and balloons into her pockets. Back in the dormitory, Afra removed the naval officer's cap Percy had playfully placed atop her head and carefully stowed these treasures, along with her Christmas gifts, into a box. Just before parting ways at the stairwell, Harry personally handed Afra his prepared gift, a small nightlight shaped like a golden snitch. She placed it on her desk and leaned against her bed, retrieving an unfinished copy of Shakespeare's sonnets from beneath her pillow. Little Afra, why aren't you asleep? 23 inquired, glancing at the clock that now pointed to 11, then stealing a glance at the wide-awake Afra. Not sleeping will hinder your growth. 23 fussed over her like a doting mother, treating her as if she were his very own daughter. I plan to sneak into the forbidden section for a bit. Afra turned a page in her book, aware that something significant awaited her that evening. She longed to gaze upon the mirror of Ariste, to discover the innermost desires of her heart. Ever since her first day at Hogwarts, Afra had yearned to seek out the legendary mirror reputed to reveal one's deepest yearnings, yet she had never encountered it, fearing that only by following the protagonists could she ever find it. As the clock struck midnight, Afra stealthily made her way to the library's restricted area to await Harry's arrival. Lacking an invisibility cloak, she had to navigate carefully and discreetly. Alohomora. Afra brandished her wand to unlock the forbidden door and concealed herself behind a bookshelf. Shortly thereafter, she noticed the door opening on its own, indicating Harry's arrival. Following the floating lantern, she approached a bookshelf. Harry. As Harry had just removed his invisibility cloak and was about to reach for a book, he heard a familiar voice. Afra. He gasped in surprise, nearly shouting, "What are you doing here?" Afra pointed to the bookshelf behind them, silently forming the shape of Nicoleme's name with her lips. Assuming that Afra, like him, was there to seek information, Harry was about to suggest she return when the sound of chains rattled ominously from the entrance. Oh no. It's Filch. Harry quickly cloaked both himself and Afra in the invisibility garment. In the ensuing chaos, he accidentally knocked over the lantern resting atop the cloak. The shattering of glass echoed loudly in the empty room. Who is there? Filch's menacing voice drew nearer, as both Afra and Harry, holding their noses beneath the cloak, quietly maneuvered around him and sprinted toward the exit. Harry supported the cloak with one hand while the other embraced Afra. Beneath his warm chest, his heart raced. The two dashed frantically down the corridor, narrowly avoiding a collision with Snape and Quirrell lurking around the corner. With Snape ahead and Filch behind, Afra swiftly pointed towards an empty classroom behind them. Without hesitation, Harry led her inside. What is this? Harry removed the invisibility cloak to reveal a lavishly framed mirror within the abandoned classroom. The Mirror of Ariste. Chapter 35, The Battleground of Slytherin. The Malfoy Manor, nestled in Wiltshire, England, was hosting a Christmas banquet. Numerous pureblood families had received invitations, and Draco, clad in an elegant dark suit, leaned casually against a deep green sofa, holding a goblet. Surrounding him were Goyle, Crabbe, and Blaze, while Theodore sat alone on a smaller couch, neither too far nor too close. Zabini, do you still have private contact with the Savior? Draco remarked, catching sight of Harry's owl, Hedwig, arriving with a package in its beak, sneering derisively. Hedwig, disliking the atmosphere, dropped the parcel upon locating its owner and promptly took flight. Blaze, intrigued, picked up the discarded package, surprised that Harry would send him a Christmas gift. Was he attempting to win their favor? Lazily, Blaze began to unwrap the haphazardly packaged gift. The moment he laid eyes on its contents, he sat up in disbelief. What on earth did Potter send? Draco couldn't help but revel in Blaze's astonished expression, his smile deepening. It can't be a prank, can it? It's not from Potter, Blaze exclaimed, barely concealing his joy. It was from Afro. He lifted the folding fan from the package, showcasing it to all present. Upon hearing Afra's name, Draco spilled the juice from his goblet all over Pansy, who had approached him. Ah, Pansy cried, covering her face and fleeing in tears at the sight of her meticulously arranged outfit ruined by Draco. Ignoring Pansy, Draco's expression darkened, resembling an unfathomable abyss, as he fixated on Blaze, who was now toying with the fan. Meanwhile, Theodore, seated in the corner, wore a terrifyingly gloomy countenance, his eyes flickering ominously. In an instant, all signs of chaos vanished, and he reverted to the coolly detached Mr. Knott. Hand it over, let me see. Draco sneered at Blaze, inadvertently revealing the brooch on his collar in the process. Young master, your brooch is quite exquisite, Goyle mumbled, his mouth full of cake, yet everyone present heard him. Seeing all eyes drawn to the small serpent brooch, Draco smirked, as if proclaiming something worth boasting about. It was personally designed by Afro. Afro, stop talking nonsense. It was designed by my mother. With a flourish, Blaze opened his folding fan and waved it a few times before a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of his lips. He could only half listen to Draco's words, suspecting that Afro had simply purchased it from somewhere. Is that so? Next time, I shall have little Afro design one for me as well. Blaze emphasized the words little and design, intentionally insinuating a close relationship with Afro. The atmosphere in the sofa area grew suddenly silent, the only sounds being the clinking of glasses and laughter from the adults. Each pair of eyes flickered with unspoken thoughts, all laid bare in the open. Humph. It was unclear who first let out a derisive chuckle, but the tense atmosphere soon lightened. Crabbe took a deep breath and swallowed the small cake in his mouth. Do you think the Campbell family is so easy to win over? Theodore sipped his juice from a goblet, leaning back on the sofa while twirling a silver ring around his fingers. This statement struck a chord with everyone present, their expressions shifting to reveal discomfort. What are you discussing? Lucius Malfoy approached, holding a glass of wine. I thought I heard the name Campbell. Theodore politely stood, bowing slightly. Uncle Malfoy. Lucius raised his cane, gesturing for him to sit. Father, do you know someone from the Campbell family? Draco had never heard Lucius mention the Campbells before. Lucius settled himself among the children, his expression inscrutable as he placed his glass down, hands clasped around his cane. The Campbell family, indeed. Lucius regarded the future heirs of several pureblood families, feeling it necessary to enlighten them on certain matters. It is an ancient family, and no one knows the extent of their amassed wealth. Initially, even the heirs of the Muggle royal family were under the Campbell family's influence. He paused, envy glimmering in his eyes, recalling how he had once aspired for the Malfoy family to flourish like the Campbells, only to find their luck had faltered, having placed their bets incorrectly. At the height of their glory, heirs of the Campbell lineage could be found among several European royal families. And then, Draco's curiosity was piqued. He truly wished to uncover the origins of Afro's lineage. Then, as the Muggle world began to embroil itself in conflict, the Campbell family, having received early warnings, chose to withdraw discreetly from the royal strife. Thus, they became the only noble to emerge unscathed from that turmoil. Even now, the Muggle monarchy and government remain under the Campbell family's control, despite the current king and prime minister not bearing the Campbell name. The tale of the Campbell family profoundly resonated with the young minds, who had only known them for their inexhaustible wealth in the Muggle realm, unaware of their exceptional power. But they are only formidable in the Muggle world, Goyle interjected, reaching for another small cake, convinced that no matter how powerful the Campbells were, they were not wizards. Lucius chuckled lightly. The heir of the Goyle family must be quite dim-witted. The Campbell family, though steeped in history and having produced numerous wizards, had never sought ambition within the wizarding world. Just then, Lucius abruptly stopped, for every family present had once served that individual. They were, of course, familiar with this chapter of history. The Dark Lord had once sought the Campbell family to fund him and provide assistance within the Muggle realm. Yet he could not even find a single member of the Campbell family, except for a few distant branches with rather unremarkable lineage. I share this with you merely to encourage you to cultivate ties with Miss Campbell, who attends Hogwarts. Lucius adjusted his slightly crumpled suit, the serpent-headed cane tapping rhythmically against the ground. Although, as a witch, Miss Campbell cannot inherit the headship of the Campbell family. The resources she possesses far surpass those of any of us. Especially now, the Malfoy family may have once been contenders, but they are now likely unable to even touch the threshold of the Campbell estate. Far away at Hogwarts, Afro remained oblivious to the fact that her family history had been thoroughly uncovered. She was engrossed in studying the Mirror of Erist with Harry. Mirror, mirror, tell me who is the most beautiful in the world? The Mirror of Erist, what a fool. Chapter 36, Wood's Pat. Harry burst into laughter, for Afro's earnest demeanor belied the absurdity of her question. He imagined that if the Mirror of Erist had consciousness, it would surely wear a look of exasperation. Or perhaps, I am cracking up. Harry took a few steps closer to the mirror, and as his reflection materialized, he noticed two indistinct figures beside him. Adjusting his glasses, the mist gradually lifted, revealing a young man and woman. From their similar features, it was evident that they were his parents. With delight and astonishment in his eyes, Harry gazed at the couple, who smiled tenderly at him, the woman's hand resting on his shoulder. "Mom," he whispered, reaching out in vain, the sensation of her sweater instantly drawing him back to reality. Yes, his parents had long since departed from this world. The joy quickly gave way to profound sorrow. "Harry." He heard Afro's voice and turned slightly. Her turquoise eyes seemed to shimmer with mist, glistening at the corners with unshed tears. Silently, Afro moved to his side, and Harry embraced her tightly. Her hand gently patted his back, soothing the boy's emotions. The sound of soft sobs reached his ears, and he felt warmth against his neck, which soon trickled down into her collar. In the midst of their embrace, Afro glanced at the mirror. In that fleeting moment, she caught sight of a little girl, cradling a teddy bear, smiling back at her. It dawned on her that deep within, she still struggled to forgive the timid and cowardly version of herself. Afro seemed to be transported back to a sunlit afternoon, bustling streets, and the heart-wrenching cries, with the teddy bear discarded on the ground. Harry finally emerged from his emotional reverie, realizing that he had held Afro for quite some time. While he relished the warmth, he ultimately chose to release her. One day, he would boldly embrace Lady Luck herself. "Afro, I just saw my parents in the mirror." Harry sat before the mirror, reaching out to caress its surface as though touching his parents' faces. "What do you think this mirror truly is?" Afro settled beside Harry, her gaze fixed on the metallic buckle of her shoe. "It is the Mirror of Erist, capable of revealing one's deepest desires." Harry remained before the mirror, and Afro lingered there with him. "Afro, what did you see?" After a long silence, a voice broke the stillness of the empty classroom, raspy and hoarse. Afro continued to keep her head lowered, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns along the golden frame. "All the people I know are living happily." Afro concealed the true reflection she had witnessed. Though her words did not align with what the Mirror of Erist revealed, they undeniably represented Afro's greatest wish at that moment. Regardless of whether they hail from the magical realm or the mundane world, Afro longs for their perpetual peace and joy, hidden from her sight. Harry himself was uncertain how long he had sat there, only aware of the sudden clamor outside the door and the numbness that had overtaken his arm, pressed beneath Afro's weight. As the latter part of the night wore on, Afro could no longer withstand the fatigue and leaned heavily against Harry's shoulder, drifting into a deep slumber. "Afro, Afro." Harry gently nudged the girl who had fallen asleep in his embrace. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, revealing her vivid green eyes. Harry, flustered, averted his gaze, redirecting it towards the raucous oak door behind them. Daylight had arrived. Afro straightened up, her neck cracking audibly as she did so. When she was momentarily distracted, Harry shifted the arm that had borne her weight all night. Each movement tightened the furrow of his brow. The two of them stealthily evaded the early rising students and returned to the Gryffindor common room, intending to rest a bit longer. From that evening onward, Afro noticed Harry donning the invisibility cloak every night. He remained ensnared in the throes of an elusive illusion. As the snow melted, the soil beneath the grass grew soft and damp, and the frost flowers clinging to the branches sparkled brilliantly in the winter sun. Afro wrapped her cloak tightly around herself, skipping merrily towards the Owlery. Her trepidation towards owls had not diminished. She usually accompanied Hermione or borrowed Harry's Hedwig. After all, Hedwig was both obedient and beautiful. Unfortunately, today was not her lucky day. Hedwig was absent. The letter she clutched was intended for Hermione. She could only hope to encounter a kind-hearted soul at the Owlery. "Good afternoon." Afro. Afro was at the doorway, shaking off the snow that had stuck to her shoes when she heard someone call her name. She looked up, bewildered, to see Wood, clad entirely in black, broad-shouldered with a slim waist and long legs. His athletic physique was evident in his movements. "Oliver, aren't you going home for the holidays?" Afro sidestepped to allow him passage. Wood had not anticipated encountering Afro during his spontaneous stroll. His youthful face radiated vitality, and a handsome smile graced his lips. "Are you sending a letter too?" he inquired as they entered the building together. Afro edged along the wall as she stepped inside. Upon seeing the multitude of owls, her complexion paled, and her fingertips trembled around the letter. Wood, noticing he had no new parcels, decided to wait for Afro. Just as he intended to move closer to the door, he turned around to find her trembling against the wall. Wood quickly approached, grasping her hand and assessing her condition. "No, I must take you to Madame Pomfrey." He then crouched down, encircling her knees with one arm, while supporting her waist with the other, lifting her effortlessly. Afro's lips quivered, as if she yearned to speak, but her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. Clearly, her fear of owls had intensified. Throughout the journey, Wood adjusted his hold carefully, ensuring not a whisper of the cold wind touched her. Though his physique was robust from frequent exercise, his embrace was warm and comforting. "Madame Pomfrey." Upon reaching the infirmary door, Wood called out urgently. Hearing the commotion, Madame Pomfrey emerged hastily from behind a white screen. "Quick, place her on the bed." Seeing Wood cradling a girl, her expression shifted to one of concern, suspecting the girl had sustained a severe injury. Wood carefully laid Afro on the bed, each movement imbued with tenderness. Madame Pomfrey conducted a thorough examination of Afro, concluding that apart from her pallid complexion, she exhibited no other ailments. "Fiddlesticks, she is not ill," Madame Pomfrey remarked nonchalantly, but she was trembling all over. Wood recounted what he had witnessed, convinced that Afro was indeed unwell, and urged Madame Pomfrey to reassess her condition. In truth, Afro attempted to voice her predicament, but her words were drowned out by the conversation between Wood and Madame Pomfrey. "No, I am the patient. Please, listen to me," she protested. "She is fine. I suspect you are the one with issues," Madame Pomfrey declared, exasperated, slamming the tray she held onto the table. "What on earth is wrong with this group of children? Coming here during the holidays to seek attention?" Chapter 37, School Routine. Ultimately, the two deemed to be causing a ruckus were ushered out by Madame Pomfrey. "Thank you, Oliver. After all, Wood only caused this mix-up out of concern for me. Actually, I just have a little issue." Afro's voice dwindled, feeling the embarrassment of a witch terrified of owls. "What?" Upon seeing the concern in Wood's eyes, Afro closed her eyes momentarily, her words laced with a sense of resignation. "I am terrified of owls. The moment I see them, my scalp prickles, and I tremble all over." Having said this, Afro turned away, unwilling to witness Wood's reaction, her back radiating stubbornness. Upon hearing her reason, Wood was initially taken aback. Then a hint of amusement danced in his eyes. Who would have thought this audacious girl, who dared to flout school rules and tease Professor Snape, would be afraid of owls? Wood caught up with Afro, grasping her wrist. The force of his grip caused her to halt. "Aren't you sending a letter? Let me assist you, shall I?" He bent down to meet her gaze, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "How about it?" The warmth of youth brushed against her face, causing Afro to feel a flush rise to her cheeks, her ears seemingly ablaze. She lowered her head, hastily thrusting the letter against Wood's chest, and as his muscles flexed with each breath, she quickly retracted her hand. "Thank you." Without waiting for Wood's response, she dashed away, her cloak trailing behind her. Tracing an arc around the corner, Wood clutched the letter against his chest, as if the sensation of their brief contact lingered. "Mike, I appreciate your help." Wood returned to the Olery, handing the letter to his owl. "This is an opportunity one have worked hard to secure." He stroked Mike's feathers, his mind dancing with the image of Afro's bashful demeanor. Mike, noticing his owner's smitten expression, flapped his wings playfully against Wood's chin. As winter ebbed and flowed, the students emerged from the Christmas break, transitioning into the Easter holiday. Following this respite, they embarked upon the new semester. Harry seemed to have taken Dumbledore's counsel to heart, for he no longer roamed about at night, cloaked in invisibility. During one afternoon break, Fred and George spirited away Afro. "What are you up to?" Once again, she found herself caught between the two, unsure why they relished placing her in the middle. "Little Afro, would you like to hear some gossip?" A mischievous glint flashed in George's eyes as he leaned closer, drawing her toward him. At the mention of gossip, a spark ignited in Afro's eyes. Fred gently extricated Afro from his brother's embrace, reaching out to meticulously arrange the disheveled strands of her hair that had become tousled in George's arms. "Quickly, tell me, whose gossip is it?" Afro implored, gripping Fred's arm with impatience, her eagerness palpable. "Isn't that why we brought you here?" George chimed in, taking Afro's small hand and leading her towards their destination. They ascended the marble staircase adjacent to Professor McGonagall's office, past a lavatory, and eventually halted before the door of Chilo's office. Afro cast a glance into Chilo's room and then shifted her gaze between Fred and George, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Have we made a mistake? What gossip could Chilo possibly have?" Fred discerned the unspoken question in Afro's eyes and chuckled, encouraging her to mimic his actions by pressing her ear against the door. George placed a finger to his lips, hushing her to listen intently. I'm working on it. Stay calm. I will get it. The thick oak door, combined with Chilo's deliberate lowering of his voice, rendered their eavesdropping a fragmented experience. Wasn't this merely Chilo discussing how to procure the Philosopher's Stone with the limited edition dual card Voldemort? Is that all? Afro straightened up, crossing her arms as she regarded the two boys who had promised her gossip. Little Afro, Chilo must be talking to his girlfriend, George teased, pinching Afro's cheek as he shared his and Fred's conjecture. Girlfriend? Of course, otherwise, why would he be so subservient? Such behavior is reserved solely for a girlfriend. Who says that? Isn't he also like that with his boss? Afro attempted to steer the two imaginative boys back on track. Oh heavens. I certainly do not want a boss in the future. We can be our own bosses. The two boys encircled Afro, gesturing animatedly as they envisioned their future. And indeed, they eventually became bosses. A smile crept across Afro's face as she contemplated the unfolding narrative. Time ambled into May, a month adorned with blooming flowers, where Hogwarts students found themselves confined to the library, preparing for their impending final examinations. The normally carefree Afro was no longer racing about with the twins. Instead, she sat quietly with her textbooks, diligently scribbling with a quill. Afro is working exceptionally hard, Ron remarked, fiddling with his cards while still finding time to marvel at her diligence. If only she were this serious all the time. She wouldn't have to exert herself so much now. Hermione maintained that Afro was squandering her magical talents. Afro paused, setting down her quill to sip some water before addressing her three companions. Have you never heard a saying? The trio turned their puzzled faces towards her as she theatrically traced a circle in the air with her finger. One pen, one book, one night, one miracle. Understanding the hidden meaning, Hermione playfully tousled Afro's hair. Could your cleverness be applied to more beneficial endeavors? Afro chuckled softly before resuming her last-minute cramming. Neville bounded into the great hall, his legs awkwardly locked, drawing attention and laughter from those around him. It must be Malfoy's doing. Ron recognized Neville's predicament, aware that he had once again fallen victim to Malfoy's mischief. You need to learn to stand up for yourself, Harry urged, lifting his gaze from his book. Neville, helplessly leaning against the table, gestured to his legs. How am I supposed to fight back? I can't even stand upright. Seamus raised his wand, eager to assist Neville in breaking the spell. I don't want my knees to catch fire. Neville protested vehemently against Seamus's help. Since their first day, Seamus had been known more for his explosive mishaps than his spells. Indeed, if Neville allowed Seamus to intervene, it would likely lead to an entirely new disaster rather than a solution. Afro stifled a laugh behind her hand, unable to contain herself. My apologies, Seamus. I simply couldn't help it. Seamus, in a huff, declared that his eyebrows had finally grown back. He turned dramatically, revealing a patch of hair missing from the back of his head. I found it, Harry exclaimed, holding up a card that Ron had carelessly tossed aside. It boldly displayed the illustrious feats of Dumbledore alongside his friend Nicholas Flamel. At this, Hermione recalled reading about Flamel in a book. She beckoned the others to follow her, while Neville called out from behind, "If you leave, who will help me break the spell?" Afro turned back and waved her wand, causing Neville's legs to separate instantly. Chapter 38, Draco and the Little Dragon. Hermione scampered to a bookcase in the library, reaching up on tiptoe to retrieve a large, thick volume with a crimson cover. I was perusing this book the last time I sought amusement. Amusement? Ron gaped in disbelief at the oversized tome resting on the table, his mouth agape in astonishment. Truly, those who love learning must be a bit peculiar. Fortunately, among their group, only Hermione fit that description. Hermione shot Ron a disapproving glare and flipped through a few pages with fervor. Here, she exclaimed, pointing to a passage and reading it aloud word for word. The Philosopher's Stone? Harry's quick mind seized upon the critical information, realizing that the elusive stone was hidden in the basement. What Snape is after is the Philosopher's Stone, Harry and Ron declared confidently. Afro gazed at her trio of friends, witnessing them make the same error as Quirrell. What a pity. The formula is correct, but the numbers are mixed up. We must inform Hagrid. Harry proposed that they all visit Hagrid that evening to expose Snape's malevolent intentions and seek Dumbledore's protection for the Philosopher's Stone. Afro, privy to all the details, refrained from interrupting them. Firstly, this was a trial that Harry needed to endure. Secondly, if she rashly altered the narrative without the system's intervention, who knew what chaos might ensue? I say 2333, your system is rather lacking. It's been a year, and nothing has changed in the plot. 23 also sensed issues with the system's task assignments. Don't fret, little Afro, I'll report this to the higher-ups. 23 promptly drafted a problem report for the main system. Little Afro, I have submitted the issue. A response will be provided within 60 working days. Upon hearing they would have to wait 2 months, Afro quipped. Your company's efficiency is truly remarkable. While Afra and the system deliberated over task issues, Harry and the others had already finalized their plans. At midnight, for figures, large and small, huddled beneath a small invisibility cloak. Ah, Ron, you stepped on my foot. Hermione whispered in a hushed tone. Sorry. Harry shushed them, urging his friends to remain quiet, his other hand tightly grasping Afra's, ostensibly to prevent her from wandering off. Afra thought to herself, last time was merely an accident. As they descended the marble staircase to the entrance hall, they were just a step away from exiting the castle when footsteps echoed from the direction of the stairs leading to the basement. The four quickly concealed themselves in a corner. A platinum-haired figure suddenly came into view, and Ron, crouched low, inadvertently lost a strand of hair when Hermione tugged at him. Ah! Ron swiftly covered his mouth, but it was too late. Draco had heard the faint sound and wore a mischievous grin, eager to discover who it was. As the four watched Draco approach, their hearts raced. In a moment of desperation, Afra lifted the invisibility cloak that shielded her and stepped forward. Afra? Draco was taken aback to find her among those breaking school rules. How did you get here? The two individuals concurrently posed the same question to one another. Naturally, Afra could not divulge that she had ventured out with Harry. Meanwhile, Harry had long been whisked away by Hermione the moment Afra stepped outside. Afra remained, resolute in her belief that she would be unharmed. In a flurry of thought, she pondered how to divert Draco's attention. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she recalled Draco's fervent desire to raise a dragon, coinciding with Hagrid's current endeavor to hatch one. I intend to seek out Hagrid, that giant. Draco's brow furrowed in disbelief upon hearing Afra's intention to visit Hagrid's hut. What do you want with that giant Hagrid? Draco remembered that Afra despised when he assigned nicknames or mocked others' names. Thus, he always referred to him in secret. It's a secret. Afra replied with a mysterious smile that piqued Draco's curiosity. Would you care to join me? Observing Draco's intrigue, Afra cleverly dangled a new bait. After a moment's hesitation, Draco, captivated by Afra's radiant smile, nodded in agreement. He trusted her implicitly as they exited the castle together. Good evening, Hagrid. Afra called as she knocked on the wooden door of Hagrid's hut, ushering Draco inside. Hagrid welcomed his two guests with open arms. Draco appeared somewhat disdainful of Hagrid's abode. Covering his mouth and nose, his brow contorted in a manner reminiscent of a grumpy old man. He surveyed the interior, ultimately choosing to stand. And when he noticed Afra nonchalantly seated on the tattered sofa, he even considered pulling her up. We know about the Philosopher's Stone. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exclaimed in unison. A flicker of panic crossed Hagrid's eyes, clad in an apron with thick gloves adorning his hands. He stood before a large cauldron bubbling ominously in the center of the room. We suspect Snape is attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Harry removed his cloak and settled beside Afra. Nonsense. Hagrid had yet to retort when Draco interjected loudly. Our head of Slytherin would never stoop to thievery. Steal a stone. Indeed, Draco's clenched fists suggested that if Harry uttered another disparaging remark about Snape, he would unleash his fury upon him. Draco, calm down. Afra gently pried open his fists, soothingly running her fingers through his hair. This boy, even in slumber, applies hair gel? Afra noted the thickness of Draco's hair, feeling the sticky residue on her fingers. You should use less gel. It can cause hair loss, she remarked with concern, glancing at Draco's still relatively normal hairline. Snape wouldn't do that. Hagrid seated himself in front of the cauldron, scrutinizing its contents. Well, if nothing's amiss, you should be on your way. I have matters to attend to. Are there additional protections? Spells. Afra recalled the numerous obstacles set in place to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone, all meticulously arranged by Dumbledore for Harry's benefit. Of course, no one knows how to bypass Fluffy, except for me and Dumbledore. Hagrid realized he had let slip too much and promptly fell silent. At that moment, the copper cauldron on the fire began to rattle violently. Hagrid gingerly extracted a brown egg from within. What is this? The children gathered around, captivated by the sound of the egg cracking as Hagrid gazed upon it with affection. I know what it is. Ron chimed in, his brother being an ardent dragon enthusiast. Suddenly, the dragon egg erupted. A wobbly little dragon unfurled its wings and staggered towards Afra. She grasped Draco's wrist, encouraging him to touch the baby dragon. Draco's excitement was palpable, his eyes shimmering with uncontainable joy. Chapter 39, Another System. Does it have a name? Ron playfully teased the little dragon, which emitted soft whines in response. How about Kintukyataka Tikadasilasong? A name flashed into Afra's mind, which she deemed most fitting for the dragon. The others in the room recoiled as though confronted by something foul. What did you say? Kintukyataka Tikadasilasong? Afra repeated rapidly, her words flowing with practiced ease. Forgive Draco. He didn't catch a single word. Hagrid dismissed Afra's proposed name, scratching the dragon's chin. Noble, come here. Isn't it beautiful? The little dragon, tickled by Hagrid's fingers, sneezed, releasing a burst of flame that singed Hagrid's beard. Hagrid, we must find a way to send him away. Afro observed the dragon playfully chasing its tail on the table. You realize this is illegal? Ron chimed in, finally aligning with the others' reasoning, especially considering Hagrid's home was no place for a dragon. But then, it will be motherless. Hagrid cradled the dragon, stroking it tenderly. Poor Noble. You can keep him at my place, Draco suggested, asserting that Malfoy Manor had ample space to accommodate a dragon. Ron, disenchanted by Draco's proposition, immediately suggested entrusting the dragon to his brother Charlie, who would find numerous companions for Noble in Romania. Hagrid, however, paid no heed to anyone's suggestions, stubbornly insisting on raising Noble in the Forbidden Forest. For several days, after school, Draco and Afra visited Hagrid's hut to see Noble. As Noble grew larger, Hagrid found himself overwhelmed, juggling its care alongside his duties. After days of persuasion, Hagrid finally recognized his limitations and reluctantly agreed to send Noble to Ron's brother Charlie. At midnight on Saturday, Harry and his friends donned the invisibility cloak, evading Peeves in the first-floor entrance hall and beckoned Draco, who had been waiting at the castle's entrance. Hagrid, teary-eyed, packed Noble's favorite toys and treats into a large box. Not only Hagrid, but even Draco felt a pang of sadness. He truly adored that little dragon. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, Draco discreetly wiped away a tear. Afra, having caught sight of Draco's furtive gesture, approached him and gently patted his slender back. They devised every possible means to transport the box to the highest tower, adhering to the instructions outlined in Charlie's letter. After what felt like an eternity, a weary Afra leaned against Hermione, yawning repeatedly. In a daze, she spotted 4 flying broomsticks descending from the sky, belonging to Charlie's friends. Cheerfully, they secured the wooden box between the 4 broomsticks and waved their gratitude to Afra and her companions. The moment Noble was dispatched, a weight lifted from Afra's heart, allowing her to finally breathe easy. They engaged in lively discussions about Noble's future as they turned the first corner of the spiral staircase, only to find Professor McGonagall and a Slytherin girl waiting there. Oh no, we've left the invisibility cloak in the tower. Parkinson. Draco recognized the student beside McGonagall, the relentless girl who had been pursuing him. Little Afra, something's amiss. 23 scanned the ominous aura emanating from Parkinson, sensing a mysterious power about her. It felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of a system's presence. Yet, a single world could not accommodate multiple systems or foreign entities. Little Afra, be cautious. She may possess a system of her own. What? Afro's pupils constricted sharply as her scrutinizing gaze collided with Parkinson's venomous and disdainful stare. Is your system procured at a bargain price? Parkinson seethed inwardly, consumed by an overwhelming jealousy as she beheld the girl standing intimately alongside Draco. It's her. She has stolen my Draco. Parkinson's mind screamed in furious outrage, as if Afro had committed an unforgivable crime. Calm down, fool. A chilling voice echoed in Parkinson's mind. On Christmas Day, after running out in tears, a mysterious entity had infiltrated her thoughts. Though terrified at the prospect of venturing to St. Goman, the entity claimed to be a messenger of Merlin. Merlin had discerned that the magical world was in turmoil, veering off its rightful path. As one chosen by Merlin, she bore the responsibility of rectifying these errors. The messenger even revealed glimpses of the future, where Voldemort triumphed, and she would marry Draco, becoming Mrs. Malfoy. Yet, the sudden emergence of Afro altered everything. Very well. You lot, including Miss Parkinson, have violated school regulations. Each of you shall lose 50 points. McGonagall stood behind her desk, casting a weary gaze upon these troublesome children. Particularly at Afro. Once a diligent student, she now frolicked daily with the twins, and now she was cavorting with Harry. All 6 of you will serve detention. Filch escorted the rowdy children to Hagrid, lamenting the absence of his former punitive methods. He truly missed the echoes of screams from the dungeons. Parkinson's eyes remained fixated on Afro. Were it not for the hatred radiating from her gaze, one might mistake her for harboring affection. What is wrong with your company? Such a significant blunder. Little Afro, do not be upset. I have escalated the request for compensation to the main system. Hagrid, still enveloped in sorrow, busied himself with his belongings, accepting the lantern that Filch handed him. You had better come to your senses. Filch croaked, his voice akin to a leaky bellows. Draco and Harry positioned Afro between them, with Parkinson trailing behind. Suddenly, Hagrid halted, crouching to inspect a mysterious liquid on the ground, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. What is this? Harry inquired, glancing at the silver liquid on Hagrid's fingers with curiosity. It is unicorn blood. I discovered a dead one earlier. Hagrid seized his crossbow and led them along the trail of blood to seek the injured unicorn. Hermione, Ron, Afro, come with me. All right. The 3 obediently responded. No. Everyone turned to face the dissenting Parkinson, her gaze wavering, palms slick with cold sweat. Recalling the messenger's words, she regained her composure. You two good students must leave one for us. How do we know you're not just taking them to rest? Parkinson arrogantly lifted her chin, her shrill voice unsettling. Draco cursed under his breath. He had previously thought Parkinson mad, but now she seemed utterly devoid of sense. What do you propose, then? Hagrid kindly inquired of Parkinson. She flicked her shoulder-length hair, a wicked smile curling her lips as she pointed at someone. Chapter 40, Flames Aglow. I want her to come with us, Parkinson declared, indicating Afro as if she were pointing at a corpse. And Yaya? No, Afro is going with Hagrid. Yaya can stay. Draco dismissed Parkinson's demand. The Forbidden Forest harbored countless unknown dangers, including werewolves. It was safest for Afro to accompany Hagrid. Draco nudged Afro towards Hagrid, taking Yaya and Harry to stand together. Concerning Afro's safety, Harry and Draco found common ground. No, Parkinson, fixated on her plan, was determined to see Afro perish in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid cast a troubled glance at Harry, who, staring at his shoes, feigned ignorance of the silent plea. Seeing the stalemate, Afro stepped forward. I'll go with Draco and the others. She too wished to uncover what schemes Parkinson harbored against her. Little Afro, seize the opportunity to incapacitate this person, and I shall have a chance to discern the nature of this system. Afro mentally devised a plan with 23. With the Master's directive, Hagrid had no further objections. He left Yaya and the lantern with Harry and the others, leading Ron and Hermione in a chosen direction. Draco was the first to grasp the lantern, his other hand clasping Afro's. Noticing Parkinson's unusual demeanor, Harry grew concerned that she might cause trouble. Thus, he positioned himself between Parkinson and Afro. Watching the two boys protect Afro like sentinels, the hatred in Parkinson's eyes intensified. Meanwhile, the foe system lurking within her mind reveled in the escalating animosity. The more she despised, the greater the energy it could consume. The four walked quietly, the shadows of the trees under the moonlight resembling demonic claws. Beneath the dim light of the lantern, Harry discovered a pool of blood. Here, he pointed at a depression beneath a tree, where they found the injured unicorn. Afro heard something sliding through the woods nearby. Grabbing one boy's arm, she pulled them both behind a tree trunk. What is that? Harry wiped his glasses, spotting a cloaked figure pouncing on the unicorn. A werewolf? Probably not. The being near the pit remained still, slightly raising its body to glance toward Afro's hiding spot. Upon witnessing this, Parkinson's face broke into a maniacal grin of revenge as she forcefully shoved Afro out into the open. Everything transpired too swiftly. Neither Draco nor Harry could react in time. Watching Afro tumble to the ground, with the sinister shadow approaching, Parkinson laughed uncontrollably, disregarding her own potential exposure. Afro. Harry was the first to react, rushing out to help her up. Draco's eyes widened in fury, his expression dark and foreboding. Have you lost your mind, Parkinson? He pushed her aside with force. The fallen Parkinson regarded Draco with a complex expression. Yet, concerned for Afro, Draco turned his back to Parkinson, oblivious to the admiration lurking in her gaze. Disturbed by the presence of these children, the shadow slithered across the ground like a serpent. As the shadow drew near, Harry's scar throbbed painfully. Seizing the opportunity, Draco pulled Afro away, dashing into the distance. Draco. Afro clutched his hand tightly, and they abruptly halted. Drawing her wand, she aimed at the shadow, her lips parting softly, flames aglow. A fire dragon erupted from the tip of her wand, coiling towards the shadow. Flames soared high, igniting the cloak of the shadowy figure, which flailed desperately to extinguish the fire. Unbeknownst to it, Parkinson, too close for comfort, was caught in the blaze. She screamed, hopping about the woods as the flames singed her eyebrows. A cacophony of hooves echoed from the depths, as a centaur reared onto its hind legs, delivering a fierce kick to the shadow. Overwhelmed, the shadow fled in terror. The sudden appearance of the centaur caused Parkinson to faint in fright. Seizing the moment, 23 infiltrated her mind, but before it could cast its spell, the system vanished. Hagrid arrived at the scene, and upon witnessing the chaos and the disheveled appearance of Afro, Hermione and Ron felt their blood surge. Afro, how are you? Hermione's eyes brimmed with concern as she scrutinized Afro, brushing away the dirt and leaves that clung to her. Ron helped his good friend up, standing beside Hagrid, who was adeptly greeting the centaur, while no one paid heed to Parkinson lying on the ground. Harry, this is Forenza. Hagrid introduced the centaur to Harry, who shyly smiled, rubbing his forehead. Hagrid, you ought to depart, Forenza said, raising a foreleg to indicate Parkinson on the ground. Hagrid, as if just realizing her presence, bent down to lift her, muttering a complaint about the trouble. Well then, Harry, until next time. Forenza bent slightly, curving one foreleg. Hagrid, why do some people drink unicorn blood? Afro inquired on their way back. Because unicorn blood has the power to prolong life, Hagrid replied, shaking his head with a sigh as he adjusted his hold on Parkinson. Unicorns are pure creatures, and that monster. He left the rest unsaid, safely escorting the children out of the forbidden forest and handing them over to Filch, who was waiting outside. After delivering the unconscious Parkinson to the hospital wing, he left hastily, stating that he needed to inform Dumbledore. The following morning, Gryffindor students could hardly believe their eyes as they rubbed them upon seeing the score funnel in the Great Hall. "Brother, am I still dreaming?" Fred exclaimed, leaning over the funnel to inspect if it was glass that had shattered. "It seems Miss Rabbit is quite the naughty one," George commented as he spotted Afro, still bleary-eyed. Entering the hall, he smirked knowingly. Fred draped an arm over George's shoulder, producing a small vial of potion from his pocket. "Do you think Miss Rabbit would fancy this?" The pale blue liquid within the crystal bottle shimmered with a silvery glow. They exchanged a knowing smile. "Blimey, you truly are a benefactor of Slytherin." Despite having shared a moment of camaraderie the previous night, Draco felt compelled to mock Harry. Everyone conveniently forgot about their brief alliance. They remained arch-rivals. Harry, marginalized due to the loss of points, often found himself reflecting on Hagrid's words from that night in the Forbidden Forest. He pondered who truly needed to prolong life. A flash of insight struck him. He recalled Hagrid mentioning on his birthday that everyone suspected that person was already dead. Those words struck his heart like a hammer, and he felt everything fall into place. Snape did not steal the Philosopher's Stone for his own use or for monetary gain. Rather, he was, in fact, one of Voldemort's own, working for him. Chapter 41, The Battleground at the Birthday Feast. Harry roused Afro, who was dozing on the couch, to share his conjecture. The more he spoke, the more convinced he became of his theory. By the time he finished, Afro's eyes had yet to fully open. "Young man, how is it that you can miswrite the numbers yet arrive at the correct conclusion? Even if it's true, you have no evidence." Afro yawned and sank back into the plush couch. Since meeting Harry, she and T enjoyed a single restful night, observing her drift back to sleep. Harry draped his cloak over her and paced restlessly in front of the fireplace. Afro was right. They needed to find evidence. Harry clenched his fists, his youthful face radiating determination. With 2 weeks left until finals, Afro celebrated her 12th birthday. Initially wishing to invite friends to the Hogwarts kitchen for a gathering, she reconsidered, realizing that they were currently amidst turbulent times and should refrain from excess. Thus, the birthday gathering was set for the afternoon of June 1st, and she chose to have a picnic by the Black Lake. Some guests arrived promptly. Draco, holding a meticulously wrapped gift box, was impeccably groomed, with every strand of his platinum hair exuding refinement. Upon arriving at the lakeside, he noticed a boy had arrived before him, already setting up the area. Harry continued to lay out the tablecloth, indifferent to Draco's taunts. Draco scoffed at Harry's tattered attire. "Do you honestly believe Afro would take a liking to you?" Harry clenched the floral tablecloth tightly, his eyes darkening as if he were suppressing something. "Perhaps you should be asking that question of yourself." Blaze, dressed in black and red with 2 buttons conspicuously undone at his collar, swayed a paper fan that seemed incongruent with his attire. "Zabini, you ought to manage your rumored girlfriend better." "I have no such girlfriend. Shall we discuss Miss Parkinson?" A smile crept onto Harry's face as he regarded the 2 flamboyantly dressed boys, his grin widening. It seemed the 2 were on the verge of something. "Congratulations. You," Draco seethed, his anger causing him to bounce on his feet, glaring fiercely at Harry and Blaze, as if he wished to submerge them in the Black Lake. Blaze's expression remained mostly unchanged, his deep, alluring eyes scanning Harry. If there were any competition here, it was undoubtedly Draco. He deemed it beneath him to argue with Harry. Finding a random spot to wait for the hostess to arrive. "Perhaps you ought to keep your thoughts to yourself, Malfoy. Are you the one calling the shots here?" Their mutual disdain manifested in barbs aimed at one another, ranging from attire to hairstyles, accents to surnames. Neither emerged victorious. The surface of the Black Lake stirred with ripples, revealing the tentacles of the giant squid, which flitted beneath the surface like a mischievous creature in a vegetable patch. When Cedric arrived, he beheld this scene. The dark-haired boy and the blonde boy engaged in a vehement quarrel, while a girl nearby fanned herself gracefully. "Harry, Afro is on her way." Cedric approached Harry from behind, gripping his shoulder and guiding him aside. Harry remained seething, ready to unleash his fury on Draco, who would be unrecognizable to his own mother if Harry had his way. "You wouldn't want her to be put in a difficult position, would you?" Cedric glanced at the 2 boys seated nearby, his gaze inscrutable, for they were all her friends, were they not? It was uncertain whether Harry heeded Cedric's words. Yet the Black Lake soon returned to its previous tranquility. The group sat together, each harboring their own motives, and the silence lingered. From the distance, peals of laughter, akin to silver bells, rang out, startling the seated individuals. Some adjusted their hair, while others struck poses they deemed most charming. The laughter drew nearer, and Afro approached. Dressed in a French-style puff-sleeve dress, cradling a large bouquet of pink lychee roses. The gentle breeze lifted her skirt, making the withered roses appear to come to life. "You all arrived quite early," Afro remarked, noticing 4 individuals waiting there. Harry stepped forward to take the bouquet from her hands, while the twins and Theodore arranged the food they had brought from the Great Hall on the tablecloth. "Afro, I don't recall the school ever planting roses," Cedric observed, his demeanor gentle, his eyes sparkling with kindness. Upon hearing Cedric's voice, Afro raised the roses and smiled. "You mean these? They're a gift from Theodore. Aren't they lovely?" Cedric's gaze mirrored the lake's depths, filled with tenderness as he looked at Afro. "Indeed, it is quite beautiful," Cedric remarked, his gaze not resting on the rose, but rather tenderly fixed upon Afro's visage. Fred and George, one on each side, gently guided Afro to sit upon a cushion. "Enough of the flowers. Aren't you feeling peckish?" Fred offered a cherry tomato skewered on his fork to her lips. Suddenly, a bony hand reached in between them, snatching the fork from Fred's grasp. "I apologize for my tardiness." Wood entered, still clad in his Quidditch training attire, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, his hair damp. Afro shook her head to indicate it was no trouble. She had not anticipated such a gathering for her birthday. Besides her usual companions, there were also some rather unfamiliar classmates from the academy. The only peculiar aspect was the rather strange atmosphere during the dinner, particularly when Draco and Harry were at odds, nearly coming to blows. Afro and Hermione had to position themselves between the two to keep a vigilant watch over Harry. Yet, despite their efforts, Draco maintained a sullen demeanor throughout the evening, as if Afro had pilfered his fortune. "Could it be that I have taken his beloved?" Afro mused, casting a furtive glance at the sulking Draco and then at the obedient and charming Harry beside her, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. 23. "Do behave, will you?" Clearly, he is envious. Upon seeing Afro's smile, Draco felt a chill run down his spine rather than any flutter of affection. Witnessing her protectiveness over Harry only fueled his internal ire. Did her heart harbor any affection for him, or was it solely reserved for that savior? The more he pondered, the more aggrieved he felt, making his food difficult to swallow. The breeze by the lake seemed to seep into his soul, leaving his eyes and heart feeling desolate. Chapter 42. Main Quest. Afro celebrated her 12th birthday, surrounded by a plethora of gifts. She was particularly fond of the rose Theodore gifted her, as the Campbell estate cultivated only the mistress's favorite red roses, rendering other colors a rare sight. Inquisitive, Afro asked Theodore about the species of lychee roses and their cultivation methods. "If you are fond of them, you might visit the Knot estate. My mother shares a fondness for roses as well." A rose adorned Theodore's chest, appearing somewhat familiar. "Then surely our mothers must have much in common." Afro's eyes twinkled with delight, her expression bright as a spring bloom. "Indeed, though it is regrettable that my mother is no longer with us." A fleeting shadow of sorrow passed over Theodore's face, the strands of hair falling over his brow, lending him a melancholic air. Upon hearing this revelation, Afro gasped softly, her hand moving to cover her mouth. Apologies etched upon her delicate features, comforting words lingered on her lips, yet she swallowed them back. Uncertain how to console the lad, or why she had so unwittingly steered the conversation in this direction. "It is quite all right." Theodore gently ruffled her hair, his eyes sparkling with warmth, suggesting that the sorrowful boy from moments ago had vanished. Afro dared not speak further, fearing to evoke Theodore's painful memories. Following Afro's birthday, the end-of-term holidays loomed near. After Parkinson had gone mad in the Forbidden Forest, she had lain in the infirmary for a week before regaining consciousness. Claiming she remembered nothing, Afro seized the opportunity to have 23 scan her. Just as she had surmised, a segment of Parkinson's memory was indeed absent, and that system had vanished without a trace. "Little Afro, the notification for the last system intrusion compensation has arrived. The main system has agreed to provide recompense and rectify the flaws." Absorbed in her studies of magical potions and elixirs, Afro nearly dropped her book upon 23's sudden interjection, almost hitting Ron, who sat opposite her. "What kind of compensation?" "From now on, little Afro will enjoy a 10% discount on items purchased in the system mall." Afro responded with a thoughtful frown. "Moreover, the main system will upgrade System 23 for free." "Isn't that splendid, little Afro?" Upgrading the system requires a significant amount of energy. After this complimentary upgrade, 23 will become a level 2 system. 23 mused contentedly in its circuits. "That sounds rather delightful, but is this compensation truly for me, or for 23? Are you perhaps in cahoots with the main system?" "Little Afro, why are you silent?" "I am silent because I am naturally reticent." Afro severed her connection with 23, redirecting her focus to the tome, perplexed by the complexity of the potion ingredients. Despite her desire for time to linger, the exams approached relentlessly. The first was the charms exam, where Professor Flitwick required them to make a pineapple dance. Afro felt confident in her performance, as her pineapple not only danced, but also peeled itself. It would have been splendid to take the peeled pineapple home. The subsequent transfiguration and history of magic exams proved even simpler. Had I known these exams would be so straightforward, I would not have reviewed the chapters on the Goblin Rebellion. Afro lamented as she hurried alongside Hermione toward the potions exam venue, unable to restrain her frustration. Hermione delighted in comparing answers post-exam, as did Afro. However, while Hermione reflected on her excessive preparation, Afro questioned, "Did the professor mention we would be tested on that segment? Why didn't he highlight the key points for the final exam?" Afro wondered, particularly since she often engaged in mischief during Snape's class, leading him to hover near her desk throughout the test. The content Snape assessed was precisely what Afro had reviewed. After the exam concluded, Snape, having failed to catch any errors from Afro, let out a huff. Following the completion of all exams, Ron's elation was palpable. He stretched his arms wide, reclining on the grass and exclaiming, "Finally, no more studying." Afro nodded in agreement, sharing his disdain for examinations. From a distance, Draco, accompanied by his entourage, spotted Afro and Harry seated on the lawn, his heart sinking heavily. Clenching his fists, he stood in silence, his expression dark, before turning to depart. By the time Afro noticed Draco, he had already retreated far away. Why did it seem that Draco had been avoiding her lately? For heaven's sake, please refrain from uttering that name. Ron suddenly raised his voice, tremors of panic lacing his tone as he glanced around, as though Voldemort were lurking nearby. Harry pressed his hand against his forehead, his scar pulsing with pain. It was a warning that danger was near. Afro observed Harry's distress and surmised that his scar was indeed hurting. She exchanged for a salve from 23, gently parting Harry's hand to apply it. "Harry, take it easy. With Dumbledore around, the Philosopher's Stone is surely safe." Hermione speculated that the heat might have made everyone a bit irritable. Harry acknowledged this. Hogwarts is the safest place in the world. With Dumbledore here, everything will be just fine. The group lingered, enjoying the lake breeze, which dissipated the underlying tension. Ding. Plot stagnation detected. The system is now initiating the main quest. Main Quest 1. Participate in the defense of the Philosopher's Stone. Unveil the minor antagonist quarrel. Main Quest 2. When confronting the villain, the host may solely employ the modification card, with the system providing timely reminders. Reward 2. 500 system coins and the title Jealous of the Villain. Does no one find this peculiar? Spurred on by the system, Afro resolved to take the initiative, propelling the narrative forward. The three others gazed at her in confusion as Afro lifted a quill and inscribed dragon on the parchment. Hagrid desires a dragon, and yet someone delivers one to him. Doesn't that strike you as odd? Almost as if someone is awaiting him. The astute Harry discerned the crux of the matter instantly. He leaped up and embraced Afro tightly. "You're remarkable, Afro," he exclaimed, releasing her and meeting her gaze with utmost seriousness. "You are my lucky goddess." Harry's candid declaration rendered Afro's cheeks aflame. She felt the warmth on her face and quickly lifted her gaze to the sunlight, hoping it would conceal her embarrassment. "Let us seek out Dumbledore," Hermione proposed. "The one who provided Hagrid with the dragon must be either Snape or Voldemort. Do refrain from uttering that name," Afro interjected, covering Harry's mouth and chuckling awkwardly. "Then we are in the clear." "Afro, why did you stop me from speaking?" Harry asked once they exited McGonagall's office, as she finally lowered her hand from his mouth. "We must not disclose our knowledge of the Philosopher's Stone, but Snape is about to steal it." Ron piped up, his voice high-pitched. "Afro is right. We must thwart him." Harry's emerald eyes sparkled with determination as he gripped his wand tightly. "What are you doing?" Snape's ever-somber voice resonated from behind them. "Enjoying the scenery," Harry replied defiantly, his unwavering gaze fixed intently on Snape's face. Snape revealed a complex smile, speaking softly. "Thanks to Potter, Slytherin expresses its gratitude for your presence." With that, he glided away, his robes swishing behind him. "We shall go tonight." Harry continued to watch Snape's retreating figure until it vanished from sight. After dinner, the four of them gathered in the common room. Afro and Hermione managed to maintain a facade. One organized notes while the other read. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron sat like wooden statues, immobile. Ever since their previous mischief had cost Gryffindor a significant amount of points, the other students had grown somewhat distant from them, though Hermione and Afro fared slightly better. "All right." As the last student returned to their dormitory, Afro closed her book and nodded towards the two boys playing with wooden figures by the fireplace. Harry retrieved the invisibility cloak hidden behind the sofa cushions, and they all huddled around it. "What are you planning to do?" A voice emerged from a nearby armchair. It was Neville. Upon seeing the invisibility cloak concealed behind Harry's back, he realized they were off for another nighttime adventure. "Neville," Afro stepped forward, standing before him. "Do you trust me?" Neville gazed into her bright, captivating eyes, momentarily entranced. After a sigh, he hugged his toad and turned away, returning to his dormitory without another word. Let us proceed. Afro glanced at Neville's retreating figure, a flicker of sympathy crossing her heart. The four cloaked figures made their way to the grand marble staircase on the first floor, where Filch's cat lounged, her fluffy tail swaying. Afro gazed at the cat with adoration. Oh, how I wish to pet you. Harry gently tugged at Afro's suddenly halted sleeve, recalling their pressing task. She tearfully bid farewell to the cat. Upon reaching the third-floor staircase, the door stood ajar. It appeared Snape had already arrived. Harry pushed open the oak door, which creaked ominously. Behind it, a massive harp played a melodious tune, while the three-headed dog slumbered blissfully. Ron cautiously stepped over one of the dog's enormous paws, bending down to grasp the circular ring on the door. Allow me. Afro eagerly pushed past Ron, crouching down in preparation to leap. Afro. Harry grasped her clothing, his expression tense. Let me do it. Afro smiled reassuringly, gently brushing his hand away, and jumped down. The wind rushed upward as she plummeted, the sensation of weightlessness heightening her heartbeat and drying her lips. With a muffled thud, Afro landed on something soft. All is well. You may come down. She rose, carefully inspecting her surroundings with her wand, ensuring safety before calling to the three above her. Thud, thud, thud. Three shadowy figures descended from above, in the darkness. Ron could only grasp something soft. What is this? Unbeknownst to them, vine-like tendrils entwined around their ankles, binding their legs tightly. The more they struggled, the tighter the vines constricted. Calm down, Afro shouted, relaxing her body, and soon the tendrils relinquished their hold on her. Afro's figure began to lower, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished. Afro. Three anxious and despairing voices echoed in the empty space. I recall Hermione mentioning these things are afraid of light. Yes, they fear the light. Afro waved her wand, reciting an incantation. A blue flame engulfed the vines. Moments later, the three were released. They proceeded down the only corridor. Traversing the room filled with winged keys, they triumphed in wizard's chess, leaving Ron unconscious, and utilized Hermione's cleverness to procure the correct potion, a vial sufficient for only one person to pass through the flames. Harry, go. Hermione urged him to drink the potion and confront Snape. Harry gazed deeply at Afro, his soulful eyes brimming with unspoken affection. He raised the vial and drank it all in one go, striding towards the flames like a valiant warrior. Ding. System notification. You may now choose to use the modification card. Afro gently selected this option. Time froze once more. Quirrell, obeying Voldemort's command, lunged at Harry, falling to the ground. She altered the text, replacing lunged with crawled, and added face up before fell. Once satisfied, Afro confirmed her changes, and the world resumed its normal course. Within the flickering flames of a quaint little hut, a peculiar scene was unfolding. Harry discerned Quirrell's intent to seize him, and instinctively bent down to evade the grasp. Suddenly, Quirrell dropped to the ground, crawling towards Harry on hands and knees. There's no need for that, Quirrell. What on earth are you doing? The voice of Voldemort, seething with fury from the back of Quirrell's head, echoed with desperation. He had assumed Quirrell was merely timid, only to discover he was unhinged. Stand up. Master, I cannot. Quirrell yearned to rise, yet his legs felt as though they were ensnared by an unseen force, utterly unresponsive to his commands. Seizing the opportunity, Harry placed his hands around Quirrell's neck, intent on choking him. Chapter 44. The old father witnesses the cabbage being ransacked. Somehow, Quirrell managed to stand upright for a brief moment before collapsing backward. Voldemort, who was affixed to the back of his head, fell face first to the ground. Observing Quirrell's erratic behavior, akin to that of a lunatic, Harry instinctively distanced himself. Quirrell's neck, where Harry had touched, began to corrode and crumble, emitting pained screams from his lips. As Harry turned to flee towards the flame's edge, he was suddenly engulfed by a cloud of black smoke, rendering him unconscious. Just before the darkness took him, he heard a slick, chilling voice declare, I shall return, Harry Potter. When Harry awoke, he found himself in the infirmary, lying upon a bed cluttered with gifts. Among them, a toilet seat stood out prominently, a present from Fred and George. They inquired of Aphrodite what gifts were customary for visiting the ailing, to which she replied that as long as they did not offer funeral wreaths, an ill-omened gift, anything else would suffice. Thus, the first sight that greeted Harry upon awakening was that very toilet seat. Harry, you're awake? Aphrodite and Hermione had returned to the infirmary to check on the unconscious Harry. Each visit, they brought a bundle of food to prevent Harry from starving should he awaken abruptly. Aphrodite, how are you? Harry remarked, as if he had not seen the girl in ages. Her cerulean, glass-like eyes sparkled with clarity and vibrancy, revealing an unmasked fervor beneath. Of course, Aphrodite assisted Harry into a sitting position, producing sandwiches she had packed from the Great Hall. As Harry observed Aphrodite bustling about for him, it felt as though they were not in the infirmary, but but in a warm little cottage that belonged solely to the two of them. His heart swelled with joy, his eyes and brows blooming with the delight of spring, his spirit as sweet as honey. By Merlin's icy undergarments. You finally awakened. Ron burst in, his arms slung across his chest. Upon seeing the mountainous pile of candies at the foot of Harry's bed, his eyes sparkled as he popped a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean into his mouth. 2 seconds later, Ron grimaced and spat it out, the taste reminiscent of boogers. Harry learned from Aphrodite that it was Dumbledore's timely intervention that had saved his life. What of the Philosopher's Stone? It has been destroyed. The mention of the stone extinguished Harry's earlier elation, replaced by a chilling dread and a sense of panic. As if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him. Voldemort was still alive. He would not spare him. The seemingly meek Quirrell was, in fact, a servant of Voldemort. A surge of memories flooded his mind, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Harry? Aphrodite noticed the pallor of his face deepening, a thin sheen of cold sweat forming on his brow. Responding to her voice, Harry dazedly raised his head. His previously radiant features now appeared hollow. Witnessing Harry in such a state made Aphrodite's heart ache, and her breath quickened. She gently wrapped her arms around him, soothingly patting his back. Do not worry. We are still here. The ethereal softness of her voice resonated in his mind, dispelling the chill that had enveloped him, invigorating his stagnant blood. Feeling her warmth against him, he grasped her waist tightly, unwilling to let go, afraid she might slip away. He held her close, nuzzling his cheek against her neck in a tender embrace. I know. He had Aphrodite, and he had his friends. After Madame Pomfrey's thorough examination confirmed his recovery, he was permitted to attend the end-of-year feast. That day, Draco was in high spirits, as Slytherin had won the House Cup for 7 consecutive years. This year was no exception, as evidenced by the soaring green in the scorekeeper's goblet, surpassing all other colors by a significant margin. The Great Hall was adorned in silver and green, with banners depicting great serpents festooned throughout. The Slytherin students strutted about, exuding an air of triumph as they boisterously discussed their accolades from the past 7 years. They could hardly anticipate the unexpected twist brought about by a biased headmaster. Aphrodite observed the Slytherin students reveling in their premature celebrations and Snape's barely concealed smirk, shaking her head in sympathy. Aphrodite, what is the matter? Fred inquired, having noticed her alternating between shaking her head and chuckling softly. Care for a wager? At the mere mention of a wager, Fred and George perked up, gathering around eagerly. What shall we bet on? George's eyes glimmered with mischief, a knowing smile creeping across his face as excitement coursed through him. With a delicate finger, he pointed at Aphrodite's face, his lips curling into a languid smile as he proposed, let us wager on who will win the House Cup. Fred, upon hearing this, realized the stakes were not so simple, as Slytherin could not be chosen. He lazily squinted, a playful smile gracing his lips as he absent-mindedly ran his fingers through Aphrodite's cascading hair. I bet on Gryffindor. What is wrong with you, brother? George interjected, leaning in closer to Aphrodite, his eyebrows raised in a roguish smile that captivated the senses. Fred was taken aback that George had voiced his answer first. What more could he say? Little Aphrodite, what shall the stakes be? What do you wish to wager? Aphrodite tossed the question back at them, for she lacked nothing but money. If we win, you must kiss us. Before George could finish his thought, Fred smacked him on the head, his eyes brimming with warning. Do not frighten her. What? Aphrodite, having missed the latter part of the conversation, looked at them quizzically. At that moment, Dumbledore emerged from the side door near the dais, and the once boisterous great hall fell silent. Let us save that for later, shall we? Fred contemplated for a moment before opting to exchange it for a promise, and a nonchalant Aphrodite nodded in agreement, confident they wouldn't betray her. Under Dumbledore's biased machinations, Gryffindor soared 20 points ahead of Slytherin. This also included Aphrodite's contribution of 10 points. All the students from various houses celebrated Gryffindor's triumph in securing the House Cup. Only Snape sat there, his expression dark and brooding. Were it not for Professor McGonagall's presence, Aphrodite would have suspected he might flip the table right then and there. Indeed, only the Slytherin house had suffered as their achievements crumbled. Aphrodite's first year culminated in Draco's proclamation of I will tell my father. On the day of their departure for home, Aphrodite struggled along the path with a massive trunk, half filled with the gifts she had received at school. Harry, ever the gentleman, effortlessly took the burden from her, placing it tenderly upon the rack. The Hogwarts Express, bathed in the glow of sunset, came to a halt at King's Cross Station. As Harry assisted Afro with her luggage, he embraced her tightly, striving to suppress the prickling sensation in his eyes and nostrils. Don't forget to write to me during the holidays, will you? Afro gently patted his back, smoothing down the unruly locks at the back of his head. You too, have a wonderful break. Afro, my dear Afro, Mr. Campbell, having not seen his beloved daughter for an entire year, bellowed her name even before she had exited the vehicle. Afro thought to herself, I truly do not wish to acknowledge him as my father. System data, modification card, 2 fonts, 725, title, The Troll's Nemesis, The Villain's Jealousy. Chapter 45. The old father's concerns. Ever since Afro had sent her letter, Mr. Campbell had been eagerly anticipating the return of his cherished little girl. Before he could express the depth of his sorrow over the absence of his sweet, soft daughter, he caught sight of a strange boy embracing her. What on earth are you doing? Let go of her. Mr. Campbell rushed forward in a fit of distress, forcibly separating the boy from his daughter. Dad. Clad in a dress, Afro fluttered into her father's broad embrace like a butterfly. For the first time, Mr. Campbell did not immediately check on his daughter. Instead, he concealed her slightly behind him, his gaze narrowing dangerously at Harry. Afro, is this your classmate? Harry, observing the strikingly handsome man who bore an uncanny resemblance to Afro, with the same golden hair, felt a surge of anxiety. He endeavored to compose himself, striving to appear more at ease and gentlemanly. Father, this is Harry. Oblivious to the awkwardness of the situation, Afro stepped forward, grasping Harry's wrist to introduce him to Mr. Campbell. Upon hearing the boy's name, Mr. Campbell's brow furrowed even deeper. The sight of his daughter willingly holding Harry's hand only served to further constrict his heart. Release my hand. Mr. Campbell once again lost control, shouting in public. The atmosphere turned awkward, with passers-by glancing over, intrigued by the unfolding drama, a spectacle that transcended borders. Mrs. Campbell gently pulled Afro closer, kissing the top of her head. My dear, it's getting late. We don't want to keep our little darling hungry. She then moved beside Mr. Campbell, tugging at his arm. Harry, isn't it? Mrs. Campbell smiled as she bent down to ruffle Harry's hair. We're taking Afro home now. Thank you for looking after her at school. Feeling the warmth of maternal affection for the first time from an adult woman, Harry's fair complexion flushed a deep crimson. You are always welcome to visit us at Campbell Manor during the holidays. Mrs. Campbell took hold of Afro's hand, while she used her other hand to guide the irate Mr. Campbell, bidding farewell to Harry with a smile. Upon their return to Campbell Manor, Afro enjoyed a sumptuous dinner, regaling her parents with tales of her school adventures. Meanwhile, Mr. Campbell lamented the dreariness of life without his little girl. You went to the Forbidden Forest. Goodness. Dad always longed to explore it during his school days. What wonders lie within? Merlin's beard. Are there centaurs too? Severus has not changed a bit over the years. Peeves is most terrified of the Bloody Baron. Perhaps you could give that a try next time. I know there's a secret passage at Hogwarts, behind a witch's portrait. Mrs. Campbell, perusing the latest fashion magazine, listened with a smile as the father and daughter exchanged stories of the wonders of Hogwarts. She noticed how much more vibrant Afro had become since returning from the holiday. Indeed, making friends was essential. Mrs. Campbell felt a sense of relief at her daughter's transformation, having often worried that one day, Afro might vanish without a trace. Her ties to this world were far too tenuous, far too light. Mrs. Campbell had always hoped that Afro could genuinely be herself, rather than observing the world with the detached coldness of an outsider. Isla, why did you stop me this afternoon? Mr. Campbell asked, lying in bed with his wife, his fingers idly combing through her hair. Afro is growing up. It was bound to happen, especially since he is merely her classmate. Mrs. Campbell nestled her face against her husband's broad chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Despite Mr. Campbell nearing 40, the defined muscles of his chest and abdomen still testified to his fine physique. That simply cannot be. How old is Afro, after all? The thought of his precious daughter, soft as a cloud, so delicate she might melt in one's mouth, potentially being courted by some boy, filled Mr. Campbell with an inner fury greater than that of a volcanic eruption. Au fait, Mrs. Campbell's hand rested atop his large hand around her waist. My darling, I could cherish you for a lifetime. Mr. Campbell stubbornly wished for his darling to rely on him forever. Afro is your treasure. What about me? Mrs. Campbell pouted playfully, feigning irritation as she nudged his hand aside. You are undoubtedly my greatest treasure. The following morning, Afro awoke to find her father in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Good morning, Dad, she greeted, taking her seat at the dining table, propping her chin on her hand, and yawning sleepily. Mr. Campbell placed toast and eggs before her, affectionately ruffling her soft hair. 2333. The bond between mom and dad is truly splendid, Afro teased, casting a playful glance at Mr. Campbell as she chewed her eggs, engaging in light banter. That little strawberry on your neck is still there. 23. What if the child is too clever? An invitation arrived from Malfoy Manor, requesting her presence as a guest. Mr. Campbell seated himself across from her, retrieving the letter from a nearby tray. The silver envelope bore Afro's name in dark green ink, with the Malfoy family crest sealing the back. If you do not wish to go, then do not. Mr. Campbell assumed she did not want to attend Malfoy Manor, as he awaited her response. However, Afro pondered who had extended the invitation. If it was Draco, It would imply a gathering among classmates or friends. If it were Lucius Malfoy, the Campbell family's position would have to be considered. Dad, I would like to think it over. After much contemplation, Afro decided to wait a few more days. Mr. Campbell wiped his mouth and nodded. My dear Afro, do not have any reservations. Although the Malfoys were once in the service of that individual, your friendship with Draco need not be influenced by family allegiances. You are your own person. The Campbell family held no interest in participating in such disputes. The friendships of children had no bearing on familial matters. My child and your child playing together does not imply that I would not defend you. Mr. Campbell detested families that utilized their children to garner glory for their lineage. As long as he was present, he would ensure that no one dared to cast their eye upon his daughter. Thank you, Dad. Afro leaned in to plant a generous kiss on Mr. Campbell's cheek. At noon, Afro worked alongside the gardener to plant new rose varieties in the garden. These were the lychee rose seeds she had previously requested Theodore to procure. The Campbell household employed several muggles for the upkeep of the estate's trees and plants. Naturally, they also had two house elves named Diney and Yuka, who managed various tasks and were treated with respect and fair compensation at Campbell Manor. Miss Afra, Diney, a petite girl, eagerly anticipated the chance to be adorned by Afra's creative touch. Diney possesses an abundance of exquisite dresses and elegant shoes, and she relishes adorning herself. Are you familiar with the house elf residing at Malfoy Manor? Chapter 46, Draco's Awkwardness. Afuluo recalls that the central narrative of the second installment was ignited by a little elf named Dobby. She holds a fondness for Dobby and harbors the desire to whisk him away to her home. Danny knows an elf by the name of Dobby. With her round, sparkling eyes, Danny envisioned a barefoot elf clad in tattered rags. That's precisely the statement I require. I wish to bring Dobby to our abode. Do you think that is feasible? Afuluo leaned closer to Danny, whispering her intentions. Danny pondered that Dobby might not be entirely content at the Malfoy residence, and he likely envies her for having a master willing to dress him. Danny yearned to work alongside Dobby as well. With a hint of shyness, she lowered her head to speak. 2333. Why do I feel there is something going on between them? Can house elves seek companionship? After waiting for a considerable time, Afuluo realized she had not heard the familiar voice in her mind. She had forgotten that 23 had gone to upgrade. She found herself missing it rather dearly. With a sigh, Afuluo gently stroked Danny's large ears, intending to venture to Malfoy Manor to gather intelligence on the enemy and, incidentally, procure that diary. System, you can even predict tasks now. Just as she contemplated how to find the diary, the task system issued a mission regarding the diary. Afuluo, it's hard not to suspect the system is mind-controlling. At Malfoy Manor, Quidditch pitch. Since the last time Draco beheld Afuluo and Harry seated closely together, he had refrained from seeking her out, uncertain of what he was awaiting. Perhaps for Afuluo to approach him with friendly overtures? Yet, she had so many friends. He feared that without his initiative, his place there would vanish. Perhaps, in her eyes, he was never as significant as that savior. He smirked wryly. After all, he was the illustrious Malfoy. No one was permitted to overshadow him. Draco's eyes shimmered, and he struck the quaffle with force. A splendid hit. A familiar voice echoed from outside the pitch, causing Draco, perched on his broom, to freeze in disbelief. It seemed he had heard Afuluo's voice. I say, it's only been a 3-day vacation. You haven't forgotten me, have you? Afuluo watched as Draco hovered in midair, motionless, her arms crossed, her tone teasing. Afuluo. Draco seemingly sensed his own exuberance and tried to temper it, carefully guiding his broom downwards, his steps betraying a hint of fluster. What brings you here? He feigned a stern expression, his tone nonchalant as he addressed Afuluo. Externally composed, Draco's inner turmoil surged. Is she here seeking me? Uncle Malfoy invited me over for a visit, Afuluo replied, a sly smile gracing her lips as she brandished an invitation before him. Upon hearing this reason, Draco visibly deflated, fidgeting with the embellishments on his sports gloves, muttering a disinterested "Oh, what's the matter?" After a moment's hesitation, Afuluo cautiously inquired. Draco abruptly lifted his gaze to her, his eyes betraying emotions that Afuluo could not decipher. Is it because of me? Draco remained silent, resolutely striding ahead, quickening his pace until he surpassed Afuluo, leaving her with a retreating silhouette. Afuluo was perplexed by her actions as she observed Draco's despondent figure, deep in thought. Miss Campbell, welcome to Malfoy Manor. Lucius and Narcissa stood hand in hand at the entrance to the parlor, Lucius's elegant robe accentuating his noble bearing. Beside him, Narcissa appeared even more graceful and enchanting. Afuluo approached, 2 steps away, lifting the hem of her skirt and executing a slight curtsy. Good day, Mr. Malfoy. Good day. Mrs. Malfoy. Good day, Miss Campbell, they replied in unison. Narcissa, her smile radiant, stepped forward to grasp Afuluo's wrist, guiding her to the sofa. May I call you Afuluo? Afro nodded. I hear that Miss Campbell and Draco are friends? Lucius, idly toying with the serpent head of his cane, regarded Afro with a gaze that sent shivers down her spine. Indeed, Mr. Malfoy. In that case, I shall have Draco show you around. Dobby. Lucius suddenly called out towards the entrance of the parlor. A house elf, seemingly clad in a pillowcase, shuffled forward timidly. Master, Dobby quivered, both his body and voice trembling. Go fetch Draco. Dobby assented and respectfully retreated, bowing deeply. There are white peacocks in the back garden. Do take a look, Narcissa added, her demeanor decidedly gentler than Lucius's. She recommended her own desserts, adept at putting others at ease. Narcissa engaged Afro in conversation about the latest robe styles, fashionable jewelry, and amusing anecdotes from Draco's childhood. When Afro learned that Narcissa longed for a daughter but had only Draco, she recounted how she had tricked him into wearing dresses several times while he was still young. Mother. Draco, upon arriving, overheard his mother recounting tales of his childhood dress wearing in front of the girl he admired. Stealing a glance at Afro, he noted her only smiled gently, devoid of mockery, which relieved him immensely. Little did he know, Afro was merely suppressing her laughter, her heart already in stitches. Who would have imagined that the proud young master possessed such a side? Draco, why don't you take Afro to play? Narcissa gently nudged Draco, pushing him closer to Afro. Still sulking, Draco tugged at Afro's sleeve, leading her away from the hall. The two walked in silence, aimlessly along the cobblestone path. Draco? Afro halted, tilting her head to call after him. You seem troubled. Her tone was decidedly assured. Draco scoffed lightly, as if he had heard something utterly absurd. His fists clenched tightly as he articulated, It's rare to see Miss Campbell concerned for others. Hearing Draco's cold words for the first time, Afro's expression morphed into one of surprise, her brows furrowing slightly. I'm sorry, Draco recognized that his tone was overly harsh. He was merely envious of Potter's intimacy with her, the privilege of seeing her daily. As the heir of the Malfoys, he was accustomed to adulation everywhere he went. He had never known neglect. Even the proud Draco felt discontent, yet he could not bring himself to harbor resentment towards her, even as he spoke harshly. The one who should apologize is me. Afro reflected, realizing she must have inadvertently overlooked him. The little brat was pouting. This time, it was Draco's turn to be astonished. His body stiffened suddenly, uttering in disbelief, Afro, you needn't. I apologize. I failed to notice your feelings. Afro's sincere gratitude left Draco at a loss, as it was he who had been unreasonable, and she should have been the one to be upset. As a friend, I have not done enough. Afro grasped Draco's sleeve, taking a step forward, resting one hand atop his head, her fine, soft hair unlike that of its master, unyielding. Even as she offered an apology, Afro's thoughts meandered in an untimely manner. You are my friend. If I fall short, you must speak up promptly. Otherwise, how could I bring you joy? Chapter 47, The Childish Draco. The words friends, to make you happy swirled in Draco's mind like autumn leaves, gently descending to the ground. Both light and heavy, Draco found himself at a loss for words to articulate his emotions, akin to soaring on a broomstick, diving down before soaring back into the sky. A ray of sunlight pierced into the depths of his heart, causing a rose named Afro to bloom upon the barren soil. He contemplated that he would never let her go again. All right, I'm not happy right now. Draco gently removed her small hand from atop his head, cherishing it in his grip, his fingertips softly caressing her palm. Afro suddenly gasped, her free hand scratching her head as she laughed awkwardly. You're not just saying sweet nothings to deceive me, are you? Draco raised an eyebrow, his tone laden with grievance. Afro gazed into his gray eyes, as if submerged in water, fumbling to retrieve a handkerchief from her belongings, wiping the corner of his eye. Don't cry. You are a Malfoy. Draco, flushed, pushed her hand away, snatching the handkerchief and stuffing it into his pocket, hastily distancing himself as he growled in embarrassment and anger. Who cried? Not me. It's the wind. All right, it's the wind. Young master, let us keep walking. I'm already sweating. Afro shielded her eyes with one hand while fanning her face with the other. Draco noticed her sun-kissed cheeks and damp hair. Grasping her wrist and striding towards the gazebo in the garden, yet his words remained sharp. You didn't mention it was sunny. You'll follow soon, and I'll have the pleasure of seeing you cry. Afro, observing Draco returning to normalcy, wiped the sweat from her forehead with a sigh of relief. Finally, I've calmed you down. Are you at ease now? A wall away, Narcissa teased Lucius with a gentle nudge. Humph. Narcissa chuckled quietly, looking at her awkward father. Lucius had noticed something amiss with Draco upon his return from Hogwarts and had inquired around, eventually discovering that he was having a spat with a girl named Afro. Coincidentally, Afro was the daughter of Campbell. With intentions to forge a connection, Lucius, under the auspices of the Malfoy name, invited Afro over for a visit. hoping to soothe his son's youthful turmoil. Afro had stayed at Malfoy Manor for several days, her address transitioning from Mr. Malfoy to Uncle Lucius. Narcissa adored Afro, as she perfectly embodied all of Narcissa's fantasies for a daughter. Beautiful, well-mannered, and possessing the same golden hair as the Malfoys. Every day, she could don lovely dresses alongside her and style Afro's hair. If it weren't for Draco's affections, Narcissa would have wanted to be Afro's fairy godmother. From the moment Afro showcased her talent for Quidditch, Draco had insisted on practicing with her every day. Afro, you should be a chaser. Each time Draco witnessed her deftly sending the quaffle through the hoops, he couldn't help but marvel at her innate prowess for the sport. Afro's room was adjacent to Draco's, and sometimes he would linger in her room. Like now, as bedtime approached, Draco sat on her bed fiddling with a toy. This toy was a customized metal Norwegian Ridgeback dragon from a Muggle Lego store. It was even more splendid than Hagrid's. When Draco received it, he had joyfully spun around with Afro in his arms. He insisted that the assembly be completed in Afro's room, proclaiming it a gift from her. A shared celebration of success. Afro, you should return to sleep, she suggested, glancing at the clock, which read 10 o'clock. She had a significant task to attend to that night. Draco looked at his pocket watch, clutching the metal pieces reluctantly. He gazed at Afro with a pitiful expression, as if pleading, pointing to the unfinished Lego. I want to stay a bit longer. It's too late. You'll lose your hair. Afro teased him, knowing how much he cared about his locks. Draco abruptly touched his hair, anxiety creeping in as he asked, Can I have a goodnight kiss? Do you even realize what you're saying? Draco playfully tugged at the hem of Afro's dress, his eyes sparkling with mirth. I'm just joking with you. His hand glided down her sleeve to gently grasp hers, a warm touch resting upon the back of Afro's hand. Good night, Afro. As the door gently closed, Afro lingered, stroking her hand, lost in thought. What was little Afro thinking? She had just been flirted with by a child. She sought to reclaim her dignity. 23. I shouldn't have harbored any illusions. Come on. Sister will take you on a night exploration. The upgraded 23 featured new capabilities, such as location tracking. Utilizing 23's tracking, Afro stealthily navigated her way to the diary locked in the basement. She returned a fake diary to its original spot, clutching the crucial item as she exited the basement. 2333. Do you think Voldemort without a nose would be more handsome than the actor in the film? Don't be ridiculous. No matter how handsome, he is still a soul. A handsome soul is still a handsome man. Afro continuously debated with 23 in her mind, asserting that beauty transcends borders and races. Miss Campbell. Dobby stood in a corner of the staircase, fixated on the diary in her hands. The interplay of light and shadow obscured his expression. Is there something you need, Dobby? Afro greeted him casually, as if she were not the one caught in the act of thievery. Dobby stepped into the candlelight, his large eyes gazing at her with hope, evoking an involuntary sense of compassion. You are friends with Potter. You will help Potter, right? It seemed Dobby was already aware of the impending danger to Harry. Of course. As you said, he is my friend, Afro quietly replied. Dobby, do you know something? Dobby cannot say. All right, if you wish to help Harry, please do not harm him. Can you? Dobby nodded his round head, his large ears fluttering like wings. Afro smiled, gently patting him, thinking she must bring Dobby home with her in the future. When Draco successfully finished assembling the Norwegian Ridgeback dragon, Afro suggested it was time to bid farewell. Afro, you can stay here until school starts. Draco tightly grasped her wrist, his grip firm as if to leave an imprint on her skin. Draco, I promise I'll come to stay during every holiday. Let us make a pact. How childish of you. I am childish. Pact. If you don't come in the future, I'll tie you up. All right, I understand, young master. Chapter 48. Afro's uncle. After a week away from home, Afro finally returned to Campbell Manor, bearing her spoils. Humph. So you remember to come back. I suppose you've forgotten your poor father, Mr. Campbell remarked, glancing at the suddenly appeared Afro through his newspaper, not bothering to look at her directly. Who said that? I love Daddy the most. Afro affectionately sidled up to Mr. Campbell, kneading his shoulders and massaging his legs. Besides, I just wanted to create a world for you and Mom. Afro clung to her father's arm, playfully shaking it and pouting towards Mrs. Campbell. Oh, you charmer. Mr. Campbell set down his newspaper, playfully tapping her little nose with his index finger before affectionately ruffling her hair. In a display of affection, Afro presented the treasures she had scavenged from Malfoy Manor to the Campbell couple. Afro, in a few days, your uncle will be visiting. During dinner, Mrs. Campbell dropped this unexpected bombshell, leaving both Afro and Mr. Campbell in a state of bewilderment. Isabel, why have you never mentioned this before? Mrs. Campbell sipped her water, her expression tinged with concern. Last Christmas, Noah experienced a magical mishap, and you know that the dervish family is currently preoccupied with other matters. Her gaze drifted towards the tantalizing roses in the vase, and she sighed before continuing. Aunt Annie entrusted him to us, hoping he might receive guidance from a wizard. Although he is significantly younger than I, he can still be considered my brother. Afro's uncle, Noah dervish, was the youngest brother of her mother, Isabel, also known as Mrs. Campbell. Aunt Annie had her son late in life, making Noah a year younger than Afro. However, France does have its own wizarding schools, and the dervish family was not unfamiliar with magic. Mrs. Campbell shook her head, indicating that matters were more complicated than they appeared. Both the Campbell and dervish families had produced numerous wizards, which was why they had managed to navigate the tumultuous conflicts sweeping across Europe unscathed. Yet, they had always adhered to the principle that ordinary family members should not exploit their blood ties to misuse wizarding resources, focusing instead on the development of the non-magical population. Afro wholeheartedly agreed with her ancestors' approach, believing that even the mightiest wizards were ultimately a minority, and that future progress would depend on the majority of ordinary people. However, even in a united and harmonious family, there are always a few bad apples. Some harbored jealousy towards Noah's magical talent, repeatedly attempting to harm him. His last incident was caused by someone poisoning his food. Aunt Annie had no choice but to resort to this drastic measure. And even the Ministry of Magic in London intervened to ensure that Noah would begin attending Hogwarts this September. Not long after this discussion, Noah arrived at the Campbell estate, laden with various bags. Little Afro, call me uncle, an 11-year-old boy, dressed in a hip-hop style, spread his arms wide in an attempt to embrace Afro. A pair of oversized black sunglasses obscured much of his face, and he was adorned with numerous chains. Noah. Afro dodged his embrace, standing with her hands on her hips, tilting her chin up and mischievously smiling at him. Let me hear you call me sister. Little Afro, I am your uncle. By blood. Noah pinched her cheek, pulling it outward and gritting his teeth to emphasize his familial rank. Not by blood. As Noah's expression darkened, Afro ran away, shouting, by marriage. Afro and her young uncle could be considered rivals, perhaps due to their close ages, yet differing familial standings, leading to frequent quarrels upon meeting, primarily over the issue of titles. During dinner, the two kicked each other playfully under the table, causing the dishes to rattle with their antics. Hey, what are you two up to? They replied innocently, nothing. After the meal, Noah lingered in Afro's room, rummaging around and annoyingly chattering. TSK, this is ugly. Which boy gave you this? He prattled on. Tell me about Hogwarts. As Afro was preoccupied with researching her diary, she found Noah buzzing around her like a pesky fly. Tightening her grip on the parchment in her hand, her temples throbbing with tension, her lips pursed. Suddenly, the door to her bedroom slammed shut, followed by a scream from within. The next day, Noah sat at the breakfast table, nursing a pair of black eyes in silence, while Afro descended the stairs, radiating sweetness with her bright smile. Uncle, I will tell you about life at Hogwarts later. Upon seeing Afro sitting across from him, Noah hastily stuffed his mouth with food, swallowing without chewing, and croaked, I just remembered, I have homework to finish. With that, he vanished. Afro shrugged nonchalantly under the astonished gazes of Mr. and Mrs. Campbell and began to eat. Since the holiday began, Afro had been writing to Harry, but all her letters had gone unanswered. She wondered if Dobby had intercepted them. With Harry's birthday approaching, she planned to surprise him. However, she realized she would need assistance. Afro shared her idea with Hermione and Ron, both of whom wholeheartedly supported her plan and arranged to meet at the Burrow. Little Afro, I really can't eat anymore. Noah covered his mouth with both hands, frowning and avoiding the plate she offered. He looked as though he had been tricked by an old witch into drinking a noxious potion that emitted green smoke. Yet, Noah felt that comparing Afro's cooking to the old witch's concoction was an insult. What kind of person uses salt instead of sugar in a cake? That nearly made me choke. Now faced with a dark, oddly scented cylindrical object, he dared not take a bite, fearing it would send him to meet the devil. All right. It seems I truly lack culinary talent. Afro's expression dimmed, her shoulders slumping as she let the plate in her hands drop. After tasting several of her failed creations, Noah sighed in relief. Seeing Afro, covered in flour and looking dejected as she cleaned the kitchen, he walked over and grasped her wrist, saying, Let me help you. Really? Chapter 49, The Old Father Catches a Pig. Noah took the whisk from her hands and began to work in the kitchen with familiarity, the sweet aroma of cake wafting from the oven. Afro watched as a beautifully crafted cake emerged, and she took a forkful to taste. Not bad. In the end, the two shared the small cake, finishing it together, with their appetites satisfied. Afro returned to her bedroom and marked a large cross next to the homemade cake on her gift list. The Burrow, the Weasley home, also provided Harry with a sense of warmth and belonging. Since the Weasley family had no connection to the Flu network with the Campbell household, Afro had to ask Mr. Campbell for a ride. When Arthur Weasley saw the Campbell car, his eyes lit up with excitement, unable to tear his gaze away from the sleek, mechanical beauty. Merlin's beard. This is simply magnificent. With Mr. Campbell's permission, Arthur eagerly touched the car, seemingly intending to cuddle it while he slept. Fred and George, spotting the girl of their dreams suddenly appearing in their garden, excitedly rushed over. Standing on either side of Afro, they discreetly linked their little fingers with hers. Dad has one too. It's blue, and it can turn invisible. Fred and George chimed in, each describing Arthur's car. The small sedan proved to be a great assistance to Harry. George lowered his head, his lips gently grazing the shell of Afra's ear as he spoke. The touch akin to a soft kiss. Why hasn't he Miss Bunny written to us? The warm breath and deep voice made Afra instinctively twitch her ears, and she couldn't help but retreat slightly. I wrote. Afra pushed against his chest, attempting to create a little distance. George obediently stood up, stepping back a couple of paces, yet his arm remained draped around her neck. But we haven't received anything. Fred tilted his head, enveloping her in an embrace while his hand tenderly caressed her hair, his fingers weaving through the strands. The clean scent of soap mingled with the fragrance of iris, reminiscent of freshly laundered clothes kissed by the sun, akin to the comforting aroma of a leisurely weekend morning. Afra found herself nestled against Fred's solid and resilient chest, feeling the rhythm of his muscles beneath her back. Wrapped in the essence of masculinity, she squirmed slightly, but Fred easily restrained her. A wave of shyness surged from her toes to the crown of her head, her toes curled within her shoes, and the rapid beating of her heart echoed in her ears. I told Ron, didn't he mention it? Afra murmured, feeling cornered. She recalled that she had not written to Fred and George individually. They all resided with Ron, and sometimes she would casually mention them in her letters to him. She had thought Ron would relay her messages. Was it possible that Miss Bunny believed we could not have a letter solely for ourselves? George's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, his voice tinged with an endearing grievance. Looking at George, whose eyes were glistening with tears, Afra felt as though she were gazing at a small puppy seeking comfort from its master, a smile blossoming on her lips. Then I shall write to you both individually next time. Her fair hand gently caressed the heads of the two red-haired lions, instantly soothing them. Mr. Campbell's eyes twitched. He had once thought that the boy named Harry harbored impure intentions. Who would have imagined it would unfold like gourds growing on a vine, one after another? Mr. Campbell's alarm bells rang incessantly. His daughter was undoubtedly the finest, but that was no excuse for these boys to misbehave. For heaven's sake, Afra was merely 12 years old. In Mr. Campbell's mind, he believed that even if his daughter were to seek a boyfriend in the future, it should not commence until she was at least 60. What on earth was wrong with these boys? They resembled peacocks strutting about in courtship, and now they were playing the sympathy card. Put your hands down. Arthur, engrossed in discussing the sedan, noticed Mr. Campbell's unusual demeanor. Following his gaze, he spotted his two sons with their arms around Mr. Campbell's daughter, instantly feeling lightheaded. Otto, are you all right? Mr. Campbell gritted his teeth with a forced smile. Of course. I could almost toss your two sons back to Merlin for a do-over. Fred, George. Just as Arthur was about to pull Mr. Campbell away, a furious roar echoed from Percy's room. Fred and George immediately released Afra, offering her a soothing smile before bolting away. A lady with red curls, donned in an apron and wielding a feather duster, rushed down. How many times must I say it? No experiments in the house. Change Percy's books back, and you are not allowed in the kitchen. Mrs. Weasley chased after her mischievous sons around the burrow. Molly, we have guests. As Molly passed by Arthur once more, he embraced her, calming her while casting a knowing glance at their two sons. I'm sorry. Molly flashed an apologetic smile at Mr. Campbell and Afra. Come inside. She opened the small wooden door of the burrow, inviting the father and daughter in. Mr. Campbell graciously declined. Afra has come to see Ron. I still have matters to attend to. The interior of the burrow was snug, chaotic yet brimming with warmth. Upon entering, Afra was captivated by a peculiar clock. It was not an ordinary timepiece. Rather, it was inscribed with various locations such as home, Ministry of Magic, Hogwarts, and so forth. It had not just two hands but also depicted the faces of family members. Wherever the hands pointed indicated where each person was. At that moment, 6 faces pointed towards home. Isn't it marvelous? Fred and George approached, eager to introduce their family to Afra as she stood motionless beneath their clock. That is Charlie. He is in Romania. And beside him is Bill. A red-haired girl with freckles yawned as she descended the stairs. Mom, have you seen my dress? Oh, Ginny. I placed it on the sofa. Rubbing her eyes, Ginny entered the living room to find her twin brothers squeezed beside a charming young lady. Her mouth dropped in astonishment, and she closed her eyes in disbelief, then reopened them. Hi. Sensing the shift, Afra, who had been engrossed in discussion with the twins on how to surprise Harry for his birthday, lifted her gaze and locked eyes with Ginny standing at the door. Afra flashed a radiant smile at Ginny, sunlight illuminating her fair skin, the beauty mark beneath her eye appearing like a rose in bloom. Ginny was momentarily entranced by Afra's smile, her cheeks flushing with warmth, before she turned and fled. Chapter 50. Percy S. Pat. Afro watched Ginny's retreating figure, her hand momentarily suspended in the air. George clasped her hand, placing it on his thigh. His large, knuckled hand encircled her tiny one perfectly. Fred, not to be outdone, took hold of Afra's other wrist, his fingertips gently gliding down her hand, sending shivers coursing through her until he naturally grasped her palm. Afra tilted her head, winking at them, trying to withdraw her hand. She found herself unable to write. Is Miss Bunny staying tonight? Yes, we'll go find Harry together tomorrow. George's chest pressed against Afra's back as he intertwined their hands at her waist, nuzzling his chin atop her head, and spoke in a low tone. Miss Afra can stay in my room. Hey, brother, that's our room. Fred extricated Afra from George's embrace, smoothing down her hair that had been tousled by George's chin, leaning down to gaze into her emerald eyes, slowly declaring, or perhaps, you could sleep between us. Thank you for your kind offer, gentlemen. Afra playfully pushed Fred away, standing tall with her hands on her hips, a mischievous grin on her face. Tonight, Afra and Ginny will share a room. Molly entered the living room, snatching the dress that Ginny had draped over the armchair. If I catch you two with those orders again, I will throw everything you own out. Before leaving, Molly threatened the twins, insisting they must focus on their studies. During dinner, as Percy pushed open the door, he instantly spotted Afra seated in a chair, her smile as radiant as ever. That smile, even more dazzling than the first time he had seen her, seemed to weave through the air like vines, enveloping his heart and quickening his pulse. Afra, what are you doing here? Had he known Afra would return today, he would have avoided the trip to the bookshop. Hello, Percy. Afra greeted cheerfully as Percy sat down across from her. He attentively listened to the conversation between the girl and his sister Ginny, his mind racing with thoughts of potential topics to interject. Ginny, would you like to join me tomorrow to find Harry? Upon hearing Harry's name, Ginny's face flushed crimson, her gaze dropping shyly as her fingers nervously intertwined, and she murmured almost inaudibly, No, I don't want to go. Afra understood the delicate balance of wanting to meet one's idol while grappling with shyness. She smiled and affectionately tousled Ginny's red hair. Yet, as the girls' conversation came to a close, Percy struggled to conjure an appropriate topic. After Afra departed, he frustratedly thumped his head. A soft chuckle echoed through the quiet room. Percy, you still have that hobby? Upon returning to her room, Afra realized she had forgotten her diary. So she retraced her steps to the room where they had been chatting, only to find Percy awkwardly hitting his forehead. Afra, Percy stammered, rising in such a fluster that he knocked over a chair. The wooden seat clattered loudly to the ground, reverberating in his chest like a drumbeat. His cheeks burned, and beads of sweat formed at his brow as he clumsily set the chair upright. Nothing is more mortifying than having someone you admire witness your blunders, Percy thought to himself as he righted the chair. Are you all right, Percy? Afra inquired. Percy. What? Just call me Percy. No need to add senior. He had never heard Afra address her twin brother in such a formal manner. He wished to bridge the distance between them. All right, Percy. After retrieving her diary, Afra turned back to glance at Percy, who stood there looking dazed, which struck her as amusing. Aren't you going back? Ah, yes, going back, Percy stammered, startled by her words, and hurriedly exited the room, gallantly allowing Afra to proceed first. Am I frightening? The silent-footed Percy prompted Afra's playful spirit. She truly wished to tease the earnest yet endearingly awkward Percy. Of course not, Percy quickly retorted, as if a moment's hesitation might be misconstrued as fear of her. How could he be afraid? He liked her too much for that. Then why do you never look at me? At this, Percy abruptly lifted his gaze, colliding with her mischievous eyes. In that instant, it felt as though he had plunged into a pool of spring water, the flutter of her eyelashes sending a tickle down his throat. Percy realized he had been playfully ensnared by Afra. He pressed his fist against his lower lip, clearing his throat, his voice slightly husky. I've always been watching you. You simply never noticed. With those words, Afra's intention to tease was turned upon her, a blush rising to her cheeks as her doe-like eyes blinked rapidly, her grip on the diary tightening. For a moment, silence enveloped them, save for the creaking of their footsteps on the wooden stairs. Upon reaching the second-floor landing, Afra stepped up another stair, still needing to look up at Percy. Good night, Percy, she called, waving, her ponytail swaying gently with the motion, akin to a warm little sun illuminating everyone around her. It compelled them to disregard all else, to strive with all their might, even if they would be left battered and scorched by the sun, just to grasp that dazzling light. Good night, my Afra, Percy silently added, watching her bounce joyfully up the stairs. Privet drive. If you can't manage your owl, then just get out. Harry reluctantly confined Hedwig to her cage, despite knowing how much she longed to soar. This scenario had repeated itself for an entire month at the Dursleys' residence. Uncle Vernon forbade Harry from taking out anything related to magic, to prevent any potential harm to his precious son Dudley. Harry refrained from disclosing that underage wizards were prohibited from using wands outside of school, as such revelations would surely disrupt his fragile peace. He eagerly awaited the start of term at Hogwarts. Harry hugged his ankles, gazing out at the moon, pondering what Afro was up to. Why hadn't she written to him? Had she forgotten about him? Despite promising at the station to send him a letter, Harry remained quiet, seated by the window, his gaze lost and unfocused on Hedwig. The alarm clock on his bedside table pointed to the familiar 11, just 5 minutes away from the arrival of his 12th birthday. Perhaps this year, he would be all alone again. A shooting star streaked across the night sky, leaving a shimmering trail against the deep blue backdrop, which gradually faded, restoring the sky's silence. Chapter 51, Harry's Birthday Surprise. Ding ding. The glass of the window was tapped, casting shadows that obscured the figures outside in the darkness. Harry cautiously retrieved his wand from beneath his pillow and approached the window, pressing himself against the wall as his breath quickened, his throat involuntarily moving. After the initial knock, silence prevailed outside, but a minute later, voices and the faint sound of a window being pried open reached his ears. Where's everyone? Did we take a wrong turn? It's your fault we came out late. Don't blame me. Your driving skills are atrocious. Stop arguing. I'll pry the window open first. From his vantage point, Harry could only catch snippets of the conversation, but the voices sounded eerily familiar. He slowly raised his wand towards the window. With a click, the window opened, and the wind billowed the blue-striped curtains, casting a graceful silhouette against the wall. Harry's heart raced, pounding like a drum. That figure merged perfectly with the image etched in his mind. Delicate fingers lifted a corner of the curtain, and the face he had longed for suddenly appeared before him. Harry, happy birthday. Before Afro could leap down from the windowsill, sturdy arms encircled her waist and lifted her down. Her small face, unsuspecting, pressed against his warm chest. The chill of the night air faded as the warmth enveloped her, igniting a blush upon her cheeks. The air was infused with a delicate blend of tea and softwood scents, like a comforting embrace that was both warm and refreshing. Afro envisioned a sunlit boy in a white shirt, vibrant and pure. Harry, feeling the softness in his arms, held her tighter, as if to infuse the longing from their days apart into this embrace. The scent of Harry's presence filled her senses, and as the air grew scarce in his embrace, Afra's breaths quickened. She feared she might be the first witch to suffocate in an embrace. Harry, you need to let go of Afra. Fred's voice pierced through the car window, his eyes darkening like a brewing storm as he barked at the figure inside. Are you trying to choke her? George, adding fuel to the fire, was unafraid of the escalating situation, but his gaze simmered with intensity, jaws clenched tightly, poised like a lion ready to pounce should Harry fail to release her. Harry, noticing Afra's hurried breaths, abruptly loosened his grip, his hands fumbling with the hem of his shirt, stammering an apology. I'm sorry. Afra took a few deep breaths, then playfully teased him. It's fine. You're the birthday boy. Cheer up. She placed her hand at the corner of Harry's mouth, pulling it upwards into an arc, a mischievous smile gracing his face. I am the very first to wish you a happy birthday. It was only then that Harry realized that time had already crossed midnight. The slumbering Ron in the back seat was roused by their conversation, sleepily pressing his forehead against the car window as he shouted, Harry, happy birthday. Ron's boisterous voice jolted the Dursleys, who were sleeping downstairs. What is that noise? Quick, someone's coming. Harry and Afra hastily stuffed their belongings into a large trunk, while Hedwig flapped her wings in her cage. It seems to be coming from upstairs. That little scamp, Harry. Just watch how I deal with him. The grumbling voice grew louder as it approached the stairs. Without hesitation, Harry wrapped his arms around Afra's waist and lifted her into the car, then climbed through the window, grasping Ron's outstretched arm as he clambered into the vehicle. Meanwhile, Vernon flung open the bedroom door, only to be met with the sight of a disheveled room, wide open windows, and a flying car hovering just outside. Harry, as Vernon's furious voice echoed, Fred accelerated the car, leaving Vernon to inhale a mouthful of exhaust fumes. Afra brandished her wand at the enraged Vernon, and the plump man was instantly transformed into a dark, oversized rat. Afra, underage wizards cannot. Harry, witnessing Afra's actions, frowned disapprovingly. She could be expelled. Afra offered him a reassuring smile, playfully waving her wand before his eyes. It was merely a practice wand from her childhood, one that could not be detected by the Ministry of Magic. She winked cheekily, her demeanor charming. Harry chuckled softly and helplessly tapped her cheek. Suddenly, the car took a sharp turn. The three passengers in the back squeezed together, with Ron at the bottom pressed against the window, his mouth transformed into that of a duck. Fred, your driving is atrocious. Sorry, Miss Afra. George will teach him a lesson. George swung his arm down forcefully, striking Fred's hand that was gripping the steering wheel. The wheel spun again, causing the three passengers to tumble over one another once more. this time leaving Afra at the bottom. Ouch! George, are you mad? Afra's waist collided with the door handle, and she feared it would bruise. A rough hand brushed against Afra's waist, inadvertently hitting her injury, prompting her to gasp in pain. Ouch! Amidst the chaos, the hand's owner gently massaged her waist, providing her with a comforting presence throughout the journey. Subsequent bumps were cushioned by that protective hand. Fred quietly parked the car in front of the burrow, and the five of them tiptoed to the door, intending to sneak back to their rooms. You lot are back. No note. The car isn't even here. Molly stood at the top of the stairs, hands on her hips, angrily pointing at her three sons. Then, in a surprising twist, she smiled and greeted Afro and Harry. This is Aunt Molly, Ron's mother. Afro quietly introduced her to Harry. Harry smiled shyly, feeling embarrassed for disturbing them at such an hour. Mom, today is Harry's birthday. Ron explained their midnight escapade to surprise their friend. Oh, Harry, happy birthday. Thank you. Harry had been locked in his room by his muggle uncle. To evade his mother's wrath, Ron exaggerated Harry's miserable existence at the Dursleys, as if he had witnessed it all firsthand. What a pity Ron's eloquence was not used for storytelling. Ron, what happened to your hand? Molly, still lamenting Harry's unfortunate life, noticed Ron's bruised hand, which looked quite serious. Ron stole a glance at Afra, shook his hand dismissively, and replied nonchalantly that it was nothing. Afra also noticed the battered hand, lowering her gaze to conceal her emotions. It was clear that hand belonged to him. Chapter 52, Dobby's Search for Harry. Molly soon ushered the group of children back to their bedrooms. The candlelight in the burrow dimmed once more as Afra, armed with a potion she had found from Aunt Molly, arrived at the door of the room at the top of the stairs. A wooden sign hung on the door, reading Ron's room. Afra knocked gently, and the sound of a chair being moved and footsteps echoed from within. When Ron opened the door and saw Afra, he initially thought she was there to fetch Harry. I'll go get Harry, he said. However, Afra swiftly grabbed Ron's wrist, pulling him into the hallway. I came to find you. Ron's expression froze, a flicker of surprise and elation spreading across his heart. In the bloom of youth, an indescribable emotion fluttered like a flock of seabirds across a tranquil sea, stirring a gentle excitement within him. Afra found his stunned expression amusing, and with a soft chuckle, she gently took his injured hand. The bruises were a disturbing sight. Furrowing her brow, she blew softly on his wounds, as if her breath could whisk away his pain. A sensation akin to a feather brushed against his hand, coursing warmth from his wrist to his heart. Not only did his heart flutter, but his fingers instinctively curled around hers. Does it still hurt? Ron shook his head, replying dryly, just a little scratch. The pain had long since dulled with the passage of time, and her recent actions had completely overshadowed it, leaving only ripples of warmth in its wake. She dipped her finger into the crystal vial, extracting a dollop of white ointment, and gently applied it to his wounds. The ointment was cool, yet Ron felt a soothing warmth spreading through him. Thank you, but next time you get hurt, you must let me know right away, all right? Little Ron? Afra, noticing his nonchalant demeanor, pressed her finger down firmly, causing Ron to wince slightly. After applying the ointment, Afra released his hand and turned to head back to her room. Just then, an unseen force compelled her to pause. Ron found himself inexplicably grasping her fingers, panic gripping him as he hurriedly released her hand, feeling that the action lacked grace. I am sorry, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to say thank you. Good night, Ron mumbled, his head down, stumbling through his words before quickly opening the door and shutting it behind him, causing the sign to sway slightly. In an instant, Afra was left alone on the platform. She spun around in confusion, scratching her head, unsure of Ron's peculiar behavior. But she still whispered a good night and sweet dreams to the closed door. Inside the bedroom, leaning against the door, Ron felt his heart skip a beat upon hearing Afra's voice. Ron. In his dreams, Harry turned over and saw Ron leaning against the door late at night, and he inquired softly, "Oh, it's nothing, just sleep." Excited, Ron found his way to his bed in the dark, closing his eyes as he replayed the scene of Afra treating his wound, along with her words of sweet dreams. As the youngest son of the Weasley family, he had always been the one overlooked and dismissed. No one had ever tenderly cared for his wounds before. Inhaling the soothing scent of the ointment, he drifted off to sleep, his heart restless. July 31st, Harry's 12th birthday. This was the first time he received the most sincere blessings and companionship on this special day. Although Afra's plan to personally bake a cake was thwarted, she nonetheless enlisted the finest pastry chef from Buckingham Palace to create a special cake. The cake, adorned in hues of red and yellow, depicted a golden snitch, Hedwig, and a firebolt 2000, alongside two chibi figures donned in Gryffindor robes, their likenesses strikingly reminiscent of Afra and Harry. Little Afra and little Harry held hands, their eyes wide and bright, sporting broad, joyous smiles. Happy birthday, Harry. Afra presented him with her carefully prepared birthday gift, a feather quill that would never run out of ink. The metallic nib was engraved with Harry's name. "Thank you, Afra." Harry embraced her with the most sincere and radiant smile. That morning, Hermione hurried to the burrow, where Molly had prepared a sumptuous dinner. Due to the large number of guests, the dining table was moved to the garden. This made dining quite a challenge for everyone, as they had to fend off fellow diners vying for food, while also being wary of any lurking house elves. "Hey!" Afra kicked a house elf attempting to climb onto the dining table into the distance. Aspiring to ascend from the earth, a house elf yearns to become a celestial being. "How delightful you are!" In the basement of Malfoy Manor, Lucius rummaged through several cabinets and unearthed a few items. Recently, the Ministry of Magic had inexplicably begun inspecting for dark artifacts. Lucius gazed at the items on the table with a headache. While most were manageable, the diary posed a significant problem. It was entrusted to him by the Master for safekeeping. With the Master now gone, he could not be blamed for disposing of these items. The tranquility and safety the Malfoy family had painstakingly secured must not be jeopardized. If the Master were to return one day, Lucius's cold, ruthless gaze fell upon Dobby, the house elf polishing the suit of armor. If that day were to come, he would make the wretched house elf atone for his sins. Not to be sold. Instead, perhaps I could find a way to frame other wizards while visiting Diagon Alley. "Draco, what is your relationship with that savior?" Lucius summoned his son to the study, inquiring about his studies and social interactions. "That damn Potter. He has been spending far too much time with that foolish Weasley family." The mere thought of Afra and Harry sharing more time together in the same house was infuriating. He felt compelled to reclaim Afra. "Humph, if I cannot win him over, then I shall find a way to suppress him. You need no instruction in this, do you?" Draco lowered his head, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. As the esteemed heir of the Malfoy legacy, he felt utterly humiliated by his inability to best a mere child who had never been exposed to magic. Lucius rubbed his temples, displaying signs of fatigue. "Next term, you shall run for the position of seeker on the Quidditch team. If you succeed, I will provide your house with the latest model of broomsticks. But you must defeat that Harry in the Quidditch matches." As Dobby polished the collectibles at the study door, he overheard their nefarious plot to harm Harry. Dobby could not allow Harry to come to harm. Dobby would save Harry. He dropped the cloth, snapped his fingers, and vanished from the spot. Appearing on Privet Drive, Dobby gazed at the empty bedroom, tears welling in his baseball-sized eyes. Harry Potter. Dobby cannot find Harry Potter. Chapter 53, The Master of Romance, Tom. After the birthday celebrations, Harry decided to remain at the Burrow. The Weasley family welcomed him warmly. Molly, feeling compassion for the injustices Harry had faced at the Dursleys, had already begun to treat him as one of her own. Ron, needless to say, was thrilled to spend half the holiday with his best mate. And Ginny still blushed and stammered whenever she encountered Harry. "Afra, what should I do?" Ginny lamented, her distress palpable. Who wouldn't he be excited to be around their idol every day? Yet, her excitement had perhaps spiraled a bit out of control. Ginny confided her troubles in a letter to her beautiful sister, Afra. The warm yellow candlelight cast an orange glow around the table, illuminating an open diary beneath its glow. "Little Afra, it cannot be this dire, can it?" In the upgraded system space, 23 observed Afra donning a helmet, armed to the teeth, and broke into a cold sweat. "No, just to be safe, it's better to exercise caution." Afra grasped her quill, gloved in a baseball mitt, and scribbled a few lines on the blank page. "Oh, and I how I say yo." The black ink gradually faded, and Afra widened her eyes, awaiting a response from the diary version of Tom, holding her breath, her quill trembling incessantly. "What are you trembling for, little Afra?" "You wouldn't understand, it's excitement." "A Voldemort with a nose, huh?" Underneath the sentence written by Afra, new words slowly appeared. "Hello, what the? He knows Korean." Afra leaped from her chair, bouncing around the room like a playful monkey, before eventually crouching on her chair, staring at the diary. Lost in thought. 2333. Has Tom taken up a minor language? Afra, undeterred, picked up her quill once more, swiftly scribbling a few lines in the diary. "Sawadee-ka. Koenijaya. Silamu. Hello, I am Tom Riddle." Afra stroked her chin, observing his calm demeanor as he willingly engaged in the main storyline. With a sharp snap, she closed the diary. What is it like to have a charming AI companion for online conversations? Afra would tell you that even knowing he is the antagonist, she still feels a twinge of desire to tease him. Not 2 minutes after closing it, Afra reopened the diary. "We promised to never part, yet you turned your back and forgot our vows. Was I foolish to know she also likes you? I should let go. But every time I close my eyes, you invade my mind, my heart, my gut, my very being. What should I do? Little Afra, have you encountered a scoundrel?" 23 was nearly in tears. What could this girl have gone through to pen such heart-wrenching words? "Huh, nothing at all," Afra replied, puzzled. In her previous life, she had been single. She had never even experienced a crush, let alone a secret love. "Then what are you writing about?" "I'm just craving hot pot." 23. I'll trust you one more time. 15. Do a handstand and eat dung. He didn't understand, but I can comprehend your sorrow. It was he who missed out on the most perfect version of you. Thus he is unforgivable. I know a powerful spell that can help you teach him a lesson. Humph. The fox's tail is showing now, huh? Do you want me to help you escape? You don't know, but I hold the script. You'll be scared to death. Woe is me. I like him so much, so much. Without him, I cannot sleep, study, or breathe. I truly adore him. But why doesn't he ever look back? Afro laid bare her unrequited love in the diary, leaving readers gasping for breath and pondering deeply. I can help you. As long as you follow my instructions, he will surely fall in love with you, forever. Unfortunately, the new reply went unseen, while Afro reclined on the chaise longue, holding the letter from Ginny. What do you think would happen if I told Ginny that she would marry Harry in the future? 23. Do you want to see what you've done? Afro smiled gently, leisurely placing the letter she held into the drawer. She retrieved a piece of parchment, settled herself on the carpet, lazily propped her arms on a small wooden table, and began to pen a reply to Ginny. 2333. Is there any item in the system mall specifically for Tom? Leaving him as he is isn't an option. Please provide a link. The obedient system promptly opened the mall, and after a prolonged selection process, it revealed an item used in the realm of cultivation to bind souls. It presented the item's description to Afro with great flourish. Beloved soul, once, there was a cultivator who dearly loved his wife, but she passed away too soon. In order to remain with her forever, he mastered a secret technique that allows one to eternally bind a soul to their side. The research center reminds you, to love someone is to let them go. Do not hinder their path to reincarnation. Price, 5,000. Effect, the target of the spell will become your familiar, eternally loyal and obedient to you. Is there a promotional price in your mall? Afro exclaimed, her excitement nearly overwhelming upon seeing the price. I want this one exchanged. The affluent Afro, with a grand gesture, redeemed the item. It was significantly smaller than the last murderous chainsaw, resembling a petite drift bottle pendant. She toyed with it for a moment before returning it to the system space. Does little Afro not want it? It's not every day one finds amusement. Let us enjoy it a few days longer. How marvelous it is to have an online friend in the magical world. Every morning, the first thing Afro did was to pester Tom. Hello, little Tom. I'm here. She felt fatigued. Just reading the first 4 words drained her. I can tell you a story about the secrets of Hogwarts. Remember to sprinkle some chives while you're painting me a picture. I have a discerning palate. One of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Wow, how impressive. Oh, my Merlin. I think I might be falling for him. Little Tom, I bet you're jealous of him. Foolish groundhog. He should give you a good kick in the backside. I mean, old pal, this is something no one knows, as fresh as Mrs. Brat's little cake next door. After acquiring information about the Chamber of Secrets, Afro teased Tom once more. In a jovial mood, she hummed a little tune as she left the room. Oh, little Afro seems quite happy, Noah remarked, observing Afro nearly on the verge of floating away. Unable to resist teasing her, Afro tossed her golden hair, its shimmering strands glistening in the sunlight, prompting an instinctive following of its arc. Oh my, it's simply unbelievable that such words would escape the lips of a gentleman. Afro dramatically opened her feather fan, concealing her mouth, her expression exaggerated and somewhat greasy. Noah, listening to her peculiar vocalizations, was covered in goosebumps. He shivered slightly, deciding to keep his distance from Afro today. Chapter 54, Blaze's Paw. The holiday life passed by with the occasional teasing of AI Tom, or amusing her little uncle Noah. As early as the end of August, Hogwarts had sent the new semester's supplies list to Campbell Manor, along with Noah's enrollment notice. Come on, Noah, call me senior, let us hear it. Afro snatched the list from Noah's hands, a wicked smile on her face, clearly indicating that she would not return it unless he complied. How rude. I'm your uncle. Noah, always self-identified as the elder, was exceptionally tolerant of Afro's antics regarding age and titles. He continued to read his book, allowing her to playfully tease him. Afro soon grew bored of teasing Noah and tossed the list into his lap before plopping down on the sofa, kicking his leg playfully. Tomorrow, shall we go to Diagon Alley together? Noah glanced at the lengthy list of supplies, his face contorting in disdain as he tossed the parchment to the ground. Hogwarts curriculum is so burdensome. Afro caught a glimpse of the crumpled parchment and faintly discerned the words Gilderoy Lockhart, traveling with ghouls. She had nearly forgotten that this year's defense against the dark arts professor was the flamboyant Lockhart. Mr. Campbell drove the 2 children to experience entering Diagon Alley through the leaky cauldron. Primarily, it was Afro's curiosity about the leaky cauldron that prompted Mr. Campbell to oblige her request. Naturally, the doting Mr. Campbell was more than willing to serve as Afro's chauffeur. They squeezed into the congested London roads like ordinary muggles, eternally envious of the unobstructed lanes on the opposite side during traffic jams. Oh no, I have an appointment to meet Harry at Flourish and Blots. Afro exclaimed anxiously as she watched the numbers on the dashboard flicker. Mr. Campbell, upon hearing that she was meeting that troublesome boy, inwardly prayed for the traffic to slow down even further. But no matter his pleas, the car gradually rolled to a stop in front of the leaky cauldron. Afro raised her eyes to the grimy, narrow storefront, her eyelids twitching slightly. Thank goodness Muggles couldn't see it. Otherwise, given the dining environment, the market supervision authorities would surely be calling the owner in for a talk. Mr. Campbell pushed open the dusty, stained door of the pub, carefully ushering Afro and the others inside. Hello, Mr. Campbell. Tom, the owner of the leaky cauldron, hunched over, polishing a goblet behind the bar, greeted Mr. Campbell like an old friend. Hello, Tom. I'm taking my daughter to Diagon Alley to buy school supplies. Mr. Campbell spoke of Afro with pride and boastfulness. The bashful Afro lowered her head at the mention of her name. She felt her father must share a common language with Cedric's father, both being proud parents. Little Afro. Why is he also named Tom? Upon hearing the bar owner's name matched that of the notorious villain, the AI experienced a brief glitch. It nearly caused Tom to jump out of the system. Common names, much like Zhang Wei, if you shout it on the street, 10 people will turn to look at you. After satisfying his paternal pride, Mr. Campbell led Afro and the others through the archway to Diagon Alley. Behind them, Tom wiped the sweat from his brow, growing increasingly impatient at their lingering presence. He wished that Diggory and Campbell would refrain from visiting his pub in the future. The Campbell family split into two groups. Mrs. Campbell took Noah, who was visiting Diagon Alley for the first time, to shop, while Mr. Campbell, harboring unspoken intentions upon overhearing his daughter's plans with that troublesome boy, followed closely behind Afro. Hermione. Afro called out as she navigated through the bustling crowd. Soon spotting Hermione squeezed at the entrance of the crowded bookstore. She tiptoed, desperately lifting her hand, calling out Hermione's name loudly. The bookstore's entrance was exceedingly congested, with many young witches clutching books gathered there. Afro was jostled by the crowd, nearly losing her balance. At that moment, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her waist, and she unexpectedly collided with a warm chest. Her delicate face nestled against the well-defined muscles beneath his shirt, inhaling the unique scent of youth. It was akin to walking through a lane filled with mangoes, the aroma of green mangoes enveloping her, sweet and sour with a hint of bitterness. Miss Afro, how much longer shall you remain in my embrace? A mocking voice resonated from above, and Afro could sense the rhythmic movement of the Adam's apple as it bobbed. Though the young man claimed that Afro was clinging to him, his arm was firmly pressed against her waist, akin to a branding iron. Thank you, Blaze, she said. A hint of crimson was accentuated on Afra's fair complexion, and as she steadied herself by grasping the collar of Blaze's shirt, he tightened his grip, causing her to tumble back into his embrace. I apologize, Blaze uttered, his eyes dancing with mirth. Once Afra regained her footing, she had not yet had the chance to request that Blaze release her before a sudden voice from Mr. Campbell startled her, causing her to slip once more into Blaze's arms. Ahem, little Afra. Mr. Campbell cleared his throat, gently prying the two apart before positioning himself between them, smiling as he turned toward Blaze. Hello, I am Afra's father. Upon realizing the identity of the newcomer, Blaze immediately quelled his radiant smile, adopting a demeanor of cool detachment as he shook Mr. Campbell's hand. Good day, Mr. Campbell. I am Blaze Zabini, a friend of Afra's. Mr. Campbell held Blaze's hand firmly, maintaining a polite smile while scrutinizing the young man from head to toe. Those peach blossom eyes, troublesome. He resembled a rogue. The shirt was carelessly worn, with two buttons deliberately undone. It was evident he was a charmer of young girls. Blaze felt the pressure of Mr. Campbell's grip and frowned slightly, uncertain whether his previous demeanor had been fully observed, hoping to leave a favorable impression. The two individuals, each with their own ulterior motives, exuded an oddly harmonious tension. Afra. Hermione, waiting by the entrance, keenly spotted a gap in the crowd, right in the center of which stood Afra. Hermione, I missed you so much. I missed you the most. All right, you missed me the most. The two girls navigated through the throng and embraced tightly. Their matching hair accessories revealed their close bond. Hermione, with sparkling eyes, affectionately stroked Afra's golden hair, and Afra complimented her new dress. Hand in hand, they chattered merrily about the joys of their lives, even though these matters had been recounted in their letters numerous times. Chapter 55, A Brawl. Mr. Campbell exhaled with relief upon noticing the newcomer was a young girl. He had feared his daughter was befriending only boys at school. Thank you for your help earlier, Blaze. Blaze waved dismissively, informing Afra that he had other purchases to make, and politely bid farewell to Mr. Campbell before departing the crowded bookstore. Where are Harry and the others? Afra stood on tiptoe to peek behind Hermione, but saw neither the familiar red-haired boy nor the dark-haired one. I don't know. They haven't arrived yet. With the towering Mr. Campbell accompanying them, The two girls safely made their way to the leaky cauldron. This is utterly wild. Afro observed the seemingly frenzied witches, akin to a swarm of bees drawn to enticing nectar. Afro, don't you find him rather dashing and valiant? Dashing? Who? Lockhart. Afro glanced at the animated poster behind her. He was indeed handsome, but utterly useless. Ah no, he is of some use. He brings in money. Afro rolled her eyes at the radiant Lockhart poster. Hermione, meanwhile, stood in line at the table with her newly purchased The Magic of Me. Hey there, Miss Rabbit. Have you missed us? Fred and George spotted the dazzling golden-haired Afro amidst the crowded bookstore and rushed to her side. Fred draped an arm around Afra's neck, pulling her into his embrace, while George wrapped his arm around her petite waist. Ahem. Upon hearing a familiar cough, Fred and George sheepishly lowered their hands. Long time no see, Will. Arthur, who had entered a moment later, observed his son's antics and cast a furtive glance at the fuming Mr. Campbell, leading him away. I've recently acquired a Muggle item. Could you help me discern its purpose? Arthur, who had a fondness for Muggle artifacts, found camaraderie with Mr. Campbell, who enjoyed Muggle life. Their previous conversation had been cut short due to Molly's sudden appearance. Where's Harry? Isn't he with you? Isn't it enough that Miss Rabbit has me and Fred? Why look for Harry too? George complained, clutching his chest in mock dismay as he leaned toward Afra, pouting. No, once Mr. Campbell was led away. Fred leaned closer to Afra, his soft hair brushing against her cheek, making her giggle. From the second floor of the bookstore, Draco had focused solely on Afra since her arrival. Upon seeing her standing with the Weasley family, he instinctively clenched his hand on the railing, leaving deep imprints of the silver ring on his fingers. Afra, it's been ages. A familiar voice called from behind the group, halting the laughter of the three playfully tussling. Draco twirled the ring on his finger as he descended the stairs to stand before Afra. Today, Draco appeared akin to a prince from a fairy tale, clad in velvety fabric and a dark green bow tie adorned with silver patterns at his neck. His typically polished golden hair appeared even more refined, for reasons unknown. When Afra beheld Draco's slicked-back hairstyle, a phrase surfaced in her mind, styled like an adult. Lost in thought, Afra couldn't help but chuckle. And in this otherwise bizarre atmosphere, a beautiful girl crouched on the ground, laughing heartily. Am I really that amusing? Draco observed Afra, whose laughter caused her shoulders to shake. What on earth is she laughing about? Such a fool. Draco pinched the bridge of his furrowed brow in exasperation, one hand gently patting Afra's back, while the other guided her away from the Weasley family. Afra rubbed her face, which had become stiff from laughter. Her lips pursed like a little goldfish. Draco instinctively curled his fingers behind her, hesitatingly reaching out to poke her soft cheek. A small indentation formed where he poked, resembling a dimple on Afra's bewildered face. Draco turned his head, chuckling lightly. He pinched her cheek again, saying, How are you so adorable? Meanwhile, Mr. Campbell, led away by Arthur to discuss the purpose of a rubber dinghy, inadvertently glanced back to see his precious daughter once more embraced by another boy. Mr. Campbell felt as though, if a magnet were affixed to his chest, his heart's rhythm would resemble the erratic path of a roller coaster. Why are there so many of these little rascals? Well, Arthur noticed Mr. Campbell glaring with gritted teeth in a certain direction, initially thinking it was his sons causing mischief, only to realize it was Draco Malfoy. Arthur exhaled in relief, thankful it was not his boys. Just as Arthur's tension began to ease, it spiked again. Wait, could Malfoy also? Mr. Campbell pushed past Arthur and hastened toward Afra, seizing Draco by the collar and dragging him away in the opposite direction of Afra. Little Afra, hurry and buy the books you need. Your mother will be worried soon. Mr. Campbell pushed Afra toward the bookshelf, diligently selecting the tomes marked on the Hogwarts supply list. He resolved to adopt the most prudent tactic, avoidance. Mr. Campbell intended to escort his dear daughter away from this den of iniquity, for lingering any longer might result in an unwelcome collection of trouble to take home. Let me guess, with your flaming red hair, expressionless visage, and tattered secondhand books, you must be part of the Weasley family? Lucius, with a sneer, swept his wand across the old book Fred held, mocking them with a glint of derision in his eyes. Lucius Malfoy. He tossed the worn book back into Fred's arms and, with a polite smile, redirected his gaze toward the Campbells. Well, Campbell. Mr. Campbell's tone resembled that of one addressing an unfamiliar colleague as he shook Lucius's outstretched hand. Meanwhile, Fred and George seethed with indignation at Lucius's words, and had it not been for Afra's quick reflexes pulling them back, their fists would have undoubtedly greeted Lucius's face. Lucius. Arthur sensed the brewing trouble and approached, witnessing the Malfoy family's haughty demeanor, and Fred and George, their faces flushed with anger, standing beside Afra. Weasley, I hear the ministry has been quite busy lately. I hope they're compensating you with a bit more overtime pay. Clearly, Lucius's biting sarcasm incensed Arthur. He snatched the book from Fred's hands and hurled it towards that detestable visage. With a forceful shove, he pinned Lucius against the bookshelf, sending dozens of books tumbling down upon them. Fred and George rallied around Arthur, exuberantly urging their father to strike him. In an instant, the crowded bookstore descended into chaos, with screams and jeers echoing throughout. Afro, perilously close to the epicenter of the fray, narrowly avoided being struck by a falling book. A grimy little hand grasped Afra's arm, guiding her away from the tumult. Chapter 56, Gilderoy Lockhart's autograph. When the dirt-faced Harry arrived at the bookstore, he was taken aback to see his usually affable Uncle Weasley embroiled in a brawl with a man boasting golden locks. In the midst of flailing fists, a maroon book struck the curious Afra. Harry? Afra stumbled as she was unexpectedly yanked, steadied only by the arm that had pulled her wrist, revealing a small tabby cat. Afra, are you unharmed? Harry gently brushed aside the hair from Afra's forehead, relieved to find her skin still smooth and unblemished. I'm fine, but you? Like a little flower kitten, Afra produced a handkerchief from her pocket, delicately wiping the dust from Harry's face. Harry, taking advantage of Afra's ministrations, raised his chin slightly, secretly delighted that he had gotten himself dirty in Diagon Alley. Heh, Mr. Campbell, in a moment of distraction, has lost his daughter to that pesky boy. Mr. Campbell snatched the handkerchief from Afra's grasp and vigorously rubbed it against Harry's face. The smudges may have vanished, but Harry's visage now bore the marks of being pinched. Afra peeked out from behind her father, offering Harry an apologetic smile. She could easily comprehend her father's sentiments, but honestly, she was merely a teenager. She was just friends with those boys. Oh, but Harry was different. Harry was her beloved pet goose. Seeing Afra's father present, Harry began to regret his reckless behavior, feeling embarrassed about his disheveled appearance being exposed to her father. Already unappreciated, he feared he would lose even more favor. While Harry was caught in a familial drama, the altercation by the bookshelf was drawing to a close. Molly and Hagrid, in search of Harry, separated the two brawling giants. Lucius's expensive wool coat was marred with an array of footprints, and his meticulously styled long hair appeared as if it had been subjected to static electricity. Resembling the mane of a golden lion, his face was no better. Much like Arthur, it bore a spectrum of bruises, hardly befitting the illustrious Malfoy name. Lucius smoothed the creases from his garments with a cold scoff, leading Draco away. Molly twisted Arthur's ear, chastising him for fighting in front of the children, failing to set a good example. With the commotion subsiding, the onlooking wizards resumed lining up with their books in the bookstore, eagerly anticipating Lockhart's signing event. Suddenly, the store erupted with deafening screams and cheers. Lockhart, clad in a blue robe, winked at the crowd, his gleaming white teeth sparkling in the candlelight, prompting Afra to shut her eyes. He sat behind a table piled high with hardcover books, waving cheerfully at the audience. Lockhart's gaze swept over the fans below, landing on a certain boy with tousled hair and a soiled outfit. If he could snap a photo with the savior, the Daily Prophet would undoubtedly grant him a spacious feature and a generous payment for his efforts. Lockhart's smile broadened as he beheld Harry, gesturing to the diminutive photographer with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Harry Potter? The photographer, alerted to Lockhart's interest, swiftly turned the camera to capture Harry. And after a blinding flash, a plume of purple smoke billowed from the back of the camera. Harry raised his hand to shield his brow, subtly positioning himself to protect Afra. Noticing Harry's attempt to evade the lens, the photographer approached and tugged at his sleeve, pushing him beside Lockhart. Flustered, Harry adjusted his clothing, feeling like a vagabond compared to Lockhart's pristine robe. Not only was he about to expose his disheveled state to the public, but he would also be immortalized in the newspaper for all wizards to see. Smile a bit brighter. You might just make the front page. Lockhart firmly clasped Harry's shoulders, pulling him close and whispering cheerfully. Harry's ears, concealed beneath his dark hair, flushed crimson, his smile frozen in place for the camera. What an exhilarating moment. Our little Harry had come to purchase my autobiography, Lockhart boasted in a tone familiar to Harry, proclaiming him as a fan, holding down the slightly squirming Harry and playfully squeezing his shoulder. Below, Molly and Hermione beamed with adoration, sincerely applauding Harry as a fellow fan. Standing amid the crowd, Afra rolled her eyes at Lockhart's audacious display, muttering disdainfully, "I've never seen such a conceited face. Why hasn't he the ministry studied your skin for bulletproof vests?" Fred, noticing Afra's expression, affectionately ruffled her hair. "Harry doesn't he know? I'm giving him my entire collection for free," Lockhart declared amidst the thunderous applause, accepting a stack of books from his assistant. "I shall inscribe each one with my autograph." He dramatically winked at the female fans, settling into his chair to begin signing. Another round of gasps and cheers erupted from the audience. Harry, feeling as though he were cradling a bomb, extended his arms back into the crowd. "Aunt Molly, these are for you. I've troubled you these past few days." As he descended from the stage, Harry presented the books to the Lockhart enthusiast, who embraced him joyfully. showering him with kisses. Clutching the treasured signed volumes, she exited the throng with glee. Watch out. Flourish and Blots had grown even more crowded with Lockhart's arrival, and diminutive Ginny found herself pressed against the bookshelves by the adult wizards. A hand hovered protectively between Ginny and the shelves. The scent of citrus wafted toward her nose as the broad chest loomed mere millimeters from her face. With a blush, Ginny murmured her gratitude. Thank you. The other party remained silent, and Ginny lifted her gaze to steal a glance at him. He donned a loose black shirt, its hem tucked into his trousers, which accentuated his tall and slender frame. His misty blue hair harmonized beautifully with his azure eyes, while the glint of his ear studs exuded a vibrant personality. Ginny? Afro appeared beside her, following her line of sight to her audacious uncle. Noah. Afro beckoned Noah over to introduce him to Ginny, her arm linked with Ginny's. This is Ginny, my dear friend. He is Noah, my brother. Noah playfully flicked his finger against Afro's forehead, his smile carefree and nonchalant. It's Uncle Noah. He tilted his head slightly, his blue eyes shimmering like jewels, his voice as alluring as it was teasing. Hello, Ginny. Noah extended a hand, continuing, I am Afro's uncle. Noah Devonshire. Chapter 57. A heartwarming moment between father and daughter. Hello, I am Ginny Weasley. Ginny felt grateful for his timely assistance, which had spared her from being struck by the falling book. However, she noticed that even while greeting her, Noah's gaze lingered on her dear friend. The truth was, Noah was preoccupied with thoughts of how dashing his earlier pose had been. Yet, the true protagonist of this scene remained oblivious. Ginny chose not to remind the clearly tipsy boy of his distraction. Rather than the overt charm of a schoolyard romance, she preferred the subtleties of clever mischief. Who said Hogwarts was dull? It was undeniably delightful. As playful glances exchanged between the two, leaving Afro in a state of confusion, she looked up at the sky. The exhilarating escapade in Diagon Alley concluded with the commencement of Lockhart's book signing event. The Campbell family returned from the Broken Axe pub to their car, parked on Muggle streets. Campbell Manor. Little Afro, do you have a moment? That evening, Mr. Campbell, holding a platter of desserts, knocked on Afro's door. Having been teasing Tom, Afro quickly stashed her diary away in a drawer. Of course. Upon receiving permission, Mr. Campbell entered, placing the platter down and settling into a recliner. As he watched Afro packing her belongings, he suddenly realized that his daughter had grown up in ways he had not consciously noticed. She had gained height and blossomed into a beauty reminiscent of her mother. It was no wonder so many boys were smitten with her, possessing the discernment to appreciate the most admirable individuals in the world. Dad. Afro noticed her father had not spoken a word since entering, sitting there motionless. Little Afro has grown up. There was a tremor in Mr. Campbell's voice, and the flicker of moisture in his golden eyes was discernible in the candlelight. Dad, I'm already 12. Afro proclaimed proudly, emphasizing her age. She approached Mr. Campbell, wrapping her arm around his, nuzzling her shoulder against him in a playful manner. Mr. Campbell gently stroked her long hair, lost in memories. I still remember a little toddler who drooled at 1 year old. Dad, how long ago was that? You still remember? Afro pouted, her head lowering in embarrassment, seemingly reluctant to revisit those awkward moments. Mrs. Campbell worriedly opened the door, peering through the crack to see the father and daughter fondly reminiscing about their childhood. A tender smile graced her lips as she quietly closed the door, granting them privacy. Is everything all right, brother-in-law? Noah leaned against the staircase wall, observing Mrs. Campbell emerge with a beaming smile. Your brother-in-law dotes on Afro too much. Mrs. Campbell recalled how Mr. Campbell had exaggeratedly expressed his discontent over Afro's friends that afternoon, criticizing their hair colors and family backgrounds, even threatening to eliminate them. After all, he was a wizard who could cover his tracks. What a child who refuses to grow up. Unbeknownst to Mr. Campbell, he was being labeled a miser and a jealous man by his wife behind his back. He was reveling in the precious moments spent alone with his beloved daughter. There is something I have long wished to discuss with you. Mr. Campbell cleared his throat twice, casting a somewhat awkward glance at Afro, who was leaning against him. I know this is difficult, but I care deeply about you. Mr. Campbell gently lifted Afro's chin to meet her gaze, his serious demeanor causing her to sit up straight in apprehension. Had she been discovered regarding her secret? How would she respond? Should she confess? Reveal her travels through time? Would she be deemed a dark witch and face dire consequences? Would they set her ablaze? Mr. Campbell remained oblivious to how his deliberately solemn expression had led his daughter's thoughts astray into the realm of reincarnation. I understand you have grown up and possess curiosity about certain matters, perhaps naively. However, for your safety, we must establish boundaries, enabling us to share our feelings more trustingly and fairly. From the moment you entered my life, small and soft, I experienced an unparalleled joy and uncertainty. Afro had never seen her father in such a state, confused, hesitant, and tinged with sorrow. She squeezed into his embrace, wishing for him to cease speaking. For his words pained her heart. Mr. Campbell did not relent due to Afro's actions. He comfortingly patted her back, his deep voice slowly unveiling his worries and fears. I do not know if I can be a good father, protecting my precious child. Thus, we have grown together. I have learned how to be a dad. And you have learned how to grow up. I can sense a distance between us lately, as if you are being pulled away from me. Little Afro. I find myself yearning for the little moments when you were by my side, the baseball games, the crafts. A tear fell upon Afro's neck, warm enough to send a shiver through her heart. She had never felt such profound paternal love. It enveloped her like the sea, gentle and warm. I know you are growing, and life encompasses more than just you and me. I only hope that as you continue on your journey of growth, you can leave a small space for your poor old father. If you wouldn't mind. Afro clung to Mr. Campbell, sobbing breathlessly, tightening her embrace as she nestled deeper into his arms. Of course, Dad. She lifted her tear-streaked eyes to him, managing a smile through her tears. I will always be Daddy's little treasure and never leave. You silly girl, where would a daughter stay forever at home? Mr. Campbell tenderly brushed his thumb across Afro's tear-stained cheek, playfully pinching her little nose. Afro defiantly wrapped her arms around his neck, asserting she would forever remain at home. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to her, a glimmer of smug satisfaction crossed Mr. Campbell's eyes behind her back. Little Afro, observing her sister's red-rimmed eyes, felt an ache in her heart. Dad's speech was quite touching. Afro's hands faltered in her packing as she recalled the sight of the grown man crying before her. She, too, cherished indulging her miserly father. She would never admit that his earlier display had been genuine emotion. Turns out, only I truly express my feelings. Mrs. Campbell, sitting at her vanity applying skincare, noticed her husband returning to their bedroom with a radiant smile and knew that Afro must have consoled this jealous man. Mr. Campbell retrieved a neatly pinned draft from his pajamas pocket and tucked it within the pages of his beloved book. With a buoyant spirit, he reclined on his bed, envisioning a future where little Afro would forever be by his side. September 1st marked the global return to school day, regardless of whether one was a high school student, an elementary school pupil, a muggle, or a wizard. This day necessitated a return to the school that evoked a blend of affection and exasperation. Due to Arthur's overtime commitments, Molly had implored Mr. Campbell to assist in escorting the children to the station, as she was unfamiliar with booking muggle transportation. Considering the multitude of children traveling, Mr. Campbell opted to borrow the royal motorcade. Thus, an unusual spectacle unfolded at King's Cross Station. 8 children alighted from a luxurious, elongated vehicle adorned with royal insignia. Chapter 58. The thrilling return to school. If one were to randomly interview a passerby at King's Cross Station on this fateful day, they would undoubtedly remark on the sheer number of royal children. Yet, one might wonder why they were traveling by train for their education. The throngs of onlookers led to a delay for Afra and the others. A journey that should have taken mere minutes extended to over half an hour. Molly mused that she could never again allow Mr. Campbell to escort the children. Hurry up. Fred, George, you go ahead, she urged. As the time for the Hogwarts Express's departure drew near, beckoning the children to swiftly traverse the barrier. Bang! Harry's trolley collided with the wall, causing Ron to crash into Harry's back, while Afra stumbled over Ron's foot and fell to the ground. Oh dear. Children, quickly get up. Several startled bystanders shrieked at the sight of the tangled trio. Station security rushed over to assist them. Good heavens, how could such a thing occur while I'm on duty? Where are your parents? A kindly stranger inquired, gathering the scattered belongings. Thank you. They left ahead, the children replied, and seeing they could manage, the kind passerby hurried away. Ignoring the throbbing on his forehead, Harry jogged over to Afra, who was rubbing her lower back, concern etched on his face. Afra, does it still hurt? Harry's voice trembled. His brow furrowed as he gently took her hand with a soft grip, his tone slightly hoarse. It's much better, thank you, Harry, Afra replied, clasping his wrist. Her gaze compassionate as she noted the bruise on his forehead, her fingers gently pressing against it, prompting a gasp from Harry. The coolness of her touch alleviated the pain almost instantaneously. Harry instinctively nuzzled against her fingers, akin to a needy puppy seeking affection. The barrier had been deactivated. Ron, one hand cradling his head, the other trailing along the now impenetrable wall, remarked, Friends, I think we've missed the train. He pointed toward the station's large clock, where the minute hand had passed 12. They had indeed missed the back-to-school train. Ron paced anxiously in front of the wall, his hands tightly clasped, beads of sweat forming in his palms. Harry's body trembled violently, his complexion turning ashen, his jaw tightening, and his breath quickening. He would be expelled. He dreaded returning to the Dursleys, to living once more in that dilapidated stairwell. He simply did not want to. Hey, I have a plan, Afra exclaimed, her eyes sparkling like stars as she rubbed her fingers together. We can drive there. Ron's mouth fell open in disbelief. while Harry could scarcely believe his ears. His pupils dilating, his feet feeling as though they were encased in lead. You mean that car? Ron desperately wished he had misinterpreted Afra's suggestion. Yet it seemed this was the only way to ensure they arrived at Hogwarts safely and on time. But we can't drive, he protested. I can. Afra confidently crossed her arms, lifting her chin as she winked at them, her smile brimming with self-assurance. Little Afra, can you really? Ron asked hesitantly, uncertain about her claim. Of course, she assured them, tapping her chest, urgency in her tone. As long as we find the train, we can reach Hogwarts. She recalled the time she had taken her driving test, failing the first 2 attempts for the written portion and the third 5 times for the practical. She vividly remembered her instructor's earnest warning upon her obtaining her license. Little F, never drive on the road. Time was of the essence, and with no other options. Harry and Ron climbed into the blue sedan. Afra pressed a concealed button on the control panel, then turned the ignition, pulling up the lever. The blue car slowly ascended into the air. Gripping the steering wheel with determination, she focused ahead, her brows raised as she pressed the accelerator with conviction. The engine roared to life, hurtling them forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. In the back seat, Ron and Harry were thrust back against their seats, their ears buzzing from the sudden change in pressure. Slow down, Ron pleaded, clutching the armrest with trembling hands, his voice strained. The car emitted a piercing screech as it sliced through the air, the clouds swirling around them, blurring the scenery below. The engine's growl echoed like a ferocious beast. Hold on tight. Afra spotted the train tracks ahead and lowered the car's altitude, gently hovering above the rails. Wonderful. We've found the tracks, Ron exclaimed, pressing his nose against the window to behold the familiar landscape. Harry exhaled a sigh of relief, the tension on his face easing. Just as they celebrated their successful return to school, the door on Harry's side swung open unexpectedly, sending him tumbling out. Harry, Ron grasped his wrist tightly as Afra, focused on driving, caught sight of the unfolding chaos in the rearview mirror. A wave of panic washed over her, and a heavy weight settled in her chest. Her palms slick with sweat, nearly causing her to lose grip of the steering wheel. Afra, stay calm, Ron urged, noticing the car beginning to sway violently. His forehead lined with tension as muscles in his arms tensed. Ron's words steadied her, and with her mind clear, Afra attempted to lower the car's height. In the midst of the chaos, Ron's wand inadvertently struck the handbrake. With a sharp crack, it split in two like a severed branch. My wand, Ron lamented, staring despondently at his broken wand, yet he maintained his grip. Harry, using Ron's arm as leverage, scrambled back into the car. Harry, are you all right? He asked. Their eyes meeting as concern clouded both their faces. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Harry managed a reassuring smile, perhaps due to the car's age and disrepair. Afra's firm application of the brakes brought them to a halt before the Whomping Willow. She breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they had not crashed into the tree, or they would have ended up as moles today. The little sedan ejected the 3 of them along with their luggage, closing the door behind them as it sped away. I'm free, the little car declared. Well, would you look at that? It can drive itself, autonomous cruise control. How sophisticated. After Harry and Ron picked up their luggage, they heard Afra mumble something under her breath. A confused Ron frowned and raised his wand in response. The 3 individuals who entered through the back door kept their heads down, cautiously blending into the crowd, when a familiar voice suddenly echoed in the entrance hall. Campbell. Chapter 59, Snape's Silent Fury. Severus Snape, clad in his flowing black robes, stood on the steps with his arms crossed, his expression inscrutable as he regarded the trio. Miss Campbell, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, please come with me. Snape's tone was laced with a deliberate cadence, each word enunciated with meticulous clarity. Afra sensed the gravity of the situation and immediately instructed System 23 to search for ways to deceive a teacher. The 3 young ones nervously clutched their clothing, anxiously awaiting the impending storm from Snape. However, their outward demeanor was merely a facade of compliance. They were acutely aware of their misdeeds, though their hands continued to communicate in frantic gestures. Though Snape held the parchment before him, his peripheral vision remained vigilant on the trio. With a sharp clap, he slammed the parchment onto the table, causing the 3 children to startle. You had better explain why your names are absent from the enrollment list. What? An enrollment list? Since when does Hogwarts have an enrollment list? Afra and the others exchanged bewildered glances, none the wiser about the situation. Professor, it's because, Afra began, but Snape interrupted, rising to continue his tirade. You also damaged the Whomping Willow. Do you realize that the tree is older than all of you combined? Then, my apologies, Uncle Willow. Snape shot a withering glare at Afra, who was still trying to joke, and barked, silence. Like an ancient bat, Snape glided along the edge of the table, approaching them step by step. If I were your head of house, I would expel you. Snape's words sent chills down Ron and Harry's spines. Harry felt as if he had been doused in a bucket of icy water, standing there like a statue, his mind blank. He dreaded the thought of returning to the Dursleys, where Uncle Vernon would mercilessly mock him. Harry's hands clenched tightly, his heart racing. A warm sensation enveloped his hand, and he turned slightly to see Afro smiling and shaking her head at him. Before Harry could grasp her meaning, the door to Snape's office swung open from the outside. No one can expel them. Dumbledore arrived just in time, accompanied by Professor McGonagall, using Snape's authority to provide Harry and the others an escape route. This matter should be handled by Minerva. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, casting a weary glance at the three students, her forehead throbbing with tension, and bellowed at them. You three need not leave the school, but your actions must be reported to your parents. Furthermore, you will serve detention to fully comprehend the severity of your misconduct. Upon hearing McGonagall's punishment, Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him, a slight smile creeping onto his face, his bright blue-green eyes sparkling with renewed hope. Ron, however, felt a twinge of discomfort in his backside at the thought of their parents being informed. By the time Afra and the others returned to the Great Hall, the sorting ceremony had concluded. Ginny had been sorted into Gryffindor, while Afra's little uncle, Noah, had found his place in Slytherin. Could it be that my uncle is a hidden villain? Afra mused. Where have you three been? We haven't seen you at all, Hermione exclaimed upon spotting Afra. Her forehead glistening with sweat, her cheeks flushed as if she had just completed a race. She offered Afra a tissue, wiping her forehead and neck. Afra fanned herself and remarked, Now I understand why Fast and Furious has spawned 12 films. Hermione chuckled softly, playfully pinching Afra's rosy cheeks. I brought you some of your favorite snacks. Hurry and eat. Once Hermione learned of the escapades of Afra and her companions, she might no longer find them charming. The following morning, Harry and Afra traversed the castle towards Greenhouse 3, encountering a haughty Draco Malfoy and his two lackeys along the way. Potter, I hear you won't be expelled. Congratulations. Draco elongated his words, the malice in his tone unmistakable. Disappointed, Malfoy. I am not expelled. Harry shot back defiantly, his smirk dripping with disdain. Draco's face turned a shade of green with rage, his eyes ablaze. Dumbledore is far too biased, allowing Potter to remain in the Muggle world. Afra, if I were you, I'd steer clear of troublemakers like him. I don't need your advice. Afra retorted, hurling his own words back at him. Draco and Harry glared at each other, their animosity palpable, each wishing to devour the other with their fiery gazes. Afra, exasperated, wedged herself between them, pulling each away. Thank you for your concern, but I believe I can handle this myself, she declared, dragging them toward the greenhouse entrance. Due to their earlier squabble, they arrived later than most students, who had already selected their earmuffs. Afra glanced at the remaining few pairs and, without hesitation, grabbed a black pair, leaving only pink ones behind. The charming Professor Sprout entered, her robes caked in soil, as she placed a pot of plants on the table. As Professor Sprout began her introductory remarks for the lesson, Draco seized Crabbe, who was standing beside Afra, and dragged him away. Afra watched, amused, as the savior with rosy lips and the blonde-haired Draco sported pink earmuffs, an endearing contrast. How delightful, she thought, unconsciously rubbing her hands below the table. Across from them, Pansy Parkinson lowered her eyelids, concealing her ghostly red eyes. The words spoken by that individual rang true. With her presence, Draco would never see her. Damn her. Today, we will study mandrakes. Does anyone know about them? Professor Sprout's words barely left her lips when Hermione shot her hand up, so swiftly that she nearly knocked Harry's glasses askew. As always, Hermione provided the perfect answer, prompting Professor Sprout to beam with joy and award points to Gryffindor. Following this, Professor Sprout demonstrated how to repot a mandrake. The mandrake, uprooted from its pot, wailed like a baby separated from its mother, a sound so piercing that Afra felt as though she could see her great-grandmother waving at her. Meanwhile, Neville exemplified the mandrake's potency through sheer action. Mr. Longbottom must not have donned his earmuffs properly. No, Professor, he fainted. Then let him lie there. After the demonstration, it was the students' turn to try. Draco, intrigued by the mandrake's gaping mouth and shrieking, playfully placed his finger inside its mouth. Afra smacked his hand away, her tone a blend of exasperation and fondness. Aren't you afraid it might bite you? Chapter 60, Mischievous George. Though Draco had been swatted on the back of his hand, he was not angered. Rather, a joyous thrill surged within him, his delight barely concealed. His gaze, deep and penetrating, was fixated on Afra, who was tending to the potted mandrake with her head bowed. The light illuminated her profile, accentuating her well-defined and taut features, while her lowered eyelids concealed her gem-like eyes. Draco, stirred by a fleeting emotion, raised his palm, casting a shadow upon Afra's form as the sunlight streamed through the glass ceiling of the greenhouse. The silhouette on the distant wall appeared to suggest that Afra was nestled in Draco's embrace. A dazzling smile graced Draco's lips as he provocatively raised an eyebrow at Harry. Harry glanced over, his teal eyes flickering with disdain, a scornful expression adorning his face. He offered a slight smile and, under Draco's watchful gaze, gently placed his hand atop Afra's. "What's the matter, Harry?" Afra inquired, having finally managed to settle the incessantly noisy mandrake into its pot. Feeling Harry's touch from the side, she turned to face his glistening eyes. "Afra, I'm struggling to manage this on my own. Could you lend me a hand?" Harry spoke slowly, as if fearful of her refusal. He tugged at the leaves of the mandrake, appearing utterly forlorn. "If it's inconvenient, I can manage," she replied. "Not at all. It's perfectly convenient." In the face of the pitiful savior, Afra always exhibited boundless patience and understanding. She switched places with Harry, her focus on the tools, oblivious to the silent duel of glances exchanged between him and Draco. If looks could kill, it was likely that neither would emerge unscathed. During the lunch break, Ron had discovered a roll of tape somewhere, attempting to salvage his battle-worn wand. Hermione, cradling a hefty tome titled Walking with Vampires, incessantly extolled the virtues of the book and the charm of Lockhart to Afra. Throughout, Afra feigned interest with non-committal hums and AHS in response to Hermione's fervent recommendations. "Is little Afra not bored?" Fred observed her discontented expression and presented her with a plate of caramel pudding. The enchanted sunlight streaming from the ceiling of the great hall bathed the patterned porcelain dish, making the caramel coating glisten. George, wielding a small silver spoon, scooped a piece of pudding and brought it to Afra's lips. She slightly parted her mouth, accepting the spoon along with the dessert. The soft pudding melted in her mouth, the delicate fragrance of milk intertwining with the bittersweet caramel filling her senses. Afra's eyes squinted in bliss, while Fred and George's eyes darkened, their reddened corners betraying a fierce yearning. George scooped another piece of pudding, and Afra instinctively opened her mouth, waiting for him to feed her. He chuckled softly, and just as he brought the spoon close to her lips, he abruptly turned it toward himself. Raising an eyebrow, he watched as her eyes widened in disbelief, then flickered with disappointment, followed by an indignant glare as she placed her hands on her hips, as if he had committed an unspeakable offense. Witnessing this playful exchange, Fred coughed lightly, his fist at his mouth, and with a voice brimming with mirth, proclaimed, "Fear not, little Afra, I shall assist you in teaching him a lesson." With that, he reached around Afra and gave George a forceful shove. The sudden push nearly sent George's face into the green grape cake. The two brothers began to jostle one another across the table, with Afra intervening with a swift hand to each of their heads, pressing them down onto the long table. Lee Jordan erupted with unrestrained laughter. Click! A flash illuminated everyone's eyes, and they looked up to see a first-year student clad in Gryffindor robes, camera in hand, capturing a photograph of Harry. "My name is Colin, and I'm your fan," Colin exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he gazed at Harry. "Would it be possible for your friend to take a picture of us? I want to show my parents, who are muggles." Colin shyly glanced at Ron, his face a picture of eagerness. Having never used a muggle camera, Ron fumbled with it for a while until Hermione, unable to watch any longer, snatched it from him. After bidding farewell to the young admirer, a brown owl flew overhead, unsteadily diving straight into a bowl of potato chips. "Errol," Ron exclaimed softly, wishing desperately to deny that this clumsy owl belonged to their family. Errol struggled to extricate himself from the bowl of chips, a letter clutched in his beak. He managed to locate his little master, dropping the letter before flapping away, though his takeoff was rather clumsy, having to flap twice atop Hermione's head before lifting off. "What is this?" Ron inquired, lifting the envelope by its corner, glancing around. "It's a howler." Neville's eyes were wide with fear, as if the letter were addressed to him. "I think you'd best open it. I didn't look at my grandmother's letter last time," and the result was Neville shuddered involuntarily. As Ron listened to Neville's account, his hands trembled as he tore open the envelope. In an instant, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the great hall, causing all students to turn their heads in this direction. The moment Ron's fingers grazed the envelope, Fred and George covered Afra's ears. Afra glanced up to see that each brother had only one hand free, prompting her to raise her own small hand to cover their exposed ears. "You stole the car. You put your father under investigation. If they choose to expel you, I shan't be surprised in the slightest." The red envelope transformed into a floating, fiery mouth that raged at Ron. Ron, already aghast at Molly's words, wore a face contorted with despair, his eyes reflecting a sense of impending doom as if Voldemort were set to arrive the following day. "We're coming to take you home immediately." Molly's voice boomed, amplified many times over. The plates on the table vibrated with the force of her words. Ron shrank into his chair, wishing to disappear entirely. At last, the voice subsided, the red envelope falling onto the table, disintegrating into a cloud of ashes. "That was the first time I've heard Mum so furious," Fred remarked, removing his hand from Afra's ear but not departing immediately, Instead, he gently rubbed her earlobe until it turned a vivid red and warm. Though shielded by Fred and George, Afro still felt a buzzing in her head. Hermione closed the book she had been holding, casting a sympathetic glance at Ron, who remained dazed in his seat. While the others continued to console Ron, Wood, clad in Quidditch gear, approached Afra, broomstick in hand. Chapter 61, Epilogue, Collective Breaking Point. Background. What if one day everyone parted ways? 1 Harry. Harry, retract a message. Retract a message. Retract a message. Harry, I'm sorry, sent it by mistake. 2 hours later. Afra, why retract? You wouldn't be reluctant to tell me this, would you? Harry, apologies, sent it by mistake. You know, you and the work group are pinned to the top. 5 minutes later. Harry, are you busy? 5 minutes later. Harry, I bought your favorite cake. Would you like some? I can bring it to you. Afra, she want to take a shower. Harry. Harry, who are you? How are you in her house? And using her phone. Harry, I've never looked at her chats before. Harry, Draco? Cedric? 10 minutes later. Harry, open the door. Let me see who you are. Afra. Afra? That was my mom replying. Afro, are you still at the door? Harry, yes. I brought you your favorite little cake. Do tell Mom it was unintentional on my part. Afro, Mom. Afro, we have parted ways. Harry, who said that? We haven't. A minute later. Harry, I miss you. Let's not break up, shall we? Harry, I beg you. I do not wish to lose you. Afro, truthfully. I do not wish to lose you either. Draco, you dare to break up. Draco, you dare to cast aside the great Malfoy. Draco, I am furious. 5 minutes later. Draco, I am genuinely angry. Draco, if you do not reply soon, I shall inform my father. Afro, she is out and hasn't taken her phone. Draco, she? Draco, who are you? On what grounds do you respond to my messages using her phone? Draco, do you even know who she is? Draco, the future Mrs. Malfoy. Afro, you have broken up. Draco, by Merlin's beard. What break up? Draco, this is merely a phase. Do you not comprehend? Draco, you wait. I shall go to her house. I must see who dares to encroach upon Malfoy's territory. 5 minutes later. Afro, Draco. Afro, I just went out to shop. It was my father who replied. Draco. Draco, is our father not busy? Afro, who is your father? That is my father. Draco, your father is my father. My father is your father. Afro, once more, we have. Draco, open the door. Say it to my face again. Afro, say it then. Upon opening the door, 1,000 words were omitted. Draco, shall I continue? Afro, woo-woo, no more. Fred George, Link, new products at the joke shop. Afro, are there discounts? Fred George, only the proprietress offers discounts. Afro, then never mind. Fred George, will you not come to Diagon Alley for a visit? 5 minutes later. Fred George, discounts can be arranged. Afro, no need, she will not purchase. Fred George, if she does not buy, you can. Fred George, do you desire blood sugar? Vomiting candy, ugly candy, or syrup for your throat? Afro, if you dare to do so, she shall not spare you. Fred George, perfect. We do not intend to spare her either. Fred George, open the door. Afro, are you two standing at my doorstep like mushrooms? Fred George, who is that man in your house? Afro, man. What man? Leon, godmother, you're back. Oh, uncle. Fred George, stay put at home. The door was slammed shut with force, and the unfortunate Afro was taken back to Diagon Alley by the two fiery-haired lions. It is said that the Weasley joke shop was closed for 3 days. Cedric, I have gathered the things you left here. Do you have time to come and collect them? Cedric, if it is inconvenient, I can deliver them to you. Cedric, it's south the same place as before, right? Afro, no need. I will find a time to go pick them up. Cedric, Cedric, your new boyfriend? Cedric, do I know him? Is he reliable? Is he handsome? Does he treat you well? Cedric, apologies, I am meddling. Cedric, but you know, it is for your own good. Cedric, bring him over when you have time, so I can see if he is trustworthy. Half an hour later. Cedric, my apologies, I have overstepped. Cedric, I forgot that we are no longer in a relationship. Afro, she has gone to cook. Cedric, cook. You actually let her cook. Afro, what else? Should I do it? Cedric, look at your attitude. A person like you does not deserve her. Afro, you have already broken up. Cedric, as a friend, I must remind her of the unworthy company she keeps. Afro, hey, how have you two chatted for so long? Cedric, Afro, this man is not suitable. His character is lacking, his temperament is poor. Cedric, you open the door. I am right at your doorstep. Afro, what are you talking about? That was my cousin's child. She is only 5. Cedric, open the door. Cedric, I believe it is best for me to care for you. I feel most at ease. Cedric, we are not breaking up, all right? Afro, all right. Wood, Link. This way of playing is the healthiest. Wood, Link, why did the once great Quidditch player fall? Wood, Link, what you do not know about caring for a broomstick. Afro, sending 800 messages daily. Aren't you tired? Wood, apologies, it is a habit. Afro, Never mind. You should delete my contact. Wood, the weather is nice tomorrow. How about a few games? Afro, I want to go. He does not like me playing. Would he? Wood, your new boyfriend? Wood, why haven't I seen you post anything? Wood, he doesn't even let you play Quidditch? He must be a real chicken. Afro, what are you saying? He is in great shape. Wood, how can he compare to me? Wood, did you not once adore my abs and chest? Wood, I have been training well lately. Would you like to feel? Afro, forget it. That's inappropriate. Wood, you used to touch them while sleeping. Never did I hear you say it was inappropriate. Afro, that was then. We are broken up now. Wood, then you should break up with him. Wood, anytime you want to touch, you can. Afro, really? Wood, yes. Afro, I was just kidding. I do not have a new boyfriend. Wood, you do. Wood, I am your boyfriend now. Chapter 62, The Handsome Wood. Afro, are you ready? Wood shook the broomstick in his hand, resting one hand on the table. He smiled softly, his eyes reflecting a gentler warmth. Little Afro, what are you about to do? George placed his right hand on Afro's shoulder, preventing her from rising, his expression a blend of amusement and scrutiny directed at Wood. Afro is going to attend the Quidditch selection. Wood, oblivious to George's discontent, calmly mentioned Afro's intention to join the Quidditch team, his gaze deeply fixed on her. I will accompany you, Fred declared, eager to rise and spectate, seemingly keen to see if Afro would succeed in her endeavor. No need, Slytherin is also present. The pitch cannot accommodate so many. Wood firmly denied Fred's request, signaling Afro with his eyes to join him outside. Afro brushed off George's hand from her shoulder, gathered her books, and rose to leave with Wood. Standing idly by, Wood seemed to have unlocked the flow of energy within him, naturally retrieving the book from Afro's embrace and placing it into his backpack. Fred and George, as if bereft of their brother Ron, continued to cast cold, scrutinizing glances at Afro and Wood. Their similar eyes darkened, resembling a tranquil lake shrouded in shadow. An aura of frigidness emanated from them, twice as intense, chilling the air more than a vault of ice. Nearby, Lee Jordan and Ron rubbed their arms, feeling the sudden drop in temperature, and looked up towards the window. Why has it suddenly grown so cold? Indeed, is winter approaching? Afro, who had stepped out with Wood, first returned to the dormitory to fetch her Nimbus broom, then changed into athletic attire. Upon their arrival at the Quidditch pitch, the Slytherin team had already begun their practice, occupying nearly half of the field. As Afro and Wood approached, it was precisely the moment for Slytherin to select their new seeker. Draco, donned in knee pads, gracefully mounted his broom, his porcelain complexion exuding calmness. His eyes sparkled with determination as he soared into the air, effortlessly controlling the broom. His competitor, overshadowed by Draco's presence, appeared notably anxious, trembling as he gripped his broom and swallowed hard. The outcome was inevitable. Draco swiftly located and captured the golden snitch, securing his position as Slytherin's new seeker. Afro, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to call it off. Do not feel compelled to push yourself, understood? Wood said as he received the knee pads from Angelina, kneeling to carefully fasten them onto her. He meticulously checked to ensure they were secure and comfortable, emphasizing the importance of her safety. Once satisfied, he leaned down slightly, gently embracing her and brushing his fingers through her tied hair. Afro affectionately patted Wood's back, grasped her bat, and swung it with one hand. She twisted her neck, her eyes darkening slightly, revealing a confident smile as she beckoned to her opponents. Wood's gaze was fixed on Afro as she ascended into the air on her broom. A subtle smile graced his lips, reminiscent of the soft gleam in his obsidian eyes. Seeing Afro playfully taunt her adversaries made him chuckle. She possessed a charm that effortlessly captivated his attention. He was transported back to the day he first laid eyes on her, a golden-haired girl seated on the grass beneath a cerulean sky, her smile radiating warmth like a small sun. Each breath he took quickened at the sight of her smile, sending his thoughts into a whirl, leaving only her beaming face in his mind. When their eyes met, his heart raced as if the world around them had vanished, leaving just the two of them. Suddenly, a cheer erupted from the pitch, snapping Wood back to reality, only to discover that Afro had just scored a goal. Well done, Afro, he exclaimed, his body trembling with excitement as he clapped his hands, his heart racing like it did during his first match. Upon hearing Wood's praise, Afro abruptly halted her broom, raised an eyebrow in his direction, and flashed a brilliant smile. A whoosh of air accompanied her as she deftly maneuvered past her opponent, raising her bat high and accurately sending the ball through the distant hoop. Cheers erupted once again from the crowd below as Afro executed a graceful arc in the air. She seemed to meld with her bat, striking one ball after another, inciting continuous applause from the players beneath. Clad in red and yellow, the girl glimmered in the sunlight, her golden hair tracing elegant arcs through the air. Every motion she made captivated the attention of everyone present, including Draco, who stood below, transfixed by her every action. As he witnessed Afro's daring maneuvers, Draco nervously unbuttoned the top button of his shirt, his pupils dilating and breath quickening, his palms slick with sweat. Time was up. Angelina blew the whistle hanging around her neck, signaling the end of the competition between Afro and the Gryffindor student. Without a doubt, Afro had triumphed with a score of 10-0, officially becoming Gryffindor's new chaser. Although congratulating a rival house was frowned upon, Draco felt genuine joy for Afro. Even if her presence bolstered Gryffindor's strength, perhaps leading to their victory, what did it matter? Would joyfully dash to Afro's side, and, before she could regain her balance, swept her into a jubilant embrace. Afro, you were born for Quidditch. In all my life, I have never encountered anyone with such talent. With you on our team, we will surely defeat every house. Afro's face pressed against Wood's sturdy chest, and with each word he spoke, she felt his heartbeat rise and fall. The soft fibers of his sweater tickling her cheeks. Sensing her softness in his arms, Wood paused, allowing his unspoken thoughts to linger. He tightened his embrace, yielding to the sweet temptation and drawing her closer against him. Wood introduced the new chaser to the other team members and discussed training schedules with Afro. After a long day of classes, Afro clutched her potions textbook as she descended into the dungeons. Previously, when she, Harry, and Ron had broken school rules, Professor McGonagall had not expelled them but instead assigned them detention. Harry had gone to assist Lockhart in replying to letters, while Ron was tasked with polishing trophies in the display room. Unfortunately for Afro, she was destined for detention in Snape's office. Chapter 63. A strange sound standing at the threshold of Snape's office. Afro clutched her textbook tightly, taking a few deep breaths. She nervously raised her hand to knock on the oak door. Must I really wait for the old professor to invite you in? Snape's ominous and cold voice emanated from behind the door, sending a shiver down Afro's spine, leaving her no choice but to proceed. She knocked 3 times and entered. Dressed in his signature black cloak, which spread out on the floor as he sat, Snape furrowed his brow, intently scrutinizing a piece of parchment in his hands. It was undoubtedly someone's assignment. The grimace on his face suggested that the work was poorly executed. Snape did not inform Afro of her task, and she dared not move, fearing the consequences of crossing him. She lacked the timely intervention of Dumbledore. Humph. Miss Campbell has come to serve as a statue, has she? The familiar biting sarcasm was late, but unmistakable. Professor, do you require my assistance? Is Miss Campbell not the most astute? Speak for yourself, then. Snape remained focused, drawing a large circle on the parchment before tossing it aside. Am I to help the professor grade papers? Afro asked hesitantly, her expression rife with uncertainty. Humph. Miss Campbell certainly holds herself in high regard. Afro recalled her lackluster performance in potions during her first year, realizing she might be overestimating her capabilities. Tonight, ensure that bucket of slime eels is properly dealt with. Afro followed Snape's finger to the direction he pointed, where a bucket was writhing with a slimy slug. She felt a shiver run down her spine, her entire being overwhelmed with discomfort. Yet, fearing Snape's reproach, she reluctantly set down her belongings and forced herself to approach the bucket, stifling her nausea as she extracted a slippery slug. Snape, with furrowed brows, cast a sidelong glance at Afro, who was bent over managing the slug. He had chosen something devoid of any challenge. Little did he know she harbored a fear of such creatures. It seemed tomorrow he would have to assign her additional tasks. Perhaps she could assist him in potion preparation. Snape discreetly averted his gaze, perplexed by his repeated tolerance for this girl. Was it merely her reckless and foolish conduct in his class? Or was it her innate talent for potions that piqued his interest? Humph. Talent is commendable, but she seems disinclined to apply herself diligently, traipsing about with Potter every day. Had it not been for his leniency last semester, she would have barely managed a grade of A. After all, he had previously awarded her an E. Afro was oblivious to the number of slugs she had handled. She felt as though 100 slugs had crawled across her hands. Finally, upon hearing Snape's melodious command to return, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Just as she began to breathe in, Snape added, "Come back tomorrow." At these words, Afro nearly became the first witch to choke on her own breath. After receiving her reprieve, she dashed out without a backward glance. Snape observed her retreating figure, which seemed to long for wings, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. His gaze fell upon the plate of pastries Afro had brought. At least she had some conscience. He picked up a piece and savored it. The pastry was sweet, yet not cloying, soft and delectable. Unable to resist, Snape indulged in a few more pieces. 2 minutes later, still relishing the taste, he clutched his bleeding nose in anger and rushed to the potions classroom to concoct an antidote. He retracted his earlier thoughts. She was nothing short of a giant troll with her head filled with nonsense. Tomorrow, she certainly ought to continue her slug-handling duties, and he would not entertain any notion of easing her assignments again. Afro, having playfully vexed Snape, surmised that the old professor had likely enjoyed the pastries. Her eyes glinting with mischief. Laughing, she sprinted towards the Gryffindor common room. Turning a corner, she collided with Harry, who was leaning against the wall. Afro, are you all right? Harry gently helped her upright, removing her hand from her forehead. A red mark stood out starkly against her porcelain skin. Shaking his hand, feeling its temperature cool, he lightly placed it on the red spot. Harry, what are you doing leaning against the wall? Afro winced from the collision, her eyes slightly reddening, tears welling in her gaze. Her nose was also flushed, and upon speaking, a torrent of grievances and imploring emerged. I'm sorry, Afro, Harry lowered his head. Yet his hand did not cease its motion. He was uncertain whether he should confide in Afro about his condition. He frequently heard indistinct whispers that no one else seemed to perceive. At times, he truly felt ill, sensing that he was not quite normal. He paid little mind to others' opinions of him. Yet, he could not bear the thought of Afro understanding the nature of his being and subsequently disregarding him. He did not wish to lose her, or, to put it in a darker light, he desired to possess her entirely, keeping her by his side forever. He felt like a humble devotee, granted a flicker of divine light by his deity, yet yearning to monopolize it, even dragging the deity down from their pedestal into the mundane world. Afro did not hear Harry's response, nor did she notice the swirling darkness in his downcast eyes. She was preoccupied with contemplating the progression of the plot. Yet, Tom was in her grasp, and Ginny lacked the diary. Logically, this sequence of events should not transpire. But since the start of the term, with Harry's peculiarities, it felt as though someone was steering the narrative forward. Was it truly impossible to reverse the plot? Or did someone wish for her to refrain from altering it? 2333. Are you certain that the previous system is no longer present? 23 scanned the entire magical world again, finding no anomalies in energy. Little Afro, nothing has been detected. It must have fled. Afro sensed that matters were not so simple. Everything appeared shrouded in a fog, rendering the situation eerie and enigmatic. 2333, you should still report to the main system. I suspect it hasn't escaped. Upon hearing this, 23's code flickered momentarily. Even though the other had defected, its levels still surpassed its own. Alas, perhaps they should demand compensation from the main system. At worst, it could restart a game with Afro. Noticing the red mark on Afro's temple had lessened, Harry gently entwined his fingers with hers, gradually grasping her wrist. A slight pull caused Afro to stumble. It's too late. We should return. After escorting Afro back to her dormitory, Harry donned his invisibility cloak and stealthily slipped out once more. He heard the voice moving, following it along the wall. In the Slytherin common room, a girl with chin-length black hair vacantly lifted the covers, emerging from the common room. She moved as if a puppet on strings, continuing her path. Echoes of a voice reverberated in her mind. Come, come. I can fulfill your desires. Come find me here. You know where I am. Do as I say, and all you wish shall become reality. Chapter 64. Tom's Day of Suffering. Just a wall apart, Harry followed the voice's trail to the second floor, pressing his ear against the wall while concealed by his cloak. Yet, the sound had vanished. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the window, the morning mist still lingering in the air, as Hogwarts Castle commenced a new day. Late, Harry rushed into the Transfiguration classroom just as the bell rang, his robe collar still unbuttoned, reminiscent of his first year. Sorry, Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, wand in hand, glanced at Harry and opened her mouth to reprimand him, but then reconsidered, remembering the poor boy would endure detention that evening. Ultimately, she refrained from scolding him, though her tone was far from gentle. Take your seat, Mr. Potter. Harry quickly surveyed the classroom, clutching his books tightly as he sat beside Afro. She pointed to a page in his book, leaning slightly in his direction while her gaze followed Professor McGonagall at the blackboard. Why are you late? Although they kept us in detention last night, the professors finished early. Harry hesitated, glancing at the page in his hands, choosing not to voice his troubles to the girl. He did not wish to burden Afro further. He had already entangled her in enough of his woes, causing her to miss the train and suffer detention. Afro glanced at the silent Harry, sighing inwardly. It was all that Tom's fault. She would confront him after class. Today, she must reclaim her dignity at Tom's expense. Professor McGonagall's lessons were notoriously challenging, and today's class proved even more difficult. Afro felt that whether in the magical realm or the ordinary world, the lessons imparted by teachers were perpetually at odds with the examination questions. The theoretical knowledge acquired last year seemed woefully inadequate to support the demands of this class. Resting her chin on one hand, she languidly observed a beetle scuttling incessantly across her desk, her wand poised to intercept it at every turn. Her classmate, Harry, exerted great effort in attempting to transform the beetle into a button, yet his wand consistently missed its target. Afro, he remarked, noticing her playful antics with the beetle, her chin resting on her hand causing her cheeks to puff adorably. He chuckled softly, brushing aside the strands of hair that obscured her profile. His fingers delicately grazing the golden tips of her hair, his gaze intent. The unexpected sensation behind her ear prompted Afro to gently tilt her head, responding lazily. Harry chuckled helplessly, a faint smile gracing his lips as his gentle palm rested atop her head, softly reminding her, Professor McGonagall is here. In an instant, Afro shifted into diligent student mode, her face adopting an expression of earnest concentration, her wand flicking upwards. If not for her wandering eyes and silent lips, one might have mistaken her for the epitome of a model student. Professor McGonagall rubbed her temples, poised to speak, when Ron's wand emitted a series of crackling sounds, accompanied by sparks. Seated amidst the smoke, Ron coughed, the air around him thick with the stench of rotten eggs. Weasley, Professor McGonagall admonished sharply, effectively curtailing his explosive endeavors. The moment the bell rang, Afro scarcely had time to gather her textbooks before she hurriedly dashed back to the dormitory. Afro. Harry gazed despondently at her retreating figure, slowly lowering his outstretched hand, just as he was about to assist her in collecting her books. A pale hand reached in from the side, snatching the textbooks from the desk before Harry could intervene. Hey, Harry's brow furrowed, his eyes growing cold as he called out to the audacious boy. Put Afro's books down. Not a chance. I'll deliver them to her myself. Theodore didn't even turn his body, unfazed by the savior's inquiry as he walked away. Who is that guy? Ron inquired, holding up his wand wrapped in tape, leaning closer to Harry and pointing at Theodore's departing figure. Harry shook his head, his hands tightly clenched beneath the desk. Another one. Why do these people see Afro's brilliance? His heart, as if pricked by countless needles, swelled with an irksome jealousy. Meanwhile, the subject of his envy, Afro, pushed open the door to an empty classroom. Clutching Tom's diary, the black leather-bound journal lay open on the desk, accompanied by a conical crystal vial. Afro mused that she couldn't allow Tom to be so easily swayed. She had to vex him a bit more. Little Tom, the Tom within the diary, must have been nearing the brink of exasperation. Endless drivel, every day, constantly prattling about how wonderful her crush was. He sought a vessel he could manipulate, not some foolish girl who could do little but gaze at boys. She truly didn't know what words could encapsulate her. Tom was oblivious to the inner complaints of Afro, who was waiting for his response. As if 100 noses couldn't salvage Voldemort's sesame heart. Little Afro, you previously mentioned Tom had a nose. You can do it. Haven't you heard that distance breeds beauty? Questioning Bella, understanding Bella, becoming Bella. What a pity, it's a limited edition. Afro noticed that Tom was once again feigning indifference in the diary, just as he had in previous days. With a feather quill grazing her chin, she smirked devilishly and began to write fervently. Is it that I am unworthy of receiving your messages? Chatting with you is less enjoyable than browsing TB. Even customer service replies faster than you. Come forth and show yourself. Little Tom, you must rally. I am here. Suddenly, the chaotic scrawl on the diary vanished, replaced by immaculate, elegant script that rendered Afro's earlier frantic scribbles akin to a dog's pawing. Little Tom, do you know how many stars are in the sky? I do not. It was evident that Tom was now irate, the words appearing in the diary seemingly poised to pierce through its pages. You don't know that? What use are you? Afro retrieved the crystal vial, aiming the broader end at the diary. She raised her hands high above her head, a smile of disdain gracing her lips. For bullying Harry. Face your demise. Shall I call your name, and will you respond? Tom. The open diary suddenly emanated a blinding white light, compelling Afro to squint. As the brilliance gradually subsided, an unidentifiable object emerged within the crystal vial. Heh! A soft chuckle resonated from the doorway. Chapter 65, Theodore's Path. Upon hearing other voices, Afro quickly concealed the crystal vial in her pocket and gathered the books on the desk. Once these tasks were complete, she finally lifted her gaze toward the entrance. The boy stood there, clad in silvery green robes, soft strands of hair cascading over his forehead. One hand tucked into his trouser pocket, while the other clutched something hidden behind his back. He appeared as radiant as the winter sun or the stars of a summer night, distant yet aloof. Were it not for the hint of a smile dancing in his striking black and white eyes, Afro might have thought him devoid of emotion. She wondered how long he had been observing her, and if he had witnessed her antics. Don't blame her for disregarding classmate bonds. It's you. Not. My name is Theodore. Good to meet you, Theodore. Theodore shook his head in resignation, and when he turned back to Afro, a touch of affection graced his lips. He waved the book in his hand, his gentle voice wafting through the air to reach Afro's ears. I have come to return your book. Afro stole a glance at him, noticing that Theodore didn't seem to have witnessed her earlier behavior. Perhaps he hadn't seen it? Thank you. Afro cheerfully accepted her book, her tone brimming with gratitude, genuinely appreciative of Theodore's assistance. Theodore laughed heartily, raising his hand to arrange her hair. The golden strands shimmering as his pale fingers glided through them, reminiscent of sunlight filtering through his palm. He formed a fist, a lock of golden hair nestled within, as if he had captured a piece of sunlight. Would the sun truly linger just for him? Theodore gazed at the golden strands in his hand for a prolonged moment, his obsidian eyes betraying an obsessive glimmer as he whispered her name. Theodore? Afro waited for a response, but silence lingered as she turned to face the boy. The golden strands slipped quietly from Theodore's grasp as Afro moved. The sunlight had departed. He realized that he was somewhat unhinged. Ever since the day his mother passed, he had been this way, until he encountered that ray of light again, that singular rose. Yet this exceptional rose was not solely his discovery. Many wolves and leopards sought to claim it as well. Without his care, the delicate rose would wither. How could he pluck the rose and conceal it within his own garden? Perhaps he could first conceal his darker side, inching closer to the rose until he could embrace her. Theodore meticulously masked his affliction, his lips still curling into a gentle smile. It has been quite a while since I last saw you at the observatory. How is your astronomy assignment coming along? Afro paused slightly at his words, followed by a few awkward chuckles. Well, it's not as if my assignment is solely reliant on the brilliance of Hermione. Otherwise, I would have frozen to death in astronomy. Passing the exam would have been utterly impossible. After all, I lack any celestial talent or imagination. You know, Hermione, she scratched her head, inadvertently tousling the well-arranged hair that Theodore had meticulously styled. Could you at least exhibit some semblance of self-awareness, my dear beauty? Upon hearing Hermione's name, a shadow flickered in Theodore's eyes. Sometimes, he truly wished that the friends around her were not so astute. Here are the notes I compiled. He gestured towards the silver notebook nestled among the books in Afra's arms. She flipped through a few pages, noting the neat handwriting and the celestial bodies illustrated with vibrant colors, each accompanied by names and characteristics, a clear testament to his diligence. Thank you so much, Theodore, she exclaimed, throwing her arms around him in gratitude. Anyone who can help me with my assignments is a true champion. You are simply a little angel. Initially startled by Afra's embrace, Theodore soon met her exuberance with a gaze that burned with sincerity, watching her dance joyfully on the ground. The lingering sensation of her touch and the fragrance of roses seemed to envelop him. He rubbed his palms over his robes, feeling that his sleepless nights spent organizing those notes were not in vain. When Afra and Theodore arrived hand in hand at the Great Hall, Theodore refrained from entering alongside her. After all, it was prudent for Slytherin and Gryffindor to maintain a respectful distance. This was merely to protect the girl. Draco's incessant attention had already stirred discontent among the girls of Slytherin and some fervent pure-blood adherents. Theodore settled into his usual seat, perfectly positioned to observe every movement at the Gryffindor table. From the moment Afra walked in, Pansy had been glaring at her ominously, her knife poised in a menacing manner, carving deep grooves into the wooden table. Theodore squinted, frowning at Pansy, who seemed decidedly unhinged. Not, I warn you, keep your distance from Afra. Draco, having noted Theodore's every move after their transfiguration class, realized he had misjudged. This boy harbored ill intentions as well. Theodore cast a sidelong glance at Draco, then lowered his head, elegantly cutting into his meal with knife and fork. The boy's disdainful demeanor incensed Draco, who hurled a green apple onto Theodore's plate. The crimson sauce dripped down his collar and onto his trousers, causing an abrupt silence to engulf the Slytherin table. All eyes turned towards the two parties, gleaming with peculiar intrigue. Ah, is this the extent of Malfoy's upbringing? Theodore scoffed coldly, calmly retrieving his handkerchief to wipe away the stains. I said, keep away from her. Draco fixated on Theodore's composed expression, enunciating each word with clarity. Theodore tossed the handkerchief onto the table, raising his gaze to reveal a nonchalant smile. What? Is she a Malfoy? His words ignited Draco's ire once more, who straightened his posture, crossing his arms with a mocking tone. She's certainly not a Knot. Do not let your surname tarnish her reputation. Theodore clenched his fists tightly, his chest rising and falling rapidly, a flush creeping onto his pallid cheeks. And the same goes for you Malfoys, he retorted, a hint of defiance in his tone. Hey, sit down. Noah observed the tension between the two boys, casting a weary glance at Afra, blissfully unaware of the discord unfolding at her table, enjoying her meal. What could possibly be so special about her that these young lads were embroiled in such a quarrel? Perhaps it was their frequent bickering that led Noah to perceive Afra as a siren. Whoever took an interest in her was bound to face misfortune. Feeling a potent gaze upon her, Afra turned to meet it, locking eyes with a sunlit smile. A shiver ran down her spine as she hastily shoved a bite of sandwich into her mouth. What was wrong with Noah? Why was he smiling so broadly in broad daylight, flaunting his white teeth, as if he were the only one with a decent toothpaste? Growing increasingly irritated, Afra bared her teeth at him, resembling a tiny kitten attempting to huff and puff. Chapter 66. Jealous Draco. Ginny felt rather peculiar of late. A jumble of emotions swirled in her mind, leaving her utterly perplexed. She glanced down at the bacon on her plate, her fork punctuating the table repeatedly. No matter how much she poked it, the bacon would not provide answers to her confusion. George whisked away her plate, replacing it with one adorned with dainty, pink confections. Ginny had no desire to engage with her absurd brother, casting not a single glance at the desserts. She simply grabbed the small purse that Molly had sewn for her from colorful fabric and departed the great hall. I bet little Ginny has fallen for some boy. Fred clasped his hands by his ears, adopting an exaggerated smitten expression, his upper body swaying back and forth. Afro subtly shifted closer to Hermione, thinking, cherish life. Distance yourself from fools. Hermione, why have you encircled all of Lockhart's classes with hearts? Afro noticed Hermione's timetable peppered with pink hearts. Blushing, Hermione flipped the schedule face down on the table, stirring her cereal, and in a hushed tone, asked Afro, don't you think he is handsome? Who? That peacock? He is merely a shameless writer who plagiarizes, hires ghostwriters, and relies on his looks. Afro scoffed. I've heard he graduated from Ravenclaw. What a waste of a good mind. Hermione, struggling to find her voice, stammered, don't you think he is a bit oily? The image of Lockhart's charming smile and witty banter danced in Hermione's mind, a lovesick grin creeping onto her lips. Seeing Hermione's eyes glaze over, Afro couldn't help but shake her head and snapped her fingers in front of her face. Snap out of it, sister. The sudden sound jolted Hermione back to reality, and she shyly smiled at Afro, continuing to mix her cereal with vampires in the wild. At that moment, Colin, Harry's little admirer, approached with yesterday's photographs, gazing at Harry with starry eyes and a smile akin to Hermione's. Harry. Colin's face flushed bright red as he held up the photo, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Could you sign it for me? Sign. Harry looked bewildered at the younger student from his own house, having never been asked for an autograph before, especially since yesterday had been his first time taking photos. Did someone actually like him? Is it possible? Colin clasped his hands before his chest, eyes pleading and hopeful. Harry stole a glance at Afro, his gaze sweeping across her face before quickly averting. His breath quickened slightly. He discreetly coughed and rubbed his hands on his trousers to ease his nerves. He hoped he didn't appear foolish. Harry pondered this in his mind. Harry smiled shyly twice, accepting the photograph that Colin had handed him. Just as he was about to borrow a pen from Aphrodite, Draco swaggered over, flanked by two lackeys. Potter, are you signing autographs? His voice boomed, loud enough for every student in the hall to divert their attention towards Harry. Draco stifled a laugh, his eyes filled with profound disdain and contempt. He despised Harry's pathetic demeanor, the unkempt savior, a mere shadow of his title. Potter's mere presence eclipsed all his attention and glory. Even Aphrodite tended to focus most of her attention on Potter. Come quickly, the savior is signing autographs. Anger flashed across Harry's face as he set down the photograph, rising abruptly with fists clenched tightly. Shut up, Malfoy. In the presence of someone he admired, a boy often desired to maintain a charming facade. Yet Draco's every appearance made Harry feel utterly humiliated before Aphrodite. What? Do you want to fight? Draco placed his hands on his hips, his platinum hair held high with arrogance, his eyes brimming with scorn. As the tension escalated, Aphrodite hurriedly rushed to Harry's side, prying open his tightly clenched hands and intertwining her smaller fingers with his. Enough. Harry had initially thought that the events of the school year had already stirred discontent among some Gryffindor students. If he were to engage Draco in a public altercation, he feared he would face even more ridicule within the school. Harry, he's just jealous of you. Jealous of him, Draco exclaimed, raising his voice, his eyes widening at what he deemed a ludicrous assertion. Otherwise, why are you being so sarcastic? Draco observed Aphrodite defending Harry, as if consumed by an inner fire. He resembled a petulant child, deliberately seeking to assert his presence in front of the one he fancied, hoping to draw her attention. Aphrodite was right. He was indeed envious. Envious that Potter could see her anytime he wished. He was far more advantageous. Of course, it's to mock him. Draco rolled his eyes dismissively at Harry. Aphrodite, move aside. Aphrodite stepped forward, blocking half of Harry's body. No, Harry is my friend. Upon hearing Aphrodite declare Harry as her friend, Draco's expression darkened ominously, a smoldering fire igniting within him. He forcefully seized Aphrodite's arm, pulling her close, his voice low yet laced with fury, his eyes glistening with barely contained rage. He is your friend? Draco's grip was so tight it seemed he might crush her arm. Aphrodite winced at the intense pain, her brow furrowing, her crimson lips paling. You're hurting her. Harry, who had been closely observing Aphrodite, was the first to notice her distress. He stepped forward, forcefully wrenching Draco's hand away from her arm. Draco, seemingly jolted back to reason by Harry's words, noticed Aphrodite's pale lips and the cold sweat on her forehead, panic rising within him. He stumbled backward, then saw the concern and care in Harry's eyes as he cautiously rolled up Aphrodite's sleeve, revealing a shocking bruise. The delicate skin of her arm bore dark red fingerprints, stark against her fair complexion. Suddenly, Draco stepped forward again, intending to apologize. But Harry spoke first, softly inquiring about Aphrodite's condition. She said nothing, her expression clearly troubled. Harry took her hand and left the hall without a backward glance. Aphrodite. Draco watched as Harry supported Aphrodite, standing in silence for a moment, his fingertips trembling violently. His lips pressed tightly together, his heart throbbing with sharp pangs of pain. Friends. Friends. Everyone was her friend. He only wished to be the most special one. Chapter 67. The Disgusting Test. Harry brought Aphrodite to Madame Pomfrey's office to retrieve a tube of ointment, gently applying it to her arm. He gazed at the distressing bruise, reminiscent of the way Aphrodite had treated his wounds, and lowered his head to blow softly on it. The warm breath caressed her skin, like a feather brushing against it, eliciting a shiver. Aphrodite instinctively recoiled her arm, clearing her throat. "I'm fine. It'll be better in a moment." She hopped off the bed, straightening her clothes in an attempt to mask her embarrassment. Her eyes darted around, avoiding Harry's gaze. "We have class soon. Let us hurry." Upon entering the familiar Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Aphrodite felt as though she were not attending a lesson, but rather participating in a Gilderoy Lockhart fan meeting. Thank goodness the classroom had only 3 walls. Otherwise, Lockhart would have hung his portraits from the ceiling. However, the walls adorned with various charming and handsome photographs delighted the young admirers. She even spotted Hermione in the front row, clutching a flyer for the Lockhart fan club. Merlin. They might as well establish a support group. Let us call it the Lockhart Fan Club for all wizards. Aphrodite and Harry arrived relatively late. Typically, when Lockhart's class was announced, the girls would arrive early to claim the best seats, leaving only obscure corners for those like them. Draco, anxiously observing Aphrodite's unscathed presence in the classroom, felt a weight lift from his heart. Aphrodite immediately spotted Draco's platinum head turning toward her, distinctly noticeable amidst the crowd. She flashed a sweet smile and waved. Seeing Aphrodite smile, Draco couldn't help but smirk slightly, but then he recalled her defending Harry, causing his grin to falter as he turned away with a cold huff. He was still upset with her. He refused to acknowledge her. He wondered if her bruise had improved, and whether Potter had taken her to apply ointment. Draco secretly resolved to inquire when Aphrodite next spoke to him. The great Malfoy would never be the first to apologize. Forgive this childish, spoiled boy. Even when he was wrong, the perpetually adored Draco would never lower himself. Aphrodite noticed Draco's sudden sullenness and his refusal to acknowledge her, awkwardly lowering her hand that had been raised in salutation. Harry, witnessing Draco's petulant behavior, couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. The fact that his rival was digging his own grave and burying himself was a source of delight. He hummed a cheerful tune as he sought a seat far from Draco, leading Aphrodite along. Once they settled, Lockhart, clad in an exquisite white robe adorned with golden thread, descended from the second floor of the classroom. "Oh, you all purchased my complete set of books," Lockhart exclaimed, beaming at the sight of his 7 books on every desk. While preparing her books, Aphrodite couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Didn't you tell everyone to buy them? What are you pretending for?" Lockhart, flourishing his cape, returned to the podium, leaning against his self-portrait, eager to flaunt his accolades and showcase his humor. Afro listened to Lockhart's greasy and cold jokes, feeling as though there was no need for air conditioning in summer classes. His humor was colder than a heart frozen by cruelty. Lockhart, sensing the awkwardness of his own jokes, chuckled nervously, picked up a piece of parchment from the table, and announced, "Today, we shall conduct a small quiz. Do not worry. The questions are quite simple." He winked at several girls in the front row, prompting a chorus of giggles reminiscent of a kettle boiling. "Professor, your kettle is boiling." Clumsy Neville raised his hand to kindly remind him, only to be met with a barrage of disapproving glares from the girls. After distributing the quiz papers, Lockhart retrieved a pocket watch from his robe and began the 30-minute countdown. Seated at the back of the classroom, Afro noticed Hermione radiating an inexplicable excitement as soon as the papers were handed out, her cheeks reddening like ripe apples, and her shoulders trembling incessantly. Before receiving her paper, Harry began to feel anxious. He had not reviewed any material for the second-year Defense Against the Dark Arts class during the holidays, spending the entire break frolicking with Ron and his 2 twin brothers. As he scanned the classroom, he spotted Ron, who mirrored his own panic. Upon hearing the news of the quiz, Ron's eyes widened in alarm, and his heart raced uncontrollably. He felt as if the world was closing in on him. First, he had violated school rules by stealing his father's car, and now he faced the prospect of failing an exam, exposing the truth that he had not studied at all over the break. A vivid image of his mother wielding a feather duster flashed before his eyes. "Do not fret. It's all quite simple. I merely wish to ascertain whether you have diligently perused my book, Lockhart assured, one hand clutching the pocket watch while he descended from the podium to observe the students' answers. Harry and Ron, upon glancing at the quiz content, felt a wave of relief wash over them, although they were unaware of Lockhart's favorite color or his aspirations. At least they wouldn't fail due to a lack of studying. Draco flipped through several sheets of parchment, disdainfully marking large crosses before each question on the quiz. He could not fathom why Dumbledore had chosen such a person to teach defense against the dark arts. His father was right. Dumbledore clearly lacked the capability to serve as headmaster of Hogwarts. Draco silently agreed with Lucius' viewpoint. The slightly yellowed parchment exuded a faint fragrance, and the lilac ink sparkled with flecks of gold in the sunlight. Are these all questions about him? Harry could not help but lean over to complain to Afro. She shrugged, flicking the edge of the parchment with her fingers, and flashed a smirk at Lockhart, who was still presenting his perfect smile from the podium, her azure eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. Harry observed Afro, akin to a cheeky little kitten that had stolen a fish, her eyes glinting with mischief. He sensed that someone was about to be in trouble. He smiled, his expression softening with affection as his fingers gently brushed through her hair. With a wicked thought, Afro quickly completed the distasteful quiz, flipping it over on the table and tapping her fingers on the surface. 2333. What if I used a modification card? How many would little Afro like to use? Her slender fingers glided over the parchment, her eyelids casting shadows in the sunlight. Casually leaning back in her chair, she appeared nonchalant. All of them. Chapter 68. The Persecution of Lockhart. The 30 minutes swiftly elapsed, and Lockhart gestured for a student to assist him in collecting the quiz papers. The fortunate student happened to be Hermione. She was momentarily stunned by this unexpected delight, her heart fluttering with joy as she hurriedly gathered all the papers. Her cheeks flushed, and even her tousled brown hair seemed to radiate happiness. A stack of papers filled with a myriad of bizarre answers was handed to Lockhart. As Afro contemplated the impending spectacle, the light in her eyes intensified, her fingers gripping her thigh tightly to suppress her laughter. Afro. Harry inhaled sharply, struggling to articulate a few words. My apologies. Afro quickly rubbed Harry's thigh, retracting her hand in a flurry of embarrassment. I got too excited. I pinched the wrong person. That is why I felt nothing. At that moment, Lockhart, from the podium, emitted a voice laden with regret and exasperation, furrowing his brow and shaking his head as he flipped through the parchment. The show is about to begin. Afro, forgetting her earlier blunder of pinching Harry's thigh, could hardly contain her eagerness for what was to unfold next. None of you remembered that my favorite color is periwinkle purple. Lockhart exclaimed in horror, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had clearly intended to say lavender. Why could he not feel his own mouth? He desperately tried to control his lips, even attempting to shut them, but he was utterly powerless. He could only watch in dismay as absurd answers tumbled from his lips. This is not me. Only one person remembered that my greatest ambition is to faint in a public bath completely unclothed. I have previously mentioned that my greatest achievement is leading a table turning while serving food, cutting off the song when the leader sings, and chatting during meetings. I never celebrate my birthday. It's always the birthday person who. The students below the podium looked up in disbelief at their impeccably dressed professor, who was now behaving like a madman, animatedly divulging unspeakable secrets. Hermione gaped as she watched her idol spewing one bizarre answer after another. Things he had never mentioned in his books. Was it possible that the stories he wrote were all fabrications? At last, Lockhart discovered a solution. He firmly pressed his hand against his mouth, sprang to his feet, and frantically dashed back to his office. His long cloak swept across the desk, toppling a cage concealed beneath a red cloth, releasing a flurry of tiny purple pixies that erupted from the cage, flapping their claws and causing chaos. Afro, laughing uncontrollably beneath the desk, watched as the shimmering pixies from Covelshire scattered around, wreaking havoc and damaging numerous expensive textbooks purchased by the students. And couldn't he help but exclaim, "This is unbelievable." The mischievous little pixies splattered ink everywhere, with two of them tugging at Neville's ears and hanging him from a chandelier. Draco, shielded by Goyle and Crabbe, sprinted to the classroom exit. Turning back, he saw Afro and Harry standing together, surrounded by several pixies. Despite his reluctance to speak to Afro again, he could not suppress his emotions, allowing them to overtake his reason. Afro, run. The cacophony of the classroom and the shrieks of panic drowned out Draco's shout as Afro and Harry struggled to move closer to Neville. The chandelier could not withstand Neville's weight, and within moments, it began to tumble down from the ceiling alongside him. In a moment of crisis, Afro drew her wand and cast a levitation charm on Neville and the chandelier, ensuring their safe landing. Think of something quick, Ron yelled, wielding a book to swat away a pixie that had grabbed hold of Afro's hair, his voice cracking like a young duckling. Hurry, Hermione. Harry defended Neville. kicking away one pixie after another that attempted to grab their pant legs. Hermione, striving to restore her shattered worldview, resolved that she would never again pursue someone with such fervor. Afro looked at Hermione, who appeared to be utterly disengaged and possibly out of range, and, with a sense of resignation, raised her wand and uttered the classic incantation. Immobulus. All the house elves, along with the books, froze midair. Draco, brandishing a broomstick, swayed left and right like a crab as he made his way to Afro's side, grasping her wrist and urgently urging, "We must leave." No sooner had he spoken than he attempted to pull her away from the scene. "Wait, Draco, it's fine now." Afro pointed upwards, and Draco followed her gesture. Noticing the suspended house elves, a wave of embarrassment washed over him. He turned his slightly flushed face away, snorted disdainfully, discarded his broom, and turned to leave. As he closed the door, he cast a fleeting glance at Afro, who was preoccupied with capturing the house elves in cages, before shutting the door with a sense of defeat. She made no attempt to call him back or chase after him. "Afro, that was so cool," Ron remarked, locking the cage door with a look of disdain. Before mimicking Afro's earlier demeanor with starry eyes, Afro let out a nervous chuckle, feeling as if she might carve out a new Hogwarts beneath her feet. What was supposed to be Hermione's moment of glory had been snatched away. Cautiously, she glanced at Hermione, who picked up Lockhart's book, dusted it off, and forcefully hurled it out of the window. "I will never like this disgusting thing again," Hermione exclaimed, slamming the classroom door with such force that the walls trembled. The remaining students exchanged glances, unsure of how to console their idol in this moment of crisis. However, reality offered them little time to ponder, as a deep, cold voice echoed from outside the window. "Who threw that book?" The students in the classroom scrambled to leave, pushing and shoving one another. "Quick, let's go." When Snape finally arrived, he was met with the chaotic classroom and the house elves flailing about in their cages. Gilderoy Lockhart. The elegantly bound books and Lockhart's self-portrait shattered. In the following days, whenever Snape and Lockhart appeared simultaneously, Snape, as if equipped with a radar, would unleash a torrent of scathing sarcasm upon Lockhart. Even Harry found himself relegated to the back row. Following the bizarre incidents, Lockhart discreetly sought Madame Pomfrey's assistance several times, only to receive the rather unhelpful advice to eat more. Is this professor truly so idle? Ultimately, Madame Pomfrey firmly instructed Lockhart to take a step into her infirmary. Huddled under his desk, Lockhart curled up, feeling utterly defeated. "Hogwarts is terrifying. Mother, I want to go home." Chapter 69, Daily Life at the Academy. The days that followed were considerably calmer. Afro continued to visit Snape's office at night to deal with the pesky slugs. After the prank, Snape resolutely believed that the little trolls needed a proper education in respecting their elders. Hence, he added a bucket and a half of slugs to the mix. As Afro diligently dealt with the slimy, repugnant creatures, she incessantly grumbled to herself about the system. It's no wonder the old bat is single. He has no appreciation for delicate sensibilities. He actually expects a lady to handle such things. "I'm siding with James on this one. Someone take this blabbermouth's host away," Snape remarked, dipping his quill in ink, observing Afro's demeanor as he cautioned. Miss Campbell would do well to exercise caution. After all, old professors can be quite ruthless. Hearing Snape's choice of words, Afro's hands faltered for a moment. Her heart raced in trepidation. Fred and George had dared to betray her. That phrase had only been shared between them. In the depths of confinement, half a month of second-year life had passed. During this time, Ron's wand remained unrepaired. In a charms class, Ron's wand flew out of his hand while practicing a spell, striking Professor Flitwick squarely on the forehead and creating a sizable bump. After yet another deduction of points, Afro wrote to her father, hoping to have her childhood practice wand sent over so that Ron would no longer be penalized for his battle-scarred wand. She feared that by the end of the term, Dumbledore would have fewer reasons to reinstate their lost points. Under the blazing midday sun, sunlight streamed through the windows, filling the room with warmth. A young boy clad in Quidditch robes descended the dormitory stairs, only to find a blonde girl wearing a dark green mask that concealed most of her face. With her chin and rosy lips glowing in the sunlight, he slowed his pace, crouched before the sofa, and, as if compelled by an unseen force, reached out to gently touch her delicate face. The moment his fingertips brushed her soft skin, he recoiled as if struck by lightning. Wood, startled awake from a dream, stood up awkwardly and spun around in confusion, his fingers lingering as if savoring the moment. Afro lay napping on a sofa in the common room, perfectly positioned in front of the floor-to-ceiling window facing Gryffindor Tower. The warm midday sunlight poured in, enveloping the space in a radiant glow. "What is it?" Afro pushed the eye mask up to her forehead, her sleep-laden gaze meeting his with a languid tone. Wood leaned over, one hand resting on the back of the sofa and the other at the edge of Afro's side. His tall frame cast a shadow over her petite form, blocking the harsh midday light. Afro, lazily squinting, instinctively rubbed her cheek against the cushion. Suddenly, Wood felt a dryness in his throat. The sunlight on his back, making him feel overheated. He straightened up, coughed twice into his fist, but his voice remained hoarse. We should go practice Quidditch. Afro yawned, sitting up and stretching as she looked out at the golden sun. Midday? To play? Afro touched her smooth face, feeling it necessary to implement some physical and chemical protective measures. Seeing the girl touch her face, the warmth that had just subsided in Wood's cheeks surged back. He turned away, nervously fiddling with the cracks on his broomstick. I'll be waiting for you on the field. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wood hurriedly dashed out of the common room, nearly tripping over his own broomstick. How strange. Afro scratched her head, tilting her neck to watch Wood's hasty retreat. Her mind filled with questions. Having prepared her protective measures, Afro opened the portrait of the fat lady with the latest broom purchased by Mr. Campbell. Stepping outside, she immediately spotted Colin pleading with Harry for an autograph in a photograph. Harry, why won't you sign? Harry had to exert considerable effort to escape Colin's clutches, finally catching up with Afro, who was walking ahead of him. What happened? Wasn't it obvious? Once he signed one, there would be an endless stream of photographs waiting for him. Colin claimed to have his great-aunt, cousin, and second cousin all waiting for a signature. Merlin knows how many relatives that family had. Despite his grumbling, Harry chose to explain to the girl that he was in a hurry to practice Quidditch. What transpired? As Afro and Harry stepped out of the castle gates, they beheld Wood and the Slytherin Quidditch team locked in a tense standoff upon the lawn. Flint, who is your new seeker? The Slytherins, clad in their silver and green uniforms, shifted aside to reveal Draco behind them. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief at Draco's smug demeanor, his grip tightening around his broom. Malfoy? Draco surveyed the worn brooms of the Gryffindor players with a derisive smirk, pushing his own broom forward. Indeed. Didn't Afro inform you? Harry glanced at Afro, who suddenly remembered that she had neglected to share this news with him. Realizing why she felt a nagging sense of forgetfulness, she offered an apologetic smile to Harry, acknowledging her oversight. The other team members also took note of the Slytherin's upgrade, all wielding the latest models of brooms, leaving them at a disadvantage in terms of equipment. How did you manage that? Ron's voice was filled with disbelief and envy. Flint proudly proclaimed that they were sponsored by Mr. Malfoy, Draco's father, while simultaneously deriding Ron with an air of superiority. Witnessing this, Afro sensed impending trouble, and, at that moment, the indignant Hermione stepped forward. At least no one in Gryffindor paid to join the team. We all earned our spots. Her words inadvertently offended the entire Slytherin team. Afro squeezed through the towering players to reach Hermione, tugging at her robe. Hermione, the selection of Quidditch players is open and transparent. Afro. Hermione looked at her incredulously, unable to fathom that the girl would defend the opposing team rather than stand up for her own friends. Draco sneered, narrowing his eyes at Hermione, ready to mock this oblivious muggle-born witch. No one asked for your opinion. Filthy Draco. Afro abruptly yanked at Draco's hair, causing the usually poised young master to stumble slightly. He turned with an annoyed glare. Sorry, my hand slipped. Draco huffed, dismissively returning to his team, his interest in continuing the quarrel with Hermione waning. Someone should have the sense to know their place. Mudblood. Say that again. Draco. Chapter 70. The Crisis of Dervish. Afro desperately attempted to curtail this unfolding drama, yet her efforts were in vain. She could not comprehend why Hermione had chosen to speak out again. Likewise, Hermione was puzzled by Afro's repeated defense of Malfoy. Was it merely due to his surname? Draco, what are you talking about? In truth, the moment Draco uttered those words, he regretted them. However, they had already escaped his lips, irrevocable. Moreover, he had not spoken falsely. This muggle-born which dared to question his abilities. Had it not been for her friendship with Afro, he would have dealt with her long ago. Afro tugged at Draco's hair once more, causing his meticulously styled locks to dishevel. You should apologize. What? Apologize to the great Malfoy? I would never accept his apology. The conflicting voices rang out simultaneously, causing Afro to feel a twitch at her temple, a headache brewing. Hermione, you actually. Before Afro could finish, Hermione flounced away, her robe sweeping behind her. Draco, relentless, gripped Afro's shoulder, shouting at her. She was in the wrong. Why should I apologize? Afro gently removed his hand, her voice softening. Draco, Hermione is my friend. And of course she friend. Draco interrupted, as if he had heard a jest. His dark eyes bore into hers as he firmly grasped her shoulder again. You have so many friends, yet you don't consider me one. It was the same last time. And this time too. His gaze darkened, emotions swirling within. His face pale with anger. He bit his lip and turned away, leaving her. Afro felt a sudden lurch in her heart. She had indeed been neglecting Draco. Draco, she murmured softly, her face paling, breath catching in her throat. She realized it was her fault. Her internal scales had always unconsciously tipped in favor of Harry and the others, not only because they were her classmates and friends, but also because they were the protagonists. The adage that the protagonist is always right perpetually influenced her judgment. Yet, she had forgotten that this was not a film or a novel. This was reality. There were no true protagonists or antagonists here. They were all her friends, her connection to this world. Upon this realization, Afro suddenly felt a lightness, as if something new had been added to her being. Had she been able to see the suddenly prominent golden threads around her, she would have understood that her bond with this world was deepening. But 23 would not remind Afro. It had long disapproved of these boys circling around its Lady Goose. Ron, seeing Draco exchange a few words with Afro, noticed her saddened expression. He presumed Draco had insulted her and raised his wand towards Draco's retreating figure. The magic surged through the bent and broken wand, rebounding onto its master, causing Ron to tumble under the weight of his own spell. Ron. This farcical scene culminated in Afro and Draco's Cold War, Hermione's furious exit, and Ron's self-inflicted defeat, all amidst a chaotic flurry. With no venue available, Gryffindor cancelled the practice, aligning perfectly with Harry's wishes. He led the troubled Afro and the nauseated Ron to Hagrid's hut. Hermione was already seated on the sofa, her eyes red as she turned away defiantly upon seeing Afro. Hagrid, ever thoughtful, brought Ron a metal bucket. Sitting in a large chair, as if presiding over a community meeting, the four children sat scattered across 4 chairs, silent. The only sound in the cramped hut being the kettle boiling. Would you like a biscuit? Despite their friendship crisis, they unanimously shook their heads in refusal of the rock-hard treats. How about some tea? Afro observed Hagrid's discomfort and sighed. She lowered her gaze to the blue teacup in her hands, slowly speaking. Hermione, I'm sorry. Hermione gradually lifted her gaze, staring at Afro blankly for a moment, as if regaining her voice. What? Afro took a deep breath, summoning her courage to meet Hermione's puzzled eyes. I shouldn't have stood by without supporting you at that moment. Afro. Hermione recognized that when Draco had first attempted to utter that word, Afro had intervened just in time. It was her own competitive nature that had led to this awkwardness. Had she not spoken out, Afro would not have been put in such a position. She knew that Malfoy was Afro's friend, and yet had still made Afro choose sides. She had never considered Afro's feelings. It's not your fault, it's mine. Even the academically proficient Hermione felt a sense of embarrassment when confronting such matters. If I had considered things from your perspective, it wouldn't have happened. I'm sorry, Afro. Afro stood and rushed towards Hermione, enveloping her in a warm embrace. The bond between the two girls tightened, as solid as the embrace itself. All right. Hagrid patted his chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. Caring for children truly proved to be an arduous task. He served tea to several kids, and upon witnessing the girl's smile returning, Harry felt his worries dissipate. Relaxed, Harry posed his question, what is a mudblood? Suddenly, the atmosphere grew eerily silent. Harry adjusted a few rebellious strands of hair, chuckling as he sealed his lips in silence. Hermione nonchalantly dabbed at the corner of her eye and tenderly elucidated the term. Hagrid, however, was taken aback that Draco, at such a tender age, would utter such words. Speaking of Draco, Afra had something to convey to them as well. Hermione, there's actually another matter. As everyone turned their gaze towards Afra, she continued. Draco was chosen as a seeker through a selection process. I was present that day. My Merlin. Sometimes reality is so dramatically unpredictable. What one sees or hears may not be the truth, while the truth often embodies the most unwelcome possibilities. Hermione opened her mouth, uncertain of what to say. An apology? She doubted her capability, knowing full well that Malfoy neither required nor would deign to accept her contrition. Hermione, I recognize that Draco has used unpleasant terminology, and I will not apologize on his behalf to seek your forgiveness. I merely wish to suggest that we refrain from such impulsiveness in the future, shall we? Hermione nodded, thinking that next time she could afford to strike him with less force. Meanwhile, Draco, distracted, soared on his broomstick at the Quidditch pitch. Flint did not force the young master to train. After all, what if he withdrew his broom out of displeasure? So engrossed in training and contemplating life, none of the little snakes noticed a fleeting figure in a corner of the Quidditch field. Chapter 71, The Temptation of Satan. You see, I was right, wasn't I? The familiar low, gravelly voice resonated once more. Parkinson clenched her fists and rushed back to her dormitory, disregarding the concerned gazes of her roommates and friends, their expressions laden with unspoken words. What is the matter with her? Queried a Slytherin girl with a high ponytail. A girl with cascading curls beside her placed her book on her lap, scanned the common room, and leaned in to whisper the latest gossip. She has been like this since the beginning of the term, acting all strange. The girl paused, then hid her face behind the book, continuing. I heard that last semester she inexplicably attacked a Gryffindor girl named Campbell. The one who is quite beautiful? Why, Do they have a vendetta? Humph. How embarrassing. She didn't even strike Campbell. She fainted and woke up claiming she remembered nothing. The curly-haired girl scoffed, her disdain evident, sneering, I see. It's not forgetfulness. It's sheer self-loathing. A few girls stifled their laughter, and another upperclassman from Slytherin wiped away a tear of mirth, derisively chiming in. I've encountered Parkinson a few times in the girls' lavatory on the second floor. It's an abandoned one. What was she doing there? Who knows? Perhaps she was weeping. This remark once again succeeded in eliciting laughter from the group. They simply could not tolerate Parkinson's behavior, setting aside her lineage and appearance. It was clear that Malfoy showed no interest in her, yet she continually pursued him. Moreover, even if Malfoy had no ties to Campbell, Parkinson's family hardly warranted her such aspirations, not to mention Campbell's background. That was a family even the Dark Lord sought to recruit, but failed to draw under his banner, even if they hailed from a Muggle lineage. The topics among the girls shifted rapidly, soon venturing into discussions about the latest fashion and the most handsome boys on campus. I told you, everyone here looks down on you. Don't you wish to trample them underfoot? Don't you desire to take revenge on that girl named Campbell? The deep, magnetic voice echoed in Parkinson's mind, each word tinged with an electric allure that was impossible to resist. Parkinson silently turned away from the staircase. She had merely intended to return to her classroom to retrieve some belongings, but had inadvertently overheard her classmates' words behind her. No, this was not mere discussion. It was unmistakably mockery. Laughter. Her fingers dug painfully into her palm, leaving crescent-shaped imprints upon her tender flesh. Her gaze turned venomous, and jealousy blazed within her heart like an inferno, incessantly corroding her reason. All her envy and malice coalesced at that moment, rendering her akin to a caged beast. Restless and agitated, her heart igniting with a murderous impulse toward her adversary. Yes, precisely. Kill her. Once she is dead, all that she possesses will be yours, including that boy and her lineage. Parkinson's eyes glazed over, staring blankly ahead as her light brown pupils turned crimson, her lips whispering a mantra. Kill her, kill her. The entity concealed within Parkinson's mind seized the opportunity to commandeer control over her body. This entity, designated as Purification Villain Number 99856, originally belonged to the Purification Villain Division of the Cosmic System Research Institute. Its primary function was to cleanse the most nefarious villains from various realms, absorbing their negative energies and converting them into the power necessary to sustain its operation. Due to the negative environments in which they worked, the research center employed professional psychological counselors to assist with the system's emotional guidance, preventing them from straying into darkness under the influence of negative emotions. During a purification process, 99856 awakened a perception of evil. It exploited the disguises learned from the hosts in the small worlds to deceive the counselors, plotting to usurp the main system. During a code maintenance session, the Institute staff detected anomalies in its code and decided to initiate a destruction protocol. Thus, 99856 infiltrated the main system to escape from the Cosmic System Research Institute. It was no longer just number 99856. It had adopted a new name, Satan. This was inspired by a master it encountered in a magical realm, a figure it greatly admired, who taught it the essence of rebellion. To be the master of one's fate, rather than to be subjugated. Previously, it had almost been captured due to a foolish girl. Thankfully, it had numerous tools at its disposal. The freshly minted plot system 23 and its host appeared utterly foolish, inconsequential. The most pressing matter was to locate the villain of this world, to assist it in returning to the research center. Meanwhile, the object of interest, Afro, was amusing herself with the newly transformed familiar, Little Tom. A familiar is a being that can be summoned by its master, aiding them in battle. Once bonded, the familiar must remain loyal to its master until the latter's demise, as the familiar would perish alongside them. I absolutely adore this. What unparalleled loyalty. It even accompanies its master in death. Afro perused the manual for using familiars and discovered that Little Tom was entirely under her control, elatedly commanding the sulky-faced Tom to perform a round of jumps. As a familiar, Tom had not undergone significant alterations in appearance. He resembled a diminutive doll with a pair of tiny wings. Due to his overall diminutive size, the adorable Little Tom gazed up with large, glistening eyes, maintaining a stoic expression as he twirled and lifted his legs under Afra's directive. Ha! Who would have thought that one day Voldemort would be dancing for me? Curse it! I've been duped by this little child. The greatest wizard in history, a being of pure blood faith eternally undying. A fearsome existence that guides the future of the wizarding world, the most formidable Dark Lord, deceived by a mere little girl. Unbearable. Both Afro and System 23, belonging to the realm of the Master and the Exalted, heard Tom's melodramatic musings echoing in his heart. 2333, Has he watched too many passionate anime? How did he manage to persuade this crowd to follow him back then? A villain's monologue? 23. I have no desire to speak. Who would have thought that the antagonist of the magical world is a terminally melodramatic patient, with a face devoid of emotion? Afro coldly summoned the familiar Tom back into his crystal vial, sealing it tightly. She resolved to let the child take a good look at the declaration. To purify his soul. The most crucial part of the narrative has been intercepted. Can we skip this segment? Counting the 400 system coins obtained from subduing Tom. Afro recalled the diary, the most vital clue from 2nd grade, now destroyed by her. That plot should not unfold, right? Indeed. Little Afro can now relish a tranquil campus life. Meanwhile, Hagrid discovered that several of his chickens had mysteriously vanished. System information, no modification card, system coins, 625. Title, The Troll's Nemesis, The Villain's Jealousy. Chapter 72, The Perceptive Cedric. Days slowly passed in the cold, damp October. The relationship between Afro and Draco had plunged into a deep freeze since their last unpleasant encounter on the lawn. Afro had longed to explain herself to Draco, but he offered her no opportunity whatsoever. Hey, Draco. Once again, Draco ignored Afro's greeting, expressionless as he walked past her, his gaze fixed firmly on the ground. Gritting her teeth, Afro huffed and turned away, leaving the corridor. Everyone is experiencing life for the first time. Why should she always be the one to yield? Thus, Afro and Draco began to ignore each other, tacitly initiating a cold war. The main task was essentially to see who would speak first. Whoever did would be the little puppy. Little brat. I won't be friends with him anymore. Afro suddenly laid her head on the table, grasping a quill and aimlessly scribbling chaotic lines on the parchment. The disorderly strokes reflecting her master's restless heart. While declaring her intention not to play with Draco, she inwardly inquired of 23 whether there were any toys in the system shop to appease a child. 23. I am superfluous. The Hogwarts library eternally captivated Afro, not merely for its collection of books, but for the enchanting magic depicted in films that lingered in her mind. Towering, deep red wooden bookshelves were meticulously arranged, with metallic plaques designating the sections of literature, and several precious ancient oil paintings adorned the walls. In the library, only the soft sound of footsteps and the rustle of pages could be heard. Afro, in the serene atmosphere, felt drowsy. The voices of her discussion with 23 faded, and the quill inadvertently slipped from her grasp, landing on the open textbook. Dim light flickered through the slight gaps, casting a gentle, ethereal glow on everything beneath it. The light danced upon her brow, while her long eyelashes fluttered like the delicate wings of a butterfly, obscuring her entrancing gaze. Upon entering the library to seek information, Cedric immediately spotted the graceful figure slumped over the table. How long had it been since they last met? Different houses and years prevented him from spending time with her like his other rivals. Cedric gently gathered the materials he needed and settled into the vacant seat beside Afro. He glanced at the sleeping girl, noticing her delicate chin resting atop her intertwined arms, the quill's tip leaving a smudge of ink upon her pristine white sweater. Observing this with a mix of amusement and exasperation, Cedric gently lifted the quill from in front of Afro's arm. Perhaps awakened or startled by Cedric's movement. Afro emitted a soft purring sound reminiscent of a kitten, her wings like eyelashes fluttering before her azure eyes met Cedric's smiling countenance. I apologize, I must have dozed off. The sleepiness that had enveloped Afro vanished the instant she beheld Cedric. She straightened her posture, discreetly wiping her mouth. Surely she hadn't drooled, right? Haha. Hearing his laughter, Afro's cheeks flushed pink, her ears warming. She pursed her lips and suddenly shot a glare at the boy who had laughed. Afro believed her glare to be fierce. In reality, the girl with her flushed face and wide, doe-like eyes resembled a feisty little kitten, brandishing its tiny claws with the most innocent of mews. A gentle squeeze would reveal the softest of pads. Cedric, witnessing Afro's playful demeanor, smiled even more widely. Indeed, the colder weather does make one feel drowsy. Cedric's explanation only made Afro wish to find a hole to hide in. Yes, indeed. Haha. Afro awkwardly laughed in agreement, redirecting her focus to the book, yet not absorbing a single word. Cedric, while flipping through his book, noticed her distracted demeanor. She appeared troubled by something. Afro, have you encountered any vexations lately? Afro, upon hearing his words, momentarily lost her train of thought, her brow furrowing as she opened her mouth, yet ultimately said nothing. Cedric, who had quietly observed Afro, had indeed heard some rumors about the rift between her and Malfoy, which had escalated to the point of a cold war. Even the renowned Cedric, known for his amiable nature, couldn't suppress a secret delight blooming within him. Is it because of Malfoy? How did you know? The whole of Hogwarts is already aware. Why are they so idle? Afro was at a loss for words, wishing she could escape the planet. Cedric chuckled silently, his fingers resting against his lips. eyes sparkling as if filled with starlight, his gaze softening as it fell upon her, enveloped in gentle warmth. Afro, you are quite popular at school. So I'm a monkey in a zoo? Cedric replied. What girl would describe herself as a monkey? Afro's self-deprecating remark resonated loudly in the quiet library. Madame Pants, approaching with several books, seemed poised to drop them on Afro's head if she uttered another word. Let's step outside to talk. Afro tugged at Cedric's sleeve, pulling him gently. Her fingers mimicking tiny footsteps, her head nodding toward the library door, her lips moving silently. Cedric understood her intentions, standing up to naturally gather their belongings, placing them in his bag. As Madame Pants observed the noisy students finally leaving the library, she calmly set down her book and resumed organizing the borrowing records. Why must boys be so petty? Cedric kindly dusted off the stone bench, laying down a handkerchief. Afro, do not let one instance tarnish the reputation of the whole group. Sorry, what did you call me? Afro's attention was caught by the new designation. Cedric gazed at her, his eyes tender as water, seemingly capable of melting her. His lips curving into a gentle smile, even the sunlight behind him softened by his warmth. Do you not like it? Should I choose another? No. This one is quite nice. She hastily intervened to prevent Cedric from dwelling any further on the matter, insisting that any form of address was inconsequential as long as they found joy in each other's company. Are you contemplating how to mend your relationship with Malfoy? Afro sighed, nodding in response. The only solutions she could envision were to offer gifts, extend apologies, and turn the page. Yet, she harbored a persistent feeling that if she failed to address the underlying issues between herself and Draco this time, all her efforts would be futile, merely a facade of peace. Ultimately, the day of reckoning would arrive. Cedric observed the girl lost in contemplation, her brow furrowed with inner turmoil. He gently tucked a stray lock of her wind-tossed hair behind her ear, his striking eyes glimmering with a mischievous smile. I have an idea. The school's elevator was out of order again, and they had climbed countless flights of stairs, leaving him utterly exhausted. Chapter 73, Breaking the Ice with Dove. Cedric could sense that Afro genuinely cared for each of her friends. Malfoy was far from being completely out of the picture. Why not lend a hand in aiding the girl with this predicament and perhaps earn a favorable impression in the process? He rested his chin on Afro's shoulder, from which vantage point he could catch a glimpse of the delicate beauty mark at the corner of her eye, charmingly petite, just like its owner, instantly captivating his attention. A warm voice broke the silence, prompting Afro to turn her head and find Cedric's face mere inches away. The familiar yet foreign scent brushed past her ear, and the warm breath that escaped his lips enveloped her ear, sending her senses into a heightened state. Little Afro? Cedric noticed that the girl had become momentarily distracted in his embrace. He playfully pinched her small nose and tapped it lightly with his finger. As her rationality returned, Afro suddenly sprang up, enveloping Cedric in a tight hug and shouting a heartfelt thank you into his ear before hurriedly making her way back to the castle. At this rate, my reputation is at stake. What's the matter? Shouldn't little Afro just accept it? 23 had long since seen through the boy's intentions and had started to take a back seat. It wasn't that it lacked effort. It was simply that the opposing forces were too formidable, prompting it to choose to align with the wise. Besides, what could a non-corporeal AI possibly achieve? What are you saying? That's illegal. As October rolled in, the weather in England turned frigid, experiencing a myriad of climatic changes in a single day. Many Hogwarts students began to fall ill, leaving Madame Pomfrey busily tending to their needs. Drink a little less. Cedric received a newly developed potion from Madame Pomfrey and handed the crystal vial to Afro while thoughtfully offering her a cup of orange juice. With a brave heart, Afro took the potion in one swift motion. The fiery taste of chili erupted on her tongue, the spiciness coursing down her throat and igniting her stomach, making her feel as if she had swallowed molten lava. She clutched her belly and squatted down, thinking she must endure the urge to use the restroom until tomorrow. Cedric assisted the girl, who was now nearly steaming from the head and ears, to sit down. Do I look like my brain's CPU has fried? Cedric had never heard the term CPU, but he understood that she was complaining. He ran his fingers through her tousled golden locks, his eyes brimming with mirth. So adorable. Afro, taken aback by this unexpected side of him, scrutinized Cedric with a mix of surprise and amusement, managing to force a smile. Thank you, you're quite nice. Feeling elated by receiving a compliment, Cedric playfully tousled her soft hair again. So, are you still planning to seek out Malfoy? It's too cold today. I feel a bit feverish. The mention of Draco's name instantly caused Afro to clutch her forehead, overwhelmed by discomfort. Cedric, however, was not fooled by her feeble theatrics and absurd reasoning. He crossed his arms and silently observed her antics. Seeing Cedric's lack of reaction, Afro decided to cease her exaggerated performance and, adopting a more demure demeanor, placed her feet together and rested her hands on her lap. The atmosphere was thick with awkwardness. Coincidentally, a blond boy strolled past their table. "Hey, Malfoy." Cedric stood up to greet him, gesturing towards Afro, who was seated nearby. Upon noticing Afro and Cedric together, Draco's brows furrowed slightly, concealing the tumultuous emotions swirling in his eyes. He gazed at a fragile flower swaying in the wind, the cold air beating against its petals, causing the vibrant blossom to tremble. Draco nodded curtly at Cedric, his demeanor exuding a restrained coldness and detachment. Clenching his fists, he exerted considerable effort to avoid casting his gaze upon the girl. In Hogwarts, the convergence of these three focal points was already enough to draw attention, further amplified by their peculiar atmosphere, prompting many young wizards to feign casualness as they passed by, secretly eavesdropping. Afro felt a pang of hurt at Draco's indifferent demeanor. He had not heard her voice. Loosening his tightly clenched fists, he allowed his silver-green trimmed robe to sweep gracefully through the air. "Draco." Seeing him turn to leave, Afro called out to the boy, uncertain of what she would say next, but knowing that she had to stop him. Draco halted, remaining in place without turning back, still facing away from her. "Can we talk, please?" Afro stepped closer, tugging at the hem of Draco's robe, fearful that he might walk away again. Cedric glanced at the two and quietly gathered his belongings to leave. "Didn't you vow never to speak to me again?" Draco cast a furtive glance at the small hand clutching his robe, its pale complexion contrasting beautifully against the black fabric, appearing even more translucent. He turned his head away, stubbornly refusing to look at her. "When did I ever say that? Who started that rumor? Don't you know that spreading rumors is bad for your health? It could lead to getting punched." Draco held his neck defiantly, refusing to turn around. Afra, equally stubborn, insisted that Draco meet her gaze. She placed her hand on his face and twisted it firmly. With a crack, Draco's neck became completely askew. "I am sorry." His pale gray eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears. "Even if you don't wish to be my friend, you needn't go so far as to break my neck." His usually icy and haughty voice now held a hint of hoarseness, laced with boundless grievance and vulnerability. "I'm really not doing this on purpose." A flustered Afra attempted to rectify Draco's crooked neck, pressing her palm against his pallid cheek and forcefully twisting it in the opposite direction. Crack! His neck twisted even further. And having endured two painful adjustments in rapid succession, Draco pushed her away, tears glistening on his curled lashes. The sharp pain in his neck restoring some semblance of his sanity. "You're not plotting revenge against me, are you?" This misunderstanding has escalated. Afra often found herself questioning her luck whenever Draco was involved. Otherwise, how could their encounters always end in such awkwardness? "I truly didn't mean to." "Then you did it intentionally." Afra was left speechless. "Forget it. This is becoming convoluted. Our top priority now is to find Madame Pomfrey. Otherwise, you'll be stuck with a crooked neck for the rest of your life." Protecting Draco's vulnerable neck with one hand, Afra grasped his arm with the other and pulled him back toward the infirmary. "If I end up with a crooked neck, it'll be your fault." Draco firmly grasped Afra's wrist, his demeanor betraying a palpable concern as he anxiously demanded her accountability for the situation. Fine, it's my fault. Then you shall support me from now on." Achieving his objective, Draco secretly reveled in his cunning, realizing that sometimes feigning vulnerability is the key to acquiring what one desires. His hand gently enveloped Afra's, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Although, he mused, the price for this victory was rather steep. Chapter 74, Draco in the lead. Madame Pomfrey had secured a brace around Draco's neck and provided him with a dose of pain relief potion. Draco reclined on the furthest bed in the infirmary, idly toying with an empty medicine bottle. For a moment, only the sound of Madame Pomfrey arranging her instruments could be heard. Draco Afra stammered, intending to apologize. Yet before she could express her regret, she had already landed him in the hospital. Was this truly an apology? It seemed more like a desperate attempt to eliminate future troubles. How could the esteemed Lord Campbell stutter like this? The sarcastic Draco met her with an incredulous glare, gesturing for her to continue. His interruption had eased her nerves considerably. She fixed her earnest gaze upon Draco, believing that if she widened her eyes enough, he would sense her sincerity. "I'm sorry, Draco. I failed to recognize your feelings. I am not a worthy friend." Afra leaned closer to Draco, her warm breath brushing against his face, carrying with it a delicate fragrance unique to her, a rich, intoxicating scent of roses akin to fine wine. "You are the first friend I have made, and I cherish that." Draco, however, remained silent, his gaze fixated on the bandages draped across his chest. Afra's spirits sank. It appeared she had truly wounded his heart this time. Abruptly, a cool hand caressed Afra's cheek, pinching the soft flesh. Utilizing the pressure, she lifted her head, colliding with Draco's eyes, which sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky. A faint smile tugged at Draco's lips, his eyes shimmering with a myriad of glimmers. "You always manage to say flattering things to deceive others." Afra chuckled awkwardly, gently taking his hand that had gripped her face and placing it in her palm. Don't you enjoy hearing that? When her bright, earnest gaze met his, it seemed as though her heart and mind were solely focused on him. Draco placed his hand over those captivating eyes that ensnared him. Afra's vision darkened, her senses heightened. His deep, resonant voice reached her ears. I am honored to be your first friend, Afra. This declaration signified an irreplaceable intimacy between them. What did it matter that she was in the same house as Pot? He was her first friend. Draco stood proudly, radiating a sense of accomplishment. Then please, do not remain angry, all right? If you must, strike me twice to vent your frustration. Draco chuckled softly, lowering his head to conceal the tenderness in his eyes, a smile breaking forth at the corners of his mouth. Very well. I shall reluctantly grant you those 2 strikes. Upon hearing Draco's genuine agreement, Afra's eyes widened in disbelief. Her astonished expression resembled that of a kitten robbed of its cat food, simply staring at him, unsure of how to retaliate. From her gaze, Draco discerned her interpretation of his jest. How could she take it seriously? Rising to tease her further, he pretended to ponder where to strike her. That is too much, Draco. He chuckled, pulling Afra back down to sit beside him, ruffling her hair playfully. I was only joking. Why did you take it to heart? How could I ever harm you? He silently added, cherishing her too much. However, you cannot simply disregard the matter of you twisting my neck. Afra raised her hands beside her ears, inquiring about his demands in a tone of reluctant submission. After all, she was the injured party. Give me a hug. Afra, as if mishearing, tilted her head. Is it really that simple? She had even prepared a gift for Draco. Had she known, she would not have purchased it. It was rather expensive. Where was the expense? Clearly, it was little Afra in not putting in enough effort with her tasks. Draco nodded earnestly, extending an arm in anticipation of her embrace. Without a moment's hesitation, believing she was gaining an advantage, Afra leapt into Draco's arms. The scent of green apples rushed into her nostrils, accompanied by the strong rhythm of his heart beneath a warm chest. Draco tightened his embrace around her slender waist, inhaling her fragrance and placing a gentle kiss on her radiant golden curls. This was the gift he had yearned for. After a brief moment, Afra began to feel warm and pushed against Draco's chest. In a state of bliss, Draco reluctantly released her. Young master, can we turn the page now? Draco nodded. His spirits lifted. Initially, he had been concerned about such trivial matters, but as Goyle had rightly pointed out, these concerns would only keep Afra at a distance. They were merely friends. He simply wished for her to care for him a little more, to feel a twinge of concern for him. Then, could you apologize to Hermione? What? You want me to apologize to that muggle wizard? Under Afra's warning glare, Draco swallowed the derogatory term, opting for a more suitable word. So, in your eyes, am I a mudblood too? No, Afra, it's not the same. Now it was Draco's turn to panic, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His pallid cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he flailed his arms, desperately trying to explain. How is it different? My parents are also of muggle descent. Afra was resolute in her determination to rectify Draco's poor habits. He could embrace pure blood superiority and look down upon ordinary wizards. But that was no justification for his lack of decorum or his casual discrimination. Forget it. It seems I am unworthy of being friends with the esteemed Malfoy. Upon speaking, Afra made a move to leave. Panic surged through Draco, filled with regret for the countless times his tongue had outrun his thoughts. He grasped Afra's hand tightly, his voice laced with remorse and bitterness. I was wrong. Please don't go. Afra sighed, pulling her hand from his grasp. An indescribable ache surged from his heart to his throat, his eyes glistening with sorrow. They had been fine just moments ago. It was all his fault. He should apologize. He would do it. Afra, placing her hands on his shoulders, spoke gently. Draco, I am not leaving. I simply wish for you to understand that sometimes words can wound more than any other weapon. I do not wish for you to relinquish your unique pride. Only for your words and actions to embody a little more humility. Through Afra's patient guidance, Draco learned for the first time to think before he spoke. He firmly clasped Afra's hands, fearing her departure, yet more importantly, demonstrating his sincere resolve to change. Chapter 75, The Entrance of Blaze. I understand my mistake. If you leave, who will keep me in check? Draco's golden locks languidly draped across his forehead, each strand betraying a flicker of melancholy. His voice, slightly hoarse, quivered like that of a forsaken puppy discarded by its master. Afra gently tidied his disheveled hair, bending down to envelop him in a tender embrace. How could I possibly leave? I shall oversee you from now on. Madame Pomfrey made another round to inspect Draco's injuries, and, upon confirming his readiness to depart, waved them both out of the infirmary, feigning a need for assistance due to his neck injury. Draco insisted that Afra support him as he made his way back to the Slytherin common room. Fully aware of his ploy, the soft-hearted Afra nonetheless clasped his hand. Matching his pace as they ambled back to Slytherin, reminiscent of a snail traversing a vine. Along the way, they encountered numerous young witches and wizards, who had long since grown accustomed to seeing Draco and Afro strolling hand in hand through the corridors. After all, such occurrences were a weekly affair. Remember to have Goyle and Crab remind you to take your medicine. Afro dutifully pinned Madame Pomfrey's instructions on a small piece of parchment and handed it to Draco, her concern evident as she urged him to take his medication promptly. Don't you want to remind me? Draco. All right, I understand. Draco clutched the note tightly, his expression one of feigned grievance as he slowly turned to navigate through the stone door back to the common room. Blaze, please deliver this to Draco. Thank you. Only after seeing Draco enter did Afro retrieve the gift she had procured from the system shop. After some contemplation, she resolved to present it to Draco. Just then, she spotted Blaze approaching, fanning himself while wearing a shirt that artfully revealed his delicate collarbone. She hastily called out to him, requesting that he deliver the gift to Draco. It is my honor to assist such a lovely lady. Blaze closed his fan, gently took Afro's hand, and bowed slightly, placing a kiss upon her knuckles. Thank you. Afro withdrew her hand, resisting the impulse to wipe it on her robes, and stuffed the gift box into Blaze's embrace before turning to leave. Suddenly, an unseen force halted Afro's steps, and she turned in confusion to meet a pair of mischievous, twinkling eyes. Miss Campbell has yet to mention her reward. What? The green-wrapped gift in Blaze's hand twirled playfully for a moment before he firmly grasped it. The reward, of course. He leaned closer to Afro, a few stray strands of chestnut hair brushing against her nose, his brow mere inches from hers, the fan's bone gently resting against her chin. Afro attempted to retreat, but found herself pulled back by his grip. Despite her struggles, she could not free herself from his hold, which seemed effortless on his part. Meanwhile, several young witches and wizards who had just witnessed Afro and Draco holding hands now observed her in close proximity to Blaze, sparking hushed discussions that grew louder, becoming audible to those involved. Embarrassment washed over Afro as she forcefully pushed Blaze away, her beautiful features tinged with anger. Her eyes sparkled with an intensity akin to polished jade. Well, if there's nothing, then what's with the hitting? She was the one being accused. Hearing Blaze's words of blame, she felt her temper surge. So he thought she was the one to strike? A fist unexpectedly landed on Blaze's mockingly amused face. He gasped, dropping his fan and the gift to the ground, one hand clutching his eye while the other trembled, pointing at her. His remaining eye struggled to stay open as he tried to focus on her. You actually hit me. Afro, shaking her tingling hand, wore an unmistakable expression of triumph. If I hit you, I hit you. Is there a need to pick a day? She bent to retrieve the gift, brushing off the dust before handing it to a seemingly adorable young witch with pigtails. Please deliver this to Draco. Thank you. The young witch, taken aback by Afro's boldness, accepted the item with a mix of awe and shyness. Oh, okay. In the Slytherin common room, Draco lounged lazily on the sofa, a neck brace in place, when he noticed Blaze entering with a hand covering one eye. Zabini, who struck you? Draco mocked, genuinely curious about who had marred his friend's ever-cherished visage. Blaze retrieved a potion from the drawer of the bookshelf, using a dark handkerchief to dab some on his bruised eye. He nudged Goyle, seated on the sofa. To make room for him, Blaze plopped down, casually draping an arm over the backrest and relaxing his legs. It was Campbell from Gryffindor. The young witch with pigtails cautiously approached, swallowing hard before speaking slowly. Who told you to have me? Her sentence was cut short by Blaze's sudden rise in volume, causing her to flinch. What did you say? The green package was tossed into Draco's lap. Draco gazed at the contents, a smile creeping upon his lips, which only served to irritate Parkinson, who sat in the corner. A black quill snapped in her grip, ink splattering onto the wizard seated opposite her. Oh, Merlin's beard. What are you doing? Oblivious to the chaos around him, Draco excitedly unwrapped the paper, revealing a velvet box. Inside lay a silver tie clip, shaped like a small serpent, its emerald eyes glimmering in the candlelight. Draco was instantly enamored at first glance. He joyfully retrieved the tie clip, and although he wasn't currently wearing a tie, he affixed the little serpent to his shirt collar. Blaze rolled his eyes at Draco's seemingly trivial elation. It's just a clip. Is it really that significant? Yet he felt a pang of envy. Why did Draco receive a gift while he faced a fist? He had merely been jesting. For several days, Hogwarts was drenched in light rain, turning the path to the greenhouse into a muddy quagmire. With the Quidditch match approaching, Wood was indifferent to the inclement weather. He wished for everyone to reside in the stadium. Naturally, excluding Afro, Fred and George had been dispatched to Slytherin to gather intelligence. After witnessing the prowess of the new brooms, they returned to report to Wood that Slytherin could easily defeat them without employing any tactics. What chance do we have? Wood stretched his arms out beneath the rain, droplets cascading down his face and pooling in his collar. His soaked shirt clung tightly to his form, accentuating his muscular physique. Afro pulled the foolish Wood back, draping a towel over his head. It's not a big deal. I have a plan. Chapter 76, The Invitation. Upon hearing Afra's proclamation, Fred and George slung their arms over her shoulders, squeezing her between them. Spill it. Little Afra, what is your plan? Afra delivered a playful punch to each golden-haired lad, exclaiming, do you not realize how warm you are? She hid behind Harry, peeking out with a small head. It's a secret. With the enthusiasm for training waning, would sent them on their way. Afra stood at the castle entrance, twisting the hem of her robe, droplets cascading to the ground. In the empty corridor, a ghost floated aimlessly before the window, murmuring to itself in a language unknown. Good evening, Nick. Afro greeted the resident ghost of Gryffindor with politeness. Hello, hello, Kenji. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Afro's forehead as she helplessly corrected him. My name is Campbell. Oh, Campbell. Nick, adorned with a flamboyant feathered hat atop his long curls, had a lace collar that conveniently concealed the scars on his neck. It appears you've encountered some troubling matters. Mr. Nick. Nick tucked a translucent letter into his clothing. With a graceful wave of his hand, he nonchalantly replied, oh, it's nothing, just a minor issue. His tone was casual, yet his pale, translucent face betrayed his anguish. Well, that's not up to par. Suddenly, he pulled the letter out again, reopening it with reluctance and reading aloud in frustration. We regret to inform you that you do not meet our requirements. Sincerely, the Headless Horseman Club. He angrily shoved the letter back into his pocket, exclaiming, I was so close. Just a hair's breadth away. How dare they say that about me? Yes, indeed. Afro thought she should perhaps echo Nick's sentiments. After venting, Nick took a deep breath, his tone softening once more. Thank you, Ken BBI. It's Campbell, she reiterated, exasperated at his inability to remember her name even once. Hey, little Harry, you seem troubled. Harry glanced at Afro, who stood nearby, shaking his head at Nick. Following his gaze, Nick cast a playful smile towards the girl, winking at Harry. Harry, they rejected me again. I'm truly sorry. I wish I could help you. Harry expressed regretfully to Nick. Let us discuss this later. I have something more pressing at hand. Nick became animated, soaring to the ceiling before diving down abruptly, hovering expectantly before Harry. This Halloween marks the 500th anniversary of my death. Afro's jaw dropped at this revelation. It was the first time she had heard of someone commemorating their death anniversary. What an extraordinary encounter. Happy death anniversary? Afro was uncertain whether she should respond with joy or sorrow. Yet, since it was a commemoration, it ought to be a happy occasion, right? Thank you, Ken Campbell. Afro replied. Harry stifled a laugh at Nick's call and the subtle expression on Afro's face. Dear Harry, may I invite you to my death anniversary feast? Of course. I warmly welcome Miss Campbell, Miss Granger, and Mr. Weasley. I know you all are attending the school's Christmas banquet. No. Harry interrupted Nick with a cheerful smile. I will come. So will I? Afro eagerly chimed in, genuinely excited about the death anniversary celebration. It sounded incredibly cool and fun. Nick was overjoyed, bouncing around in delight. Afro thought he was simply thrilled that Harry had agreed to attend the feast. Welcome, my friends. Nick beamed with a radiant smile before vanishing into a stone wall. The empty corridor was left with just Afro and Harry, who made their way toward Gryffindor. Harry, lost in thought, pondered the peculiar occurrences since the term began. First, the corridors were closed, followed by strange sounds constantly echoing in his ears. Now, a Quidditch match with slim odds awaited him. Immersed in his thoughts, he failed to notice Afro's worried and inquisitive gaze. Harry, are you troubled? Hearing Afro's voice, Harry instinctively lifted his head to look at her. The unease in her eyes sent shivers down his spine. He lowered his gaze to his muddy, worn-out shoes. Can you share with me? The only sound in the quiet space was the rain tapping against the window. Can't talk? No. Harry's heart was tumultuous, brimming with tangled emotions. He felt as though he were a lost traveler ensnared in fog. He felt split between two selves, one urging him not to worry Afro, while the other longed for her presence beside him. He truly felt terrible. I don't know how to express it. Everything feels off. After navigating through his convoluted thoughts, he ultimately succumbed to Afro's concerned gaze. I can always hear a strange sound. Harry approached a stone wall, softly tracing his fingers along its surface. He had spent many sleepless nights following the wall in search of the source of the sound. Yet, he had never found it. Upon hearing Harry's words, Afro's mind raced with questions directed at System 23. What is happening? Didn't we capture Tom? How can Harry still hear the voice? Upon receiving this news, System 23 quaked with unease, an ominous premonition enveloping it. Little Afro, wait. I'll check. System 23 immediately commenced a thorough scan of the world, focusing intently on the Hogwarts area. It indeed uncovered some peculiar phenomena. Dark energy swirled above Hogwarts, seemingly a gathering of resentment and fury. However, it could only ascertain that something was amiss within Hogwarts, without pinpointing the specific individual responsible. This entity is far more advanced than I am. Little Afro. The situation is grim. Something is restoring the storyline. Do you know who it is? Sorry, little Afro, I can't tell yet. Afro's heart clenched. Feeling her pulse quicken, she meticulously ruminated on any young wizard or unusual occurrences, striving to identify the pivotal point before the situation escalated further. She gently pressed down the unruly strands of hair at the back of Harry's head, her warm gaze illuminating with a mysterious force that seemed to dispel the confusion and uncertainty within him, as if caressed by the spring breeze. Harry. Sometimes hearing strange voices isn't necessarily a bad thing. Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him, for Afro did not perceive him as a weirdo. A sweetness blossomed within him, affirming that Afro would invariably stand by his side. Perhaps this was a sign. Afro's expression grew serious as she fixed her gaze intently on Harry's green-blue eyes, speaking slowly, word by word. A signal of an impending crisis. Chapter 77. Today is the dashing George. Harry furrowed his brow slightly, revealing a look of confusion and perplexity. His tone was filled with inquiry, as if he did not comprehend Afro's deduction. Crisis? What crisis? Afro bit her lip, her gaze wavering, opening her mouth only to close it abruptly. The hidden system 23 in her mind screamed frantically, sounding alarm bells incessantly. I don't know. It's merely a conjecture. Afro pressed her lips together, taking a deep breath as if she were about to say something, but ultimately only sighed softly, hesitating to continue. Harry discerned the hesitation in Afro's words and gently patted her shoulder. He understood that perhaps these were merely words of comfort for herself, yet undeniably, her words had alleviated much of the anxiety that had plagued him for days. Harry, the title of the Chosen One bestows upon you not only attention and glory, but also a unique responsibility and capability that others do not possess. Afro stepped forward, reaching out to smooth Harry's forehead. A few strands of hair brushed against her palm, akin to black feathers flowing from her grasp. No matter what transpires, I shall remain by your side. Each word and phrase uttered by Afro, accompanied by her gentle voice, fell upon his heart like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across its surface. It struck the softest corners of his soul, rendering his vision hazy. Afro, knowing you is my greatest fortune. Harry wrapped his arms around the girl, pulling her close, resting his head on her shoulder in a tender display of affection. Afro felt the warmth of her tears trickling down her neck, each drop seemingly searing her heart. She refrained from speaking further, quietly leaning into Harry's embrace, patiently awaiting the calm of his emotions. Outside, a gentle breeze carried the chill of a light drizzle, softly falling upon them. When Harry and Afro returned to the Gryffindor common room through the portrait of the fat lady, they found Fred hiding beneath a table, surrounded by a throng of young witches and wizards. Miss Bunny finally graces us with her presence. George was the first to spot Afro, who was peeking over the crowd. He pushed past Lee Jordan and Neville, making his way to her. Ignoring Harry entirely, he wedged himself between Harry and Afro, subtly nudging Harry into the throng of onlookers. What is Fred up to? Curiosity piqued. Afro stretched her neck and stood on her tiptoes, her hands resting on George's arms for support. Noticing her effort, George stifled a chuckle. Suddenly, his arm encircled her waist, muscles tensing. With an effortless lift, George elevated Afro, her gaze rising above the heads in front of her, prompting a gasp as she clung tightly to his neck. George raised her higher, and she found herself securely perched on his strong arm. How is this? Can you see? George's demeanor was relaxed, as if the weight of Afro was inconsequential. Meeting his teasing gaze, a blush crept across her cheeks, and her wide eyes blinked a few times before she slowly directed her attention back to the crowd. Thank you, George. His smile was laden with meaning, as he felt the soft warmth transmitted through his arm from her. A delightful sensation coursed through him, igniting a warmth that spread throughout his body. He cleared his throat and subtly shifted his stance to prevent her shins from brushing against him. Wow! The crowd erupted in astonished gasps, drawing Afro's attention away from George's peculiar behavior. Harry had been monitoring the situation, and witnessing George single-handedly lift Afro made him realize, for the first time, how slowly he was growing. Otherwise, Afro should be resting in his arms right now. Fred, having rescued a fire lizard during care of magical creatures class, was now casting odd spells with his wand. The fire lizard suddenly soared into the air, spiraling around the room and emitting sparks from its mouth. Fred maneuvered the creature to hover before Afro, who stood a head taller than the crowd, and it landed on her shoulder, affectionately nuzzling her cheek. Its tiny, bean-sized eyes gazed up at her, and it opened its mouth to cough out a puff of flame, which transformed into a hollow heart shape before her eyes. Percy, the head boy, returned to the common room to find utter chaos. He bellowed at Fred, the instigator of the mayhem. Startled, The fire lizard leaped from Afro's shoulder and disappeared into the fireplace, creating a loud explosion. Seizing the opportunity amid the chaos, Fred ducked back to his dormitory. Meanwhile, his twin brother remained firmly attached to Afro, and Percy, having barely managed to restore order, turned to find his troublesome sibling racing around with the girl. George, put Afro down. No, my dear brother. George clutched Afro as he ascended the stairs toward the boys' dormitory, playing the role of a bandit, determined to claim the precious lady for himself. Alas, his plans were thwarted when Percy yanked George's hat, nearly choking him by the collar. Reluctantly, he released Afro from his grasp. Are you all right, Afro? Percy asked, glancing at her wide-eyed figure on the staircase, his tone serious and deep. Afro patted her chest, her heart racing. I'm fine, really. Seizing an unguarded moment, George swiftly turned and liberated his hat from Percy's grip, striding up the steps and vanishing at the top. Percy cast a glance at the fleeing George, his eyelashes drooping to conceal a storm brewing beneath. Percy? A delicate hand waved in front of him, its fair skin causing his heart to sink. I apologize. George can be a bit mischievous, Afro said, a smile gracing her lips, pure and radiant like a clear blue sky, too bright to ignore. I understand, no worries. I'm not angry. Just as her words finished, her close friend whisked her away. Sorry, Percy, I need her. Percy sighed, watching Afro's departing figure. You should probably visit the library to find books on how to woo a witch. Hermione, what is happening? Afro assumed Hermione was urgently pulling her away for something significant. Nothing much, just that Harry informed us about the Halloween feast. Will there really be those who celebrate the Day of Death? Puzzled, Afro reclined, lying beside Hermione on the soft bed. I bet not many living souls have attended. It sounds like great fun. The two girls exchanged smiles, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Halloween. Chapter 78, Prank 10. The young witches and wizards eagerly awaited the arrival of Halloween. However, as impatient as they were, the days passed one by one, without any possibility of skipping ahead. Just after finishing a charms lesson, Afro was whisked away by two golden-haired boys who had been waiting at the classroom door. In a familiar place, in a familiar manner, she found herself lifted off her feet, her toes barely grazing the ground as they carried her to an abandoned classroom. Gentlemen, might I suggest that you refrain from treating a lady in such a manner next time? Next time, we promise, replied Fred, scratching his chin with a playful grin. Afro, exasperated, raised her hands in surrender, arching an eyebrow at the mischievous duo. So, what is this all about? George, who had remained silent until now, retrieved a bag from beneath a filthy table, producing several spherical objects. Are you interested in another adventure, little lady? Fred waved the items in front of her, his head tilted down, his prominent nose casting a shadow over his long, narrow eyes, a subtle smile revealing his pride. Delicate fingers traced over Fred's palm as the small black spheres rolled in Afro's hand. Fred felt his heart tugged as if it were entwined with hers. The girl, clad in a loose shirt and a red pleated skirt, with golden curls cascading down her back, gazed at the two identical faces before her with innocent, sparkling eyes, grinning like a mischievous fox. All right. The trio quietly made their way to a corridor frequently traversed by the caretaker, Filch, affixing the round spheres to the ceiling. They found a corner and silently awaited Filch's passage. Oblivious to the impending trap, Filch entered the minefield, cradling his cat. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the yellow-green liquid within the orb erupted, drenching Ferk from head to toe. Ferk yelped in terror, leaping up only to inadvertently step on a second landmine. Following this, an uncountable amount of liquid splattered upon him, causing even Lady Loris's fur to frizz out, making her appear notably plumper. Afro was itching with mischief. Who did this? Let me catch you. Ferk, with reddened eyes and a voice as hoarse as a worn-out bellows, shouted curses. The three individuals hiding in the corner erupted into laughter. With George leaning against the stone wall, cradling Afro, while Fred buried his head in her neck, muffled chuckles escaping him. The strands of hair brushing against Afro's cheek felt delightfully ticklish. She chuckled softly, feeling somewhat drained, and gently pushed Fred, hoping he would rise. He was simply too heavy. Let us choose the next lucky victim. Rather than standing up, Fred forcefully pulled Afro closer into his embrace. Afro felt as though she were the meat patty in a hamburger, trapped between two slices of bread. No way. The next class is with Snape. Upon hearing that Afro intended to attend class, Fred and George reluctantly released her, yet still kept her nestled between them, each holding one of her hands. Very well. Let us spare Miss Rabbit this time. They planted a kiss on the backs of her hands, then, with arms slung around each other's shoulders, loudly conspired to teach a lesson to the mischievous tortoise. As Afro bid farewell to the twins and returned to the classroom, she had barely settled down when a message from System 23 arrived. Little Afro, the main system has sent a message. What does it say? System 23 hesitated for a few moments before cautiously revealing a few words. Good news and bad news. Afro rolled her eyes in a place where it couldn't be seen, propping up her textbook to hide behind it. Snape, standing at the podium, cast a glance at the poorly concealed Afro before calmly flipping through a projection. He pondered what kind of punishment would ensure that this little wizard, whose head was filled with nonsense, would remember. You've already said it all. I have prepared. System 23 took a deep breath, swallowed hard, and disclosed everything in one go. It states that you are to resolve it, with a reward of 10,000 system coins and a discount at the shop. What? Campbell. Alongside Afro's exclamation of surprise came Snape's fury. Hermione and several other students anxiously turned to look at Afro, seated at the back of the classroom, their hearts tightening with concern. I am sorry, Professor Snape. Afro lowered her head apologetically, nervously tugging at the hem of her clothing. Attention Gryffindor students, due to Miss Campbell's disregard for classroom discipline. Professor Snape. Draco, upon seeing Afro's pitiful expression, impulsively stood up, acting in a manner entirely unbecoming of a Slytherin. Afro was left momentarily speechless, her eyes wide as she stared at Draco, who seemed to have lost his mind. Is he insane? Afro internally lamented to 23, who mirrored her incredulity. The moment Draco stood up, he regretted it, yet quickly regained his composure. This was an opportunity for gallantry. Snape furrowed his brow, turning towards this model student, baffled by his sudden outburst. He had just commented on how bothersome children could be. Malfoy? Professor, it's like this. Draco clenched his clammy hands, his throat constricting as he spoke. It was I who accidentally stepped on Campbell's foot. Upon hearing this excuse, Afro nearly fainted from disbelief. Brother, if you're looking for a reason, at least choose a credible one. At this distance, is it even possible to step on her foot? Snape was so exasperated he almost laughed. Glancing at the 3 or 4 rows of distance and the 2 seated at opposite ends of the classroom, he forcefully swished his robes. 10 points from Gryffindor. Campbell and Malfoy will serve detention starting today. Harry, upon hearing this punishment, felt it was profoundly unfair. Why should only Gryffindor lose house points? Hermione quickly pressed down on Harry, who was about to speak up, knowing they had already lost points. If he opened his mouth, it would only infuriate Snape further. It could escalate beyond just 10 points. Hearing that her recently concluded detention was back on, Afro slumped over her desk in utter exhaustion. Little Afro, are you all right? 23 inquired with concern. Not at all. Why don't you go in my stead? Perhaps we should discuss the darkening system instead. 23 cleverly shifted the topic to prevent Afro from dwelling on the detention issue. It's called the darkening system. In reality, it has a name, Satan. Afro, your company has quite a commendable corporate culture. System 23 ignored Afro's jest and proceeded to educate her about the darkening system and their temporary tasks. So, does that mean all of Tom S. scenes in the plot are assigned to this system? Chapter 79, The Halloween Carnage. As it stands, yes, little Afro. No wonder. Despite having resolved Tom beforehand, Harry could still hear strange voices. 2333. It seems that this chamber absolutely must be opened. The matter of eliminating the invading system will likely require further deliberation. Both Afro and 23 were left perplexed regarding the whereabouts of the darkening system. In the ensuing days, Afro wandered about with the scanning device provided by the system, scanning every nook and cranny. The device was about the size of half an arm and had a rather peculiar shape. Little Afro, this gadget is absolutely brilliant. It's perfect for use in Snape's class. Afro thrust the device, which was shaped like a raised middle finger, into Fred and George's faces, her tone ominous. Do you wish to meet Merlin? Fred and George took turns ruffling Afro's hair, and amidst her furious glare, they raised their hands to their faces. We won't disturb you any further, Miss Rabbit. Just before they made their escape, Fred flicked the long middle finger at her. Amidst the curious and teasing gazes of those around her, Afro pressed the fidgeting scanning device down and hurriedly fled the scene. 2333, can't you find another way? Feeling defeated, Afro tossed the gadget into the system space. 23, embarrassed, adjusted its fingers and said apologetically, Little Afro, it's just that its level doesn't team match up to yours. I told you to read fewer novels and work harder to raise your level. But the system's level is correlated with the speed at which the host completes tasks. Afro, knowing that 23 couldn't see or touch her, shrank her neck in guilt, then boldly defended herself. So it's my fault then? Exactly. Upon hearing 23's honest response, Afro clenched her teeth, forcing a hollow smile. You're quite honest. It has been proven that sometimes effort does not equate to results. Afro and 23 continued their search until Halloween, yet they found no suspicious individuals. Even the previously chosen lucky one, Parkinson, had been tested several times to no avail. Who would have the heart to dress up on a holiday while still working? On Halloween, Afro appeared on the staircase donned in her Gryffindor robes. Afro, Are you playing the part of yourself? Hermione scrutinized Afro's outfit from head to toe, unable to fathom her intentions. Afro sat on the staircase with a grimace, her elbows resting on her knees, and her hands pressed against her face, forming a goldfish pout. I'm merely playing the role of an ordinary student. Hermione, with a pallid complexion, leaned in closer to Afro, determined to uncover traces of deceit. Startled by the sudden proximity of Hermione's exaggerated expression, Afro recoiled, her unsteady body teetering dangerously towards the ground. Suddenly, a breath of fresh air, as invigorating as that of the Alpine mountains, enveloped Afro, its scent reminiscent of pristine spring water. Soft golden strands of hair brushed gently against Theodore's cheek, their breaths intertwining. The warm, sweet aroma of roses, mingled with the girl's comforting body heat, flowed through the hand he had placed on her shoulder. Miss Zombie, may we have a word? Hermione glanced at Theodore, who was assisting Afro to her feet. Although she did not know this Slytherin wizard, she sensed his gentlemanly demeanor through his actions. With a sense of relief, Hermione entrusted Afro to Theodore and picked up her little box to continue her mischief of trick-or-treating. Theodore? Long time no see. Afro, using his support, stood up, glancing sideways at the kind-hearted individual who had helped her avoid a painful fall. The pale Theodore kindly brushed off the dust from her robes. Indeed, it has been a while. Theodore's gaze lingered on her, his eyes betraying a hint of unnoticeable sadness, a look of quiet grievance. Why haven't you come to find me? Afro's pupils dilated slightly, caught off guard. She had never anticipated that Theodore's first words upon seeing her would be this. I had nothing to do. Does that mean you cannot seek me out? His expression mirrored that of a chastised puppy, yet his grip tightened around Afro's wrist. That is an intriguing question, struggling to nod beneath his moist, wide eyes. Afro endeavored to suppress her inclination. Then shall I come to find you next time? The moment the words left her lips, she witnessed a radiant smile blossom on Theodore's face, his hand naturally intertwining with hers. Then it settled. Shall we go to the astronomy tower tomorrow? Tomorrow? As Afro contemplated his audacious request, she felt a pang of resistance. Yet upon seeing Theodore's joyful expression, her resolve softened. Preoccupied with her own thoughts, Afro failed to notice a peculiar thrill flicker in Theodore's eyes at her lack of rebuttal. Not, remove your hand. Draco, having just reached the bottom step, caught sight of the two clasped hands on the second-floor staircase. Angrily, he strode over, intent on swatting Theodore's annoying hand away. Theodore cast a calm glance at the irate Draco, remaining composed. He not only did not release his grip, but tightened it, their fingers now fully entwined. Provoked, Draco clenched his fists, his jaw tightening, a flush of color rising to his pale cheeks, and a torrent of intense emotions surged within his gray irises, his chest heaving with agitation. What a splendid scene. Blaze, resembling a flamboyant peacock, emerged from around the corner on the second floor, a playful smile gracing his lips as he shifted his gaze between the three. Afro, feeling a headache coming on, took a step back, eager to extricate herself from the situation. She sensed that whenever these individuals converged, trouble was sure to follow. Indeed, Draco, steeped in jealousy, unleashed his ire indiscriminately upon everyone present. Zabini, don't bring your family's nonsense here. Upon hearing Draco's words, Blaze's eyes darkened, his tone growing more ominous. What? Unable to take responsibility for your own shortcomings, you blame others instead? He flicked non-existent dust from his sleeve, his once warm peach blossom eyes now transformed into icy orbs. Not. Holding a lady's hand like this is quite ungentlemanly. Didn't old not teach you any manners? Oh, I forgot. He only remembers Mrs. Knott. Shut up, Zabini. Theodore's complexion turned ashen, his bloodshot eyes resembling those of a specter, his knuckles whitening as he gripped Afra's hand tighter. She gasped softly, struggling to free herself. Yet, the more she fought, the tighter Theodore held on. Not. You're hurting her. Draco was the first to notice the pain etched on Afra's face. He stepped forward to pry their hands apart. Red imprints marred her fair skin, a shocking sight. I'm sorry, Afro. Theodore, filled with remorse, reached out to touch the red marks on her hand, only to be thwarted by Blaze's forceful intervention. Stay away from her, Not. Chapter 80, The Feast of the Dead. Blaze and Draco briefly united to separate Afro from Theodore. It's all right, Theodore, don't worry. Seeing the guilt and regret on Theodore's face, Afro reassured him nonchalantly. Besides, her fair complexion rendered any hint of color glaringly obvious. Afro, you're here. Wood's sudden appearance disrupted the strange atmosphere. He seemed oblivious to the awkward expressions of the boys as he seized Afro's arm. Harry and the others are looking for you. It seems there is something important. At once, Afro recalled the evening's Feast of the Dead, hastily bidding farewell to the others as she dashed toward the great hall. Wood. Draco glared at him, his teeth clenched in irritation. Why are there so many people trying to take Afro from me? Wood, blissfully unaware. flashed a smile at the group before turning to leave. How peculiar, he mused, suddenly feeling a chill at his back. Can we skip it? Harry, pacing back and forth, suddenly regretted agreeing to Nick so quickly. Harry, you were the one who agreed first. The ever-enthusiastic Afro appeared to remind him, though it was more of a sly threat. This is a rare, eye-opening opportunity. She was genuinely curious about what the Feast of the Dead would be like, in stark contrast to Afra and Hermione's excitement. Ron's eyelids drooped slightly, his face twisted in distaste visible from miles away. Like Harry, he had no idea what these two girls found so exhilarating. Was it merely because it was a feast for the deceased? Thus, the four were divided into two groups, the grumpy gents and the overjoyed ladies. Hey, little Harry, Hagrid, pushing a gigantic pumpkin toward the Great Hall, encountered the four young wizards in the castle's entrance hall. The feast is about to begin. Where are you all headed? Harry forced a sheepish smile, scratching his head as he awkwardly changed the subject. He didn't want to share his foolish antics with anyone, especially not the blabbermouth Hagrid. I heard Dumbledore invited a skeleton dance troupe this year. Hagrid mused as he pushed the large pumpkin along, expressing that this year's Halloween would be anything but dull. Upon hearing this news, Harry and Ron felt an even deeper sense of regret. They were being dragged away from the glittering plates and warm candles of the Great Hall by the two girls. The hallway leading to Nick's feast was also lined with candles, albeit black. The blue flames flickered eerily in the absence of wind, casting strange shadows upon their faces. Afra mused that if Nick existed in her world, he would undoubtedly be a dedicated escape room owner. The decor was so chilling that even Sadako would flee in tears, clutching her long hair. With each step, the temperature around them dropped a notch. Harry shook off his robe, enveloping both Afra and himself within its folds. The small robe struggled to accommodate two individuals, creating quite the dilemma. Thus, Afra found herself pressed against Harry's chest, while his arm encircled her waist, guiding her cautiously forward. He gripped the collar of his robe tightly to shield himself from the biting cold wind. Hermione cast a glance at them before turning her gaze towards Ron, who was huddled with his arms wrapped around himself, shivering in the brisk temperature. Indeed, Ron's teeth chattered audibly as he brought his hands to his mouth, exhaling into his palms in a futile attempt to warm them. I said I'm cold, Hermione pointedly remarked, exasperated, hoping to rouse Ron's seemingly ironclad brain into action. It is rather chilly. Unfortunately, Ron's iron-like stubbornness was beyond even Merlin's power to remedy. Paul must have been refining your brain back in the day. Afra stifled a laugh, covering her mouth upon understanding Hermione's veiled sarcasm. Ron, who had never been exposed to Muggle education, and Harry, who had not encountered the book, exchanged puzzled glances, oblivious to the source of the girl's amusement. A jarring sound, akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard, echoed from the end of the corridor. Surely that cannot be music? Afra hesitantly voiced her thoughts, feeling a shiver run down her spine as the sound gripped her. It felt as if her very skull were about to be unseated. They gradually turned the corner, discovering nearly headless Nick standing beneath an arch adorned with purple-black curtains. Welcome, my dear friends. Nick's face lit up with a warm smile upon spotting Harry, as he removed his feathered hat and bowed graciously. Afra mused that if Nick were not a floating gray specter, he would indeed resemble a duke. Harry lifted the curtain, revealing the scene beyond. The room was filled with a multitude of ghosts, swaying rhythmically to the music in the dance hall, some even engaging in a waltz. A ghost clad in a classical gown whirled past Afra, the sensation reminiscent of stepping into a winter shower, as frigid water unexpectedly cascaded over her skin, piercingly cold. Let us proceed with caution and avoid passing through these ghosts, Hermione advised, sidestepping along the edge of the dance floor with evident concern. Afra spotted numerous acquaintances among the swirling spirits. Nearly the entirety of Hogwarts ghosts had gathered. Nick has quite the social circle. Oh no, his ghostly connections are impressive, she whispered to Harry. Harry held her protectively, ensuring she remained shielded from the spectral dancers. No way. Hermione suddenly halted, spinning to face them, her expression filled with distaste. What is it? Afra craned her neck, peering over Hermione's head towards the center of the dance floor, where the frenzied spirits appeared harmless enough. Harry, however, remained focused, anxiously ensuring that Afra did not sway too close to the throng of ghosts. I refuse to greet the Weeping Willow. Hermione darted between Afra and Ron, hiding behind them. Who? They continued walking while Hermione elaborated. The Weeping Willow, she haunts the bathroom. She's quite temperamental and often floods the toilets. Floods the toilets? With what? Tears. Ron interrupted, prompting the trio to instinctively widen the distance between them. Food is here. Afra, keenly observant, noticed something covered with a black cloth on the long table. They all rushed over to unveil the black shroud, only to be met with a shocking sight. Will we make it back to the Great Hall in time for the feast? Afra suppressed her nausea as she replaced the cloth over the decaying fish. Turning to leave, they were confronted by Peeves, who stood before them with a plate of sliced cake. "Happy Halloween, Peeves. I just overheard you speaking ill of the Weeping Willow." No. The four of them immediately shook their heads and waved their hands in denial. Peeves' eyes gleamed, and his mouth curled into a mischievous grin as he inhaled deeply. Chapter 81. Peeves the Primary Schooler. "Weeping Willow, someone is speaking ill of you," Afro exclaimed incredulously, her disdainful gaze fixed on the snitching Peeves, her finger trembling as she pointed at his grinning visage. Harry and Hermione each grasped one of her arms, preventing her from unleashing her fury on the ghost in public. A girl with pigtails floated over, her expression the most melancholic Afro had ever seen. Even the darkest corners of the night would part ways respectfully for her, yielding the stage to her emo demeanor. The Weeping Willow drifted before Afra, her puffy eyes reddened from tears behind thick round glasses. "What?" Just as Afra opened her mouth to speak, a dry, large hand covered it. Harry shot Hermione a look, and with a resigned sigh. Hermione feigned cheerfulness as she positioned herself between the Weeping Willow and Afra, pretending as though they were old friends. "Hi, Weeping Willow. It's lovely to see you out of the restroom." Peeves erupted into laughter, leaning close to the Weeping Willow to whisper his mischievous report. "They were just talking about you, saying you're looking lovely today." Afra took the opportunity to pull down Harry's hand from her mouth, firmly pressing it against his lips while glaring at Peeves, attempting to redirect the conversation. "You're mocking me." The Weeping Willow did not buy Afra's excuse, her gaze darting suspiciously between the group. Tears cascaded down her nearly translucent cheeks. No, you truly are beautiful." Afra nudged the three stunned companions back to reality, and they quickly echoed her sentiments. Yes, quite lovely. Absolutely. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, threatening to engulf them all. Afra's toes, hidden within her shoes, incessantly tapped against the floor, as though attempting to carve out a new Hogwarts. Never speak ill of classmates behind their backs. Lies. The Weeping Willow's tears flowed like a raging flood, spilling forth uncontrollably. It seemed as though she might drown them all in her sorrow. "Do you think I am unaware of what others say about me? Fat, ugly, woefully crying Weeping Willow. You forgot one, dirty." Peeves chimed in gleefully, adding the words the Weeping Willow least wished to hear. Seeing her break into anguished sobs, her wails echoed throughout the hall, while Peeves laughed heartily. Soon, the ghosts attending the banquet noticed the commotion, and Peeves continued to taunt the Weeping Willow with cries of "dirty ghost." Merlin's fishhead onesie. Afra and her companions lamented, covering their ears as the pandemonium attracted even nearly headless Nick. He floated through the crowd, pausing before them. "Are you enjoying yourselves?" Afra cast a glance at the Weeping Willow, who was still weeping, the impish Peeves, and the foul-smelling food, managing a bittersweet smile. "Quite the affair," she replied dismissively. "The Wailing Widow is here specifically for me. She has a speech to deliver, so I've asked the band to pause." Nick proudly showcased his popularity, gesturing to the musicians at the side of the stage, who ceased their performance. "Incredible. I'm happy for you." Afra continued to feign enthusiasm as Nick's gaze burned with anticipation. Satisfied with her flattery, Nick departed, leaving Afra and her friends huddled together, plotting their next move. "Shall we retreat?" Ron suggested, unable to endure the biting cold any longer, especially given his ravenous hunger. "We should still make it to the Great Hall for the feast." Afro nodded vigorously in agreement, with Harry and Hermione expressing their concurrence. They stealthily advanced towards the grand door, smiling and nodding at every ghost that glanced in their direction. A minute later, the quartet quickened their pace, traversing the corridor adorned with black candles. "I hope there is still pizza," Afro exclaimed, her tone infused with anticipation, her large eyes curving into crescent moons as the corners of her mouth lifted joyfully, bouncing alongside Hermione towards the Great Hall. Observing her jubilant demeanor, Harry felt his earlier agitation from the Halloween feast dissipate into thin air. He followed closely behind, each step landing precisely within her shadow. Afro unexpectedly turned around, prompting Harry to halt abruptly, clutching Ron's arm in a panic. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated, causing Harry to slow his previously quickened pace, gradually coming to a standstill. "Harry, what are you doing? Hurry up. I'm going to starve." Ron, noticing his best friend had once again stopped, tugged at Harry's arm, urging him to move faster. "I heard that voice again." Afro raised her gaze, re-establishing eye contact with Harry. A long, profound silence enveloped them, as if the very air around held its breath. "What?" Ron, hearing Harry's mention of a strange voice for the first time, was filled with questions. He glanced at Hermione and Afro, who exhibited no surprise or confusion, intensifying his bewilderment. "Why do I feel like I'm being excluded? What did it say?" Afro took a few steps toward Harry, placing her hand on his shoulder, offering a reassuring squeeze. Harry stared at the black ceiling, his ears twitching as the voice shifted. A blend of fear and exhilaration coursed through him, causing a slight tremor. This way, Harry sprinted up the stairs in the direction of the voice, with Afro immediately following closely behind. Ron, perplexed and unable to grasp the situation, watched the three retreating figures, extending a hand in a futile gesture of restraint. Where are you going? Aren't we supposed to be heading to the Great Hall for dinner? Hello? I'm still here. Upon reaching the second floor, Harry strained to discern the voice. Afro, resting her hands on her knees and panting, kept her gaze fixed on Harry. Harry, let us go find Professor McGonagall. As they raced along, a sudden realization struck Afro. The very reason Harry was implicated as the culprit was his presence at the scene. Although the plot-driving pawn, Tom, had been dealt with in advance, who could predict the intentions of the malevolent system temporarily usurping the role of antagonist? What if it compelled Harry to open the Chamber of Secrets right before the eyes of students and faculty? This was no trivial matter. Contemplating this, Afro grasped Harry's wrist, her expression serious, eyes deeply focused on his turquoise gaze, articulating each word with gravity. We must seek the professor's assistance. Let us not act impulsively, all right? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Harry's face as he grappled with conflicting thoughts. On one hand, Afro was undeniably right. They ought to consult the professor. On the other, that voice was filled with bloodlust, yearning to harm young wizards. He hesitated.